More than 100 years ago, humanity finally mastered the technology of space teleportation and created the first spatial portal. But, to everyone's amazement, on the other side of the portal was a completely different world, full of mysteries and dangers that no one could have imagined. The new, unknown lands were inhabited by strange beasts and giant monsters that defied any known description. The weapons technologies that humanity was so proud of have proven to be completely ineffective in this terrible new world full of threats. The dimensional portal could not be closed, and the humans suddenly found themselves in a new reality, occupying the lowest place on the food chain. They tried their best not to become food for the animals that saw them as easy prey. However, the human race learned to adapt. At some point, one person tried the meat of an alien monster. It was then that his body changed forever, and a process of genetic transformation began that gave him new and completely unknown powers. Humans quickly realized that in order to survive, they needed to hunt animals and capture their souls, becoming stronger with each merger. This evolution continued for over 100 years, and thanks to the merging of the souls of alien monsters with the bodies of people, humanity gained a completely new power. Only by continuing to evolve and genetically change did humanity have a chance to survive in this new world, where the weak perish and the strong sometimes reach the level of gods. In this world, known to people as the refuge of the gods, lives a young man named Hansen, who has an as yet undeveloped power. It's only been a month since he moved into one of the shelters. But in that short time, he's already become a target for the other people living there. The big reason why the hunters are after Hansen is because he took the souls of the beasts that were meant for them, breaking the unspoken rules. Perhaps many will consider this a shameful act, for which the young man deserves death. But we must not forget that in this world, the weak eat the strong. Survival and evolution are the only law here. And if the hunters catch up with the guy, he will not be able to avoid death. Hansen believes that in this fight he will either gain everything or lose everything, which sounds simple. But for him it is a matter of life and death, because no one wants to die, including him. A month ago, Hansen arrived at the Steel Armor Vault, which is one of the most famous vaults of the gods. The guy slowly enters inside through a massive tunnel. Before his arrival, he had high hopes for this place. He decided to come here on the day of his 18th birthday, associating it with the beginning of a new life. However, he ends up in this world against his will. The shelter of the gods is a dangerous place where those who failed to enter the university are sent and become cannon fodder. Hansen's father dies suddenly. His mother is unable to work due to illness, and his sister needs money for her education, so he becomes the family's sole breadwinner. A passerby passes by Hansen. The guy immediately notices that this man is dressed in magnificent armor of the spirit of the beast, which looks so impressive that he dreams of having the same. Suddenly, Hansen grabs his face. His left eye, which often hurts anyway, begins to cause him incredible pain. He cannot understand what is happening to him. The guy is very worried about this pain. He slowly moves along the street, completely unaware that there is a huge monster around the corner. The young man enters an alley but suddenly stops, as he now sees a huge monster in front of him, blocking his path. Hansen looks closely at the monster and begins to think that perhaps the pain in his eye was caused by the proximity of this monster. The guy gets very irritated, calls the monster all sorts of names, and is very indignant at how impudent they are to even sneak into the city, after which he grabs the hilt of his sword. He instantly rushes into attack, thrusting his warblade forward, hoping to strike the monster with one powerful and precise blow. The monster does not notice the approach of the young man, who sneaks up on him, after which he plunges his combat blade into the monster. The beast lets out a loud cry, and people nearby are surprised to see how the young man plunged his sword into the monster's butt. Suddenly, the energy fog clears, and Hansen sees that where the monster had just been is the girl he had stabbed in the soft spot with his sword. The young man is in a state of great amazement. He looks closely at the woman's buttocks, and is very surprised that there is a person in front of him. The people nearby are very surprised by what is happening. They discuss with bewilderment how Hansen could dare to plunge his combat blade into the buttock of a girl named Xuan. Xuan slowly turns around and gives the young man a vicious look. The girl is the most influential woman in the steel armor shelter. The people around him can barely contain their laughter, laughing at the fact that the guy obviously doesn't know that many powerful hunters are capable of transforming into monsters. Xuan's eyes light up with a furious flame. She loudly curses and scolds the young man, asking him a direct and angry question about what he allows himself to do. Hansen is soon surrounded by a large group of powerful hunters who taunt him and tell him that he is already a corpse. One of the hunters kicks Hansen to his knees, Xuan announces to the assembled that anyone who dares to deal with this guy or help him will automatically become her enemy. The menacing hunters bend over the young man, demanding an explanation as to why he allowed himself to offend their goddess. The guy clutches his head in horror. The realization of what he has done slowly dawns on him. Hansen is unable to accept the reality of what is happening, thinking that it seems like the end has really come for him. The young man refuses to believe that what is happening is real, desperately trying to convince himself that this is all just a nightmare that is about to end. Hansen is at a rocky mountain stream not far from the steel armor refuge, deftly dissecting the body of a huge insect. Recently, he has mastered this craft well. His movements have become strong and precise, so that literally in a few seconds he removes the shell from another beetle. The young man begins to eat insect meat, which is already becoming a habitual activity. Because this is the 13th bug that he eats, the system notifies him that the gene points are no longer increasing. The system reports that he has received 10 random points, but the beast soul was not received again. The young man realizes that at this rate, he will never be able to pass his first evolution and get the desired rank. In complete despondency, he clutches his head, realizing that the influence of the lower flesh on the process of physical evolution is practically zero. The young man had already spent a whole month in the shelter of steel armor, but he still had not been able to undergo a physical renewal, although he had recently been thinking about the possibility of hunting stronger creatures. He is overcome with despair, remembering that he was recently unable to defeat even a weak, low-ranked monster, which only makes his feeling of helplessness worse. In this fight, he almost lost his life, and he had to return to the shelter to heal his numerous wounds and recover. Hansen begins to think that it would be wise to find a group to hunt stronger creatures together, which would increase his chances of success. Suddenly, he begins to feel the familiar eye pain that is always a sign that a monster is nearby. And indeed, after a while, the darkness begins to be illuminated by a golden glow, which slowly but steadily approaches the young man. The glow becomes stronger and stronger. Hansen is at a loss to understand what this strange source of light could be. A huge black beetle, whose genetic origins remain unknown, moves towards the young man, adding to the tension. Hansen believes that this is clearly not an ordinary insect from those he has caught before, and so he decides to lie low, preparing for a lightning attack. The huge beetle doesn't seem to notice the young man and continues to slowly approach, illuminating the entire surrounding space with a bright golden glow. Hansen leaps out of ambush and approaches the massive insect at great speed. Before plunging his combat knife straight into its tough shell, the system congratulates the young man on a successful hunt, informing him that a black divine blood beetle has been killed, and the boy can receive the soul of a divine blood beast. Hansen is very surprised by this information, because he cannot believe how this is possible, because usually souls of divine blood are not found in insects. There are 4 classes of beasts in this world: normal, primitive, mutant, and divine blood, with the latter class being the rarest and most valuable. The divine blood class is incredibly difficult to obtain, and even in the steel armor shelter, such trophies can be counted on the fingers of one hand. Hansen opens his profile and finds out that he received armor from an unknown divine blood class black beetle. The young man can't believe that his wish came true so quickly. The body of the dead insect begins to glow brightly, and a powerful column of energy bursts out of it, approaching the guy at great speed. This column of energy disintegrates into many tentacles, which slowly begin to approach the young man, surrounding him from all sides. The next moment, the guy's entire body begins to be wrapped in brightly glowing energy tentacles, like animated light snakes. Hansen's body begins to transform, becoming covered in powerful and durable protective armor that shimmers with a golden glow. After a few seconds, the young man is no longer recognizable. He is dressed in magnificent divine armor. He is overwhelmed by the thought that the feeling of transformation is surprisingly pleasant. Hansen pushes off the ground and leaps high into the air, amazed at how light yet strong his new armor is. The divine beast armor far surpassing the primitive armor the humans in the shelter used. Previously, the young man could not even dream of one day acquiring something like this. He remembers how he envied hunters who possessed powerful armor, and now he cannot believe that he himself became its owner. Hansen approaches a huge rock to test how powerful his new armor is and decides to test its strength. He swings and hits the rock, which instantly shatters into small pieces. Hansen is delighted with his discovery and amazed at the immense power his new armor possesses. He is in his room in the steel armor hideout, looking at the boiling soup and thinking about how his fate will change greatly from this moment on. The taste of the meat of destroyed monsters leaves much to be desired, but Hansen is convinced that throwing it away would be a real sacrilege. because the resources here are worth their weight in gold. He activates the holographic screen and is surprised to find that the black beetle's flesh has given him 6 divine genes, far exceeding his expectations. The young man reflects that after eating the soup made from this meat, he will surely be able to strengthen his body even more. Hansen's attention is drawn to an unusual object he finds inside the body of a huge black beetle, and he decides to examine it carefully. This object is a small, brightly shining ball, whose appearance seems mysterious to the guy. Hansen examines the ball closely, noticing that it clearly does not look like the usual body parts of the defeated monster, and may have special properties. Next to him stands a cage containing a captured alien monster, which the guy thinks is still sleeping, but in fact it has long since woken up. Suddenly, a wet squelching sound is heard, and the monster quickly snatches the glowing ball from Hansen's hands, causing him obvious irritation and indignation. The alien monster, taking advantage of Hansen's inattention, deftly uses its long tongue to grab the glowing ball. The young man approaches the cage, and shaking it violently, demands that the monster immediately return the precious pearl to him, but the monster seems to remain indifferent. The monster swallows the glowing ball, after which its movements stop, which makes Hansen wonder if the creature died from its own thoughtless actions. However, after a few moments, the monster's body begins to convulse, and from under its shell comes a bright green glow, filling the entire room. The monster's body rapidly increases in size. Its massive body begins to press on the bars of the cage, which bend under the incredible pressure. The metal bars crack and creak. Unable to withstand the increasing pressure, the monster opens its huge mouth and lets out a terrifying, chilling roar. The cage shatters into many pieces, and the monster, now even more menacing, rushes at the young man. The guy instantly draws his battle sword, preparing for an unequal battle. At the last second, Hansen manages to stop the monster by delivering a powerful blow with his sword, after which the monster falls to the floor with a wild cry. The young man breathes heavily, trying to calm down and come to his senses after the unexpected attack that almost cost him his life. The system congratulates him on his successful hunt for the primitive green lizard, informing him that the soul was not obtained, but offers to use its flesh and blood for a random increase in primitive genes from 1 to 10 points. Hansen is amazed that the creature turned out to be of a primitive level, because its level should have been much lower, which makes him suspicious about the evolution of the monster due to the pearl found. He begins to cut open the lizard's body and extracts the shining pearl, thinking about how it changed the black beetle and could become a catalyst for the development of other creatures. Hansen is convinced that the pearl he has found is capable of accelerating his own development and reaching the desired level, and he resolutely brings it to his mouth. Hansen's mother and her daughter are having a tense conversation with their relatives, who are expressing dissatisfaction with the fact that the entire inheritance of their parents ended up in the hands of a woman. The relatives insist that she return their share to them, claiming that this will allow her to continue living in the house with her daughter alone. Hansen's second uncle claims that the woman has used the house long enough, and it is time to fairly divide the property among all the heirs. The first uncle fully agrees with this opinion, adding that he and his family received absolutely nothing from the inheritance, despite their equal right to it. The woman tells Hansen's mother that the house is worth 3 million and offers to give everyone 1 million each and take the house for herself. Mama Hansen tells those present that they are poor people and do not have 2 million, and if the house is sold, she will have nowhere to go with the children. The uncle angrily tells the woman that she is not the only one with problems. He reproaches her for the fact that her children received an education, unlike his, and now he needs a lot of money. The man, realizing that the conversation is reaching a dead end, declares that there is no point in talking further and suggests that the woman either sell the house or pay the money through the court. After these words, the relatives leave, and the woman, silently sitting on the porch of the house, plunges into anxious thoughts. Hansen is very angry with his relatives. He is outraged that they have the audacity to come here and try to take away the old house. The guy remembers how in a difficult moment his father helped them pay off the millions they owed. Mama Hansen recalls that her husband died for nothing, because he had a falling out with the Star Group at one time. Bitter tears appear on her face. The woman thinks that she is completely useless, since she cannot protect the old house. Hansen asks his mother not to worry. He says that he asked for help from a lawyer who promised to take care of them. This news calms the woman down a little, and she begins to hope that no one will take their home away from them. Hansen is trying his best to contain his irritation. He is very angry that his relatives have the audacity to abuse his mother and sister and believes that they will have to answer for their actions. The action moves to the Star World Station, which is a transport station for a shelter called Steel Armor. A large number of people move along glass corridors, and loudspeakers announce that the president is completing the third evolution and has advanced to the fourth space of God's refuge in order to become a demigod. Hansen is in a bad mood. He has achieved nothing in life, and hears on the loudspeaker that a genius boy has passed into the second space with 100 mutation points. The guy, having sat down in the carriage, involuntarily listens to the voice from the loudspeakers, which announces that the council member, having shown rare endurance and persistence, yesterday tracked down the demigod warrior and defeated him in an unequal fight, demonstrating his impeccable fighting skills. Hansen is frustrated that luck continues to pass him by. He feels that he is unable to achieve anything significant despite his efforts. But the guy tries to set himself up for victory, believing that with the new crystal, he will soon become the same as the demigods. However, the guy thinks that it is unlikely that he will score 100 points in the divine gene. Despite this, he believes that there is a chance to score these points in the original mutation. He decides that he needs to go to the Valley of the Winds. Hansen decides to fight the simplest alien monsters and use all his powers to earn more money. First, he needs 2 million to pay for the house. Bitter tears appear in the guy's eyes, because he realizes that he has serious problems. But he hopes that with the help of the crystal, he will be able to earn enough money to buy a house. Suddenly, his thoughts are interrupted by a loud sound. The guy raises his head to the sky and sees a wind mantis rapidly approaching him. Hansen is glad that he noticed it first, because such creatures hide very well. The wind mantis, although it has a primitive level, has incredible speed, but its body is very poorly protected, making it vulnerable to attacks. Hansen rushes into a swift attack on the monster, believing that only its blood will be enough for him. The praying mantis notices the young man approaching. He flies up a little higher into the air and hovers above the guy. Hansen is very surprised, as the behavior of this praying mantis seems extremely strange, because usually such creatures avoid direct confrontation. Instead of running to safety, the mantis spreads its many legs and quickly rushes to attack, stunning the guy with its unexpectedness and aggression. Hansen fails to dodge and is hit hard by the alien mantis, feeling each paw slam into his armor, causing him to lose his balance for a moment. He begins to think that perhaps he was too hasty in his attack, because this insect has surprisingly high speed, and he did not expect such a powerful rebuff. The boy looks closely at his armor, unable to believe that it remained undamaged after such a powerful attack, and his surprise becomes more and more obvious because he expected the worst. Hansen feels deep satisfaction that his armor has withstood such a brutal test, and, filled with confidence, decides that with such protective gear, he will be able to achieve incredible heights in battle. At this point, the system notifies him that the hunt was successful, and he has eliminated a primitive-level wind mantis, which only strengthens his confidence in his abilities. Hansen looks up, his amazement growing as he notices a multitude of new wind mantises in the sky, causing him to instantly wonder what he should do now. The guy is convinced that with his new armor, death is not a threat to him, and that he is now able to confront many monsters. The praying mantises continue to attack the guy, but their efforts are in vain, because with the new armor he is not afraid even of mutated monsters. All their blows are broken by his defense. Wielding his combat sword with skill, Hansen cuts down entire hordes of attacking wind mantises, his strikes precise and deadly, and his protective armor gives him a complete advantage in combat. One after another, Hansen receives messages from the system, each congratulating him on a successful hunt and informing him that the opponents have been destroyed. But none of these kills bring him a monster soul. At first, Hansen counted every enemy he destroyed, but by the 10th he lost count. So many insects were circling around him. Hansen resolutely charges into the attack on a whole cloud of insects, confident that with his new armor he can deal with even an entire army of enemies. At the entrance to the Valley of the Wandering Winds, a young man appears, thinking about how he managed to end up in this steel shelter, because he doesn't know anyone here. The guy's name is Xiao. He is the child of rich parents. He is pleased to be under the command of the beautiful Xuan. He decides to find a mutant in the Valley of the Winds, hoping that this will bring him a reward from the girl. He slowly and carefully moves through the dense thickets, hoping to find a high-ranking monster that might bring him a worthy reward. Xiao comes out into a huge clearing, and, looking around, asks where all the wind mantises went. The guy thinks that someone clearly cleared out this valley. He carefully examines the remains of blood that cover the grass, and comes to the conclusion that a large group of people were hunting here. The blood looks fresh, so the guy comes to the conclusion that the battle took place quite recently. After a while, he notices Hansen standing next to him in the middle of the field, with a huge number of fallen wind mantises lying on the ground around him, causing Xiao to think about how hard and intense this battle was. The young man looks closely at Hansen, who is dressed in powerful armor, and stands calmly among hordes of defeated monsters. Xiao Qiao thinks that he is probably dreaming, as he can't believe that one person could handle so many monsters. He asks Hansen if he was really alone when he destroyed all those praying mantises, or if he had help from others, as it is impossible to imagine that one person could handle so many enemies. Hansen turns to the guy and offers to buy the fallen praying mantises for 1,000 apiece, which seems like a pretty good deal. Hansen understands that he needs to get some benefit from the destroyed insects, since it is impossible to eat it all himself. Xiao Qiao finds this price very attractive, since for such a sum he can get much more than he expected, and being somewhat puzzled, asks the young man again if he really wants to sell the praying mantises for 1,000 each. Xiao Qiao takes out a bulging wallet. He says he will pay more, and asks the guy to let him know if he finds anything else useful. Xiao Qiao hands over the money. The young man is set on long-term cooperation and is ready to constantly buy various trophies at a good price. Hansen in turn accepts the offer. He asks the guy to give his name and room number and promises that he will let him know if he finds anything useful for him. Xiao Qiao states his name and the room number of the room he lives in at the shelter, then asks Hansen what his name is and what room he is from. Hansen raises his hand up, turns around and walks away, telling the guy that he'll see him when he has something to sell. Xiao Qiao is very happy to meet his new friend and wonders what he should call his new friend. Xiao Qiao waves goodbye to the guy and tells him that he will call him Money Brother, after which he says that he will look forward to his visit. Hansen decides to raise his hunting level and reaches the lair of copper-toothed wolves, which are more valuable prey than insects. The copper-toothed wolves immediately notice the approach of the young man. They let out a loud growl and rush to attack the guy. Hansen's armor immediately flares with a bright light. The young man fearlessly rushes at the ferocious predators. He runs into the thick of the pack and deals numerous blows to the copper-toothed wolves. The system congratulates the guy on a successful hunt, but reports that the soul of the monsters has not been absorbed. Last time Hansen instinctively killed all the mantises. Now the guy left one copper-toothed wolf alive in order to use his pearl on a living beast. He gives the beast a pearl to swallow and then destroys it. The system reports that after killing the primitive copper-toothed beast, its soul was absorbed. Hansen is pleased with the results of the hunt, and intends to study the characteristics of the monster's soul as quickly as possible. A dense column of energy erupts from the body of the dead monster and heads towards the young man's hand. The guy absorbs the soul of the destroyed monster. The system reports that the type of the monster's soul is weapon enhancement. A huge flock of giant birds hovers above the entrance to the Steel Gate Sanctuary. Hansen approaches the gates of the shelter with the bound trophy behind him. A loud clatter of hooves is heard, and a group of people who are part of the detachment of the Divine Sun approaches the young man from the gate. Hansen sees that the detachment of the Divine Sun is very numerous and understands that something important will happen soon. The Divine Sun is called Qinsuan. He has a very complex, wayward character and is Xuan's suitor. His toughness and self-confidence make others obey his will. Qinsuan didn't like the way the young man looked at him. His gaze seemed disrespectful and insolent, so without thinking, he grabbed his whip and dealt a strong blow to Hansen. Qinsuan angrily yells at the boy and asks him how he had the nerve to sell primitive creatures, his words full of rage. He is ready to immediately punish anyone who challenges his authority or violates his orders. Hansen is in pain and rubbing the place where he was hit with a whip. The guy thinks that his opponent is clearly an unbalanced, sick person. Nearby passers-by begin to discuss the incident animatedly. They remember that Hansen, who stuck a knife into Xuan's buttock, was standing next to them. Qinsuan points to the guy and tells everyone present that if anyone dares to communicate and trade with this man, they will very soon regret it. A passing hunter tells the boy that he is lucky because they are in a hurry, and promises to beat him up very badly next time. Hansen silently calls the hunters freaks, thinking that he needs to increase his strength as quickly as possible with the crystal, in order to take revenge for such a disdainful attitude in the future. He comes to his room, located in the steel armor's hideout, and locks the captured monster in a powerful cage. The boy thinks that the mutated copper-toothed wolf has fur that is as strong as metal, but his specimen is a completely different color and does not have the same strength, which makes him wonder about the reasons for these differences. Hansen believes that evolution, whether primitive or mutated monster, is too slow. He hopes for much faster changes and progress. Suddenly, he is distracted by a conversation coming from the next room. People discussing that many people have already died. Hansen, coming closer and eavesdropping through the crack, learns that 3 large clans have gathered on the mountainside because a huge beast with divine blood was discovered there. Without wasting a second, Hansen goes to the mountainside. He is sure that such luck happens very rarely, and he must get a creature with divine blood. Hansen is at the top of the slope and trying to catch his breath. The young man hopes that he got there in time and it is not too late. He peers into the valley and notices that a powerful battle is taking place there, the echoes of which reach him. Xuan gives the command to his subordinates. The hunters line up in battle formation and begin to slowly move towards the monster. Qinsuan sits on top of the tamed monster and orders his men to be extremely careful as he plans to go around the monster from the other side. The huge monster moves deftly across the battlefield and delivers powerful blows with its huge two-handed axe. The hunters try to surround him, but their efforts are unsuccessful. The monster easily knocks several hunters aside with one blow. Hansen watches the fight unfold in amazement, impressed that a creature with divine blood is so strong. The monster makes terrible screams and continuously attacks the hunters with its huge axe. Qinsuan jumps off his tamed mount and approaches the monster to strike. The nearby hunters watch his attack with tension. Qinsuan is furious, loudly calling the divine blood monster names and saying that he will destroy it this time. The hunters' attempts to surround the huge monster do not lead to the desired result with powerful blows. It throws back the attackers. A group of hunters walk around the giant monster from behind and fire dozens of arrows at it, creating a dense barrage, but the monster continues to resist fiercely. Hansen does not interfere in the battle and continues to watch closely from the side. He understands that this vile creature is much stronger than those bugs that the guy fought with earlier. The divine being continues his furious attacks. One after another, he crushes the hunters attacking him. Despite his numbers, the warriors cannot stop his onslaught. The hunters understand that the divine being is going to break through the encirclement and escape orders from commanders can be heard, talking about the need to maintain the cordon in order to prevent the monster from escaping. Despite all efforts, the divine monster manages to make a breach. He drops to his paws and runs to escape from pursuit. Qinsuan stretches out his hand towards the monster. Instantly, the space around him flashes with a green glow. The guy intends to use the souls of the monsters in order to deal with the enemy. He hopes that the divine monster will not be able to escape pursuit, and concentrates enormous soul energy in his hands, waiting for the right moment to deliver a decisive blow that will stop the monster. Xuan watches the transformation closely, and the girl is greatly impressed by the colossal power that Qinsuan wields. She understands that the guy will use the soul of the poisonous six-winged wasp of the divine blood rank. This incredibly powerful weapon makes his actions even more threatening. The divine wasp's soul turns into a huge arrow. Xiaoqiao pulls the energy bowstring to shoot. A loud sound of a strong energy discharge is heard. This is Xiaoqiao releasing an arrow from his bow, which begins to catch up with the fleeing monster at great speed. The divine monster notices something is wrong and quickly turns towards the humans, but its reaction is too slow. He notices very late a huge arrow flying towards him. The soul of the divine blood wasp strikes the monster. The monster lets out a terrible, deafening scream, and then its massive body crashes to the ground with a roar, raising clouds of dust into the air. Qinsuan scornfully tells the defeated monster that it is doomed because it dared to encroach on the life of the Son of God. Other hunters slowly approach the scene of the fight, discussing the battle with undisguised delight, admiring how Qinsuan was able to defeat such a powerful opponent with one blow. Xuan, amazed by his courage and fighting ability, looks at Qinsuan with obvious admiration, which is reflected on her face, giving it a special softness. Qinsuan glances towards the girl. His face lights up with a smile as he is clearly pleased that Xuan is showing feelings for him. At this time, a huge energy column appears next to him, emanating from the body of the defeated monster. His soul begins to leave the material world. Suddenly, something rushes past the hunters at incredible speed, who, stunned by what is happening, freeze in place, not having time to realize what it was. It turns out that it is Hansen. The guy deftly grabs the axe of the divine monster and, without wasting time, rushes away, hoping to hide as quickly as possible. Xiaoqiao adjusts his glasses on his face and is amazed to realize that his soul and powerful axe have been stolen by his new acquaintance, hiding under the pseudonym Money Brother. Qinsuan is in a state of deep shock, unable to believe that someone would dare to so vilely interfere in the battle and steal his well-deserved spoils at the very last moment. Hansen continues to run away, carrying a massive axe on his shoulders, and reflects on how today has been an incredibly lucky day for him, as he has earned a fortune and acquired the soul of a divine beast. Qinsuan, filled with wild rage, loudly curses the young man and immediately orders his subordinates to begin a pursuit to return the stolen goods. He calls out for his trained monster, known as the black-browed horse, furious that someone dared to steal his prey, brazenly breaking all the rules. Jumping on the monster, he rushes in pursuit, ordering his subordinates to join him and catch up with the fugitive at any cost. Hansen continues to hide, struggling to carry the heavy axe, but is noticeably tired under its impressive weight, feeling his strength leaving him. Looking back, he sees a group of hunters, accompanied by angry shouts and curses, slowly but surely closing the distance between them. The boy realizes that, despite all his efforts, even with divine genes, he will not be able to escape from his pursuers and take the axe. Chinsuan, cursing terribly, wonders how much longer the fugitive can endure, his anger growing even stronger. Hansen understands that he is in an extremely serious situation, threatening imminent death, and believes that his chances of salvation are minimal. He closes his eyes, realizing the inevitability of his fate, and mentally asks for forgiveness from his mother and sister, feeling that his actions will lead to a tragic ending. The guy realizes that he took a risk and lost. At that moment he hears the voice of his dead father, who asks if he is going to stop. A clear image of his father appears in his mind, asking if the boy is ready to give up, and if he is sure that defeat is the only way out. Hansen remembers training with his father as a child, when the man told him that giving up was unacceptable, because everything in life is just a game. Father suggests Hansen to climb to the top of the mountain to destroy the NPC located there, and go up 2 levels, but the boy is afraid, because the mountain is full of monsters, and the path to the goal seems too dangerous. At the top of the hill, the NPC is surrounded by monsters that are constantly trying to get to him. The voice of the father reminds that danger is inevitable, but living in fear of it is not an option. The man draws his bow with a container attached to his arrow, and says that genetic evolution is an exciting adventure available to everyone. After a precise shot from the bow, the father takes out his combat blade and fearlessly rushes to attack the monsters surrounding the hill with the NPC. The container at the end of the arrow activates, releasing a strange gas that begins to disperse around. Meanwhile, Father Hansen continues to methodically move forward, dealing crushing blows to the giant monsters with his sword. After some time, the man destroys most of the monsters and, having overcome all obstacles, climbs to the top of the hill. He confidently points his weapon towards the NPC, demonstrating his determination to finish what he started. The father turns to Hansen and asks how he plans to survive if he spends his life being afraid to take risks and avoid difficulties. The man and his son take up a circular defense and say that in order to develop, you need to use all available opportunities. Because in this game, people are at the bottom of the food chain, just like in real life. He reveals a secret to Hansen. If you want to survive, you need to become stronger, and the faster this happens, the better. Hansen recalls with excitement that this was an incredibly strong psychological overload for him, which he could hardly withstand. The father, looking at his son, thinks that he is too kind and naive to think about such difficult things. But understanding reality is inevitable. The man explains that in the game, he can support his son, but in life, Hansen will have to deal with problems on his own. The father warns the young man that he must rely only on himself, and tightly squeezing his hand holding the sword, says that he loves him more than anything in the world. After these words, the man, showing incredible self-control, plunges the Hansen sword into his chest to transfer power to his son. Hansen screams in horror, not believing what is happening. At this moment, the game system informs him that he has successfully moved on to the next level. His father's words echo in his head, reminding him that if he wants to survive, he needs to become stronger. And that's the whole secret. Realizing that he still has a chance, Hansen decides not to give up and starts running as fast as he can from the hunters, who are getting closer to him with every step. Chinsuan jumps off his mount, shouting furiously at the young man. He draws his sword and rushes towards him, showing his intent to finish the fight. Hansen continues to convince himself that there is still a minimal chance, and activates the transformation of merging with the soul of the Blood Destroyer beast. The transformation is accompanied by a powerful release of energy. A bright energy column pierces the sky with a roar, causing everyone around to freeze. Jinsuan pauses his attack for a moment, unable to believe his eyes, and mutters under his breath that this is absolutely impossible and breaks all the rules. Hansen successfully completes the transformation, turning into a huge and strong centaur, and begins to gain speed. The guy challenges the hunters. Gradually, he breaks away from the pursuit, and loudly declares that hunters will not be able to defeat a transformed soul, no matter how much experience they have. The hunters are convinced that Hansen has gone mad, because the fusion of 2 animal souls is an incredibly dangerous experiment, especially one carried out in the conditions of a chase. Xuan watches in amazement as Hansen gets further and further away from his pursuers, while the hunters shout threats, declaring that he is no longer human. The hunter reports to his commander that continuing the pursuit is extremely dangerous, because ahead of them lies a difficult mountain serpentine, where it is extremely difficult to catch the thief. Jian, watching the events, feels sincere admiration, realizing that the young man not only stole the golden axe, but also managed to absorb the soul of the vile creature, taking it right from under the nose of the Son of God. The hunters decide to give up the pursuit and move on to discussing the young man, believing that their commander wasted the divine beast's disposable arrow, failing to gain anything, while their opponent escaped from a dangerous situation, miraculously escaping death. Meanwhile, Hansen, having reached the forest lands, falls exhausted to the ground and tries to catch his breath, realizing that his ability to transform is limited to only 7 to 8 minutes. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Hansen realizes that he was indeed lucky. If the gods were chasing him, they would not have let him leave alive. Now he is worried that the axe cannot be hidden, like the soul of a beast, and he has made the Son of God himself his enemy. Hansen reflects that it is not possible to sell the soul of the beast, but he hopes to get 2 million for the axe gradually. Fear gives way to joy from a successful hunt, which became a humiliation for 3 families at once. The hunters, standing at the main gate of the refuge, continue to discuss the young man hiding in the forest, and contemptuously consider him a pathetic coward, although they understand that he has caused them serious inconvenience. Hansen also approaches the gates of the shelter. He is going to forget about the huge axe for a while and concentrates on the acquired soul of the beast. At the entrance to the shelter, the young man is stopped by a hunter, who informs him that a search will now be carried out. His partner says the man is wasting his time because the guy doesn't look like a smuggler or someone who has money. The hunter listens to his partner's words, casually pushes the guy aside and orders him to get lost immediately. A small smile appears on Hansen's face, the young man pleased with how easily he had outwitted the hunters guarding the entrance to the shelter. The guy slowly walks along the streets. Around him he hears numerous conversations of passers-by who are already aware of the events and are discussing that some stranger named Money Brother has fooled the son of the gods. The locals are discussing this news with great enthusiasm. They say that the Son of God was simply beside himself with rage. The guy even destroyed his house out of anger because the stranger had fooled the elite group. These conversations bring undisguised joy to Hansen. He finds it funny that no one knows his real name, and everyone talks about him as the unknown Money Brother. Xuan is in her secret room and talking to her interlocutor. She says that the guy is very lucky because she stood up for him. Otherwise, he would have been tortured. The girl immediately demands that her interlocutor tell her everything he knows about the Money Brother and how he met him. Xiao Qiao tells the girl that he doesn't know him personally. They just met one day one-on-one in the Valley of the Winds, after which he bought several animals from the guy and gave them to his friends to try. Xuan tells the guy that she does not blame him for anything and is not going to punish him. She asks him to convey her message to the Money Brother. The girl is ready to pay generously for the soul of the divine beast and his weapon. Xiao Qiao happily agrees, and the girl's voice is heard, strictly forbidding him to talk about this meeting and demanding that this conversation remain between them. Hansen is deep in the mountains. The system congratulates him on his successful hunt for a primitive-level green scaly beast, and informs him that the beast's soul has not been absorbed, after which it offers to eat the beast's flesh in order to obtain 1 point of the original gene. The guy slowly eats the meat of the green scaly beast, and thinks that a good reward has already been appointed for his head. The young man begins to worry that he has not yet acquired the mutation gene. At this time in the pond near him there begins to move. Some creature is carefully watching the guy. There is a strange noise behind him. Hansen slowly turns around to see the cause of the noise. A moment later, he sees a human silhouette slowly emerging from the night forest, which makes him wary, because in the silence of the night, any movement seems suspicious and fraught with danger. Illuminated by the moonlight, a strange young man is slowly moving towards him, whose face and body express fatigue. His movements are slow, as if each step is given to him with great difficulty. He has a tired, exhausted appearance, and his clothes are all torn to shreds. This uninvited guest really bothers Hansen. The guy starts thinking about why the stranger's clothes are all torn. Hansen loudly orders the stranger to stop and not move any further. The guy warns that there are dangerous bloodthirsty crocodiles further on. The stranger asks the boy where he is, and asks him to explain in which direction the Sanctuary of Glory is. Hansen says he doesn't know of such a location, and there is only a shelter nearby called Steel Armor. The stranger begins to quietly repeat the name of the shelter under his breath, after which he says that he has wandered into a completely different sanctuary. After a short pause, the stranger, in a commanding tone, demands that the boy take him to the Sanctuary of Glory. This attitude really irritates Hansen. The guy thinks why this unknown man would decide to order him around, because he decides for himself what to do and where to go, and is not going to listen to other people's instructions. He tells the stranger that he would be better off moving south from here, and if he goes quickly, he will be able to get out of the forest before dark, while Hansen confidently states that he himself is going to go hunting and has no time for useless talk. Hansen thought that in this way he would be able to get rid of the annoying stranger who was bothering him, but the next second the young man received a powerful blow in the back. The force of the impact was so great that Hansen was thrown several meters to the side, which upset his balance and he fell to the ground, hitting his head on a rock. He slowly gets to his feet, holding his head with his hand, trying to recover from the blow, and, barely containing his anger, asks the stranger what the hell he is doing. The stranger, in an impudent tone, orders the boy to listen to him better and take him as quickly as possible to the place he spoke of, as if not realizing that this can only cause anger. Hansen is extremely angry at this behavior. The young man instantly activates the soul of the beast. A bright energy flame flares up in his hands. The next second, this energy flame transforms into a powerful magical spear. Hansen confidently informs the stranger that he will not tolerate such treatment. Hansen adds that the stranger has asked for trouble himself, and without wasting time, delivers a series of swift and precise blows with his spear, wanting to show who is the boss here. However, to his great surprise, the stranger dodges each blow with enviable dexterity, after which he mockingly declares that the three-phase basic shooting is just child's play, and even with the beast's soul destroyed, he does not consider Hansen a worthy opponent. A moment later, the stranger concentrates a powerful energy field in his hands, which inspires fear with its destructive power, and deals a crushing blow to Hansen, forcing him to feel the full force of this attack. The young man struggles to defend himself from the attack with his magical spear, but the force of the blow is so incredible that the spear breaks in half, leaving Hansen confused. Hansen experiences mixed feelings of anger and surprise, because he cannot understand how the stranger was able to break his spear with his bare hands, which seems absolutely impossible. The stranger calmly explains that he uses ancient martial arts that can stimulate potentials in genes, and has such explosive power as nuclear fusion, which is a unique ability for the middle stage of training. The stranger points his hand towards Hansen, calls him an idiot, and states that the guy will either take him to the right place or say goodbye to life forever. Hansen literally explodes with rage and anger, believing that the stranger's family clearly did not teach him basic politeness and respect for other people. Hansen states that he can show the stranger the way, but that the way will lead straight to hell, after which he begins his transformation, instantly donning a strong and impressive suit of armor. Hansen launches a furious attack, delivering several swift blows, but the stranger dodges each of them with enviable dexterity, demonstrating his skill. The stranger moves to the required distance to gain a tactical advantage, then delivers a powerful punch to trip the young man and throw him off balance. The impact on Hansen's armor causes a powerful release of energy, which instantly scatters opponents in different directions, turning their collision into a real storm. Hansen is still confused as he can't figure out who his opponent is. Even his armor was damaged by his attacks, which seemed impossible. The stranger starts laughing loudly, stating that the guy is wearing the divine beast soul armor because he withstood the ice muscle and jade bone technique, and this fact makes him unconcealedly angry. With malice in his voice, the man declares that Hansen is not worthy of wearing such things, and demands that the armor be handed over to him immediately. After this, the stranger delivers a series of powerful blows to Hansen, which throw the young man far to the side with incredible force. Hansen finds what is happening impossible, because his opponent easily blocks all his attacks, while the stranger's own blows begin to cause serious damage to his high-ranking armor. Meanwhile, the stranger continues to attack, demonstrating his superior strength. He grabs Hansen by the leg and furiously performs a powerful throw, knocking the young man to the ground. Hansen hits the ground and experiences extreme pain, causing him to scream loudly, realizing the hopelessness of the situation. The stranger scornfully states that a weakling will always remain a weakling, even if he possesses the soul of a divine beast, and reproaches Hansen for not wanting to give up the armor the easy way. Suddenly Hansen begins to transform. He goes into a new level, which causes a sharp release of energy, and delivers a powerful blow directly to the head of his opponent. The stranger clearly did not expect such a quick transformation, and missed a powerful blow, which inflicts serious damage on him, forcing him to feel vulnerable for the first time. Hansen's blood begins to boil with anger. Rage fills his entire being. He coldly declares to the stranger that he is doomed to die today. The transformation is complete, and Hansen's body is surrounded by a powerful energy field that slowly lifts him into the air, highlighting his new strength. The stranger watches in horror as this transformation is completed, realizing that he has made a critical mistake and understands that this is likely his end. Hansen uses the soul of the divine beast and launches a furious attack on his opponent, his energy field taking the form of a giant, terrifying alien creature. At great speed, Hansen crashes into the stranger, who tries to mobilize all his skills and capabilities to defend himself from such a furious onslaught. However, his efforts are not enough to withstand such a powerful attack, because the soul of the divine beast suppresses everything in its path. The stranger falls to the ground, after which he begins to miss one blow after another, unable to defend himself from such a powerful opponent. Hansen continues to deliver dozens of blows to the defenseless enemy. In every movement one can feel the accumulated anger, turning him into a merciless machine of destruction. The stranger, realizing his powerlessness, begs for mercy and asks to stop this unequal fight, realizing that he has already lost. A moment later the fight ends. Hansen silently looks at the lifeless body of his opponent, realizing that this fight has become a step into a new reality for him. The guy falls to the ground, in severe shock as he realizes that he has just killed a man, something he has never done before. Hansen realizes that he is facing a powerful opponent, because even in his armor he was seriously injured and could have died if his enemy had the soul of a divine beast. Hansen slowly crawls towards the destroyed enemy and tries to figure out what level of nuclear technology this man could have used in his attack. The young man decides to search the stranger's body, assuming that he might have something valuable that could be used later. After a thorough search of Hansen's clothes, he discovers a strange object, a small, brightly glowing crystal that resembles a technological chip. Hansen speculates that the object found is a memory chip, containing data that could prove useful. Later, Hansen finds himself in his room in the shelter. He goes to his desk with a molecular microscope. The guy carefully examines the memory crystal, thinking that this artifact clearly does not look cheap or ordinary. Hansen intends to find out what data is stored inside the memory chip and carefully places it in a molecular microscope on his desk. After a while, information appears on the screen indicating that this chip contains a description of the combat technique of ice muscles and jade bones. The guy remembers that even girls from the imperial family study the nuclear gene technique, which emphasizes its value and rarity. Hansen comes to the conclusion that he is incredibly lucky, because he became the owner of high-level nuclear technology, which he once planned to buy for a lot of money. But now he has the original crystal. The young man devotes the next 3 days to a detailed study of the military equipment presented in the memory chip data, methodically analyzing every detail. Gradually, Hansen begins to notice serious changes. His body has lost its usual warmth. His skin has become cold, as if he has lost his human nature. To confirm his feelings, Hansen takes a thermometer and measures his temperature, noting with surprise that it has actually dropped by 2 degrees. Hansen holds the memory chip in his hands and ponders how difficult it would be to store such a valuable crystal in a constantly dangerous environment. At that moment, his phone suddenly starts ringing, and when he picks up the phone, he answers his old friend. The friend enthusiastically suggests that Hansen leave the house right now to meet, but when asked where they are going, he answers evasively, stating that the guy will find out everything himself later. Hansen thinks about the fact that everyone in the shelter is actively looking for the mysterious money brother, but no one suspects that it is he who is hiding behind this name. After a while, Hansen finds himself in his friend's car, sitting silently in the front seat, listening to their casual conversations, which seem completely empty to him. One of the comrades animatedly tells the girl how the money brother, with one movement, turned into a centaur dressed in golden armor and quickly disappeared, leaving everyone to only watch his disappearance. Hansen remains silent, calmly listening to the story, while wondering what would happen if his companions found out the truth that he is the money brother. He soon remembers that one of his friends ended up in a steel shelter due to family problems, thereby putting his loved ones in a difficult situation. Thinking it was time to break his silence, Hansen turns to his friend and asks him directly where they were actually heading. The friend replies that they are almost there. In a couple of minutes, the car will drive up to the huge martial arts stadiums. Hansen is in the arena and is surprised to see that there are a huge number of people here today, loudly chanting the name of their idol, creating an incredible noise. A friend tells Hansen that the favorite in the competition is the Son of God, who took 5th place in the first shelter ranking, making him a local star and a crowd favorite. All the attention of the spectators is riveted to the arena, where a blinding flash of energy suddenly appears, symbolizing the beginning of the transformation of the soul of the monster participating in the duel. The young man watches what is happening with great interest, and suddenly shouts loudly, supporting one of the fighters. His friend says that in his opinion, this fighter is quite weak compared to the mysterious warrior named Money Brother, who has become a real legend. The young man counters by stating that no one really knows how strong the Money Brother is, and only mentions that he knows the man stole the monster's soul. Hansen agrees with his friend in his heart, mentally admitting that his act can indeed be called vile. But he justifies himself, believing that it would be stupid to miss such a chance. Besides, the Son of God is his personal enemy, and this act was one of the ways to take revenge. Hansen realizes that no one can know that he is the Money Brother. 2 weeks fly by unnoticed. Hansen, in his room, sits next to the cage where the captive monster is, which he carefully examines. The guy realizes that the copper-toothed beast is now a mutant, and he really wants to eat it to improve the genetic mutation, but he has to hold back because he urgently needs money. Hansen decides that it is time to meet with Xiaoqiao to sell him a quality product that can bring him the money he needs. Late in the evening, the young people meet in a deserted clearing in the Valley of the Winds. Hansen hands the guy a heavy package. Xiaoqiao asks what the asking price is for the mutant jerky, to which Hansen confidently repeats that the price is 2 million in cash. Hansen adds that he is not a fraudster, and the price is fully justified, as this mutant meat is extremely valuable and corresponds to the declared quality. Xiaoqiao agrees with his words, hands over the money and says that it is really a pleasure to work with Hansen, after which, as if by chance, he says that Xuan asked him to pass on a message. Hansen learns that the girl wants to buy from him the soul of the divine blood beast and the golden axe that he took. The guy replies that she must offer a decent price if she wants to do business with him. On the edge of the forest there is a deep cave called the Bottomless Pit. Hansen, with a full bag of loot, slowly descends through the winding labyrinths of the dungeon. He is in a good mood because he has good prey behind him. And besides, in his armor, the poisonous crystal scorpions are not scary to him, and he killed almost all of them. Suddenly the young man stops, as he sees the silhouette of a man sitting on a stone ahead, and a female voice is heard calling him Money Brother. These words have a strong effect on Hansen. The guy stands rooted to the spot, unable to move. The girl, noticing his confusion, asks again whether he is really a Money Brother. Hansen ignores the girl's words and walks past, not wanting to waste time on unnecessary conversations. Xuan calls the guy a Money Brother and asks to take her away from here, feeling that in this situation she cannot do without help. Hansen turns around and asks the girl how to do this. Does she really want him to carry her away in his arms? Xuan tells the guy that this is the only option, since she has very serious problems with her leg. Her request is not a whim, but an urgent need that Hansen must understand. Hansen tries not to panic and calm down. He begins to think that at the moment he is in armor, and the girl will not recognize his identity. In addition, the girl is wounded and is unlikely to be able to attack him, which gives him confidence that he can act more calmly. The young man asks how a person stung by a scorpion can still speak. Xuan shows the remains of the monster's soul and tells how the scorpion waited for the moment and attacked her when the dragon's power in her was almost gone. The young man approaches the girl. She instantly pulls out a combat blade and tells the guy not to hope to take advantage of the moment, since the dagger in her hand is made from the divine soul of the poison heart butterfly, and its armor is unlikely to withstand such a blow. Hansen replies with surprise that he hadn't even thought about anything like that. And besides, the girl herself asked him for help, and he doesn't intend to attack her. Xuan says that she will pay the young man generously if he gets her out of this cave safe and sound. Hansen says he doesn't need the money now, but later remembers the scorpion the girl mentioned and asks if it's dead. Xuan doesn't understand why the young man needs a scorpion and says that it is here, after which he looks at his bag filled with the bodies of killed scorpions. She doesn't understand how the guy dealt with a huge number of monsters and didn't even get hurt. A satisfied smile appears on Hansen's face. The young man says that as payment he will take the soul of the mutant, after which his gaze falls on the body of the destroyed monster. The guy adds that he will also take the defeated scorpion for himself. The young people are in the forest next to a bottomless pit. The guy slowly walks forward, carrying Xuan on his back. The girl asks the young man to carry her to the doors of the shelter. The guy replies that this is a bad idea, since he does not want anyone to see them together. Xuan recalls how the young man ate the crystal scorpion meat, as if he was constantly doing so. She thinks it must be very unpleasant. Hansen stops and tells the girl that the shelter is very close. He wants her to ask someone to help her get there. He holds out his hand and says that she must pay him for the work. The girl throws the monster's soul towards the guy and asks if he got the message. Hansen grabs the monster's soul with his hand, after which he says that the axe and the soul of the mutated beast will cost 2 million. Xuan is surprised by such a high price and says that they are absolutely useless in the shelter, and their use is very limited, so the price is clearly too high, and she does not agree to such conditions. The girl offers 1 million maximum. Hansen turns around and starts to leave, telling the girl that he will pass on the meeting place and time through Xiaoqiao. Xuan is very irritated by the young man's behavior. She considers the guy a curmudgeon who tries to get the most out of every situation. Hansen returns to the shelter called Steel Armor. The young man feels anxious. Although he was in armor, his intuition tells him that something is wrong, and this anxiety does not leave him. Suddenly, he meets his friend on the street, who turns his head away and pretends not to know him. Hansen looks at his old friend and realizes that he is scared, and does not want to communicate with him. Hansen continues to walk slowly through the labyrinth of streets. He hears the steps of a man behind him, and his voice, which calls out his name. The guy slowly turns around and asks his old friend what else he wants from him. The young man tells that Hansen has crossed Xuan and the Son of God, and he needs to say something. The guy asks Hansen to pretend that they were never brothers or knew each other. It is important for him to start a new life, and he does not want any problems because of the old relationship. Hansen slowly turns around and tells his friend that they have agreed that they will now be strangers to each other in the shelter. Hansen is very upset by this statement, but he doesn't show it, deciding not to show his emotions, although in his thoughts there is an understanding that he and his friend were never really friends. Hansen is in his room. He carefully examines his rich loot. On his desk lies a huge number of useful artifacts and 2 briefcases filled with cash. The young man takes the bundles of banknotes in his hands and, without hiding his great joy, says that now he and his family will definitely live well, because they have never had such opportunities before. To begin with, Hansen, along with his mother and sister, is going to take a walk around the city, wanting to arrange a pleasant day for his loved ones, to distract them a little from their usual worries. They approach an expensive restaurant. The young man tells his sister that she has long dreamed of trying sapphire ice cream, which she has so often seen in the windows. A joyful smile appears on the girl's face. She tells Hansen that he is the best brother in the world, because he always tries to make her happy. The mother tries to stop the young man, reminding him that this establishment is very expensive, and they should save the money that he earned with such great difficulty. Hansen tells his mother not to worry, assuring her that now that he has the gene mutation, he will be able to become stronger and earn even more money so that the family will never experience need and live in abundance. This pastry shop is a very expensive establishment. The Hansen family is going to go up to the 2nd floor to enjoy all the delights of the restaurant. However, on the stairs in front of them, an employee suddenly appears, blocks the way, and says that they cannot go there. The attendant points to an information board and states that the 2nd floor is reserved for celebrities and aristocrats, making it clear that access to this area is restricted to the elite only. Hansen did not expect this situation because he thought that having money opens all doors. But in this situation, he understands that money does not solve everything. Mom asks Hansen not to worry and suggests that he buy ice cream for his sister while she and her daughter wait for him outside. She tries to calm the young man down and relieve the tension. Hansen tries his best to hide his intense irritation. He realizes that he needs to become a celebrity or an aristocrat in the near future, so that such obstacles will never arise in their path again. At this point, he gives himself a firm oath that in the future he will have enough influence so that no wooden tablet can limit him or his family. The vault is a large conglomeration consisting of many districts, connected by an overhead railway that passes through all key areas. Hansen is in a crowded train carriage and cannot understand why the train is always packed to capacity at this particular time. Suddenly, the locomotive brakes sharply, causing instant confusion among the passengers inside, turning into panic. Due to the sudden braking, Hansen loses his balance and crashes hard into the girl standing next to him, realizing that he is in an extremely awkward situation. The young man is confused because not only did he accidentally bump into the girl, but he also accidentally touched her chest with his hand, which makes everything even worse. Hansen tries to apologize to the girl, but doesn't have time to finish speaking because he gets a powerful blow to the face, causing him to stagger back. Hansen clutches his face, feeling a sharp pain, but despite this, he still apologizes to the girl once again, trying to smooth over the unpleasant incident. The girl turns out to be Xuan, who in a fit of anger begins to insult the young man, and is surprised to notice that this is the same man who had previously caused her a lot of trouble. The guy, rubbing his bruise, asks Xuan in surprise what she is doing in the train carriage. Xuan says that she can no longer tolerate his antics, adding that at first she thought the young man was a fool, but now she is sure that he is a real pervert and a scoundrel. The passengers in the crowded carriage begin to whisper quietly, discussing the incident. They noticed how the young man accidentally touched the girl's breast, and they actively discuss what happened. Hansen tries to explain the situation, claiming that it was all just a misunderstanding caused by the sudden braking of the train, which caused him to lose his balance and fall. Suen replies that she might have believed him if it had happened for the first time, but she vividly remembers the time he managed to stick a knife into her buttock. The investigation takes some time, during which time the high-speed train arrives at the station, diffusing the tense atmosphere in the carriage. The girl warns the young man that she will tolerate his behavior for the last time, and if such incidents are repeated, she promises that she will personally send him to prison. Xuan steps out of the carriage onto the platform, where she is met by a guard of honor. The military salute her and call her their mistress, emphasizing her high status. This unexpected information greatly surprises Hansen, who did not even suspect that the girl was the head of the local garrison. The guy grabs his head, realizing that now her subordinates can monitor his every move, which threatens the disclosure of his second personality. Hansen decides that from now on he will avoid meeting Xuan at all costs, so as not to expose himself to unnecessary risks. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted by a rough male voice, which calls the young man an idiot and orders him to come to him immediately. Hansen turns around and notices that the man is actually addressing him. He rudely demands to come over and says that he has some questions. Hansen is nervous, but tries to diffuse the tension with a joke, stating that the men are probably busy and he doesn't want to waste their time. The next moment, the man roughly grabs the guy by the jacket, coldly declaring that he did not ask his opinion, and orders him to follow him. The group of people that Hansen joins are moving at a fast pace through an abandoned mountain forest. Along the way, the men discuss their progress, noting that the gods had been especially generous today, as they had managed to catch a large number of monsters. Hansen has been with this group for several days now. The men have been carefully combing the forest, but have not yet encountered a single high-ranking mutant, which causes them slight disappointment. A group of hunters climb to the top of huge cliffs. Hansen ponders why the Son of God brought so many people with him, because only small creatures live in this forest. The group suddenly stops, and everyone turns their gaze to the enormous cave located at the foot of the cliffs. The subordinates report to Chin Suan with obvious respect that the sought-after place is located right here. The senior hunter points his finger sharply at several men, giving the order to immediately go on reconnaissance. He brooks no objections. The man notices Hansen standing nearby out of the corner of his eye, casually nudges him in the shoulder and adds with obvious mockery that he hopes the guy won't let them down. Hansen is displeased to find that the Divine Sun's men are using them as expendable material, sending them into a cave where danger may await them. The reconnaissance party, lighting the way with torches, slowly moves deeper into the dark cave, discussing the current situation and assuming that they have gone too far. One of the more experienced hunters suggests slowing down, warning that an attack could occur at any moment. The man of the Divine Sun irritably raises his hand with an energy whip, painfully lashes those who are lagging behind and orders them to stop chatting, demanding that they speed up, since money has already been paid for their work. The reconnaissance team moves forward cautiously until they reach a wide open space where the road ends at the edge of a huge underground lake. The surface remains mirror-smooth and eerily still, and the hunters stop, amazed by the sight of the lake. One of the mercenaries approaches the man of the Divine Sun with the message that there is no way further, since there is only water in front of them. The man confidently throws his hand forward, and small objects appear in the air, which instantly turn into inflatable boats, after which he orders the mercenaries to immediately cross to the other side. One of the mercenaries cannot hide his surprise, because he had never even heard of such items before. Hansen watches silently as this unfolds, noting to himself that the Divine Sun's men clearly have more information and have been thoroughly prepared for this mission. A group of mercenaries carefully board boats, which slowly begin to cross a majestic and ominous underground lake. Hansen immediately notices that the people of the Divine Sun remain on the shore. He is alarmed by why there are only mercenaries in the boats, which seems strange to him. Suddenly he hears a strange sound, accompanied by a loud splash of water. He tenses up, realizing that this does not bode well. His fears are confirmed. The next moment a huge monster appears from the water. It lets out a piercing roar and begins to rise to the surface, scattering boats in a powerful wave. Hansen is overcome with fear. He tries to understand what kind of monster is in front of him, and around him, he can hear the cries of frightened mercenaries begging for help. Chinswan is clearly pleased with what is happening, and watches everything with a smile. He says with satisfaction that finally the divine blood beast has shown itself. Meanwhile, the monster, which turns out to be a rare black dragon, emerges completely from the water, carefully examining the people, as if choosing its next victim. The black dragon suddenly rushes forward and instantly bites through one of the mercenaries who was caught off guard, tearing him into two pieces. There are panicked screams all around, people desperately trying to swim back to the shore, while the dragon, with eyes burning with hellfire, continues to look out for its next prey. The Son of God furiously lashes out with his energy whip, demanding that the mercenaries obey his orders, and states that since he paid them, they are obligated to fulfill their obligations, threatening to kill anyone who dares to escape. Shinsuan had been hunting for this powerful divine blood creature for a long time now, and he had absolutely no intention of letting some weaklings disrupt his operation. The mercenaries, quietly talking among themselves, discuss the current situation and, despite their fear, decide to take a risk and try to reach the other shore, using their numerical advantage. Hansen considers this idea to be extremely reckless, since it is obvious that the people of the Divine Sun are deliberately sending mercenaries to certain death. The black dragon disappears underwater for a moment, giving the mercenaries a chance to rush forward, hoping to swim across the lake before the monster reappears. Hansen rows with all his might, realizing Shinsuan's true intentions. The Divine Sun intends to distract the dragon by sacrificing the mercenaries to fill his stomach. The young man firmly decides that he is not going to die in this senseless operation, and is obliged to save himself at any cost. A huge shadow appears under the water and moves rapidly towards one of the boats. The next moment, a massive black dragon bursts out of the depths. It strikes the boat with incredible force and throws its passengers into the icy water. Taking advantage of the chaos and confusion, Hansen transforms, dons his battle armor and decides to use this chance to escape while it still exists. Some of the mercenaries manage to reach the other side of the lake, and they realize with horror that out of 40 people, only 7 remain. The hunter reports to the Divine Sun that it appears the creature has eaten its fill, and it is now safe to swim across the lake. Shinsuan believes that this is indeed the case and orders his subordinates to board boats to cross to the other side. The Divine Sun's plan worked. The black dragon satisfied its hunger and did not appear again. The group of hunters reached the other side of the lake without incident. Their path is illuminated by bright torches, and they continue to move forward, carefully and slowly. After some time, the hunters find a hidden crevice containing 2 huge eggs. Shinsuan's face takes on a vicious, demonic appearance as he stares at the 2 divine blood creature eggs and thinks that he can now increase his gene count. In a rude manner, he orders 2 mercenaries to immediately approach the crevice and take the 2 eggs lying in it. The mercenaries meekly carry out Shinsuan's order, take the eggs in their hands, and notice with surprise that they are incredibly heavy. At this time, a wild roar is heard, which echoes throughout the vault of the cave, and a huge dragon appears next to the mercenaries, opening its terrible mouth. The mercenaries, unable to move, hold the valuable eggs in their hands and, as if spellbound, look at the black dragon. Shinsuan calls the mercenaries useless idiots, draws his sword and charges forward with determination, determined to take the eggs, and orders his subordinates to immediately divert the black dragon's attention to themselves. The hunters, together with the mercenaries, begin to divert the monster's attention to themselves. At this time, the Son of God reaches the hunters and takes 2 eggs from them. The dragon strikes the hunters with colossal force, making it increasingly difficult for them to contain the onslaught of the enormous monster. Shinsuan presses the precious eggs to his body and tries to get away to a safe place as quickly as possible, thinking that he finally got what he wanted for a long time. The next moment, Shinsuan receives a powerful blow to the face. The guy did not expect such an attack and misses the blow, dropping the precious eggs from his hands. Hansen, dressed in his armor, stands before the Son of God with eggs in his hands and tells the boy that he is rejoicing too soon. Shinsuan holds his broken nose with his hands and tries to recover from the unexpected attack. A moment later, he realizes that his money brother has interfered in his affairs again, and a fierce rage flashes in his eyes. Hansen is in high spirits. The young man believes that everything is going better than ever. Hansen had almost reached the inflatable rubber boat, but the guy suddenly stopped. He raised his head up and realized that there was another dragon in this cave. Hansen turns back and sees the enraged Son of God and his hunters approaching him. The young man throws 1 egg towards Shinsuan and thinks that he will deal with the hunters later. First, he needs to deal with the dragon. Shinsuan catches a huge egg thrown towards him and orders his subordinates not to stop and kill the money brother. Shinsuan is furious because his money brother is stealing useful trophies from under his nose for the 2nd time. The Son of God notices that something is clearly wrong with the egg he is holding in his hands, and after a while, he realizes that it is empty. At this moment, the elder hunter shouts loudly to the Son of God, warning him of the obvious danger. Next to him, a giant black dragon jumps out of the water at great speed, opens its terrible mouth and lets out a loud roar. Shinsuan loudly curses the money brother and says that his death will be very long and painful. In high spirits, Hansen is at the steel armor shelter transport station. The guy killed 2 birds with 1 stone. He tasted the black dragon's eggs and disgraced his enemy. The young man notices that his divine genes have increased by 13 points thanks to the black dragon's egg. And this is another step towards the power he so dreams of. Suddenly, Juan stops him. The girl asks why the guy is trying to hide from her. She says that he disappeared for a few days and probably thought that she would just let him go. Hansen doesn't want to provoke the girl into a rude conversation, but he doesn't know at all what to answer her to this question, which took him by surprise. Dressed in a tracksuit, he is in the sparring room of the training complex, the air filled with the tense atmosphere of the upcoming fight. The girl tells the guy the terms of the sparring, promising that if he defeats her in the fight, she will no longer bother him. Hansen understands that this will not be easy to do, because the girl has almost 100 divine genes, and she also has rich military experience, which makes her a strong and dangerous opponent. The guy realizes that besides this, the girl also has many high-level souls, which only adds to the difficulty. But Juan tells him that she will even his chances, and in this fight they will do without souls. She offers him to withstand 50 of her blows, and then they will be even. Hansen decides that he should not stand still, because he is unlikely to be able to withstand the girl's professional blows, and he needs to act as quickly as possible. Xuan gets into a fighting stance and begins counting down the seconds until the sparring begins. The next second, the girl receives a powerful blow to the face, which she is unable to parry, which clearly disrupts her confidence during the fight. Xuan, holding her face, realizes that she clearly didn't expect the guy to use such a harsh technique, which puts her in a difficult position. Hansen feels awkward. He hoped that the girl would be able to parry his blow. Embarrassed, he runs up to her and tries to apologize for what happened. Hansen finds himself thinking that he wants only one thing: to get out of here as quickly as possible. The guy does not know how all this will end, and understands that this could be a mistake. Xuan comes to his senses after being hit and invites the young man to continue the fight. The next moment, Hansen delivers another lightning-fast blow. The girl is again unable to parry it, which confirms how unexpectedly strong and fast the guy is for her. She falls to her knees and holds her bruised nose with her hand. The guy, feeling a little guilty, tries to justify himself, saying that the girl herself gave the command to attack, so he attacked. Hansen thinks to himself that there will never be another chance like this, and he can't stop. Xuan feels very angry and irritated. Her eyes flash with rage. She screams loudly, warning the young man that she will kill him. The next moment she launches a powerful attack. The young man dodges her blows with the last of his strength, realizing that now he needs to rely only on his speed and endurance to stay alive in this fight. Xuan is beside herself with rage. Her body takes on a demonic appearance. A bright field of energy flares up around her, as if reflecting the full force of her anger and desire for revenge. Hansen walks out of the training room holding his face, which is covered in abrasions and bruises. The guy thinks that he was wrong because he could not withstand 50 punches. He realizes that he still has a long way to go to improve. The young man thinks that he is still too weak and needs to train more to become stronger. Every unsuccessful experience makes him realize how important preparation is. Xuan is taking a shower. The girl feels a little strange about today's sparring, thinking that even though the guy attacked unexpectedly, she still couldn't parry his 2 attacks, which becomes an unpleasant surprise for her. She decides to check something out, and after a shower she goes into her room to watch the video recording of the fight. Xuan thinks the guy has some good punches, but he's also too formulaic, which she thinks could be used against him in their next fight. She continues to watch the video and notices that the young man has explosive strength and acts very decisively, which makes her wonder how serious an opponent he could become in the future. This gives the girl an interesting thought. She believes that the guy is behaving like a professional killer, concentrating all his strength in one blow. She makes the assumption that Hansen uses his awkward appearance in order to mislead others. Xuan doesn't know whether the young man's skills are innate or learned, but she is certain of one thing. She finds him too vile and too disgusting to forgive for his actions. The older man sat comfortably in his chair, explaining that they had courses for beginners, intermediate and advanced, and that he could offer a variety of disciplines such as wushu, weapons, and harder styles. The man is very surprised that the young man chose a technique called evil ghosts. Because it is not just an advanced fighting style, you need to be very physically prepared for it. This makes him wonder how serious the guy is. Hansen asks the man not to worry and hands him a plastic card with 1 million on it, assuring him that he will have no trouble coping with this challenge. Hansen thinks that he has become much stronger recently after learning the ice muscle and jade bone techniques, but he still thinks that he needs to gain more experience to fully master these techniques and become even more dangerous. Hansen spies on the training sessions that take place in the sparring room, and what he sees greatly surprises the young man. What is happening before his eyes does not look like serious training, but rather resembles clumsy scratching, touching and hugging. In a word, it is a disgrace. The guy grabs his head with his hands and thinks that he would never have thought that it would be so terrible. What makes him even worse is the thought that Juan will be furious if he decides to use these strange techniques on her. Hansen believes that there is nothing to be done and he will have to start training, since he has already paid money for this course, and it is too late to back out now. The boy trained for a few days with the new master, and now feels like he has become like that old clumsy man. He hopes that the technique he learned will be useful in the future when he faces stronger opponents. He looks at the monster that is in his room and realizes that the crystal has worked. The animal begins to mutate faster and faster, and perhaps in the future it will turn into a divine beast. This lifts the young man's spirits, as it opens up great opportunities for him that he could not have expected before. Hansen is in the forest near the shelter and thinks about how he hasn't seen the Son of God or his people for a long time. While there is time, he decides to test and study the spirit of the beast that he received from the girl, curiously waiting to see what might come of it. Suddenly, a cute little kitten materializes from the energy field that was on his hand. Hansen can't help but wonder what kind of strange spirit beast this is, because he expected something more. Hansen is very surprised by this beast spirit, because apparently the girl was simply mocking him. He begins to wonder what such a tiny ally could do in battle. He was hoping for a fighting or wild spirit, but instead, he only got a cute kitten. He looks at the cute little kitten in his hand and wonders what use he could possibly have for such a pet spirit beast that clearly has no strength for fighting. Hansen extends his hand forward and in a commanding voice gives the order to the three-eyed mutant cat to attack the monster that is in front of him. The huge monster, which is located near the young man, stops chewing grass and carefully watches the guy and the three-eyed mutant cat, which is moving towards him. The cat growls loudly and attacks the monster, but receives a powerful kick from it, which throws him back to the feet of the young man. Hansen is surprised at how weak the spirit was, because in this fight the three-eyed cat could easily have died. The kitten sits at the feet of the young man, and meows pitifully. The guy understands that he is unlikely to become a powerful hunter, because this helpless little animal is not capable of anything serious. He picks it up with 2 fingers, and thinks that the girl had tricked him by handing him a very small and helpless animal that turned out to be useless in battle. Hansen realizes that he will not get any benefit from a home spirit that was created solely for beauty, and he will have to do everything himself. The guy draws his combat dagger and resolutely rushes at the monster standing nearby. Hansen takes a huge piece of meat from the fire and tells the little kitten that it looks very tasty. The guy hands the kitten a small piece of fried meat. The cat looks at the treat with delight and drools, which undoubtedly surprises the young man. Usually spirits are content to return to the void to recuperate, but this one eats real food, which makes the boy think that there might be something unusual lurking within this spirit. The young man notices that his spirit has an excellent appetite, consuming even more food than he does. In principle, everything is not so bad, because despite the fact that the new spirit does not help him in hunting, it is fun with him. And that is already something. A loud scream distracts the young man from playing with his cat. Someone is calling for help. A moment later, a young man runs out of the nearby bushes and heads towards Hansen. The guy screams loudly and asks for help, desperately trying to attract attention. A few seconds later, a loud stomping sound is heard. Clouds of dust rise into the air, and Hansen realizes that the guy is being pursued by a pack of huge monsters. The young man, in horror, asks Hansen to help him and promises to pay him a lot of money. The anxiety in his voice resembles a desperate desire to survive. Hansen instantly jumps to his feet and starts running. He tells the stranger that this herd can trample them, and no amount of money will be of any use if they do not manage to find shelter. Hansen runs to a steep cliff and grabs a vine in the hopes of climbing up it to the plateau, which will be their only chance of salvation. A young man continues to run after him. He loudly screams for help and asks Hansen to lift him up too, his voice filled with panic and despair. Hansen extends his hand to the stranger and asks him to move as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the monsters will simply trample him. The stranger jumps up and grabs Hansen's hand tightly, after which the young man begins to pull his new acquaintance up. A moment later, both find themselves in relative safety on a small ledge. Hansen informs them that they will have to stay here for a while until the animals leave. The stranger lights a cigarette and begins to tell his story. He had been on the road for a long time and lost the souls of the animals he was carrying. After which, dying of hunger, he came across a large pack of animals, which became a real disaster for him. The young man offers Hansen a light The guy takes the cigarette and notices that these are damn expensive cigarettes. His new acquaintance is clearly not one of the poor people. The stranger thanks Hansen for saving him and asks the young man to state his name, his voice expressing genuine gratitude for his help. The stranger once again thanks Hansen for saving him and asks the young man where the glory shelter is, hoping to gain information that could help him in his search. Hansen reports that there is a steel armor vault 2 days' walk away, but he has never heard of a glory vault. The stranger asks the name again, after which he begins to get very angry because he has lost his way and ended up at a different shelter, which causes internal irritation and disappointment in him. He looks down to where the pack of angry beasts is and tells Hansen not to worry, promising to pay him well when they get out of this mess. The stranger asks the young man if he has water and food with him and says that he has not had even a crumb in his mouth for several days. Hansen places a glass of water and a piece of dried monster meat in front of the young man, after which he informs him that this treat will cost 10,000. The stranger is clearly unhappy with this proposal. He tells the guy that this is a real robbery, and thus they are unlikely to get along with him. Hansen says that if a stranger doesn't like the conditions, he can eat somewhere else. The young man calms down and offers to give him food and water on credit, promising that when they arrive at the place, he will thank them for the treat and pay 3 times more, which is a kind of compromise in the current situation. The young people have been on the mountain ledge for several days now, unable to descend, as aggressive animals are still waiting for them below. The stranger rudely calls the animals below and wonders why these animals are still watching them and are not going to leave, his irritation growing with each passing day. Hansen realizes that there is no point in waiting any longer, as their supplies are running low, and decides to take action, intending to climb the mountain and try to descend from the other side. Finding a strong vine, Hansen begins to carefully climb the steep cliff, slowly moving upwards, concentrating on every move to avoid making a mistake. The stranger, watching the young man, asks him to be careful and adds that he should under no circumstances leave him here alone. After some time, Hansen reaches the top of the mountain, realizing that he had never thought before that he would have to engage in such dangerous rock climbing to get out of this mess. Almost immediately, he notices that on the top of the mountain, there is a huge nest, in the center of which is an egg of impressive size, which causes him mixed feelings of curiosity and apprehension. When examining an egg, Hansen wonders what size the parents who laid it must have been, and this causes him an inner trepidation. Without wasting any time, Hansen takes out his dagger, resolutely approaches the egg, and with great effort tries to pierce its shell. Using a tube, Hansen carefully sucks out the contents of the egg, thinking that the creatures that live in these steep cliffs may well be the carriers of the divine blood that he so desperately needs. His suspicions are confirmed when the system notifies him that the hunt was successful, and a divine bloodstorm phoenix was killed, for which he receives 1 gene of this rare power. Meanwhile, the stranger spends time alone on the mountain ledge, regretfully observing that the wild animals have not yet left and continue to watch for them below. He makes a firm promise to himself that he will never touch such animals, even if he is dying of hunger, because their presence only causes him fear and disgust. Meanwhile, Hansen, having successfully completed his descent from the mountain, finally returns to the ledge. He is greeted by a stranger who is clearly worried about his long absence. He says that he was very worried about the guy and was afraid that something serious could have happened to him. The stranger's attention is immediately drawn to Hansen's unusually swollen belly, and without restraining his curiosity, he ironically asks if the young man is expecting a child. Hansen hands the stranger a glass, explaining that it contains the egg of a divine-blooded creature known as the Storm Phoenix. The stranger accepts the treat with joy and pleasure, accompanying his action with jokes. The guy snatches the glass from Hansen's hands with a sharp movement, and without thinking, drinks its contents in one gulp, not hiding his delight. Hansen calmly asks the stranger what a phoenix egg tastes like, and immediately adds that he has now received 1 divine gene. The stranger's face instantly changes. He begins to joyfully call Hansen sir, and sincerely thank him for such a generous gift, assuring him that he is touched to the depths of his soul. He promises to reward Hansen for such care, but the guy sullenly notes that his reputation in the shelter is far from the best, and advises the stranger to stay away from him. The stranger, clearly not agreeing with this attitude, firmly states that Hansen has treated him as a friend, and he intends to repay him in kind. Moreover, he vows to deal with anyone who dares to show disrespect to Hansen, promising protection and support. Meanwhile, the animals that had been guarding the young people at the foot of the mountain suddenly retreat into the forest, leaving the boys safe. The stranger says goodbye to Hansen, waves to him and says that it was nice to meet him. The action moves to a transit station shelter, which is a developed transport hub, where life is in full swing and the movement does not stop for a second. Hansen walks along the station platform in high spirits, reflecting on the fact that the Storm Phoenix egg has added 5 more divine genes to his body, bringing his total to 18. The young man planned to go home to have a good rest, but his mood suddenly changes when he sees Xuan standing in his way. The guy greets the girl, calling her boss, and tries to turn the conversation into a friendly direction, adding a joking tone. However, Xuan turns out to be extremely strict and serious, and in a commanding tone orders the young man to follow her. Hansen tries to maintain the appearance of friendliness, but inside he is clearly irritated and has no desire to continue communicating with the girl. After a while, they arrive at the training center and find themselves in the sparring room. The atmosphere immediately becomes tense. Hansen knows that he has reached the pinnacle of his demonic possession technique, so he believes that confronting Xuan this time will be much easier than before. Xuan announces that the sparring has begun and starts moving around the room at incredible speed. At the last moment, the guy notices how she is very close and is preparing to kick him. Hansen is genuinely glad that he noticed the beginning of the attack and managed to dodge at the very last moment, avoiding Xuan's blow. The girl, having studied her opponent's technique well, realizes that the guy is capable of sudden attacks and has the potential for decisive explosive force, so she decides not to give him the opportunity for unexpected actions. However, Hansen manages to anticipate her movement. He quickly moves away from the line of attack and firmly grabs the girl by the leg, interrupting her maneuver. The next moment, the young man performs a powerful and hard throw, knocking the girl to the ground, and immediately moves on to a painful hold, bending her leg. With a sarcastic tone, Hansen addresses Xuan, calling her mistress, and asks if he can be considered victorious in this fight. The girl, beside herself with rage, calls the young man names and categorically declares that he should not even dream of defeating her in sparring. Suddenly, a powerful energy field forms around Xuan, which turns into blazing flames, which clearly frightens Hansen and forces him to retreat. The girl summons the soul of a monster, which takes the form of a huge predator, inspiring fear with its appearance and strength. Hansen tries to escape from the monster's spirit, shouting loudly at the girl that it is not fair, since they agreed not to use the souls of animals in sparring. At the last moment, he dodges a powerful blow. The energy wave destroys the arena wall, and concrete fragments fly in all directions, causing real chaos. Xuan's body begins to take on a demonic appearance. Energy flames burn brightly around her, and her unstoppable onslaught and pressure become truly terrifying to the observing Hansen. The young man sees the girl leave the arena after finishing the sparring match, and he reflects on his own lack of physical preparation, realizing that Xuan's fighting skills and experience far exceed his own. Hansen, overcome with despair, clutches his head, realizing that his strength, which he was so proud of, looks insignificant in the face of the girl's absolute power. Xuan, in turn, admits that the guy has significantly improved his abilities, managing to not only repel her attacks, but also drive her to such a degree of rage that she summoned the soul of the beast. The young men spend the following days in intensive training in the sparring arena. Xuan is outraged that Hansen has been playing the fool all this time, and she decides to teach him a lesson for trying to deceive her. Hansen notices that Xuan is deliberately trying to get under his skin, and decides to remain calm, seeing this as a chance to improve his fighting skills. He believes that having such an outstanding woman as a free training partner is a unique opportunity, but he is concerned about her harshness and complete lack of girlish tenderness. Suddenly, he hears someone calling his name and notices a girl who proudly declares that she can now leave the shelter, as she has successfully passed the initiation rite. Hansen immediately remembers her as his former classmate, with whom he studied together in elementary school. The young man smiles and starts a conversation about how quickly time flies, but their conversation is interrupted by a jet car that suddenly lands next to them. A man gets out of the car. He is clearly unhappy and begins to scold the girl for not using the home teleport again, which is why he has to worry. The man says that such transfer stations are full of annoying ragamuffins and reminds her of the need to take precautions. The girl asks the man to calm down and explains that she met her childhood friend. But the man, not hiding his arrogance, looks at Hansen with disdain. Hansen, having given his name, extends his hand in greeting, but is met with a cold refusal. The man declares that such a person is unworthy of being his companion's friend. In a threatening tone, the man demands that Hansen stay away from the girl, otherwise he will not stand on ceremony. The young man is deeply offended by this attitude and outright rudeness, so he asks the man if he realizes who he is talking to. The man is very surprised by the young man's audacity, turns around and, with displeasure, asks what exactly he doesn't like about what is happening. Hansen hears the man threaten him, promising to show him his place, and then attacks in fury. However, all the training he went through was not in vain, as Hansen mastered the close-quarters combat technique demonic possession, which gives him the opportunity to avoid such attacks in time. He deftly dodges the blows and, instantly closing the distance, grabs the man by the collar. Then, with precision and power, he makes a spectacular throw, sending it to the ground. The girl screams loudly and worries about the man. She asks Hansen to let him go immediately. Hansen loosens his grip and tells the girl not to worry, because the man is much stronger than glass and is unlikely to break. Hansen says he didn't mean to cause harm, but merely gave the man a gift to get to know him. The young man says that it is already late and he is going home, after which he tells the girl that they can have dinner some other time. The man feels very angry and cannot calm down because of the loss. He repeats the young man's name and intends to take revenge on him in the near future. A man's voice is heard telling the girl that her friend is quite interesting. The girl asks him not to cause trouble for Hansen. A sly smile appears on the man's face. He asks the girl to invite her new acquaintance to dinner sometime. The man believes that Hansen gave him a generous gift, and he simply has to repay him. The girl agrees to this proposal, but she thinks that the man is clearly up to something bad. Meanwhile, Hansen is in his room. The guy is sitting at the computer and thinking about how he hasn't had the opportunity to hunt animals in the mountains lately. So he is going to find some useful deals on the forum. The guy finds a tempting offer. One of the participants wants to buy the souls of animals, as well as the flesh and blood of mutants, and puts a pretty good price on it. However, he understands that all of this is currently in short supply, and most likely, such goods will not be so easy to obtain. He is attracted by an advertisement that someone is hiring an escort for a good fee, the only requirement being the ability to single-handedly deal with 10 primitive creatures. The guy thinks that he needs to respond to this offer. Hansen begins to think that he will need a proper weapon. In the last battle, his bronze crescent spear was broken. Hansen finds a Black Knight series jewel alloy bow and Demon's Edge series arrows. The young man thinks he has found a great lot. The combination of this bow and arrow has enormous killing power. On the market, they would ask 7 million for it. But this ad has been hanging for a long time and no one has bought it. Hansen continues to study the characteristics and learns that this bow has a maximum range of 800 meters and can pierce armor in no time from a distance of 300 meters. There is a small problem though. According to association standards, you need to score more than 7 power points to get it. The young man hopes that his ice muscle and jade bone techniques may help him achieve the required score. Hansen has only 1 million left. The guy answers the ad. For several hours there is no response to the request. The young man thinks that most likely the ad is old, or perhaps the seller is not happy with the amount he offered. However, soon a notification comes that the seller has agreed to the deal. The guy rejoices with happiness, since it is an incredible success to buy such a curiosity for only 1 million. The next day, a transport company employee comes to Hansen's room, hands the young man a shipment, and asks him to sign the documents. As soon as the transport company worker leaves, the guy immediately opens the box and tries to check his new bow as quickly as possible. Hansen pulls the bowstring tight, the thought flashing through his mind that with this weapon, he won't have to risk close combat the next time he faces a being of divine blood. The guy remembers that he has already managed to snatch the prey from the Son of God twice, and this thought pleases him. He hopes that he will take revenge on his enemy more than once. Hansen responded to the vacancy of an escort and is now preparing to meet potential future employers. He thinks about the fact that he has 23 arrows from the Thunderstorm alloy and another 20 from the Airflow series. The guy thinks that this will be quite enough for the time being. He arrives at the meeting place indicated in the advertisement and is surprised by how many people have gathered there. A stranger points his finger at Hansen and tells him that he recognizes him, after which he calls the young man an ass maniac and adds that the bow on his back really suits him. Hansen notices an old acquaintance among the crowd, who pretends he never knew him. The men ask Hansen why he came to this fair. Was it really to get hired as a bodyguard and escort? The young man continues to joke and once again calls Hansen an ass maniac. He is very amused by the story when Hansen got into an awkward situation and stabbed Juan in the buttock. Hansen tries not to escalate the situation and tells the guy that if he thinks he is not worthy of protecting him, then he will leave. However, the young man, without thinking, says that this is not at all the case, and in a commanding tone tells Hansen that he will stay here and be his bodyguard. The people around him ask the young gentleman if he is sure of his choice and if it is not a waste of time. The young gentleman says that the decision has already been made, hands Hansen an employment contract and orders him to sign it. One of the young gentleman's guards has an extremely negative attitude towards Hansen. He says that the guy is lucky and demands that he not dare to let down his new employer. A group of people slowly moves through the forest area that is located near the shelter. One of the people points to the nearby bushes and says that he noticed a primitive creature in them. Those around look to the side and see a rapidly moving silhouette of an animal in the bushes. The young master immediately gives an order to his hunters, and they rush into the thicket after the monster. The senior hunter orders them to take good care of the young master. Hansen takes an arrow from his quiver, takes aim, and then shoots it from his bow. The arrow flies at great speed in the direction where the animal was spotted, but crashes into a nearby tree. The guy realizes that the arrows called Spirit of Destiny are just as strong, but he will have to increase the draw weight a little. The senior hunter jokes about the young man's accuracy. He says that he can't shoot properly even from 20 meters away, and can't hit the target, so how can he be the bodyguard of young Master Yuan? Hansen replies that he had no intention of shooting at the animal. He was just practicing, checking the balance of the arrow. The older hunter tells the boy that this doesn't look like training. He thinks it looks more like some kind of disgrace. Hansen notices that an old acquaintance of his is standing next to them, and it is written on the guy's face that he doesn't want the young man to tell that he knows him. Meanwhile, a group of hunters have driven the wild animals into a dead end. They continue to surround them and press them against the steep cliffs. Hansen is on a small hill and from there watches the hunt. Young Master Yuan is very happy that his team has hunted down 3 primitive black-spotted beasts. The surrounding hunters ask him to be extremely careful. Yuan lunges at the predators and delivers a series of blows with his pain blade. Hansen thinks that in reality, young masters are very well prepared. They only need protection because they lack experience. The hunters have the necessary skills. They dealt with the primitive creatures in a matter of minutes without any problems. The young hunter examines the corpses of the destroyed monsters and cannot hide his joy at the trophies he has received. The young hunter gets closer and closer to the fallen animals, but does not notice that one of them pretended to be dead and is carefully watching the man. When the young hunter gets close enough, the wounded predator jumps into the air, opens its mouth, and pounces on him. The faces of the hunters surrounding the young man reflect fear and surprise. They did not expect that one of the primitive animals was alive. The predator is getting closer and closer to the young hunter, but those around him cannot protect him because they are far away. The sound of a bowstring being released is heard, after which the arrow cuts through the air at great speed. It flies within centimeters of the young hunter and hits the wounded primitive creature in the head. The young man is still in shock. He screams loudly and tries to crawl away from the already killed monster. The hunters standing next to him instantly rush towards the monster's body and begin to furiously strike with their weapons. Yen, without wasting any time, approaches the young hunter, helps him to his feet, and, after examining him carefully, asks if he is injured and how he feels, his face expressing genuine concern. The guy, having difficulty coming to his senses after what he had experienced, replies that he is fine, but despite this, he was scared to death. The senior hunter, unable to contain his emotions, loudly curses at Hansen, accusing him of shooting like a maniac and almost killing their comrade with his shot. The hunters begin to get very angry at Hansen, and the voice of the young master is heard, ordering them to get away. The senior hunter, not hiding his displeasure, asks Hansen why he is still here, since the young master ordered him to leave. Suddenly, the young gentleman approaches the elder hunter, grabs him by the throat, and with icy calm in his voice, informs him that he was the one who told him to get out. Yuan, beside himself with anger, tells the elder hunter that he pays him to provide security and asks where he was when one of the people was attacked. The young gentleman continues to scold the hunter, accusing him of not reacting to the attack and now slandering the only person who saved his comrade. The senior hunter says that he can leave without any problem, but reminds him that according to the agreement, Yuan is thus breaking the contract. The hunter, continuing his conversation, informs him of the need to pay a penalty. The young gentleman, without thinking, takes a wad of money out of his pocket and throws it into the air, and then, with contempt, informs him that he is useless and orders him to leave immediately. The older hunter, passing by Hansen, casts an angry glance at him, his eyes full of anger and indignation. The man is clearly ill-disposed towards the young man. The hunter thanks Hansen for saving him, who, smiling modestly, replies that these are just trifles for him, and he is glad that the young hunter was not hurt. Yuan, noticing the bow called Doomed Soul in Hansen's hands, wonders if the guy is at least level 7, since that's how much one needs to be to wield such a weapon. The young hunter, without doubting his conclusions, claims that Hansen has a level of at least 7. The young master believes that the guy's level is much higher, because he simply pulled the bow and shot with perfect accuracy. He believes that his strength should be at least 8. After which, he shakes Hansen's hand and tells the guy that he hopes for a long-term cooperation with him in the future. Hansen, feeling a little proud of his position, is pleased with his new employer, believing that such a wealthy, insightful, and intelligent person is very difficult to find. 2 days later, Hansen returns to the shelter and is met at the gate by a group of hunters, one of whom asks if he managed to earn a lot of money. This man turns out to be the older hunter, who was thrown out by the young gentleman, and coming closer, he sarcastically tells the boy that he is unhappy with his presence here. Suddenly, the older hunter draws his knife and lunges at Hansen, his cry that he will now teach the young man a lesson breaking the silence. Old comrade Hansen, watching this, remains indifferent and pretends that he never knew the young man. The elder hunter delivers a powerful blow with his combat dagger, his face contorting in surprise as the young man vanished from where he had been just a second ago. Hansen, with a deft movement of his hand, grabs the elder hunter's arm, blocking his combat blade, his actions precise and fast. After this, the young man, with absolute confidence in his abilities, makes a throw, twists the older hunter's arm, and takes the knife from him. An old acquaintance of Hansen cannot believe his eyes. He does not understand how his former friend, with whom he was once on equal terms, suddenly became so fast and agile. The hunters standing nearby were no less surprised by what was happening, their eyes full of amazement, their mouths open, unable to believe how the guy dealt with the experienced senior hunter in a matter of seconds. The senior hunter, lying on the ground, shouts loudly at his comrades, his voice full of anger and disappointment. He asks why they stand like statues and just watch. He orders them to immediately rush to his aid. Hansen tells the senior hunter that he talks too much, after which he begins to twist his arm hard. The man, feeling unbearable pain, begins to scream loudly. The nearby hunters draw their weapons and all rush to help their comrade, their movements quick and coordinated. Hansen takes the old hunter's knife and makes a few movements, the air around him instantly lighting up with bright energy lines. The attacking hunters, who did not expect such a turn of events, immediately stop. They are shocked by what is happening. Their eyes are full of bewilderment, and they do not understand what is happening. Hansen, noticing this, looks at the knife in his hands with surprise and realizes that it is a rather expensive item, a knife from the Ruby Steel series, the price of which can be more than $1 million. Hansen's voice is heard, saying that he needs just such a short dagger. The old friend cannot believe how his former friend has changed. After all, he remembers him as an uninitiative and weak young man who was unable to hunt even one primitive creature, and was forced to survive by hunting black beetles every day. Hansen, not paying attention to all this, tells the senior hunter that he is not yet mature enough for such a good knife. After which Hansen takes this knife for himself and says that from now on it is his weapon. Hansen turns and begins to slowly walk away from the group of hunters, his steps confident and unhurried, as if he had already made a decision and nothing could stop him. Suddenly the young man hears the voice of the older hunter, who in a commanding tone tells the boy that he must stop and says that nothing is over yet. The hunters tell the young man that he is too daring and has an overweening idea of himself, at which point another hunter, riding a horse, blocks his way, his appearance foreshadowing new problems. The elder hunter addresses the warrior on horseback and says that this little bastard has injured him and also stolen his precious knife, after which he asks the man to avenge him, his voice sounding plaintive and offended. The rider, with no trace of contempt, calls the elder hunter a stupid fool and useless trash, and then declares that his actions are a disgrace. The rider takes out his huge whip and, looking at Hansen, calls him a madman, and then says that today he will introduce him to death. Hansen begins to resolutely parry the rider's blows. His movements are swift and precise, but the young man is very surprised by how strong his opponent turned out to be, because he heard that the guy's fitness level is 9.5 points, and it seems to be true. The rider is also surprised by the young man's fighting ability. He can't believe that he blocked his whip strike and wonders when this loser became so strong. The man believes that under no circumstances should Hansen be left alive, as this guy is very strong and could pose serious problems in the future. His intentions are becoming more and more determined, and he is ready to go all the way. He once again raises his huge whip to strike and tells the guy that he is about to die. Suddenly, Hansen takes a battle arrow from his quiver, draws his bow, and to the rider's surprise, takes aim at him. This moment fills the space with tension, making everyone hold their breath. The man is clearly experiencing great surprise and fear. He never expected that the young man would try to shoot him. His self-confidence is beginning to crumble at the seams. The nearby hunters are also unable to hide their surprise. They can't quite believe that the young man would challenge Tianyang, the best of men, the son of God. Their faces are full of amazement. Hansen is aware that holding the bowstring for a long time takes a lot of strength from him. But the guy cannot afford to show weakness at such a dangerous moment. His determination is unwavering. He tells the man that if he makes even one more move, he will kill him. His words sound confident and convincing. Suddenly, Zhuan appears surrounded by her men. She approaches the young man and orders him to remove the arrow immediately, her voice full of firmness. The guy is clearly surprised by Zhuan's unexpected presence here. He wonders what the girl could be doing here. Her appearance seems mysterious and unexpected to him. Meanwhile, Zhuan tries to stop the fight. She turns to the man of the Son of God, and also demands that he put away his weapon. Hansen looks at his opponent carefully, wanting to make sure that he will obey the girl's instructions. His alertness does not weaken for a moment. Tianyang, unable to disobey the girl's order, puts away his whip, but reports that the young man is behaving extremely rudely and showing obvious disrespect to everyone. His words are full of indignation and anger. He reminds the girl that just recently a young man stabbed her in the buttock, which, in his opinion, showed obvious disrespect. His accusations sound loud and defiant. Tianyang shouts angrily, saying that today the guy decided to quarrel with him and challenge him, so he intends to get rid of him, his rage becoming more and more uncontrollable. Xuan suddenly raises his hand. Instantly, a bright energy field flares up around it, after which a powerful energy beam is directed towards the rider. In a split second, the energy beam reaches Tianyang and hits his hand holding the whip. A powerful energy blow knocks the rider out of the saddle. His subordinates immediately run up to him, asking how he feels. Their anxiety is noticeable by their fussy movements. Xuan says that she is able to take care of her people herself and does not need others to interfere in situations like this. The girl gracefully passes Hansen and in a quiet voice tells the young man to follow her immediately, her tone brooking no argument. Tianyang watches the departing young people with an evil look and thinks about how this little bastard was able to charm the girl. His thoughts are full of envy and irritation. His subordinates begin to quietly talk among themselves and make dirty jokes. Noting that it seems that love at first stab in the buttocks arose between the people, their laughter sounds inappropriate and provocative. Tianyang is unable to contain his enormous anger. He is convinced that he will never let something like this go unpunished, his rage growing with each passing second. The guy learns that Zhuan wants him to join her shooting team, but he is not very keen on doing so. His mood clearly does not coincide with the girl's plans. Zhuan knows that the young man can use the spirit of fate, which means that he is also a good shot. Her confidence in his abilities is unquestionable. The girl tells Hansen that today he offended an influential person, and the guy cannot do without her intervention. The young man thanks the girl for her concern, and replies that he is able to deal with his problems on his own. His answer is full of confidence. Xuan informs him that she is the only one with a team of marksmen in the entire steel shelter, and if the boy follows her, it will serve him well for his future in military school. Hansen asks why the girl thinks he wants to go to military school, and then tells him that he doesn't have the physical fitness to reach level 10. Zhuan believes that this standard is, of course, very strict for an ordinary person, but she is convinced that for a guy it will not be a big problem. Hansen gives the girl a surprised look before asking what she means by saying such things, his voice sounding suspicious and slightly worried. Zhuan believes that from the outside the young man may seem like a newbie, but she knows the truth about what he is. The girl is sure that his increased abilities can play a significant role in her team. Hansen asks the girl if she is angry about the incident when he stabbed her in the buttock. This question makes Zhuan wildly furious. She starts screaming loudly and demands that the young man never mention it again. Her emotions are out of control. Zhuan thinks that without a military education and a noble title, a young man has no future in the army, and he has no chance other than becoming a private soldier. Her thoughts sound harsh and realistic. Hansen has no intention of being cannon fodder, and asks the girl why she is so sure that he will not receive a noble title. The guy is determined to continue practicing the icebone technique, obtain higher levels of genetics through crystals, and in this case, he is confident that he will quickly achieve a noble title. His confidence sounds like a challenge to fate. The girl grabs the young man by the lapels and begins to shake him violently. Believing that her statements should not be questioned, she demands that he immediately join her squad. Hansen thinks that it is not worth angering the girl, agrees to her conditions, and says that he will join her group. His words sound calm but decisive. Hansen has been very tired these past few days, and as he lies on his bed, he thinks that Xuan has a fighting spirit, and if she wants to kill him, it will probably be difficult for him to fight back. These thoughts worry him. His thoughts are interrupted by a knock on the door. Opening it, the young man sees his mother on the threshold, after which he asks how he can help her. Mom tells Hansen that she has things to do tomorrow, and asks the young man to take his sister to school. The guy is happy with the news that his mother has enrolled her little sister in school, and a smile lights up his face. Hansen had been very busy in the shelter the last few days, and the woman had no time to tell him that the money he left last time was enough to send his sister to an expensive school. Hansen happily agrees to the request, thinking that the school his sister will attend is one of the best in the city, integrating cutting-edge educational methods. The next day, Hansen and his sister go to the new school, and on the way he asks the girl how she likes the atmosphere there, and whether she has made any friends. The little sister says that she still feels uncomfortable because she is a newbie, and still does not dare to talk to her classmates. She admits that she is shy. The young man gently strokes the girl's head and says that everything is fine. He asks her to be polite, get along with others, and not rush into choosing friends. A kind smile appears on the girl's face when her brother asks her to tell him everything, especially if someone tries to bully her. His words fill her with confidence and calm. Suddenly, Hansen notices familiar people. His gaze catches on figures in the distance. He looks closer and realizes that this is his first uncle, who also accompanies his child to this school. The young man looks closely at his relatives. He begins to feverishly go through possible conversation scenarios, and understands that the meeting does not promise anything easy. The uncle is clearly surprised to see the young man here. He approaches him and asks what he is doing at this school. His voice sounds reserved, but there is a hidden irritation in it. The guy replies that he brought his little sister to classes. The man asks Hansen incredulously where their family got their money from, since tuition at this school costs many millions. His gaze fills with suspicion, and his voice becomes harsher. The uncle informs the young man that he still has not received his share of the house, and claims that according to the agreement, all the family's money should be divided equally, after which he asks where his share is. Hansen gives the man a dirty look, his eyes full of contempt. He asks his uncle if he read the family contract carefully. The guy reminds the man that his late father paid 2 million for their debts, and states that none of them should demand money from his family anymore. The man starts shouting, calling the young man a brat and accusing him of fraud, and then says that he will immediately go to his mother to sort things out. Hansen calmly replies that in that case, he would have the legal right to shoot his uncle for trespassing, his voice cold and confident. The man is unable to contain his anger, calling Hansen a cheeky puppy, and then rushes into a fight, clearly not caring about the consequences of his actions. Hansen effortlessly parries his uncle's attack, confidently taking the initiative and firmly grabbing his fist with his own hand, demonstrating superiority. The young man instantly lowers his center of gravity and performs a spectacular throw, easily dropping the man to the ground, his movements fast and precise, like those of an experienced fighter. Hansen looms over his fallen uncle and calmly tells him that if he wants to die, he can come to his house, his words sounding like a warning. The sister watches Hansen silently, her eyes wide with fear. The girl is clearly frightened by what is happening, but at the same time she cannot hide her admiration for her brother. The uncle's wife, trying to calm her child, asks him not to be afraid, promising that she will now take him to school, and then immediately call the police to arrest this impudent hooligan. Hansen asks his uncle to calm down and make decisions calmly and thoughtfully, after which he demonstrates a miniature dictaphone. The man, lying on the ground, instantly realizes that their conversation, including his threats, is being recorded and can be used against him, which causes him genuine fear. The man reaches out to the young man, calling him a disgusting puppy, and demands that he delete the recording immediately, his voice full of despair and anger. In response to this, Hansen firmly grabs his uncle's arm and begins to twist it, skillfully performing a painful hold. Hansen tells his uncle that they are still a family and offers to discuss everything peacefully, promising to delete the recording if the man transfers him 2 million. The man, barely containing his anger, calls the young man a madman and claims that he is clearly delirious, his face red with rage and pain. Hansen tightens his grip, continuing to twist his uncle's arm, his calm seeming almost frightening. Hansen takes out his phone, where he receives a message that 2 million have been deposited into his personal bank account, which makes him smile contentedly. Hansen tells the man that he will, of course, delete the recording, but only if he is in the mood, adding that his uncle had better not show up at his house again if he doesn't want any trouble. The man continues to sit on the ground, rubbing his injured arm and quietly cursing under his breath, his anger and humiliation clearly finding no outlet. After Hansen and his sister leave, the man begins to shout loudly and calls the young man a vile bastard. The uncle does not understand when this weak child became so strong and evil. He thinks that the young man is not at all like his former self. His words are full of disappointment and hatred. The young man is very worried about his sister being late for class because of this incident. He feels guilty and worried. In addition, the guy thinks that the girl is scared as she speaks in a very quiet voice. His heart sinks with concern for her condition. Hansen decides that he can no longer use force in front of his sister. Because she is still so young and should not witness such violence, his thoughts are full of regret and concern for her future. A young man approaches the physical training center. He has practiced the icebone technique several times and wants to take a test to see if his strength has increased. The guy goes inside a building called the Star River, where the participants' ratings are heard over the loudspeaker, and he realizes that none of them were able to get the required rating in less than 20 seconds. The young man hears his name. He thinks that the test result is quite good, but next time he is going to improve his result and reach the second level. The guy thinks that he needs to put in as much effort as possible because he wants to become the captain of the starship. He deliberately waited until the test room was empty, but the doors were closed, and someone managed to get ahead of him and occupy the training capsule. Participants have the opportunity to observe what is happening inside. The young man is eager to see who caught the moment when there were not so many people in the center. What he sees greatly amazes him. He sees how a participant, testing his strength, uses the soul of a beast to break through combat robots. However, he thinks that it is still useless. 60 meters is not a bad result for a person with undeveloped strength. 70 is already good. However, even using the spirit of the beast, it is impossible to pass the ideal result of 100 meters. Inside the test capsule is Hansen, a guy dressed in beast armor and already 76 meters of testing. He slowly moves forward, crushing the robots that are constantly attacking him with powerful blows. The robots are torn to pieces by the young man's powerful blows. Hansen continues his furious attacks and speeds up his movement in order to complete the tests as quickly as possible. The young man watching Hansen pass is very surprised. He cannot believe his eyes and thinks that this cannot be, because the subject passed the test in a short time, only 10 seconds. People at the entrance to the physical training center are animatedly discussing how some newbie literally wiped out the robots and passed the test in just 10 seconds. Inside the physical training center, the newcomer is also being discussed, many of the participants recognizing the armor that belonged to the money guy. There is a luxurious, expensive villa on the seashore. A male voice is heard asking to come and look at something interesting. A young man appears in the room. He asks his interlocutor what's the matter. The guy has just finished tidying himself up and is getting ready to go to class. His friend shows a holographic screen and reports that a new record has been broken. Some newbie has completed the test in 10 seconds. The guy says that his face is not visible on the cameras, but in his opinion, this stranger will soon score the maximum number of points for all genes except the divine one. In addition, the young man believes that the newcomer has a well-developed technique of ultra-nuclear genes, and he also uses the souls of animals. His friend asks him to stop giving all this detailed information and just wants to know the name of this new guy. He is worried because it is very difficult to reach the second refuge of the gods. And now there is an unknown guy who can prevent him from participating in the competition for the best 10 sons of God. His friend makes the assumption that with the level of a newbie, he must have a difficult background. He thinks it might have something to do with the military. The guy replies that these are just guesses, and they urgently need to collect detailed information about this stranger. Lisitsin believes that he needs to find out as quickly as possible who this mysterious stranger could be. The guy believes that such a strong person is capable of influencing the situation in the entire shelter. Hansen is at the transfer station. The guy has only been gone a couple of days, and Juan has already told him to come back immediately. Xuan informs the young man that he is now her subordinate, and she must be aware of his whereabouts at all times. The guy replies that he wasn't trying to hide or conceal himself. He just decided to return to the Star River. The girl orders the young man to stop making excuses and tells him that he must immediately go to the training center to officially join the shooting team. Suen reports that she is now heading to the Star Group and advises the young man to hurry and get everything done before she returns. At the entrance, the girl turns sharply and reminds the guy that he joined the group of shooters only because of her. Hansen thinks that the Son of God is a representative of the Star Group, an organization about which there are various rumors. After this, the young man remembers that his father's death is also connected with this organization. Hansen thanks the girl for her trust and tells her that she is very kind and responsive. Hansen ponders why the girl took him under her protection. The guy makes the assumption that perhaps she likes him as a man. The officer accompanying the young man opens the heavy door and asks the guy to go inside. Inside the room, Hansen finds a stunning woman. The young man gives his name and says that Xuan asked him to come to her. The woman looks closely at the young man and after a minute's pause asks his name again. After that, she gives the guy a sharp look and informs him that he is a whole 10 seconds late. The guy starts making excuses and says that he didn't want to be late at all. but Zhuan delayed him with her instructions. The woman clearly doesn't like the young man's answer. She thinks that he needs to learn good manners, because he was late and is now hiding behind other circumstances. After this, she hands the guy a piece of paper and asks him to hurry up and fill out this form. Hansen quickly fills out the form and thinks that this woman seems to be very hostile towards him. The woman wonders what skills the young man has that caught Zhuan's interest. The guy has a hard time filling out the form because the woman keeps distracting him by showing off her excellent physical shape, which doesn't allow him to concentrate. Hansen hands the woman a completed form and learns that he must be in the training room at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning without delay. Suddenly, a beep is heard, and a holographic image appears in the corner of the room, abruptly interrupting their conversation. The image gradually turns into Xuan. The girl orders both people to come to her office immediately. They immediately go to Xuan's office, where a large screen is showing the stranger's performance at the testing center, and the girl reports that this video has stirred up the entire internet. Hansen immediately recognizes that this video is of him in the gym. The guy wonders how such a video got online. The girls discuss the performance and come to the conclusion that the video shows the money brother. His skills amaze them. They wonder if anyone has seen his face. Hansen is scared to death. But gradually the guy calms down and understands that everything is fine, since no one knows that he is the money brother. Xuan believes that thanks to this video, they now know that Money Brother not only has divine-level armor, but also practices ultra-nuclear techniques. She intends to find this man by any means necessary, especially since he was nearby at the physical fitness testing center. The woman makes the assumption that this person is from far away, since there are no outstanding people near the Star River, and it is difficult to imagine that they will appear at all anytime soon. Xuan believes that they need to try their best to get the Money Brother to join them. Then when hunting god-level creatures, they will no longer need to cooperate with the god's son. Hansen understands that the girl is looking for talented people and is going to change the social structure of the shelter. Hansen humorously tells that he once heard that the Money Brother is a loner, and it will be very difficult to draw him into their organization. Xuan shakes the woman's shoulders and asks the young man not to worry. She informs him that they have some tricks that can be used against men. Yanman is truly a very beautiful and spectacular woman. No man can resist her beauty and charm. Hansen tries to stay calm, but the guy is very worried and thinks that most likely these two women have gone crazy. After some time, the young man comes to his room. He watches the monster in the cage and understands that a little more, and it will completely evolve to the divine level. Hansen believes that he only needs to wait a few more days until that moment. The next day, the young man arrives at the rifle group training camp. He watches as a large number of shooters train non-stop on special stands. Hansen notices an old acquaintance among the shooters and then calls out his name. Xiao Qiao stops what he's doing and turns around abruptly, asking the young man in surprise how he knows his name. Hansen immediately realizes that he is in a very awkward situation since the guy only knows him as his money brother. Hansen tries to get out of this situation and tells Xiao Qiao that everyone knows him because of his connection with the money brother. Xiao Qiao is clearly pleased with his fame and popularity, and then tells the young man that training here is quite difficult. Xiao Qiao decides to warn the guy and quietly tells him to be careful, as the head of the shooting group is a real sadist and pervert. Hansen says that he has already had the good fortune to communicate with the senior rifle group. At this moment, a loud female voice is heard. The woman rudely asks the young people what they are doing there. Yan Man approaches the boys, clearly irritated that her subordinates are being distracted from their training, her eyes instantly flashing a demonic red light. The young men were clearly scared. They didn't want to join the senior rifle group at all, and this situation was already starting to look like a far from successful meeting for them. Xiao Qiao is very upset because the woman, as punishment for their conversation during training, ordered him to hit the target 1,000 times using a level 7 bow. Yanman reports that young people can leave the training hall only when they fulfill her conditions. If they violate it, they will later greatly regret it. Xiao Qiao thinks it's impossible to hit the target 1,000 times in a short period of time, and his strength has only recently reached level 7. So he knows that this punishment won't be an easy test. Hansen asks the young man not to be a crybaby. He suggests not to waste time and start doing the task, making it clear that he needs to gather his strength and move forward. However, Xiao Qiao still can't calm down. The guy says that the elder will send someone to watch them and will not let them go until they make 1,000 hits. Hansen thinks that there is nothing to do and they will have to train anyway. The only thing that calms him down is that they have no time limit. He gives his friend a stern look and asks him to remember that it is good for men to do such things. Hansen knows in his heart how hard it is for his friend, who has just reached strength 7 and will have a hard time even drawing the bowstring. The young men continue to train and hear the older students passing by talking about how they are going to hunt a creature with divine blood tomorrow morning. The older disciples boast that the Son of God invited the best archers to help him hunt. Hansen doesn't show it outwardly, but he listens attentively and remembers all the information about the upcoming hunt. Suddenly, an instructor appears nearby and demands that they immediately stop chatting and continue training hard. Xiaoqiao hands the instructor a wad of money. The guy asks him to put in a good word for him and talk to the leader so that he can be taken on the hunt. However, unexpectedly the instructor pushes the guy's hand away and asks him not to dare to give him a bribe, after which he tells the young man that he is a very bad shooter. After which the instructor approaches Hansen and in an angry voice warns the guy not to dare to slack off and to train better. The instructor leaves the young men and informs them that their unit is not a place for scum. After which he reminds them that they need to hit the target at least 1,000 times. Hansen watches the instructor and thinks that there really is no point in being lazy here, and the rules are very strict. Xiaoqiao calls the instructor a freak and wonders why the man didn't take the money today, because before this he always accepted bribes. Everything seemed to be going according to plan, but the situation suddenly changed. Xiaoqiao tells the guy that the instructor clearly doesn't like him, and he needs to be careful with this man, as his displeasure could have serious consequences. Xiaoqiao asks the guy not to be frank with the instructor, since he is on very good terms with Yanman and is losing his head over her appearance, which, in Xiaoqiao's opinion, could be the reason for the instructor's inappropriate behavior. Hansen thinks that today he has a huge amount of new information on his head, and it is greatly overloading him. The guy decides to throw all thoughts out of his head and continues to train, since the arrows will not hit the target on their own 1,000 times. Hansen tells his friend that tomorrow they will definitely go hunting, after which he shoots a bow, surprising him. Since the guy hit the target from 150 meters, this result seemed almost impossible for a beginner. Hansen believes that continuous archery is not a problem, as the basics of the technique are easy to learn, and for him, it is more a question of persistence than skill. One after another, the young man sends arrows straight into the center of the target 40 times in a row. Yanman is unable to hide his surprise, believing that his new friend has an innate talent. The older students passing by notice the young men training, and think that Hansen shoots quite well and quickly, demonstrating a level of skill that is unexpected for a beginner. They observe that the guy does not change his hand and shoots from one position, from which they conclude that Hansen had practiced before in secret from everyone. The instructor watches the young men closely from the sidelines, but unlike the older students, he is not pleased with the guy's skills, as he believes that people like him do not achieve great success in the long term anyway. Hansen asks Xiaoqiao not to stand idle and continue to train hard, because only through hard work can one achieve results and complete the task. Xiaoqiao pulls back his bowstring and thinks that if his new friend can organize tomorrow's hunt, he will become his true idol. Hansen smiles mysteriously and asks the young man to trust him, after which he confidently says that they will succeed since he has a plan. Yanman watches the young men training closely and comes to the conclusion that Xuan made the right choice. She found a capable young man who, at this rate, will complete her task by midnight. The woman is interested in the question of whether Hansen can get along with other people and be a non-conflict team member, because this quality is of no small importance. Xiaoqiao, exhausted after a long training, falls to the floor. The young people were able to complete the task, shooting more than 5,000 arrows, which turned out to be a real challenge. It was Hansen who hit most of the targets, for which Xiaoqiao sincerely thanks him, admitting that he would never have managed without his friend's help, and now considers him his idol. Hansen is very concerned about what kind of creatures of divine blood the Divine Sun squad will hunt tomorrow. Xiaoqiao tells the young man that this is not a problem and asks him not to worry, as he already found out everything during the day, because in this world there is no information for him that could not be bought with money. Xiaoqiao says that the assistant informed them that their target tomorrow is a flying creature of divine blood, which adds intrigue to the upcoming hunt. Hansen is alarmed by this information, because he understands perfectly well that it will be extremely difficult to deal with a flying creature due to their speed and maneuverability. Xiaoqiao says that in the steel armor hideout there are few who know how to shoot a bow, so the Son of God was forced to ask them for help to increase his chances of success. Hansen wonders how he can deal with the monster, because the flying creatures of divine blood are extremely powerful, and ordinary arrows are completely useless against them. The guy is in his room, and is going to find a cellar of an arrow that will contain Z-steel. This metal has unique properties. Z-steel is a new type of metal that is much stronger than ordinary steel, because in terms of elasticity and strength, it is much superior to standard alloys. if you add just a few tenths of a percent of Z steel to the alloy, the performance of the weapon will be greatly improved. The prices on the official market are too high, and at the moment the young man cannot afford it, which forces him to look for alternative options. The Black Knight's Z steel content is only 0.5%, and the bowstring's content barely reaches 1%. Luck smiles on the guy as he finds a great lot, where the seller has set a reasonable price, and the Z steel content turns out to be more than 1%, which completely suits Hansen. The seller arranges a meeting in a very strange place. The young man gets to an abandoned alley in the red light district, which arouses his suspicions. During the negotiations, everything sounded very mysterious, and Hansen did not expect at all that the meeting would ultimately take place in such a place, which makes him wary. Hansen offered to complete the transaction remotely and receive the required arrow by mail. But the seller ruled out this option, insisting on a personal meeting. Hansen is at the designated location, notices a stranger waving at him, and assumes that this is probably the seller he had arranged to meet. The man takes Hansen to a deserted alley and asks in a straightforward tone if the young man really intends to purchase the rare arrow he is offering. The seller demonstrates a fine product, telling that he made this arrow by hand, and invites Hansen to evaluate the quality of the product before paying money for it. Hansen picks up the arrow and is surprised to see that its center of gravity is perfectly aligned, which makes him assume that the seller is truly a master of his craft. He takes out a knife and, to make sure of the quality of the product, asks permission to test the arrow for strength using his tool. The man notices a knife from the cutting steel series in Hansen's hands, and, confident in the quality of his product, says that the young man can test the arrow as much as he wants. Hansen hits the arrow with a knife several times to test its strength, and finds that the knife gets nicks while the arrow doesn't even get scratched, confirming that it contains at least 1% Z steel. Satisfied with the quality of the weapon, Hansen tells the seller that the product is excellent, and he is ready to buy it. The man tells Hansen that the arrows he sells are made from bearings used on a Star-class battleship, and notes that he has no intention of deceiving the young man. He claims that the Z steel content in the product exceeds 1% and emphasizes that his craftsmanship surpasses anything that machines can create. Initially, Hansen treated the offer with a fair amount of skepticism. However, after testing the arrow for strength, he calmed down a little and began to trust the seller. The man puts the money in his pocket, assuring Hansen that he is glad to cooperate, and adds that if necessary, the guy can always contact him. The next morning, a large number of hunters gather near the gates of the refuge of the gods, preparing for an important mission. Tianyang reports to the Son of God that among those gathered there is the same guy who regularly creates trouble for those around him. At this time, Xuan, surrounded by his team, slowly approaches the main entrance of the vault, attracting the attention of the hunters. The Son of God greets the girl and confidently declares that they will deal with the divine being with one blow, to which the girl promises that her shooting group will show its best side. Tianyang abruptly stops Hansen, throwing him a rude question about why the rifle team accepts people like him, and calls him a freak. Xuan immediately intervenes in the conversation, reminding Tianyang that she had already informed Hansen that he was her person, and adding that she should remember things like that better. The Son of God, noticing the escalation of the situation, intervenes and asks Tianyang not to embarrass the girl with his attacks, to which he reluctantly agrees. Tianyang stops verbally attacking Hansen, but instead makes a quiet, contemptuous remark about him being nothing more than trash hiding behind a woman. Xiao Qiao is wary of Tianyang's presence and fear that he may cause them trouble, to which Hansen indifferently replies that it doesn't bother him, since this person is only capable of barking loudly, but not biting. A group of hunters are positioned at a height. The lookouts report to the Son of God that they have reached their destination, and everyone is ready for action. Xuan and his team take up position at the foot of the mountain, following the pre-arranged plan of the Son of God to begin tracking and driving the creature out of hiding. Qinsuan proudly tells Yanman that he has specially prepared something for her shooting team. Tianyang opens the tight cases filled with arrows with apparent importance. At this moment, the confident voice of the Son of God is heard, who orders that 100 arrows, each containing 1% Z steel, be distributed to each of the shooters. After this, the Son of God turns to Hansen, points his finger at him, and with obvious hostility declares that the arrows will be distributed to everyone except him. Hansen remains calm, believing that he has a significant advantage, because no one around him suspects that he is a money brother. Yanman asks the Son of God why he refused to include the young man in the list of arrow recipients, and she reminds him that Hansen is also a member of the shooting group. Qinsuan arrogantly explains to the girl that he provides these arrows completely free of charge, and, as their giver, has the right to decide who can use them. Yanman is forced to accept the arguments of the Son of God, humbly adding that since he is in charge of the operation, his orders are not subject to discussion, and they will carry them out without question. The girl, without further ado, orders her subordinate to find the 5 best participants in the last test and give each of them 20 arrows, because, in her opinion, their arrows are in no way inferior to the star ones. Yanman is convinced that the Son of God has a grudge against Hansen and is deliberately ignoring her, which disgusts her so much that she wants to beat him to death. The senior warriors give instructions to the rest of the participants, demanding that they speed up and set up an ambush according to their plan, with priority given to the elite fighters, who must take key firing positions. Tianyang points contemptuously at the young men and announces that they are not part of the elite, and therefore should position themselves near the nearest boulder, away from the main positions. Hansen asks Xiao Qiao to ignore the injustice and emphasizes that in the current situation, they need to obey orders to avoid unnecessary trouble. The young men take their assigned position. Xiao Qiao is extremely irritated by this attitude. He is sure that they are being deliberately humiliated, as if they are second-class citizens. He believes that the Son of God is deliberately putting a spoke in their wheels by refusing Hansen the star arrow. Hansen, in turn, does not see anything surprising in this, because he is firmly convinced that he has long been a thorn in the side of God's Son, and this is just another confirmation of his thoughts. Xiao Qiao asks the young man why he is not angry at all, to which Hansen replies that he is, of course, angry, but prefers not to show his feelings, keeping his cool. The guy is sure that in order to gain the approval of the senior players, he needs to speak to them exclusively in the language of force, because only then will they begin to be taken seriously. So he decides to kill this creature and try to take possession of its soul. Xiao Qiao believes that this is absolutely impossible, because on the opposite side of the cliff there are people of the Son of God, who will definitely shoot the creature as soon as it appears. After carefully examining his arrows, Xiao Qiao comes to the disappointing conclusion that normal weapons are completely useless against such a powerful monster. The next moment, a loud, terrifying scream is heard in the mountains, echoing throughout the area. This causes the young men to instantly focus as they realize that the hunt for a powerful creature has begun. The Divine Sun's people lured out the divine being, which turned out to be a purple-scaled dragon. Yanman gives a command to her archers, ordering each one to aim carefully and fire a volley solely on her command in order to achieve maximum effectiveness. The archers immediately follow the girl's instructions. They take out their arrows, draw their bows, and, holding their breath in concentration, wait for the command. After a while, Yanman gives the order to fire, and dozens of arrows instantly rush towards the purple dragon. However, the dragon's powerful scales easily deflect the fired arrows, and although some of them hit it, they do not cause significant damage to the creature. Xiao Qiao observes the situation and comes to the conclusion that the star arrows may be of low quality, as they are completely ineffective against the purple dragon and do no damage to it. Hansen reaches for a star arrow from his quiver, knowing that if he misses the monster's eye, the attack will be completely useless and will have no effect. The boy draws back his bowstring and takes careful aim, knowing that an arrow containing more than 1% Z steel should be able to penetrate the purple dragon's powerful defense. Xiao Qiao realizes that the Divine Sun's men have made a feint attack to lure the dragon out of ambush and distract its attention, after which they are going to deliver a precise strike. The Divine Sun leaps high into the air, takes out the star arrow, and prepares to fire the decisive shot that will end this battle. Shinsuan is confident that luck is on his side, and he will easily destroy the purple dragon, which will bring him well-deserved glory. He fires a star arrow that hits the dragon, causing severe damage and rendering it unable to fight back. The huge dragon, feeling great pain, lifts its terrible mouth and lets out a loud, terrible roar that echoes throughout the area and makes even the most cold-blooded warriors shudder. Hansen is in no hurry to make his shot at this time, believing that the right time has not yet come, because the dragon's defense has not weakened, and he needs to wait a little. The hunters continue to fire dozens of arrows at the dragon, gradually wearing down the huge flying monster and weakening its strength. Yanman summons the soul of the monster, which takes the form of a glowing energy arrow and bow. She is not willing to let the Divine Sun remain the winner in this battle. The girl carefully aims and releases the bowstring. The energy arrow hits the dragon with great speed, creating powerful fiery explosions around its body. The dragon lets out a loud scream. Its body is engulfed in explosions, but despite the heavy damage, it is still alive and capable of regeneration. At this time, the Son of God, riding on a trained monster, pursues the dragon and gives the order to the hunters to continue shooting at its wings to prevent the monster from flying too far. The purple dragon, seeing the hunters as a mortal threat, tries to fly to a nearby mountain ledge to hide and recuperate. Hansen continues to pursue the purple dragon, running through difficult mountain trails. Frustrated that he does not have enough equipment and a mount like the other participants, he believes that they need to capture the monster first. But Xiaoqiao doubts their success, fearing that they might injure themselves while pursuing the dragon in such difficult conditions. The young men look up and see Xuan deftly chasing the purple dragon, jumping from one mountain ledge to another on his riding monster. Hansen is amazed at how quickly the girl moves up the steep slopes, demonstrating agility and confidence in every move. Xuan, flying over the young man, suddenly extends his hand to him, indicating that he intends to take him on his mount to continue the pursuit together. Hansen instantly runs up, jumps with great force, and grabs the girl by the hand in the air. A moment later, the guy is behind her on a tamed monster, and they continue their rapid pursuit of the purple dragon. Xiaoqiao extends his hand forward and pitifully asks the girl to take him with her, clearly unhappy at being left behind. Hansen, sitting behind the girl, feels awkward, as he is too close to her and involuntarily notices how thin her waist is. Xuan immediately guesses what the young man is thinking and sharply orders him to focus on the task at hand, sternly warning him not to let his hands get loose. She explains that she took him with her for only one reason. Her assistant told her that the guy is an excellent shot and could be useful in battle. As the young men continue their pursuit, Hansen reflects on how convenient it would be to have a tamed flying animal capable of flying over mountain peaks for such a hunt. Qinsuan notices Xuan and Hansen together. His irritation is further increased by the fact that the young man is accompanying the girl. This makes the son of God feel jealous. Yanmen tells Xuan that she arrived just in time, as the dragon had just flown to the top of the mountain. The girl adds that even the arrows with the beast's soul could not cause serious damage to it, and asks what to do next. Xuan believes that it is necessary to climb to the top of the dragon and try to kill it there, or find a way to drive it down. Otherwise, after restoring its body, the chances of winning will be zero. Qinsuan orders his men to gather and begin climbing to the top to force the purple dragon to come down, while he himself intends to wait below to deliver the final blow. The hunters approach a steep cliff and begin to discuss how steep and inaccessible the mountain looks, with no idea how to get to its top. The son of God, irritated by the indecisiveness of his subordinates, abruptly demands that they begin the climb immediately, and then announces that anyone who can reach the top will receive an extra share of the purple dragon meat as a reward. The hunters look at each other, pondering the offer of the son of God, and come to the conclusion that this is an excellent opportunity to get a large piece of dragon meat, as well as significantly increase the number of their genes. Hansen believes that the tactics of the son of God remain unchanged, because he, as before, risks the lives of his people to achieve his own goals. Xuan is confident that the task is entirely doable, and believes that the chance to get more trophies is worth the effort to reach the top of the mountain. The son of God, noticing the girl's aspiration, sharply declares to Xuan that she has absolutely no need to go upstairs, because her place is below, where she should lead the subordinate hunters. Xuan replies that she doesn't like such a proposal at all, as she prefers to actively participate in the battle and hates to just wait without taking part in the action. The son of God suddenly rudely pushes Hansen in the shoulder and sharply asks why he is still in no hurry to go upstairs, and then orders him to immediately follow Xuan. The young men silently exchange angry glances, Hansen realizing that the son of God is deliberately creating obstacles for him, clearly having a hidden plan that could turn into mortal danger for him. Meanwhile, the hunters find strong vines and begin to carefully climb up, overcoming the steep ledges of the mountain, at the top of which the purple dragon gradually regains its strength. Xuan rises confidently, demonstrating not only excellent physical fitness, but also a strong determination to achieve his goal. The massive purple dragon notices the hunters approaching him, spreads his massive wings and lets out a loud, menacing cry that echoes throughout the mountains. As soon as the first group of hunters reaches the top, the dragon immediately begins its counterattack, using the strength of its wings and the power of its paws to push back the enemies. Yuan quickly assesses the situation and realizes that the hunters will not be able to defeat this huge creature in an open fight, so he gives the order to take cover and attack the enemy from a safe distance. The shooters immediately carry out her orders, finding cover behind rocks and crevices, from where they are ready to open fire at the first signal. The purple dragon, exhausted and covered in numerous wounds, continues to resist fiercely, waving its powerful tail and destroying the shelters where the archers are hiding. Hansen, closely observing the progress of the battle, realizes that the dragon has become seriously weakened. He decides that the time has come for the decisive shot, which, in his opinion, the monster will definitely not be able to survive. At this time, the Son of God appears nearby. He activates the spirit of the monster, and a huge energy field instantly materializes behind him, taking the form of an evil monster. Hansen is very unhappy with the presence of the Divine Son, as he believes that he can ruin his entire plan. The spirit of the monster quickly approaches the young man, after which it deals him a powerful blow, which does not allow the guy to make the final shot. A powerful blow throws Hansen far to the side, and the guy falls into the abyss, but at the last moment, the young man manages to grab the rope. The rope begins to swing violently from side to side, and Hansen hits his body with a loud thud against the steep, cold rock. The young man feels great pain after the blow and loudly curses the Divine Son. Fortunately, his physical fitness is sufficient to survive such a powerful blow and keep his bones intact. Hansen climbs to the top, looks around, and calls God's son a bastard for using the beast's soul in an obvious attempt to kill it. Meanwhile, the monster soul summoned by the Divine Son quickly approaches the wounded purple dragon, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Hansen reflects on how God's son used a very clever tactic to deal with the purple dragon, noting that his assistant also used the beast's soul to complete the monster's encirclement. Hansen realizes that his monster spirit called Bloody Killer is unable to help now and decides to wait for the right moment. At this moment, the spirit of the monster in the form of a huge lion makes a swift leap and sinks its massive fangs into the purple dragon's body, trying to deprive it of the ability to resist. At the same time, the Tianyang monster spirit, which had taken the form of a giant gorilla, launched a powerful blow with its huge paws straight at the purple dragon's head, ending the series of attacks. The purple dragon lets out a piercing cry, rises to its paws, and forcefully throws the attacking spirit monsters in different directions, demonstrating the remains of its strength. Xuan, taking advantage of this opportunity, takes out a combat dagger and resolutely rushes into the attack, believing that the dragon has already been weakened to the limit and will no longer be able to resist. The Son of God, confident of a quick victory, orders his subordinates not to reduce the pressure and continue the attacks in order to finally destroy the dragon. The young men, gritting their teeth, synchronously approach the monster's huge body and plunge their weapons into its gigantic flesh. The dragon, overcome with unbearable pain, raises its wings and lets out a deafening cry that shakes everything around. A blow from the dragon's powerful wings forcefully throws all the attackers in different directions. Xuan flies to the nearest rock and hits it with all his might. Hansen watches the scene closely, his gaze fixed on the girl, and he is overcome with deep concern for her condition after such a strong blow. The purple dragon, gathering its remaining strength, soars into the air and jumps onto a nearby cliff, and the hunters panic and discuss that if the monster rises higher, they will no longer have a chance to kill it. Hansen immediately rushes in pursuit of the dragon. At this time, the voices of the senior hunters are heard. They demand that the monster not be allowed to escape. The young man understands that the decisive moment has come, and, slowly stretching out his hand to his quiver, prepares to shoot, taking out an arrow with Z metal, capable of piercing even the strongest opponents. At this moment, the Son of God, not wanting to give up his prey, calls upon the spirit of the monster, which takes the form of a huge bow. He then fires an energy arrow, aiming it straight at the purple dragon. Hansen watches the energy beam fly fast, his gaze betraying confidence that now is the time for him to fire. The young man's hand releases the tight bowstring, and the Z metal arrow rushes towards its target with a deafening whistle, piercing the air at incredible speed. Within a moment, the arrow reaches the energy shot of the Son of God, collides with it, and then confidently overtakes it, heading straight for the purple dragon. To an outside observer, it may appear that both arrows reach the purple dragon at the same time. But in reality, Hansen's arrow outpaces the energy shot and hits the monster first. The purple dragon lets out a deafening cry before its massive body crashes down onto the mountain plateau, causing the surrounding hunters to stop in confusion. The hunters, along with the Son of God, express obvious irritation, lashing out at Hansen with reproaches and calling him a fool, as it becomes clear that it was his arrow that ended the hunt. Xuan, recovering from a strong blow to the rock, looks at Hansen in confusion, wondering how he managed to defeat such a powerful creature. The girl does not believe her eyes. The Son of God, overcome with rage, suddenly grabs Hansen by the clothes, demanding to know if he received the soul of the blood beast, his voice sounding like an order. Hansen calmly replies that, of course, he would like to take possession of such a valuable trophy, but regretfully notes that this time he was unlucky and did not get any souls. Xuan, looking at the young man with slight distrust, asks the same question, wondering if he got the soul of the purple dragon. She insists that he tell her only the truth. The girl adds that according to generally accepted rules, the soul of the beast goes to the one who dealt the fatal blow. Hansen reports that he feels no change and is unlikely to have received the dragon's soul. He justifies his shot by saying that otherwise the purple dragon could have flown away, and all the hunter's efforts would have been in vain. Xuan thought that the young man might be telling the truth. After all, the purple dragon's soul is not that easy to obtain. She orders the young man to forget about this conversation and demands that he not catch the eye of the Son of God, otherwise he will kill him. The guy thanks the girl and says that he understood very well everything she told him, after which he remembers with what fury the Son of God attacked him, how he hit him and called him the worst names. He continues to remember how Xuan covered him with her body. The girl ordered him to stop beating and told the Son of God that if he touched her man even once more, she would not stand on ceremony with him. The guy remembers the girl standing in front of him. He admires her determination and thinks that he is really lucky, because otherwise the Son of God would have simply destroyed him. Hansen enjoys taking a hot shower. The young man feels much better. A smile appears on his face and he begins to think about the purple dragon's soul, trying to make sense of what happened. The guy stretches his right hand forward, and a bright purple energy flame instantly flares up on his palm, filling him with power. He remembers how he shot an arrow at a dragon. The system congratulated him on a successful hunt, informing him that he had received the beast's soul. The young man feels great joy that he managed to obtain such a rare soul, because there are not many people in the shelter who have souls of such a high class. He steps out of the shower into his room and instantly notices that the color of his copper-toothed wolf has changed, causing him to react instantly. The young man happily continues to examine the monster and realizes that the copper-toothed wolf's blood level has now reached divine levels. In just 3 months, the crystal was able to grow into the soul of the beast. The young man, overcome with joyful awe, admires the monster, not hiding his enthusiastic reaction. He says that his armor is simply magnificent. The guy is very pleased with this pace, because he understands that he can achieve his goal in just 5 years and become a warrior of the divine level. The Son of God needed more than 10 years for this. Hansen takes a sharp blade into his hands and decides to eat a copper-toothed wolf and then buy a primitive-level creature and raise it. In cold blood, the young man strikes the monster and thinks that he cannot delay in implementing his plan to reach the god level. The young man eats the prepared food, enjoying its taste, and thinks that the meat turned out quite tasty, and the soup thick and rich. Hansen happily gnaws out the bone, at which point the guy receives a system notification that he has received 1 gene of divine blood, which makes him completely delighted. Notifications from the system come one after another. The young man cannot hide his joy, because he received 7 genes, and now their total number is 25. Hansen is going to find a way to improve the beast's soul arrow, since the Z-class arrows disappear after they are used, and it is very expensive, so he needs to find a solution to make them more effective. The young man believes that there must be at least some information on the internet, and he is ready to look for this needle in a haystack until he finds the right solution. He learns about the existence of a dark swamp. It is a very creepy and scary place, full of dangers and unknown threats, which causes him great anxiety. On the forum, a young man finds an old post by a hunter, in which he talks about how he was pursued by some mutant in a dark swamp, a creature he had never met before, and he miraculously managed to escape from this threat. Later he learns that there are many rare creatures in the dark swamp. The author of the post shares his experiences that he spent a lot of time, but in the end, he was able to kill 1 needle bee. The author of the post reports that he received the soul of a needle bee, which he transformed into a poisonous flying arrow. He warns that these bees are very dangerous, and hunting them has become a real challenge for him, and more than once he has said goodbye to his life. Hansen is very happy to learn this information. The young man believes that these mutants can bring him many good things, since their souls and bodies can become an excellent source of strength. However, there is a serious problem. The post did not indicate the specific location of the dark swamp, and the guy understands that finding it can take a very long time, which creates additional difficulties for him. Hansen calms down and believes that there is no need to burden his head with unnecessary problems. He focuses on what he can do right now, without being distracted by long-term tasks. The action moves to an industrial area located on the outskirts of the shelter, where the young man again meets the arrow seller. Hansen is amazed by the huge amount of weapons that the seller has. The guy can't help but ask if he made all of this with his own hands. The man replies that he makes all the weapons himself, after which he says that he is glad to see the young man as his regular client, and says that this time he will offer him something special. The man hands the guy a dagger with 5% Z steel content, which costs at least 500,000, which makes Hansen wonder about the high quality and cost of this weapon. Hansen looks at this product carefully and cannot contain his delight, as it is of really good quality and has an acceptable price. Hansen says he will buy this knife, then points to the wall and asks to tell about other weapons. He notices the brightness of the glowing sword and assumes that it is something special. The man praises the young man for his attentiveness and tells him that the sword is very good, as it contains 75% Z steel, after which he says that it is a very expensive item, and he can sell it for 100 million. Hansen believes that the man is misleading him. The guy does not believe that the weapon can contain 75% Z steel. This statement offends the man greatly. He throws the guy out into the street and orders him to get out, after which he says that he still won't be able to afford to buy this thing. Hansen begins to suspect that the man is a fraud, since it is impossible with known technology to place such a large amount of Z steel into a product. Suddenly his thoughts are interrupted by the ringing of the phone, which is in his pocket. The interlocutor tells the young man that he wants to see him at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and promises to show him something interesting. Hansen asks the interlocutor to tell him the details over the phone, but he insists that the guy see it with his own eyes. So the next day the young man comes to his friend. Hansen is very intrigued. His friend asks the guy to wait a little, and says that he will soon see everything for himself. They enter the room. Hansen notices that there is an old friend in it who disowned him. This friend doesn't show it, but he greets Hansen and asks the young man how he is doing. Hansen wonders what his former friend Ming Hao, who disowned him, is doing here, and why he respectfully called him brother. The young man announces to everyone present that he will now show the main character of the day. A bright energy field flares up in his hand, which is a sign that the guy has a monster soul. In an instant, this energy field condenses and turns into a powerful combat blade. Hansen feels genuine admiration watching this, because the power of this beast's soul is not small. The young man tells Hansen that he named the knife Snow Tiger. Hansen tells his friend that he gave a very worthy name to the battle blade, and in his heart envies the guy, because he became the owner of the soul of a beast. The young man opens the box on the table and says that he now has a Snow Tiger blade. He cannot use his old knife, and then offers Hansen to take it for himself. Hansen looks closely at the knife. He sees that this blade is definitely not a cheap product, and says that he cannot accept such an expensive gift. The young man tells Hansen that he considers him his friend and insistently asks him to accept the knife, since it will be lying around unused anyway. Hansen is grateful to his friend for such a relationship, and believes that in the future, he will have to repay the guy for his generosity and kindness. Ming Hao watches the conversation of the young people very carefully. He envies his friend, and in his heart hopes to return the relationship with Hansen. Ming Hao has a selfish goal. He wants to join the shooting club, so he approaches Hansen and tells him that he has a small favor to ask. However, the guy doesn't have time to say anything, because someone knocks loudly on the door, and a loud female voice is heard calling the young man a little brat. The door of the room suddenly opens. An irritated woman enters it. In a loud voice, she tells the guy that he needs to attend a banquet that his sister is hosting. She is irritated that the guy is not doing the preparations, but is lounging around and talking with his friends. This woman turns out to be Ming Hao's mother. She roughly takes the young man by the hand and pulls him along, telling him along the way that there are a large number of elite people present at the banquet, and he should make friends with them. The guy tries to justify himself. His mother rudely interrupts him and orders him to stop mumbling. She says that people from the rifle squad will be present at the banquet, and the young man needs to meet them as soon as possible. The woman insists that this needs to be done as quickly as possible, and continues to pull the young man along with her. Hansen and his friend watch this scene silently, after which they begin to discuss the boy and wonder why his mother still controls him. The guy was offended that the woman interrupted their conversation, calling it a complete waste of time. Hansen begins to wonder if he heard several familiar names listed by the woman at the banquet. Meanwhile, numerous guests begin to gather in the banquet hall. They casually eat snacks, drink various drinks, and leisurely chat with each other. Young people get to know each other, tell each other various stories, and then exchange phone numbers. Two men notice a handsome young man. One of them says that this guy is the eldest son of a famous family named Banfin. Ming Hao's mother and her son approach Banfin. The woman greets the young man and introduces her son to him. Banfin greets the woman politely, and then asks her how he can help her. The men standing nearby continue to discuss Banfin and his family. They have heard that their company found a very valuable mineral on an abandoned planet, which made them very rich and influential. The woman proudly informed Banfin that the boy was under the protection of the steel armor shelter, and she sincerely hoped that in the future they could become good friends. This would only be the beginning of their strong and trusting relationship. She also says that if the guy needs help or support in the future, He can contact her without hesitation, and she will try her best to help. Banfin replies that he was just about to ask her about a certain person who is in their shelter. Hansen and his friend are also at the banquet. The guys discuss that the hot dishes that were served are wonderful, as they were prepared by the famous chef of this family, who is famous for his art, and each of his culinary masterpieces is a work of art. Minghao's mother says that if he needs to find someone in their shelter, he can safely contact her son. Since he has all the necessary connections and resources, she offers the guys to talk, since she urgently needs to sort out something. The woman then approaches Hansen, calls the young man a little brat, and asks what he is doing here. Her words sound harsh, and her tone shows clear irritation at his presence. She is clearly unhappy that the guy is here and openly expresses her displeasure, demanding that he leave immediately. The woman demands that Hansen not cast aspersions on her son, adding that his actions could affect her family's reputation. She points her finger at the young man and says that he himself does not believe that he can reach great heights. After which she concludes that this is precisely why he came here, to beg for support from high-ranking officials. Hansen is clearly unhappy with this attitude. He asks the woman what business it is of hers where he is, after which he adds that he has no common business with her son. His words sound defiant and harsh. Such statements greatly irritate the woman. She begins to get angry, and with obvious indignation reminds the guy where he is. She says that he clearly chose the wrong place for his impudence. Banfin notices this altercation and tells his interlocutor that it looks like his mother had a fight with someone. After this, he immediately recognizes Hansen as his savior, who helped him survive in the mountains, and, without holding back his emotions, he rushes to the young man and hugs him tightly, expressing his deep gratitude. Banfin is surprised that the guy doesn't remember anything, and calls him his savior, reminding him how he saved him in the forest near the steel armor shelter when they sat for several days on a mountain plateau, and could not go down because of the siege of evil monsters. Hansen's friend is very surprised by what is happening. He could not even imagine that his friend once saved such a rich and influential person. His face expresses genuine surprise. The people around him, although they don't show it, begin to quietly discuss what happened and come to the conclusion that Hansen's career will now take off, since he has such an influential and rich acquaintance, and rumors about this will certainly spread quickly. Minghao's mother is very surprised by what is happening. She does not understand how this is even possible, and how this small, mean boy could be the savior of an influential person. Hansen feels very uncomfortable. He says that perhaps some mistake has occurred and suggests discussing the matter later. Banfin asks the young man to stay, telling him that there is a helicopter waiting outside that can take him anywhere. Hansen and his friend leave the banquet hall. Banfin waves after them, saying that he was glad to see the young man and hopes that they will meet more often in the future. The people in the banquet hall are very surprised. They do not understand why Banfin treats the young man with such respect, because at first glance it does not seem at all that Hansen comes from the upper class or has any connection with their circles. A friend suggests that Hansen discuss this topic and reports that the young man is now the center of attention. The woman is clearly unhappy with what is happening and is very jealous. Her face expresses a mixture of anger and irritation. Minghao in turn also feels strong envy, because he always believed that his past friend was just a dark, worthless person who was used to relying exclusively on women in his affairs. Hansen walked slowly down the street, thinking that he did not expect to meet Banfin at all, and even more so did not expect that he would be a representative of a wealthy family. He comes to the conclusion that he will be able to take advantage of his influential patronage in the future. Hansen thinks that his new acquaintance is very rich, and thanks to this he does not have to worry about his money, because if necessary, he has a resource that can be used. The young man's attention is instantly drawn to a huge explosion that occurred in a large skyscraper in the neighboring block, and this sight immediately makes him wary. Hansen opens his mouth in surprise. He is very shocked by what happened and cannot understand what it could have been. Hansen receives a system notification that an unknown object is attacking people and asks him to be careful, after which the young man rushes towards the explosion, meeting along the way a huge number of frightened people trying to quickly leave the danger zone. The guy learns that the fireball that hit the skyscraper came from an aircraft. He immediately understands that only the Asura clan can have such a weapon. The Asura clan is humanity's only enemy in the near outer space, and their attacks always bring chaos and destruction. Warriors, clad in powerful knightly armor, quickly line up in battle formations to repel the attack of alien monsters. The appearance of the Asura resembles humanoids, but their masks and horns are identification symbols by which they can be recognized. They give the creatures a terrifying appearance that instills fear in their enemies. Humans and the Asura clan have been fighting each other in space for hundreds of years, and thanks to their physically advanced physique, the Asura clan creatures have consistently emerged victorious, forcing human troops to retreat and lose ground. Hansen continues running towards the skyscraper, thinking that only in the last 200 years, since humanity discovered the sanctuary of the gods, the situation has begun to stabilize, although the long war still continues. Hansen cannot understand why the alien invaders attacked their refuge, because the Star River has always been considered the rear of the Alliance, protected from direct attacks and hidden from enemies. A huge explosion has severely damaged a high-rise building, and a large space object is now visible from the breach, clearly indicating the alien origin of the threat. A little girl hangs in the air next to an alien capsule, crying loudly and desperately asking for help, her voice merging with the chaos of what is happening, but Hansen cannot ignore her. Hansen notices a girl in mortal danger and loudly calls on those around her to help her immediately. At this time, the alien creature in the capsule delivers a powerful kick to the doors, which fly off to the side with a loud crash, breaking everything in its path. Asura emerges from the space capsule, holding a huge sword in his hands, his eyes glowing with a furious red fire, emitting a terrifying glow. Hansen looks closely at the alien and realizes that he is in the presence of the golden horn of the unicorn, an aristocrat of the Asura clan, known for his incredible strength and cruelty. The alien monster freezes for a moment upon hearing a loud child scream, before slowly turning its head towards the girl hanging on a piece of wall, her cries echoing throughout the ruined neighborhood. Asura approaches the little girl, his movements full of menace. Suddenly the creature roars loudly and swings his huge sword to deliver a crushing blow. At that moment, a bright flash of energy occurs below the building, attracting the attention of those around. Hansen calls upon the soul of his beast, which becomes the beginning of the decisive moment. Within seconds, the young man undergoes a fusion transformation, turning into a powerful centaur covered in powerful armored armor, his new form inspiring awe. A TV reporter from a well-known TV channel accidentally appears near the building, immediately starts filming and broadcasts everything that is happening live, surprising the audience. The reporter, amazed by what he saw, tells the audience that someone has decided to challenge a powerful alien being, not being afraid to meet him face to face. He points the camera to the side. A huge number of people live on air, see how the alien monster approaches the defenseless girl, and raises his sword high to deliver a treacherous and crushing blow. At this moment, Hansen approaches the girl at full gallop, and without wasting a second, he grabs the child into his arms, thereby saving her from imminent death and becoming her protector. At the same moment, the alien creature strikes a powerful blow with its sword at the place where the child was just a second ago. But Hansen reacts in time and blocks Asura's blow with his armored arm. The TV reporter continues to film what is happening, reporting live that this great god somehow miraculously saved the girl from certain death. Hansen hugs the little girl to himself, and realizing the danger of the situation, tries to leave the destroyed area as quickly as possible. The young man turns around, glaring at his powerful opponent, and realizes that Asura's weapon would easily pierce his armor, so he decides to avoid direct combat. Asura, filled with rage, decides to catch up with the daring opponent who challenged him, and, pushing off from the capsule with force, makes a giant leap after him. The alien creature quickly catches up with the young man, and deals him a powerful blow with its huge sword. Hansen increases speed and begins to deftly maneuver between buildings, hoping to confuse and break away from his pursuer. The young man covers the girl tightly, protecting her from the blow, and then crashes at full speed into the glass window of a neighboring building. A loud sound of breaking glass is heard, and he finds himself inside the building. Hansen asks the girl to calm down and stop crying, and then orders her to hide in one of the secluded corners and not make a sound so as not to attract attention. The reporter adjusts the focus of his camera to capture the approach of Asura, which moves purposefully towards the building where Hansen is hiding. The alien creature bursts into the room and immediately begins a furious attack, delivering many powerful blows with its huge sword, smashing everything around. Hansen takes another devastating blow, feeling his armor begin to crack under the onslaught of attacks, and realizes that they won't be able to withstand this kind of pressure for much longer. The reporter watches the scene with alarm and does not understand why Hansen, whom he calls God, did not dodge one of Asura's powerful blows. The man begins to doubt whether he did the right thing by starting a live broadcast, and fears that viewers will witness a demonstration of the death of the human god. Hansen, realizing the danger, intends to protect the defenseless child at any cost, even if it costs him his life. Asura goes into a mad rage, continuing to attack randomly, while Hansen muses that if such a powerful attack continues, his chances of survival are zero. The reporter, overcome with concern for the young man, shouts loudly about avoiding direct hits from the sword, although he understands that Hansen will not hear him. Asura lets out a terrible battle cry, focusing all of his power, and delivers another devastating blow, the energy wave from which flies across the entire area. Hansen manages to dodge in time, deftly dives under the alien enemy, and straining all his strength, firmly grabs the monster. Using all his strength, Hansen makes a desperate leap, dragging Asura out with him, rushing downwards at great speed. Their figures are enveloped in a bright energy field that flares up around them, creating a dazzling spectacle. Moments later, they reach the surface, colliding with it with colossal force, causing a gigantic explosion that instantly destroys everything in the area. The reporter immediately rushes to the crash site, trying to make his news the best in the world, although in his heart he does not want to record the death of a human hero. The smoke and dust that rose into the air after the devastating explosion begin to settle, revealing a giant crater formed by the impact. When a reporter reaches the epicenter of events, he immediately points the camera and starts recording everything that is happening in order to instantly broadcast it live. As soon as the smoke finally clears, the camera lens captures the mutilated body of an alien monster, lying in the very middle of the funnel. The man is deeply shocked when he sees the dead alien invader. He begins to look around nervously, not understanding where the human hero could have disappeared to. His attention is drawn to the noise coming from the broken window of a skyscraper, where numerous children's screams can be heard. The reporter instantly points the camera at the scene, capturing every moment of what is happening, trying not to miss a single detail that can be shown live. Through the lens, he notices a whole group of rescued children gathered at the window. At this moment it dawns on him why Hansen did not attack Asura. A direct confrontation with the monster could have harmed or even killed the children nearby. This heroic battle becomes the top news on all television channels. The footage of Hansen's battle with the alien invader is broadcast on numerous talk shows and programs, causing delight and admiration of the audience. Meanwhile, the guy is in his room bandaging his numerous wounds, thinking about how lucky he is that he did not receive fatal injuries. He feels how his body, improved by the latest changes in genes, quickly recovers from the injury. Hansen knows that everything that happened was recorded on video cameras, and he can't help but wonder if people will be able to uncover his true identity after seeing his actions on screen. As he bandages his wounds, his gaze falls on the huge sword he took with him as a trophy, and the thought flashes through his mind that this is a very valuable item. He evaluates the weapon, feeling that it is far superior to anything humans could create. The Asura clan's weapon-making technology is far superior to human achievement, and the sword itself was clearly created by a noble from the Golden Horn clan. Hansen knows that he won't be able to use the weapon openly, as it is too conspicuous and would immediately attract attention, especially after it was seen on TV screens. The young man decides that he needs to upgrade this sword to make it less noticeable. He begins to examine the weapon closely, and, at that moment, a small plate shoots off from it. Hansen quickly realizes that it is a memory chip, and he feels that it is quite a nice gift. He decides to study the contents of the chip, and discovers that it contains a secret technique of the alien invaders, known as the heartbeat. The young man feels great joy, realizing that this martial art can greatly enhance his abilities. With the help of the instructions on the memory chip, he begins to master this technique, and soon begins to deliver powerful slashes with the alien sword, instantly filling the room with a bright energy flame. Hansen is delighted by how wonderfully the heartbeat works. This martial art seems simply superb to him. Suddenly the phone rings. Hansen picks up the receiver and starts a conversation with the person he is talking to. It turns out to be Banfin, who invites the guy to come to his hideout and attend the competition, but the guy says that he is a little busy right now. Hansen is in Yanman's office. He thanks the girl for her kindness and generosity, but tells her that they need to discuss an important topic. The young man states that he does not want to enroll in Black Hawk Academy and expresses his desire to study at Star River Academy. The girls look at each other, very surprised at why the guy refuses such a lucrative offer. Yanman calls him a fool, stating that Black Hawk Academy is among the top 50 schools. Xuan fully supports her friend, and says that neither the teachers nor the equipment of the Star River can be compared to the Black Hawk School, because they do not even have the ability to operate armored vehicles and spaceships. The girl adds that, in addition, all students who complete their studies there receive a long deferment from military service. Hansen says that he understands everything perfectly, but this academy is very far away, and he is worried about who will take care of his mother and sister. Yanman once again reminds the young man that not everyone gets such an opportunity, after which the woman goes to the control panel and tells her boss that the video needs to be analyzed. The girls approach the large TV screen and the video image begins loading. Hansen instantly realizes that the girls are going to watch his fight with the alien invader. Hansen becomes very angry at the reporter who was in the wrong place at the wrong time and filmed this battle. The guy feels a strong desire to beat him up. Yanman asks his superior if she notices anything special. The girl, after a short pause, reports that this divine warrior is most likely a fool. Hansen doesn't show it outwardly, but he thinks why this woman said that he is a fool. The guy doesn't understand what kind of claims she has to such a handsome man, meaning herself. The girls continue to analyze the video and notice that the divine warrior's strength and speed are at the highest level. He has powerful wings, and he shoots well at long distances. However, despite this, Xuan thinks that the divine warrior's tactics are quite stupid. He was just lucky that the alien invader was injured. Otherwise, the warrior could have died at his hands. Hansen appreciates the analytical skills of women. He believes that they deserve to be called the best women in the army. Yanman wonders who this divine warrior could be, as this is the second time he has been caught on camera, and she recalls the stranger's ordeal in the gym. Xuan says that the warrior's armor and wings were transformed by the fusion of the beast's soul and divine blood, but she wonders why the divine warrior didn't use a bow and arrow. Hansen suddenly intervenes in the conversation and asks the girls how they can analyze the actions of a divine warrior. Xuan doesn't like the young man's comments at all. She tells the guy that he can go, and suggests that he think about the Black Hawk Academy. The guy thinks that girls use him like a punching bag. He is not even 20 years old, and he has to serve in the army. He thinks that if he is really sent to Black Hawk School, he will not be able to help his family. The guy believes that in the near future he needs to earn money and leave enough money for his mother and sister for a carefree life. A young man calls on the phone and asks if they have sent him the blade with the 5% Z steel content that they agreed on earlier. The interlocutor says that he will send him a rare blade, since his family cooperates with a steel manufacturing company, and then asks the guy if he wants to take it with him. The interlocutor says that he will not be a burden and can definitely help the young man. Hansen informs them that it will be very dangerous there, and therefore they should not take risks. But he promises to pay handsomely, and if he is lucky, he will give them the mutated creature as a thank you. Evening falls. Hansen, with a heavy bag on his back, is at the exit of the shelter in steel armor. He walked slowly into the nearby forest and slowly walked along a narrow forest path. After several hours of travel, he reaches a deep, densely forested canyon. 2 days pass unnoticed, and Hansen gets to the right place. The guy activates the souls of his monsters and believes that he has found the mysterious dark swamp that many people talk about. He remembers that many hunters told him that an animal containing the soul of the arrow, which he so needs, was hiding here. The young man decides that no matter how dangerous the path may be, he will not stop because he intends to become stronger. The guy believes that he is on the right track, since this swamp is really different from other locations, and the mutated creatures of this place are much larger and more ferocious. He only regrets one thing, that he can't destroy all the monsters in a row. He needs to concentrate and choose just one target. Hansen watches as some movement occurs underwater. The young man looks closely and realizes that these are some strange snakefish. Hansen transforms. His body is clad in powerful armor, after which the guy flies into the air and aims at the snake with his bow. The sound of the bowstring is heard and the arrow is shot at great speed towards the target. The guy thinks that he only has 2 hunting arrows, and he can't just take them and lose them. The shot is accurate. The released arrow pierces through the mutated creature living in the pond. The snake, pierced by an arrow, lets out a terrible cry, after which it rises high above the water. Hansen is pleased with himself, because the system congratulated him on a successful hunt, informing him that a king snake was killed, and by eating its flesh, the young man can receive from 1 to 10 random mutant genes. The young man releases his second hunting arrow, which also hits the target accurately, killing a rare fish. He begins to pull on the line attached to the arrow, thinking that the more mutated creatures he hits, the more inspired he becomes. The wounded fish tries to escape and begins to pull the young man hard on the fishing line tied to the arrow. However, the guy quickly copes with his prey. The system congratulates him on a successful hunt, informing him that a sawfish has been killed, which brings him the soul of a monster as a trophy. Hansen raises his arms high above his head and lets out a loud cry of joy, clearly pleased to have captured another mutant beast's soul. The guy prepares soup from destroyed monsters in order to eat it and get additional mutation genes. While he thinks that this dark swamp is simply a paradise, Hansen continues to greedily eat mutant meat. The system constantly informs him that he is receiving more and more mutation genes. He strokes his spirit kitten, who sleeps carefree next to him, and thinks that several days have passed since he got into the dark swamp. and his points of mutated genes have already increased to 31. A battle spear appears in his hands, emitting bright energy. But the guy is a little upset that the sawfish's soul is a spear and not an arrow. Suddenly, Hansen will hear strange sounds coming from nearby, and will begin to wonder who it could be. The next second, a huge bird appears in the sky above the young man and quickly approaches him. The guy gets into a fighting stance and pulls out the Asura sword. He is very surprised by the large flying creature, since such mutants, as a rule, do not attack people. The bird lands, and a strange stranger jumps off it and begins to slowly approach the guy. He casually throws a bundle at Hansen's feet and announces that it is his meat, after which he says that his master wants to make an exchange. Hansen believes that the mysterious stranger is a very desperate hunter. He came for the souls of the beast, and few dare to come into the dark swamp alone. The stranger treats himself to a soup made from the mutated creature, and reports that the package contained the meat of a poisonous centipede. After eating the soup, the system informs him that he has received one divine gene, which makes the guy very happy. The stranger points a dagger at Hansen and says that he had better trade with him. Otherwise the boy might become dinner for his iron-winged bird. Hansen begins to get irritated by the stranger's impudent behavior. The young man repeats that he clearly said that he does not want any exchanges, and asks why the guy did not hear this. However, the stranger does not react to the statement. He points his combat dagger towards the young man, and says that if he does not want to exchange in a good way, then he will have to act in a bad way. He strikes at Hansen and is surprised to see that his steel knife has done no damage to his opponent. Hansen summons his monster spirit. A bright energy spear flashes in his hands. The guy is very outraged that the stranger is using some primitive weapon against him. He deals a powerful blow to the stranger and tells him that he must first learn the fighting abilities of his opponent and only then rush into the attack. Hansen loudly shouts at the stranger and calls him a fool, after which he says that if he does not calm down, he will easily destroy him. To prove his words, Hansen delivers a series of powerful blows with his spirit spear. The stranger barely dodges the powerful blows. He jumps to the side to a safe distance and freezes, watching Hansen carefully. After which he touches his face and notices that there is a small and deep cut on it. The stranger realizes that he has no chance of defeating Hansen in a direct confrontation. He jumps on his huge bird and angrily tells the guy that he will pay for everything he did today. Hansen is very angry about this behavior. He is going to show this stranger that he will not go unpunished even if he rises into the sky. The young man begins to feel fear. He understands that Hansen is pursuing him, and at such a huge speed he will surely catch up soon. The stranger regrets his behavior, as he realizes that his opponent has the soul of a beast of divine blood. Hansen catches up with the stranger and stabs him in the buttocks, after which he sarcastically informs him that this is a reward for his behavior. Hansen starts laughing loudly and says that the guy looks quite fashionable and could do with some new piercings. The stranger screams loudly in pain and asks the young man to stop stabbing him in the buttocks with a knife. He admits his mistake and asks for forgiveness. The young men are at the fire. Hansen tells the stranger that his life is now in his hands and orders the guy to help him, after which he asks where the black mutant bee is. A genuine fear appears in the guy's eyes. He says that the black mutant bee is a very dangerous animal, and it lives in a terrible place where he would not dare to go. In the dark swamp, there is a small grove containing numerous hives of mutant black bees. The young people head towards it, and on the way, a stranger tells them that each hive contains a large queen bee, but she poses a mortal danger to hunters. The young man tries to dissuade Hansen from this idea, and says that attacking these insects is complete madness. Hansen, annoyed by the stranger's endless chatter, demands that he shut up immediately, claiming that his silence will be extremely useful in saving his ass. The stranger, in turn, regretted 1,000 times that he had allowed himself such stupid behavior towards Hansen, and did not expect that in this dark swamp he would meet such a madman. The huge bird, on which the stranger is riding, approaches the beehive at great speed, after which the monster delivers a powerful blow to the cocoon with its clawed paw. An angry swarm of black mutant bees flies out of the broken hive, rushing quickly after the bird. Hansen, holding tightly to the Asura sword, realizes that now is his chance. He decides to take action, performing a complex turn in the air, after which, at great speed, he begins to approach the swarms of black mutant bees, preparing for the decisive blow. Hansen, with incredible precision and dexterity, cuts into the thick of the insects, starting to deliver multiple blows, cutting the aggressive mutants into small pieces. The system informs the young man that the hunt was successful and the mutant black bee was killed, but its soul has not yet been retrieved. The guy continues to strike at the huge mutated insects. However, having already killed 10 black bees, he still hasn't received a single soul, which further increases his irritation. Finally, luck smiles on Hansen. The system informs that after killing another insect, he managed to get the soul of a monster, and now he has a new arrow ready for use. Hansen walks slowly down the street, thinking about how after hunting in the dark swamp, his mutated genes have grown to 47, which opens up new possibilities for him. Suddenly, he hears information from the loudspeaker that a martial arts conference is about to begin, and the registration deadline is today. The guy only left for a few days and completely forgot about the martial arts conference. If he entered the top 10 best warriors, he could obtain random souls of divine blood beasts, which would greatly increase his capabilities. Hansen walks into the martial arts gym, goes up to the reception desk and presses a huge button, after which he is given the number 9,000. This greatly surprises the young man. The guy realizes that now he will have to face thousands of competitors. A huge number of people gather in the stands, and the loudspeaker announces that this year promises to be successful for many participants, as they will become the leaders of the steel armor shelter. Hansen learns that according to the rules, 100 people participate in each round. They all fight each other, and only one person out of 100 can become the winner. Hansen figures out his group number and, realizing that he won't be fighting today, decides to find a good spot to quietly watch the games. Suddenly, in the corridor, he meets the Son of God, who arrogantly asks the young man for his number, wanting to find out whether they are in the same group or not. Hansen replies that he has no intention of participating, which irritates Tianyang, who calls him a wimp and orders him to stay out of his sight if he wants to live. Suddenly, Xuan and her assistant appear in the corridor. She asks the Son of God if he is ready for the competition, because he will soon have to perform. To which the Son of God arrogantly replies that he is always ready for victories and honors, with absolutely no doubt that he will take a leading position. He tells the girls that his group is next and invites them to enjoy his battles. He is confident of his victory. Xuan approaches Hansen and quietly asks why he was afraid of God's son. The guy is silent. The girl continues to stare at him and repeats her question. Hansen sighs heavily and explains that God's son is very strong and is the son of the Starry Sky group, so he can't handle him. Yanman intervenes in the conversation, claiming that the boy was not scared when he destroyed the purple-scaled dragon right in front of the divine sun. Suddenly, the girl realizes that Hansen is not afraid for himself, but for his family, as they may be drawn into hostile showdowns with the divine sun. And that is why the young man constantly tries to avoid the powerful enemy, striving to protect those who are dear to him. Hansen looks the girl in the eye and realizes that she has hit the nail on the head, accurately noticing that his concern is not about himself, but about the safety of his family. Xuan thinks that it is good that the guy cares so much about his family, and adds that in this case, it will be beneficial for him to enter the Hawk School, but for this he will have to pass an exam. Hansen wonders what kind of exam this is, and what difficulties might arise along the way. Xuan asks the boy not to worry about his loved ones, assuring him that after he enters the academy, it will determine his special team, and his family members will be under the protection of the military, and no one will be able to harm them. The girl pauses for a moment, then turns around and repeats that no one can harm his family, including God's son, which makes Hansen feel relieved. Hansen thinks this proposal sounds good, and is interested in what this special team does. Xuan asks the young man to take his time and explains that he should wait until he joins the special squad, and then he will find out everything himself. Hansen thinks that maybe he really should think about entering this academy, because it will open up new opportunities for him, and also ensure the safety of his mother and sister. He approaches a group of people, 99 in number, who are heatedly discussing who is the last one from the squad that they are all waiting for. The hunters are very upset that they have to wait because of one irresponsible, impudent fellow, and they are going to give him a good beating as soon as he appears. Suddenly, loud footsteps are heard, and a male voice apologizes for keeping the hunters waiting. This leaves the surrounding warriors in a state of great amazement, because they realize that in front of them is the same guy who defeated the alien. Hansen understands that he will not appear before the public in his true form, but he happily appears dressed in his powerful armor. The competition begins. Hansen delivers numerous powerful blows to his opponents. They fly apart in different directions, unable to withstand the pressure and force of each of his blows. His blows are so powerful that they destroy the opponent's protective armor, turning them into small pieces of metal. In just a few minutes, Hansen has dealt with all of his opponents. They lie on the ground, unable to continue the fight, and utter quiet groans, admitting their inability to win. Hansen raises his hand up and, turning to those present, asks if there are any more who want to fight him. But none of the hunters are able to challenge him. They only admit their defeat. call the guy a god, and begin to beg him to let them go, realizing that their strength is too small to defeat such an opponent. Hansen confidently asks those present if they admit their defeat. It feels like his victory has become obvious to everyone. None of the warriors are going to fight Hansen any further. Realizing that their strength cannot compare to his power, the young man joyfully raises his hands up, informing those present that he is the winner of this battle. The people in the stands loudly applauded the young man, not hiding their admiration for his fighting skills, because the guy turned out to be invincible. He fought alone against 100, and his strength and determination became an example for everyone. Xuan, together with the Son of God, approaches Hansen, dressed in protective armor. The girl is interested in getting to know him. She tells the guy that she wants to talk to him and discuss important issues. Hansen looks closely at the girl and, lost in thought, wonders why the Son of God is next to her, suspecting that this may not be accidental. Xuan tells Hansen that she's wanted to meet him for a long time, and in addition, wants to introduce him to the best people from the Steel Armor Sanctuary. Hansen laughs quietly and, without hiding his doubts, asks what kind of scam they are going to drag him into. The Son of God is trying his best to contain his irritation, since the guy has already stolen the divine blood of a rare creature from him. But he thinks that it is worth getting to know each other better. The girl believes that their cooperation will be very beneficial for both sides, because among all the participants of the Steel Armor Shelter, these three are the most powerful warriors. Hansen says that he is not interested in such a proposal, since he does not intend to be either an ally or an enemy, because he is used to being alone, and jokingly asks for permission to leave, not wanting to get involved in complex intrigues. Tianyang says that he appreciates the young man's decision and has no complaints about him not wanting to join them, but asks him to tell him about the divine blood creature he recently received, hoping that this information will be useful. A smile appears on Hansen's face. He thinks that the assistant of the Son of God is a very smart man. Hansen says it was just luck, nothing more, and to avoid further questions adds that he has dozens of mutants. The guy asks if they are interested in his offer. Tianyang is surprised by the number of mutants the young man is talking about, and says that he wants to buy them all. The man asks at what price he can get them, which immediately makes it clear that his interest is serious. Aizuan is unable to contain her anger when she sees things not going according to her plan, and she declares that she will not allow all the mutants to be bought up. The Son of God says that he is the richest man in the shelter, and confident in his power, asks to give all the mutants to him, offering 2 million for each, which adds tension to the conversation. A satisfied smile appears on Hansen's face, but the young men do not see it. Since the guy is wearing a combat helmet, he thinks about how easy it is to make the so-called allies quarrel. Hansen thinks that the black bee from the dark swamp may come in handy very soon, and smiling to himself, asks his interlocutors not to worry, after which he announces that his mutants are not for sale. The guy says that he is not interested in money at all, and he will only exchange mutants for a special S-rank card, which surprises his interlocutors. Zuen believes that the money brother asked for a very high price, because the S-zone has the highest level of control, and even if a person has a large amount of money, it is not so easy to buy it. The Divine Son says that this is a very high price. He settles on his offer of 2 million for one monster. Hansen turns around and leaves his interlocutors, confidently declaring that he is not interested in any money except the treasured card, and offers to contact him when the young people have it. The next night, Hansen, dressed in the armor of the money brother, comes to the meeting place, in the forest near the entrance to the steel shelter, where Xuan is already waiting for him with a card in his hands. The girl shows the card and says that it was quite difficult to get it, after which she asks the young man if he brought the promised mutants. Hansen happily examines the card, holding it in his hands, and praises the girl for understanding everything very quickly, much faster than the other two. He opens the bag and says that it contains 30 black bees. If you eat them all, the mutated genes will increase significantly. This arouses the girl's interest, because such unique goods can significantly improve combat qualities. After this, the young man says that he has other goods, such as sawfish and the meat of the mutant Snake King. He offers to buy them in one lot, the price of which will be 3 million, which makes the offer even more tempting. Xuan says that you can buy a lot, but money is not the main thing. She calls the guy a smart man and believes that he should understand that she made a deal with him, not just to increase her mutated genes. Hansen is in his room and holds the card in his hands. He's glad that everything went smoothly, even better than he expected. He believes that the girl really deserves the title of the Shelter Queen, as her actions were decisive and thoughtful. The young man believes that the girl is not indifferent to him and must be doing all this only to get him. After this, the young man begins to think about his mother and sister, namely how to keep them safe, because he cannot always be with them, and decides that they should study martial arts on their own. The guy is going to use the Holy Angel technique. According to the description, it is very similar to the Jade Bone technique that he practiced before, and believes that it will help him protect his loved ones. The next day, the young man comes to Star River Elementary School. The teacher asks Hansen why he is asking for a vacation for his sister, which puts him in an awkward position because he cannot reveal the real reason. Hansen tells the woman that they have some problems at home, and it may drag on indefinitely, which makes the teacher unhappy, as she believes that parents should be more involved in their children's lives and not leave everything on the shoulders of others. She tells the guy that his parents are irresponsible because they have never been to a parent-teacher meeting, and since the girl entered school, only he has come to see her. The young man apologizes for his family and explains that she really did behave wrongly, trying to justify herself by saying that they were very busy. The teacher says that the girl is doing quite well in school despite the fact that she is receiving a regular nutrient solution, and suggests that she use a more advanced solution to keep up with the other students, which makes the boy think. Hansen begins to think that his sister really needs a more advanced solution, and that it will cost a lot of money, which makes him worry about their financial situation. The woman says that this is necessary for a young growing organism, because the higher the quality of the nutrient solution, the faster the human organism improves. The guy asks the woman how much the advanced solution costs. The teacher replies that they need a level S solution, which costs about 15 million a year. This makes the guy even more worried, because such an amount is beyond their current capabilities. Hansen is plunged into sad thoughts. The young man thinks that he does not even have a third of the required amount. He believes that the fastest way to evolve is to use the crystal to grow mutants, and then sell them. Meanwhile, his sister is studying a set of interactive exercises broadcast on TV. The young man watches his sister with warmth. He believes that she is really doing well, and the girl is learning everything very quickly. Hansen praises his little sister for her hard work, telling her that she is amazing, and that when he gets back, they will start learning the Holy Angel technique. The sister happily thanks her brother, but wonders if she can handle the adult's complex techniques. Hansen tells his sister that there will be no problem with this, but he strictly forbids her from telling anyone about the Holy Angel technique. He tells his sister that this will be their big family secret, and thinks that when he buys the right grade of solution, her progress will grow even more. Yanman asks his boss what she's going to do next, and the girl tells him not to worry and says she has a plan. Despite this, she is very irritated and says that a lot of time has passed and this guy still hasn't answered her, which makes her very angry. A small capsule appears in her hands, and the girl's voice is heard, telling her that this man is not worth her fighting for. Hansen and Xuan are in a combat training room. The girl furiously attacks the young man and deals him a series of blows. Hansen does not understand the nature of the girl's rage. At times it seems to him that she simply wants to destroy him. At this time, he misses another attack. Xuan delivers a crushing kick to the young man. Xuan stands next to the young man. She tells the guy that his progress is too slow, and she had placed too much hope in him. The girl casually tosses Hansen a bottle of water, then asks him to drink it, and says that they will take a break, and then continue training. Hansen silently looks at the girl and once again returns to the thought of what makes her attack him so fiercely. After which the young man opens the bottle and begins to greedily drink the liquid inside it. After some time, he feels strong changes that occur in his consciousness. The girl seems fantastically attractive to him. For a moment, the young man has visions. A voice in his head tells him that evil can never penetrate people with a flawless body. The guy begins to gradually lose control of his mind. He falls to the floor and realizes that there was some kind of drug in the bottle, after which he wonders what the girl is going to do. Xuan leans over the boy, her voice soft and sophisticated, asking him if he thinks her body is beautiful. Hansen, barely understanding what is happening, notices how the girl says something to him, but his mind is in complete confusion, and it seems to him that her words sound like permission for something that he cannot fully understand, but desperately strives to make out. The guy continues to struggle not to lose consciousness. The girl's question is perceived by him as extremely provocative. He cannot understand what she really wants to achieve with this question. Hansen, increasingly losing control of himself, tries to somehow answer, and, with difficulty pulling himself together, tells the girl that she really has a stunning figure. He carefully examines her, thinking that he has never seen anything so big, round, and tender in his life. Xuan's eyes fill with rage. The girl considers all men to be disgusting creatures, and comes to the conclusion that they are all the same. Hansen notices that the girl is telling him something, but he cannot hear her words. It seems to him that she is allowing him to touch her. With the last of his strength, he concentrates his strength and slowly raises his hand, trying to touch the girl. Each movement is given to him with great effort. Xuan gives the guy a powerful slap in the face. She believes that the young man has already completely succumbed to the effects of the drug, and this, in her opinion, is an excellent result. Xuan leans over him and asks in a low voice who the mysterious man in golden armor is, whom everyone calls the Money Brother. Hansen continues to be in an altered state of consciousness, with difficulty pulling himself together. He says in a quiet voice that he does not understand what the girl is talking about. Xuan continues the interrogation and asks the next question, wondering why the boy doesn't want to enroll in Black Hawk Academy, her eyes closely watching his reaction. Hansen responds that Black Hawk Academy is too far from home, and if he goes there, he won't be able to take care of his mother and sister, which is much more important to him than any ambitions. Xuan remembers that the young man said the same thing last time, and begins to think that he really does care about his family. Suddenly, Xuan changes the subject and, with interest, asks the young man what kind of girl is currently living in his heart. Hansen, despite the fact that it is very difficult for him to speak in this state, gathers his last strength and with difficulty tells him that Xuan is the girl of his dreams. He keeps repeating that Xuan is the most beautiful girl he has ever met in his life. Xuan can't hide her surprise, because she clearly didn't expect such confessions from the young man. Her reaction shows that his words were an unexpected turn of events for her. After this, she suddenly lunges forward and delivers a powerful blow with her hand to the guy's head. Hansen instantly comes to his senses. His rage grows, and he asks the girl what she did to him, because what is happening seems strange to him. Hansen reports that he doesn't remember anything, and the last thing he remembers is when he drank the water the girl gave him. Xuan tells him that they had been training intensively, and after the young man became overtired and passed out, she simply woke him up. Xuan finds herself thinking that she is very nervous about everything that happened. She thinks that the guy was obviously telling the truth. Her inner anxiety is growing. Hansen thinks that Xuan is just a woman after all and can't control such things. He thinks that she shouldn't doubt him now. The guy thinks that he can use her for his own purposes. He thinks that he can use the girl as a cover, gradually become stronger, and then demonstrate his new strength. The next night, Hansen meets his old friend in the forest near the shelter and tells the guy that he brought what he asked for. He opens the case, which contains a mutant sawfish. The young man promises that he will keep the deal a secret and will not tell anyone about it. Suddenly, the Son of God and his assistant emerge from the nearby bushes, as if nothing had happened, and he turns to the young people and asks what they are doing here. The young man answers the Son of God that Hansen is his old friend, and he knows that there has been a misunderstanding between them, so he wants the feud between them to end. Tianyang, hearing this, declares that he will now destroy both scoundrels, but the Son of God stops his assistant with a hand gesture, making it clear that he should act with restraint. The Son of God is about to leave and tells his assistant that they should not waste their time and energy, as they have an important battle with a powerful enemy ahead of them, and this must be their priority. Hansen suddenly realizes that in the second round of the competition, he will have to fight the assistant of the Son of God, and this realization fills him with internal tension. The second day of the competition begins, and more people begin to gather around the martial arts hall. Xiao Qiao is clearly in high spirits. The guy confidently reports that the Money Brother will definitely win in today's fight. He takes his seat and immediately notices the strange man sitting next to him, feeling that this man stands out from the others. Xiao Qiao looks at the stranger carefully, surprised that he is wearing so many layers of clothes. He wonders if he is hot. The instructor sitting next to him expresses the opinion that the Money Brother has deprived the Son of God of a being with divine blood, and therefore he will use all his means to take revenge. Xiao Qiao disagrees with this statement, believing that Money Brother also has a lot of divine blood and beast souls, and that is why he will be able to defeat Tianyang. The instructor is not going to convince the young man, but instead offers him to make a bet. If the Money Brother cannot hold out for at least 1 minute, then the guy must give him his mutant beast. This bet makes Xiao Qiao think, because he really doesn't want to lose his monster spirit Night Wolf, to whom he has already become attached. Yanman, listening to the conversation, thinks that men are really very boring creatures, since this competition has no meaning for them, and they put their things on the line, which seems stupid and unreasonable to her. At this moment, a loud gong sounds. The host announces the start of the competition. The stranger who had been sitting next to Xiao Qiao all this time instantly jumps up from his seat. To everyone's surprise, it turns out that it is Hansen, who is dressed in his battle armor, and everyone immediately recognizes him as the Money Brother. Yanman is genuinely surprised, as she didn't even notice how such a powerful warrior was next to her all this time. Xiaoqiao shouts loudly, declaring that Money Brother is his idol, asking him to defeat his opponent in 1 minute to win the bet and save his monster spirit. Tianyang calls his Money Brother a vile dog and hopes that he will soon see him suffer and die. Hansen, in turn, believes that he is well prepared for the upcoming fight. He is in excellent physical shape. He has 3 divine-level beast souls and 4 mutated genes, which makes him confident in his abilities. With a confident step, he enters the arena and begins to approach his opponent. The host announces the start of the competition and gives the signal for the fight to begin. Tianyang begins the fusion process and summons his monster's soul. A bright aura instantly erupts around him. He declares to his opponent that he will make mincemeat out of him. The energy field transforms into a huge, multi-meter gorilla, which aggressively emits a loud cry. Her body begins to grow metal armor, and a giant club appears in her hands, which only enhances the creature's terrifying appearance. The instructor believes that Tianyang is using his best spirit beast, assuring everyone that he will definitely win the bet. His confidence is beyond doubt. Xiaoqiao is very worried. His excitement is so great that he grabs his head with his hands, praying to the gods that the Money Brother can hold out for at least 1 minute, because he does not want to give his soul to the wolf. From the balcony where the VIP guests are, the Divine Son watches the fight closely, his gaze focused. He believes that he paid a lot of money for a reason. The guy acquired 1 divine soul of a beast and 2 souls of a mutant, which, in his opinion, will ensure victory. The Son of God believes that his greatest regret is that he cannot kill the Money Brother with his own hands, but he is comforted by the thought that his deputy will definitely destroy the enemy and avenge him. Hansen's armor begins to flare with a bright energy flame. The young man asks his opponent who gave him the right to be impudent. The next moment, Hansen transforms into a massive centaur and charges at his opponent with a furious roar, his spear flashing like lightning. He quickly approaches the gorilla and delivers a powerful blow with his huge spear with incredible force. A huge blow hits the gorilla's chest plate. It does not cause critical damage, but the monster feels severe pain. It emits a loud, piercing scream. The gorilla starts to counterattack. Its huge right hand finds its target. Hansen doesn't have time to react. His spear flies out of his hands, which makes the guy lose confidence for a moment. The instructor's mood noticeably improves. His voice sounds loudly in the arena. He is rooting for his player and enthusiastically reports that it was just a great hit. The Son of God is in anticipation of a quick victory. In a quiet voice, he orders his deputy to destroy the enemy. The gorilla opens its huge, toothy mouth, letting out a deafening roar, its body instantly becoming covered in a network of powerful energy discharges, creating an atmosphere of destructive force around it. After this, the gorilla rushes to attack, its massive body rapidly moving forward, causing the earth to shake under its weight. The young man decides not to retreat, and at great speed rushes towards his opponent. Hansen takes out the Asura sword and with incredible speed strikes with colossal force. The next second, a powerful energy flash occurs that blinds everyone in the arena. A powerful spirit creature in the form of a huge gorilla screams loudly. He was unable to parry the blow and received critical damage. A moment later, the huge creature begins to stagger on its feet, and then falls with a crash onto the arena. The arena, which is filled with a huge number of spectators, instantly falls silent. An oppressive silence falls over it. People do not understand what happened and why the fight ended so instantly. The instructor is also shocked by what is happening. He is unable to believe that his player has lost and constantly quietly repeats that this cannot be. Yanman is impressed by the Money Brothers' technique and can't wrap her head around how the guy was able to kill a powerful opponent with just 1 blow. Xiaoqiao is genuinely pleased with his idol's victory, but he also can't believe his eyes and accept that Money Brother dealt with a powerful opponent so quickly. A moment later, he comes out of his stupor and begins to shout loudly, sincerely rejoicing in his victory, and announcing to everyone that a new record has been set. The fight ended in just 9 seconds. Chinsuan is unable to contain his shock as the young man realizes that his personal servant, to whom he bestowed the sacred beast, has been defeated. A moment later, he comes to his senses, begins to angrily shout at his assistant, calling him a useless moron, and orders him to immediately get up and continue the fight. However, the soul of the sacred beast received critical damage. The monster lies motionless, its life force gradually draining away. The transformation process begins. The soul of the sacred beast dissolves, and only the body of the assistant of the Son of God remains in the arena. Hansen is still in his transformation state, taking the form of a massive centaur. He gallops around the arena as the vast crowd of spectators, overcome with delight, loudly chant his name, hailing him as the god of war. Hansen looks at the VIP stand where the Son of God sits, and feels deep regret that he was unable to finish the job today and destroy his sworn enemy. The Son of God, seething with rage, loudly insults Hansen, calling him a vile freak, and solemnly swears that this will not go unpunished, and in the future he will make the young man beg for death. Xiaoqiao rides out of the arena, proudly mounted on his new beast of burden, and, smiling broadly, asks those present to pay attention to this magnificent creature, which he won in a bet with the instructor. Hansen is just nearby and thoughtfully ponders why all the laurels go to others. Although he is the true winner, the guy sadly notes that he still does not have his own pack animal. Xiaoqiao rides up to Hansen and tells him that Captain Yanman is urgently looking for him. The young man absolutely does not understand why she could need him, because he did not break any rules. Xiaoqiao notices that Hansen is not in the mood, and tries to cheer him up by offering him a ride on his new mount. But he politely declines, citing his busy schedule, although he is thinking about how he will soon have his own riding animal. After some time, Hansen comes to Captain Yanman's office and asks her a direct question about why she was looking for him. To which the girl, looking up from the documents, reports that the head of the garrison has instructed her to organize special training for him. Hansen suggests that after the hypnosis incident, the garrison commander no longer suspects him of anything, and may be trying to convince him to join the army. Yanman informs Hansen that he must go to the army training hall, where a series of tests await him, and also reminds him that the head of the garrison has high hopes for him, and asks him not to let her down. The girl casts a displeased glance at the guy, and openly states that she does not consider him a particularly strong young man, after which she adds that he can stop the tests at any time if he feels that he cannot cope. Hansen completes the test training series fairly quickly, and returns to the captain's office to inform her that all performance checks have been successfully completed. Yanman checks the data. Her thoughts are gloomy, as everything turned out to be even worse than she expected, while she notices that the guy looks very tired, despite the fact that the tests were quite easy. Hansen, wiping sweat from his forehead, reflects on the fact that his real stats have long since exceeded 10 units, and recalls how hard he had to try to artificially lower the results and not give away his true strength. Yanman advises that there is no point in wasting time, and then orders Hansen to follow her. She heads towards the training hall, where a large number of cadets have already gathered near the test capsule. The captain asks the young man to watch her technique carefully, and warns that she will only show it once. The girl enters the training capsule, sets the operating mode, and begins demonstrating a combat technique that looks like regular martial arts moves. Hansen can't figure out what exactly makes this technique special, because everything he sees seems like a standard set of techniques. A man standing nearby notices his bewilderment and explains that the capsule is designed for gravity training, where every movement is performed in an artificially altered gravity field. The cadets among themselves call such exercises demonic training, since only those who possess enormous physical strength, like the captain, are able to cope with them. The girl finishes the demonstration and exits the capsule, noting that only people with characteristics of at least level 10 are capable of performing such movements. Yanman informs Hansen that it is now his turn to repeat everything she showed, and adds that he is waiting for his report after completing the task. The man tells Hansen that the captain seems to have a grudge against him and offers to share one useful trick for only 2 packs of black wood. Hansen, intrigued by the offer, begins to think about how valuable the information really is and whether it can help him in his current situation. The young man enters the gravity chamber and instantly feels his body become heavier, realizing that any movement inside the capsule requires colossal effort. He muses that he might need the man's help in the future, especially if he can actually tweak the training program. But for now, it doesn't matter, because he's determined to test his limits. Hansen approaches the control panel and without hesitation selects maximum power, believing that only in this mode will he be able to discover the true limits of his powers. Under incredible gravitational pressure, he begins to perform martial arts techniques, immediately realizing that he still has a long way to go in terms of working on his skills. Working with the sword becomes extremely difficult. Each movement requires maximum concentration and strength, but he hopes that this will only strengthen him and allow him to become stronger in the future. Captain Yanman, after carefully studying the Hansen test report, loudly slams his hand on the table, clearly expressing his irritation. Yanman demands that Hansen immediately confess to cheating on the test, as she finds his results suspicious. Hansen calmly replies that he would never allow himself to commit such a violation, emphasizing that the entire training session was recorded on video, which means it can be easily verified. When the young man tries to explain something about the settings of the training capsule, Yanman abruptly cuts him off, stating that she is not at all interested in the machine's data, as she is only concerned about the sharp increase in his strength, which is very different from his previous indicators. Hansen, unable to bear this treatment, loudly and with obvious irritation, says that his improvements were possible thanks to the captain, since her honesty, kindness, and steadfastness inspired him to reach his true potential. Yanman, struck by such a speech, is momentarily speechless, and hesitating a little, declares that the conversation is over, although he decides to himself that in the future the guy will not get off with such an easy training. She also doesn't like the obvious flattery in his words, and this only increases her discontent. Hansen leaves the office with a slight smile, confident that the captain has enjoyed his praise and intends to exploit this weakness in the future. On the street, passers-by are animatedly discussing the recent tournament final, placing bets and guessing which fighters will meet in the next duel to determine the strongest warrior in the shelter of steel armor. Hansen soon meets the man who revealed the secret of the gravity chamber settings to him, and hands over the promised 2 packs of Black Forest, fulfilling his promise. The man opens one of the packs with a satisfied smile, takes a drag on his cigarette, and immediately notes that the taste and aroma of the Black Forest is something unique and inimitable. He then admits that he never thought he would ever taste Black Forest again, and says that as a token of his gratitude, he has something special for Hansen. Without warning, the man suddenly lunges at the young man with a knife in his hand, clearly intending to deliver a fatal blow. Hansen reacts with lightning speed and dodges at the last moment. Feeling the knife blade pass just a few centimeters from his throat, his gaze immediately focuses on the attacker's hand. Where a second ago there was a knife, the guy notices with surprise that the blade has literally disappeared. However, a moment later, a combat knife appears in the man's other hand, as if it had moved by itself. The man, twirling the blade in his hands, takes a drag on his cigarette, and smiling broadly, asks Hansen if he liked this little trick. He explains that he has just demonstrated a secret technique called Heaven in Hands. Hansen decides he needs to master this technique and goes into the training capsule. In it, the guy immerses himself in virtual reality to begin learning the movements and techniques of this unique technique. The young man is very surprised by the fact that the basis for the man's secret technique was an ordinary virtual game called Heavenly Hand. Hansen is delighted with the trainer, noting that the controller used for training perfectly replicates the anatomy of the human hand. The young man believes that this is a great device that is ideal for developing reaction and manual dexterity. Suddenly, the man notices the garrison commander approaching him from behind. The girl is surprised that Hansen is practicing a technique called Heaven in Hands. However, Xuan quickly loses interest in this. She believes that the young man started studying such arts too late, since the technique contains 10 levels of difficulty, and it is unlikely that he will be able to achieve any results. The long-awaited day of the final fights is approaching, in which the best fighters of the shelter called Steel Armor will be determined. The Son of God and his men are animatedly discussing the contenders, wondering which of them will be among the top 10. Shinsuan, filled with anger, hopes that the Money Brother will lose in one of the fights, and then he himself will find a way to destroy him. The next lot is drawn, and it becomes known that the garrison commander and Hansen, known to everyone as the Money Brother, will meet in this fight. Hansen raises his hand in greeting to his fans, and with a smile declares that he will not let them down, sincerely thanking them for their support. However, inside he feels a strong sense of excitement and anxiety, realizing that his opponent will be the queen of the Steel Armor Vault herself. The young man looks at his hands and notices that they are shaking. He understands that this is the result of yesterday's grueling training of a technique called Heaven in the Sleeves. Xuan, turning to the Money Brother, suddenly offers him a bet. If he loses, he will become the deputy head of the shelter, which will allow the girl to go to the second shelter, leaving him as the new leader. Hansen is genuinely surprised. He clearly did not expect to hear such a proposal from the garrison commander. Shinsuan, having learned that Xuan was so respectful in his dealings with his Money Brother and offering him such a lucrative position, began to feel even more irritated and angry. Xiaoqiao, on the contrary, hopes that the Money Brother will agree to such a tempting bet. He loudly shouts for him to quickly give his consent. The captain does not understand why the girl makes such an unusual proposal, because the detachment of steel armor represents their entire union. Hansen thanks the girl for her trust, but immediately says that he has to refuse her offer, which surprises those around him even more. Xuan looks at the young man carefully and is sincerely puzzled as to why he rejected such a tempting opportunity. She expects to hear some reasonable explanation. Hansen says reservedly that he has 2 reasons. Firstly, she will not be able to defeat him, and secondly, he will be in the second shelter much earlier than her. These words cause Xuan great irritation. She's outraged that the guy dares to make such assumptions. clearly not respecting her authority. The money brother, despite his inner turmoil, outwardly behaves confidently, showing with his appearance that he is completely confident in his victory, although mentally, he is already ready to apologize to the garrison commander. The captain considers the money brother to be a narrow-minded person in whose head, instead of brains, in her opinion, there are money coins, which only increases her irritation. Xiao Qiao, on the contrary, is delighted with the answer of his idol. The guy admiringly declares that he expected nothing else from such a charismatic money brother. Qin Xuan is unable to hide his anger. He is quite fed up with this talk, and he loudly demands that the garrison commander immediately begin the battle and destroy the money brother. At this point, Hansen leans towards the girl and quietly says that he also has a return bet. If the garrison commander wins, he promises to reveal his identity. However, if the girl loses, she will have to give him an S-rank card. Garrison Commander Xuan, without hesitation, agrees to the young man's terms and instantly assumes a fighting stance, her body instantly surrounded by bright streams of energy that create an impressive halo around her. Hansen immediately notices that the girl is using a sacred poisoned butterfly knife, and instantly realizes that this deadly weapon is capable of easily piercing even his reinforced armor. The young man comes to the conclusion that in this fight he cannot afford to hold back and decides to put all his strength into the fight. Thanks to numerous trainings, Hansen knows approximately the girl's fighting techniques. With these thoughts, he rushes forward into a furious attack, not distracted by emotions. Xuan watches his opponent approach, silently waiting for the right moment, and then, a moment later, he leaps high into the air, demonstrating the precision and power of his movements. The girl deftly dodges a powerful blow, jumps over her opponent, and quickly intends to deliver a counterattack. Hansen delivers another powerful blow with his massive battle sword, but the girl again easily avoids the hit. The garrison commander believes that the guy has enough strength and a good weapon, but his obvious weakness is his insufficient reaction speed. The commander rushes forward, intending to use her signature move and strike the enemy with her deadly dagger. The audience doesn't notice how a slight smile appears under Hansen's helmet, because he has been training with the commander for a long time and has studied all of her cunning tricks perfectly. Xuan continues to deliver sharp and swift blows, but after a while, she begins to wonder with surprise how the enemy manages to dodge her swift attacks. The garrison commander continues her furious attacks, but each one remains ineffective, which throws her off balance. Hansen, in turn, moves on to another counterattack, making the girl think about his bold and frankly risky fighting style. She notes to herself that the guy looks extremely impudent and thinks that his actions are dictated by desperate self-confidence. Hansen himself reflects that his fighting style is entirely justified, since he knows that the girl will not be able to kill him with one blow. The young man swings his massive sword with all his strength and prepares to cut his opponent in half. However, the garrison commander demonstrates incredible reflexes and easily dodges each blow from the young man. Hansen is amazed by the girl's technique, especially considering that she was able to dodge even his Asura attack, known as the Reverse Vortex. The young man is deeply impressed by how strong the garrison commander is, and begins to realize that he is facing a truly unique opponent. Xiao Qiao, on the other hand, is in a state of delight, watching as the money brother gradually drives his opponent into a corner, because the girl has not yet managed to land a single blow on him. However, Captain Yanman points out the boy's complete lack of understanding of the situation and explains that the garrison commander is deliberately evading by using the atomic fission technique. Xiao Qiao is surprised by the captain's words and comes to the conclusion that the girl is simply waiting for her opponent to spend all his strength and find himself in a vulnerable state. The atomic fission technique is a hypergenetic art that affects the smallest particles of the body, strengthening them and turning the body into a near-perfect weapon. Thanks to this art, Xuan becomes many times stronger, does not feel tired, and is ready to fight to the last in order to enter the top 10 chosen ones of the steel armor shelter. Qin Xuan watches the actions of the garrison commander with admiration and is convinced that the money brother has absolutely no chance of winning, and defeat is inevitable. Suddenly, Qin Xuan's thoughts are interrupted by the voice of a man nearby, who confidently informs him that everything will turn out completely differently. The Divine Son greets Lord Yuan and, with slight embarrassment, apologizes for not noticing his presence immediately. However, he tries to object to Yuan, claiming that he is too young and does not yet know all the intricacies of the art of combat to make such bold statements. Yuan replies that perhaps he really is not aware of all the nuances of the battles, but he knows one thing for sure. The money brother has already spoiled the life and reputation of the Divine Son a lot. Qin Xuan tries his best to keep his composure, but he is overcome with rage mixed with a burning anger that he can barely contain. Yuan continues to speak, stating that Hansen's actions have already become a true legend for all the inhabitants of the steel armor shelter, and today will only strengthen this status. Meanwhile, Yuan begins to suspect that there is something strange about what is happening. Despite using the atomic fission technique, she is unable to gain the upper hand against her opponent. She is amazed that after such a long and intense fight, the young man remains absolutely unperturbed and does not show the slightest sign of fatigue. Her soul begins to be tormented by strong doubts, because she is no longer sure whether she will be able to emerge victorious from this tense duel. Hansen, as if reading her thoughts, calmly informs the garrison commander that he is not tired at all and is ready to continue the fight. The guy confidently states that his endurance is not surprising, because he strives to become the strongest warrior of the steel armor shelter, and therefore his body must be ready for any tests. Hansen has been training hard lately, learning the ice jade skin technique, which allows his body to remain in a state of calm and minimize energy expenditure. Moreover, after intensive training in the gravity room, he became even more resilient, and is now ready to fight on equal terms, even with the garrison commander. Xuan realizes that her usual methods are not enough, and decides to use her unique technique. She calls upon the soul of the beast, and at that moment a powerful bright energy field appears above her, which begins to transform into the silhouette of a powerful beast. The garrison commander's body suddenly explodes into a powerful stream of energy, blinding the entire space around and causing the spectators to hold their breath. Qinsuan looks at Xuan with hope as she has summoned her sacred beast, the legendary golden lion, known for its destructive power. Yanman is shocked as this is the first time she sees the commander use this technique, demonstrating it on the battlefield. Xiaoqiao watches the scene in fascination and remembers that the sacred beast Xuan is able to change its shape during a fight, making it extremely dangerous. He sincerely believes that Hansen was in serious trouble, especially after the beast spirit knocked the massive sword out of his hands using its overwhelming mental power. The golden lion's powerful roar echoes across the field, and the beast's massive soul lunges at Hansen, seeking to end the fight. Realizing that he can't dodge attacks from two opponents at once, Hansen makes a sudden decision. He transforms, spreads his wings, and instantly soars into the sky. This maneuver saves him from destruction, because the next moment the golden lion deals a powerful blow to the place where the young man had just stood. Xiaoqiao enthusiastically shouts in support of his idol, rejoicing that the wings saved Hansen from a fatal blow. Yanman turns sharply to Xiaoqiao, grabs him by the lapels and shouts in rage, demanding to know whose side he is even on. At this time, Qinsuan, overcome with anger, curses his money brother, while Mr. Yuan reflects on the fact that Hansen, despite everything, is not inferior to her opponent even in the air. The furious battle moves into the sky, where the huge golden lion tries to catch up with Hansen and deal him a fatal blow. However, the young man, using his wings, deftly maneuvers, dodging the attacks, which drives the beast's spirit into a state of helpless rage. Xuan, watching this scene, is filled with rage. Her golden lion is unable to harm Hansen in any way. She is convinced that the young man is simply mocking her and her technique by using such tactics. Xuan furiously yells at Hansen, demanding that he come down immediately and fight fairly, accusing him of not fighting like a man. Hansen calmly answers the girl that he is not going to give in to her provocations, since the only thing that matters to him is victory, regardless of the means by which it is achieved. The guy sarcastically asks Xuan what she intends to do if the other contenders also have the ability to fly. He adds that he cannot imagine how the garrison commander would run after the enemy, shouting and begging them to come down to the ground. Mr. Yuan, watching what is happening, agrees with Hansen's arguments and states that it is impossible to demand that your opponent adapt to your preferred fighting style. After this, he confidently turns around and leaves, loudly declaring that for him the fight is over and the outcome is predetermined. Qinsuan tries hard to remain calm, but his anger overwhelms him, and he calls Mr. Yuan an impudent and rich freak. Xuan gradually realizes that she cannot reach Hansen, and even if she can, she is not sure that she will defeat him. She decides to stop the fight. A bright flame of energy flares up around her, and she loudly announces her defeat. This statement stuns the audience, as no one expected such an outcome. Hansen expected to defeat the girl in battle, and also finds himself surprised by this decision. He raises his hands up in victory, and the voice of the competition's host officially announces the new champion of the tournament, a participant named Money Brother. Xiaoqiao couldn't hold back his emotions, whistling loudly and rejoicing because his idol, in 10 days, will become the representative of the steel armor shelter in the Tournament of the Gods. After the battle ends, the garrison commander approaches Hansen and quietly tells him that if he wants to obtain an S-rank card, he must come to the Steel Armor Squad office. The tournament ends, and the spectators gradually head towards the huge screen to watch the updated ranking of the top 100 warriors. Hansen notices that his nickname now ranks first on the list of the best warriors. He is well aware that the garrison commander is probably still unhappy with her defeat in the final. The guy thinks that visiting Xuan under the identity of the Money Brother can be a very risky decision. He decides to put this issue off until later, because the main thing now is to prepare for the Tournament of the Gods, which is very close to the time left. Hansen is in the archery practice room, watching his friend practice closely. Xiaoqiao wonders why Hansen continues to train so hard, since he believes the young man already has all the necessary skills. Hansen responds to this by accurately firing another arrow at the target, and calmly notes that there really is no limit to perfection. The man stands near the gravity room and watches Hansen's training closely, considering him a real hard worker. He carefully watches the young man's movements, noticing that he has already moved to the next level of difficulty, without even realizing the change. Despite the apparent ease of performing the exercises, they are very difficult for Hansen, and the young man puts in a lot of effort to continue training. While practicing his sword technique, he thinks that in the Tournament of Gods there will be many champions from other shelters, who may be clearly much stronger than him. Garrison Commander Xuan walks slowly down the corridor, thinking that several days have passed since the tournament ended. But the Money Brother still hasn't come to her for the map. As she passes the training pods, she notices that someone is continuing to train after hours. The girl watches the young man closely, and understands that he is quite good at practicing a technique called Heaven in the Sleeves. She decides to look through the information and is very surprised because the young man is at the skilled level and cannot understand how the guy moved forward 3 positions. She had never seen a person's technology grow so much in just a few days. This was a very high rate of development, since even she needed several years to grow like that. Hansen continues to train diligently and notices that his agility has increased significantly when using the Ice Jade Skin technique. The training system informs the young man that the next level has been successfully completed, after which the guy takes off his virtual reality mask and breathes out with satisfaction. Suddenly he cries out as he suddenly notices the garrison commander behind him, who hands him a bottle of water and praises the guy for his excellent work. Hansen looks closely at the offered bottle of water and does not even know if he should drink this water. He clearly remembers the previous incident after he accepted water from the girl's hands. For the sake of decency, the young man takes the bottle from the girl's hands, but thinks that she is clearly up to something again. The commander is still glad that the young man is on her side because even with his current abilities, he can serve the organization well. There is very little time left before the Tournament of the Gods. The young man catches himself thinking that he is noticeably nervous. Hansen carefully studies the candidates and realizes that, judging by the description, only 2 participants pose a danger to him. The technique of one participant is familiar to him, but the second candidate is a big mystery to the guy, and judging by the description, he has enough power to enter the second divine refuge. Suddenly his thoughts are interrupted by a phone call. The young man tries to understand who is calling him. The guy picks up the phone, introduces himself, and asks who his interlocutor is. The interlocutor introduces himself to the young man. Hansen begins to remember where he might have heard this name. The interlocutor tells the guy that he found him through a man who told him about the secrets of the gravity room, and then adds that they urgently need to discuss the upcoming Tournament of the Gods. After this, the stranger comes to the window and tells Hansen that he has a friend who can generously reward the young man for his help. Hansen shows a strong interest in such information, as it is directly related to the upcoming Tournament of the Gods. The stranger fights fiercely against multiple opponents, using his technique that allows him to easily win any fight. He delivers powerful and slashing blows with his combat daggers, creating energy waves that send opponents flying in all directions. The guy stops for a moment to look at the results of his fight, in which he managed to destroy a dozen strong opponents in just a few seconds. Hansen watches the video to the end and asks the young man if he was really called here just to show this video. The young man asks Hansen if there is anything that bothers him about the video, to which Hansen replies that the warrior's technique resembles a move called Heaven in the Sleeves, but his movements seem harsher, heavier, and literally ooze bloodthirstiness. Hansen then turns to the young man and asks who this warrior is, to which he is told that the fighter is the grandson of the senator's demigod. Hansen is surprised by the warrior's origins, but notes that he does not care about political issues and prefers not to interfere in them. The interlocutor, in turn, replies that interference in the senator's political affairs is not part of their plans, especially since his grandson is always under reliable protection. Hansen learns that he has been invited to study and copy the fighter's style, and then fight him in preparation for the Tournament of the Gods. Initially, Hansen tried to refuse, but the interlocutor convinces him, claiming that his potential is huge, and adds that they know how quickly he completed the advanced difficulty of the game. Despite his outward calm, Hansen considers the offer to be profitable, because by sparring with these young people, he can receive a good reward. Hansen agrees, but puts forward his own conditions, demanding a high payment, namely an S-rank card. The young men look at Hansen carefully, pause tensely, and then announce that they agree to his terms and he will receive his reward. They ask Hansen to carefully study the provided materials about the fighting style of the senator's grandson, and to start training as soon as possible so that everything goes effectively. Exactly 1 day passes. The young people begin to feel uneasy, since Hansen still has not come to them, which raises questions about his intentions. At this moment, there's a loud knock on the door, and Hansen enters the room, who says that he has thoroughly studied the fighting style of the senator's grandson, and offers to begin the duel immediately. One of the young men smiles and tells Hansen that he is glad he is ready, adding that his words sound confident, giving him hope for success. Lisitsin hands Hansen a training dagger, who immediately notices that the weapon is light and not sharpened, which causes him slight bewilderment. Lisitsin responds that despite their confidence in Hansen, caution in training is never a bad thing and should remain a priority. The young men adding that it does not matter to them whether the dagger is sharpened or not, as they believe that Hansen does not pose a serious danger to them. This causes the guy to become very indignant. Hansen loudly declares that he should not be underestimated, as he is going to show everything he is capable of and make them change their minds. After which, Hansen suddenly launches a rapid attack, which leaves the young man completely stupefied and makes him feel a wave of confusion. Hansen moves forward decisively, using the heaven in the sleeve technique, and declares that the opponents in the fight will not wait for the signal to begin the fight. The young man watches Hansen's actions closely, feeling great surprise as the training dagger in the boy's hand suddenly disappears. Hansen demonstrates complex manipulations, and a moment later the training weapon appears in his other hand. Hansen delivers a quick blow to his opponent, but the young man manages to dodge at the last moment, avoiding a serious hit. However, he becomes enraged as the blade still grazed his face, leaving a light but noticeable mark on it. Lisitsin, watching the fight, notes with relief that they did the right thing by playing it safe and giving Hansen a blunt training dagger. The battle continues with renewed vigor, and the young men engage in a furious fight, in which Hansen deftly dodges a series of blows from his opponent. However, at the decisive moment, the opponent delivers a powerful blow that throws Hansen back several meters, causing him to feel pain. Hansen begins to realize that he underestimated his opponent, who turned out to be damn strong and clearly surpasses him in physical strength. The young man, with a smug grin, tells Hansen that he shouldn't get cocky and rejoice prematurely if he wants to win. Hansen realizes that in terms of brute force, he is certainly inferior to his opponent, and begins to think that he has other, no less effective tricks up his sleeve. At incredible speed, Hansen dashes forward in a flash, closing the distance to his opponent in a matter of seconds and demonstrating impressive skill. The enemy, having excellent reaction, anticipates Hansen's actions, and his blow goes to the side, not reaching the target. The young man, without wasting any time, raises his hand, preparing for a powerful counterattack, and mockingly informs Hansen that it is too early for him to claim equality in this fight. At this point, Hansen quickly regroups, deftly blocking his opponent's blows, and reflects on the fact that his opponent is able to see through his every move. Using the heaven in the sleeve technique, Hansen skillfully moves the knife to his other hand, and using his freed hand, instantly performs a wrist grab on his opponent. With his opponent under control, Hansen looks to finish the combination, preparing to deliver a precise and powerful strike with his combat dagger. His plan is successful, and the hand with the blade quickly approaches the enemy's throat, leaving him with a minimal chance of defense. The young man is shocked by this technique, as he had just seen the dagger in Hansen's right hand, which in the blink of an eye moved to his other hand, as if obeying magic. Lisitsin, watching what is happening, loudly claps his hands, clearly delighted with Hansen's skill, and declares that the guy's technique even surpasses the skills of the senator's grandson. Hansen is located in the business center, located in the central part of the steel armor hideout. The young man, with a slight smile on his face, twirls the treasured S card in his hands and reflects on the fact that the efforts he made were completely worth it, because now he has another long-awaited card. Hansen thoughtfully analyzes the past fight, remembering every movement, and comes to the conclusion that, being a training one, it still left him with valuable experience, although in a real fight, its outcome could probably have been completely different. After which, the young man begins to think about how incredible the strength of the senator's grandson could be, and how difficult it would be to defeat such an opponent. Through watching the video and intensively training the heaven in the sleeve technique, Hansen has greatly improved his movements and also discovered several blind spots in his potential opponent's technique. Hansen comes to the conclusion that his own movement technique still leaves much to be desired, and thinks that with the help of the S-card, he will be able to acquire the art of the hypergenome of leg movement. Meanwhile, the young men discuss a recent training sparring session, Lisitsin noting that Hansen saved them many hours of work, proving that he is not inferior in strength and skill to the senator's grandson. The guy agrees with this, adding that Hansen has a well-developed close combat technique, and if he can adapt to the new level of opponents, he will become much stronger than his famous opponent. Lisitsin, however, believes that Hansen shouldn't be praised too much, recalling that he is the only undefeated champion of the first vault. The day of the long-awaited competition arrives, and a huge number of people gather around the fighting ring, which is called the Shining Star. Xiaoqiao takes his place in the stands, confident that the champion of the Steel Armor Shelter will definitely win this tournament. To the applause of the audience, Hansen enters the arena wearing the armor of the Money Brother. Numerous fans greet him loudly, to which he responds with gratitude for their sincere support. Hansen is genuinely surprised by how many people came out to support him, and concludes that it was the Money Brother image that managed to attract such a huge number of fans. Hansen looks around the shining arena and muses that the garrison commander most likely didn't come out of resentment over her defeat. He begins to carefully study the opponent's table, realizing that studying his enemies in detail can play a decisive role in his performance. Hansen is surprised to realize that, according to the chart, if he does not lose, then in 10 rounds he will have to fight the senator's grandson. The young man assesses his chances and understands that this will be an incredibly difficult fight. He is not yet confident in his victory. However, Hansen feels a surge of determination and confidence in his abilities, hoping that perhaps the senator's grandson will lose one of his fights. The tournament begins and the fighters enter the fray, each showing their best skills in the hopes of winning. Hansen watches the fights from the stands, closely studying the style of his future opponents, and noticing that many of them prefer a strategy of dominance through constant pressure on the opponent. Lisitsin, wiping sweat from his forehead, finishes his fight, at which point the host's voice is heard announcing that this particular fight was chosen for the audience vote. Hansen notes that Lisitsin fought at the limit of his abilities, but despite this, he considers him to be the second contender for victory in the tournament. Hansen notices that the guy has a strange energy that creates a sense of uncertainty about his strength, which makes him stand out from the rest of the fighters. The young man reflects on the fact that he shouldn't jump to conclusions, and that he needs to study the next fights in more detail in order to understand the true potential of his opponent. Suddenly, in the corridor, he runs into Lisitsin, who confidently walks straight towards him. Lisitsin greets him, calling him a money brother, and, introducing himself, says that he is glad to meet him. Hansen understands that his true identity remains unknown to Lisitsin, so he modestly states that he is just an ordinary warrior from the Steel Armor Sanctuary. Lisitsin replies that you shouldn't underestimate your abilities, reminding that every strongest champion started out as a simple warrior. After a short conversation, both of them part ways, but each of them has the thought that their meeting in the final of the tournament is inevitable. Meanwhile, the surrounding participants and spectators, trying not to attract attention, whisper that, most likely, it will be the Money Brother and Lisitsin who will meet in the decisive duel. Hansen suddenly turns around, looks closely at the back of the departing Lisitsin, and reflects on the fact that this opponent clearly has an unpredictability that could become his main advantage. Hansen reflects that anything can be expected from Lisitsin, especially given his intimidating and unusually powerful energy. Meanwhile, the tournament continues, and the best fighters from different shelters enter the arena, ready to prove their superiority. In one of the battles, the senator's grandson fights a dragon warrior. Spectators believe that the dragon warrior was among the best fighters in the last tournament and has never lost in this one. However, the audience's expectations are in vain, as the fight ends in literally a matter of seconds. The senator's grandson easily deals with the dragon warrior. Hansen watches what is happening with great surprise, bordering on fear, and cannot understand how the senator's grandson managed to destroy such a powerful enemy so quickly. The dragon warrior lets out a loud scream, and then his lifeless body falls to the arena with a crash, shocking the spectators. The senator's grandson performs a complex pirouette in the air, gracefully approaches the body of the defeated enemy, and delivers a finishing blow, emphasizing his complete superiority. The host announces the end of the fight, naming the senator's grandson as the winner, and dissatisfied shouts begin to be heard from the stands because the fight was too short. Many viewers are shocked by how quickly and easily the dragon warrior, who was considered one of the strongest, was defeated. Hansen remains calm on the outside, but inside he is filled with surprise, as the dragon warrior fell from just one blow. Lisitsin continues reading his book as if nothing happened. The guy is absorbed in reading and does not pay attention to the conversations around him. A friend tries to get his attention and begins to discuss the event, saying that most likely this dragon warrior was not real. Lisitsin, without being distracted from the book, says that they made the right choice and prepared well for the meeting with the senator's grandson. He relies on the plan they built. A friend invites him to go get a bite to eat, but the young man declines and says that there is another fight that they cannot miss. One of the most powerful archers, known for his skills in using an unusual bow, appears in the arena, which immediately attracts the attention of the audience. In this dangerous battle, he is confronted by Hansen, who barely repels his opponent's blows. The guy thinks that in this tournament, there really are no weak opponents, and each of them is unique in their own way in their strength and skill. Hansen continues to deflect the endless arrows aimed at him and notices with horror that they are laced with some kind of special poison. The archer, without releasing his pressure, suddenly sends out the sacred beast's soul arrow after the normal arrows. Hansen dodges and deflects the arrows with great difficulty, but one of them misses his face by just a few centimeters. The arrows of the sacred beast's soul are homing. They circle around the arena and come in for a second attack. Hansen, with the last of his strength, dodges them, feeling how every movement is difficult for him. A friend, watching what is happening, asks Lisitsin what is special about this fight. He does not see anything extraordinary in how the archer performs a standard technique. He simply crushes his opponent. The audience watches Hansen's actions closely and begins to doubt that the guy is the best representative of the steel armor vault. Hansen uses transformation and, to the surprise of the audience, instantly defeats his opponent. The young man considers this technique to be evidence of Hansen's weakness, since he used the transformation to fight an ordinary archer. The recording of the competition broadcast is posted online, and the girls carefully study Hansen's fight. The garrison commander does not agree with the fact that the presenters praise the guy the girl considers his equipment to be very mediocre. Yanman states that in these fights the Money Brother did not have any outstanding victories or uses of rare techniques. The garrison commander believes that the Money Brother is simply obliged to win this tournament, especially since he took her place. Yanman suggests watching another video that surprised everyone. It happened at the beginning of the tournament in the corridor. The video shows the Money Brother meeting Lisitsin in the hallway, and they agree that their paths will cross in the tournament final. Zhuan goes into deep thought, realizing that the situation is actually much more complicated than it seems at first glance, and that many of the tournament participants are hiding their true intentions and strengths. Yanman, with a grin, says that people make fun of the couple, claiming that a complete weakling would date someone who always comes in second place. The second day of the Battle of the Gods competition begins, and spectators watch as the senator's grandson slowly climbs into the arena. Hansen, wearing the armor of the Money Brother, is in the arena and watches carefully as his opponent approaches. The senator's grandson approaches his Money Brother and declares that he will kill him today, which causes the guy to react. Hansen is deeply hurt by such statements and understands that he must win to reach the top 10 and prove his strength in this tournament. The guy decides not to waste time and performs a transformation, turning into a powerful centaur, after which he rushes to attack his opponent without hesitation. The spectators, watching what is happening, are very surprised by this turn of events. They believe that the Money Brother is using extremely dangerous tactics because the senator's grandson is a master of close combat. A wicked smile appears on the senator's grandson's face. He believes that his opponent is running to his death, after which he tells the boy that he respects his determination. A second later, the senator's grandson begins to transform. A huge energy field forms around him, which soon materializes into a giant creature. A bright ball of energy flares up around the young man. The soul of his monster rushes into attack, forcing all the spectators to hold their breath at what they saw. Lisitsin, watching this, wonders why the senator's grandson does not use a sacred level of transformation, the same as the one the Money Brother used, believing that it could strengthen him in battle. The next second, the guy realizes that the senator's grandson specializes in close combat and quick kills, and that he does not have the human transformation to use all his power to the fullest extent. In order to use his full power, the senator's grandson would need to lower his rank and remain humanoid. But he believes that the current tactics will be effective enough to win, especially considering that his monster spirit is equipped with a sacred dagger. The huge creature of the senator's grandson jumps high into the air and raises the sacred dagger for a decisive blow that should inflict mortal damage on the enemy. The money brother, in the form of a centaur, manages to dodge this blow at the last moment and continues the fight. Meanwhile, the soul of the senator's grandson's monster does not stop in its furious attacks, delivering powerful energy blows to Hansen, trying to break his resilience. Hansen, despite the blows, maintains his inner calm. He is confident that he knows his opponent and will not make a mistake, even in such a tense situation. He swings his massive battle sword and launches a furious attack at the senator's grandson. The opponent, unable to contain his surprise, realizes that this fighting style is familiar to him. The guy clearly did not expect to face such a powerful opponent. The senator's grandson begins to fight off the blows of his money brother. But a moment later, he experiences great surprise, realizing that the situation is getting out of his control. Lisitsin, closely following the development of the fight, informs his friend that the money brother has changed his martial arts style to heaven in his sleeves, and now the winner has become obvious. Hansen, using his strength and determination, breaks through the senator's grandson's defenses and delivers a series of powerful blows to the monster's soul. The soul of the monster, unable to repel numerous blows, receives critical damage and flies to the side, deprived of any further opportunity to resist. The energy connection between the senator's grandson and his beast soul is broken. The guy, unable to withstand the tension, also flies to the side. Lisitsin's friend is deeply amazed. He does not fully believe that the money brother was able to win so quickly in this duel, which seemed so difficult and tense. Lisitsin, observing this, comes to the conclusion that the money brother certainly deserves his title as a legend of the steel armor shelter, because his victory in this battle was a pure display of skill and strength. The senator's grandson, furious and unable to accept defeat, loudly curses his money brother with the last words, trying to recover from the monstrous attack. However, a moment later, he loses consciousness and falls to the ground. The stands scream loudly, enthusiastically supporting the victory of the money brother, who was able to defeat the powerful fighter with just one blow. Hansen, addressing the senator's grandson, informs him that his internal organs are damaged and that, at this rate, he will not last 5 minutes unless he receives urgent assistance. The senator's grandson regains consciousness, continuing to curse his moneyed brother, and angrily announces that next time he will definitely kill him. The presenter announces the victory of the money brother, Hansen, raising his hands up, expresses his joy, after which the stands begin to shout loudly, celebrating his triumph. Yanman is in her office. She informs the garrison commander that the second part of the Battle of the Money Brother has been aired, and has already become incredibly popular, gaining tens of millions of views. Yanman believes that the money brother did not let down the shelter of steel armor, as he was able to deal with a rather famous and powerful warrior, demonstrating his outstanding abilities in battle. Xuan, thinking about what is happening, wonders who could be hiding under the guise of the money brother. Meanwhile, Hansen, in his room in the shelter, analyzes his fight on video and, despite his victory, comes to the conclusion that he needs to train his legs more, because if he had better developed movements, he could have defeated the senator's grandson even faster. Hansen starts choosing S-category goods in order to cash out his card and buy something valuable, but he can't decide which item to choose. The guy gets lost among the many options. Hansen gets a call from his friend Lisitsin. The guy is wondering if he really needs to have another sparring session to practice his skills. However, he soon learns that the young man wants to offer him a job and promises good rewards for participating in this business. Hansen, interested in the offer, wants to know all the details, but Lisitsin says that he will tell him everything personally. For this, the guy needs to come to the meeting. Hansen finds himself in the vicinity of the steel armor shelter and slowly wanders along the protective wall, thinking about everything that has happened in his life recently. After some time, a large group of hunters approaches the meeting place. The eldest of them, having carefully studied Hansen, asks if his brother was talking about him. Hansen asks the senior hunter why they are organizing the expedition on their own, without deciding to cooperate with the authorities, and whether it is solely because they do not want to share the profits. One of the men is extremely aggressive towards Hansen, grabbing the young man by the lapels and telling him that he is weak and could let them down in the operation, creating a danger for the entire group. The older hunter, noticing this, orders the aggressive man to stop. He says that he trusts the young man and hopes that he will help in obtaining the divine gene, which will be an important step for everyone. The elder hunter tells Hansen that he must follow his plans or he cannot guarantee his safety, and then promises to reward the young man with a mutated beast as a worthy prize for successfully completing the mission. The hunters turn to Hansen, hoping that the guy will be able to prove his strength and not disgrace his shelter. because a lot depends on him, the young man reassures them, assuring them that he will do his job and will not let them down. After this, the hunters climb onto their riding monsters and begin to slowly climb up the mountain. The journey ahead is long and difficult. Hansen learns that the desired location is located 30 kilometers away in the steep mountains, and, assessing the situation, believes that they can get there in 2 days, despite the difficult route and difficulties along the way. Soon the hunters arrive at the right place, dismount from the monsters and prepare to continue their journey on foot. A squad of hunters moves through a narrow cave. Hansen, carefully examining the walls, notices bloody footprints, which makes him question what happened here earlier. He asks the hunters if these traces were left behind by their last hunt, to which one of the hunters confirms his guess, explaining that they recently fought here with a sacred beast that turned out to be quite strong and fast, and in that battle, they lost many people. The leader of the hunters tells Hansen the task. The beast lives near a watering hole, and they are going to distract it so that the young man can hide under the water and hit the animal at its weakest point when it will not see him. Hansen learns that his task is to kill the monster with just one blow. Otherwise, the animal will become enraged and destroy them all. A loud chomping sound is heard. The scaly armadillo has come to the watering hole and, lowering its huge muzzle into the pond, greedily swallows the water. Hansen looks closely at the monster and realizes that the beast is simply huge, and its strength and defense are probably at the highest level, which makes the task even more difficult. Hansen, feeling the tension growing, asks the older hunter if he is sure of his actions, as the younger man thinks the plan is too risky and is worried that the armadillo will fall for all their tricks, which could lead to fatal consequences. After this, Hansen demands an advance payment, a demand that greatly outrages the ordinary hunters, who do not understand how a young man can bargain at such a critical moment. The senior hunter hands the soul of the monster to Hansen and asks his subordinates to calm down, explaining that the boy is unlikely to escape, as his name and reputation will be forever ruined if he breaks his obligations. The hunters begin to split into 3 small groups to carry out their maneuvers and distract the beast. Each of them will act in a strictly designated direction. The senior hunter, together with the experienced warrior, is going to lure the beast out of its home and then continue to act according to the plan. After which, the senior hunter lifts a huge stone above his head and gives the command to his subordinates to begin the operation. The hunters grab huge stones and begin to throw them accurately at the scaly armadillo, hoping to somehow damage it, but the monster has such strong armor that the stones bounce off it like peas without causing even the slightest damage. Despite this, the unsuccessful attempts greatly irritate the monster, and it, raising its huge muzzle, emits a loud cry that echoes throughout the cave. The next moment, the scaly armadillo contracts into a huge ball and begins to quickly approach the hunters. The man hands Hansen an underwater breathing apparatus and asks the boy to hurry up while the scaly armadillo is distracted by the first group of hunters. Hansen, without wasting any time, puts on an oxygen mask and begins to slowly descend into the underground reservoir, hoping to find the right point to strike. Meanwhile, the scaly armadillo rushes towards the hunters at great speed, destroying everything in its path. The second group of hunters comes into action, throwing stones at the armadillo to distract it from pursuing the first group. This turns out to be a successful move. The monster turns its attention to the other hunters and rushes after them, leaving the first group behind. Meanwhile, Hansen is in the water, carefully choosing the right spot to deliver the decisive blow that he hopes will end the hunt. The armadillo, unable to catch up with the fleeing hunters, returns to the watering hole to continue quenching its thirst. He plunges his muzzle deep into the water and begins to drink greedily. Not noticing how they are watching him from under the water, Hansen carefully watches the monster, preparing for the decisive moment. The guy has a clear view of the monster and finds the only open area, after which he takes out an arrow, aiming at the animal's vulnerable point. Hansen begins to move towards the surface, moving cautiously, and once he reaches the required distance, he thrusts an arrow into the drinking armadillo with a sharp movement. The monster, feeling pain, throws its huge head back and begins to scream loudly and eerily, creating a truly frightening sound that echoes throughout the cave. After this, it turns around and begins to deliver powerful blows with its tail on the surface of the water, trying to destroy the attacker. Hansen has great difficulty maneuvering underwater, and the young man has great difficulty dodging the deadly blows of the armadillo's tail. The scaly armadillo, realizing that it is unable to reach its attacker, decides to curl up into a huge ball and begins to move away from the watering hole. The hunter commander, observing what was happening, immediately gave the order to his subordinates to begin the pursuit before the monster ran far enough. Hansen notices that the armadillo has left the pond and immediately swims to the surface, gasping for air as he begins to greedily gasp for air. Examining himself, the young man notices that he has a deep wound on his chest. He believes that this risk was clearly not worth it. The hunters try their best to catch up with the armadillo, calling him all sorts of names, not understanding why he is moving so fast, and assume that the young man missed, although this seems unlikely to them. Hansen believes that this cannot be, since the guy clearly saw how he hit the scaly armadillo right in the belly, and if the monster does not have immunity to the poison that the arrow was soaked with, then it should already be on its last legs. The scaly armadillo, despite its injury, hid in a network of mountain labyrinths, and hunters slowly continue to follow its tracks, trying to track it down. At this moment, a system message arrives, informing that the hunters have destroyed the scaly armadillo, and the victory reward, the sacred soul, has been successfully obtained. Suddenly, Hansen abruptly stops his run, sensing that something is clearly wrong. The hunter commander immediately turns around and asks the young man what happened and why he froze in place. The guy remains wary. The next second, a loud and strange sound begins to spread throughout the mountain labyrinth. The hunters cannot understand where it comes from and raise their heads, not understanding who or what could be making this terrible cry. The advance group of hunters slowly moves towards the ledge, trying to see who is making these frightening cries. They act with obvious caution. The senior hunter and Hansen try to get to the ledge as quickly as possible, realizing that the further outcome of the mission depends on their actions now. Hansen runs out into the open space and suddenly stops, shocked by the sight he sees. It seems to cause him not only surprise, but also fear. At the bottom of the labyrinth is a giant bird, which with its powerful paws is tearing apart the dead body of a scaly armadillo. The bird notices the approaching hunters, raises its huge head and lets out a loud, piercing cry, and its eyes flash with a hellish red light. The voices of the hunters are heard, filled with panic and growing fear. They are excited by what is happening and begin to run in different directions, realizing that they are faced with a monster that they have no chance of defeating. However, Hansen remains standing in place, as if he is not at all frightened by this situation. One of the hunters running past asks the young man in surprise why he does not leave. At this time, the giant bird notices the motionless Hansen, flies into the air, spreading its massive wings, and begins to rapidly approach him. Hansen notes to himself that in front of him is the white eagle, which is undoubtedly a sacred beast, and the hunters have invaded its territory, which enraged him. The guy realizes that the hunters simply won't have time to escape from the giant bird, and decides to act. Hansen grabs an arrow from his quiver, aims at the monster, and starts screaming loudly to attract the bird's attention to himself. Hansen fires an arrow, but due to his haste he fails to aim accurately, and it flies just a few centimeters from the monster's head, causing no damage to it. By inertia, a giant white eagle moving at great speed rushes past, throwing Hansen aside with its powerful air wave. The huge white eagle instantly turns around and furiously continues its pursuit of Hansen, not stopping for a second and attacking him with blows of its giant beak. Hansen notices a small ledge in front of him and, without thinking, makes a dash upward, hoping to hide on the elevation from the aggressive predator. The bird is almost catching up with him. Hansen feels in horror how its huge beak thunders right behind his back. Hansen gathers all his strength and concentrates on a quick dash forward, which allows him to increase the distance a little and gain a small advantage. The hunters, watching this, realize that Hansen deliberately distracted the deadly predator's attention onto himself, thereby giving them the opportunity to escape. The older hunter looks at the young man with respect and states that he is clearly no slouch and that his actions deserve sincere gratitude. The man watches closely as Hansen tries to hide from the giant bird and understands that he is now in his debt. Hansen muses that the white eagle probably won't be able to eat him on the go, and without thinking twice, transforms into the Money Brothers' armor. The giant bird continues its furious pursuit, destroying everything in its path. Suddenly, Hansen notices a small body of water in front of him and rushes towards it, hoping that the giant eagle can hardly swim. He is overcome with joy at the thought that salvation is near, and he only has a few dozen meters left to reach the water. A few moments later, Hansen reaches the reservoir, pushes off from the shore with force, and gaining speed, throws himself into the water, hoping to hide from his pursuer. However, the huge white eagle, even over the water, still gets Hansen, delivering several strong blows with its long beak. The young man feels relieved that he managed to transform and put on the sacred armor, because this bird was able to kill the scaly armadillo with one blow. Hansen understands that without the armor, he would already be dead. In the depths, Hansen suddenly spots a giant swordfish, and is surprised to realize that for the first time in his life, he is happy to meet a monster. He instantly grabs her upper fin and literally begs her to swim away as quickly as possible, realizing that now his life depends on this underwater monster. At this time, Lisitsyn sits quietly and reads a book, and his friend diligently trains on the treadmill. Suddenly the guy stops abruptly, interrupting his run, and turns to Lisitsyn in bewilderment, asking why he is laughing. Lisitsyn says with a smile that he is not laughing at the young man at all, but is simply in a good mood because he is expecting something important. The guy, not hiding his irritation, asks Lisitsyn if he wants to fight the money brother to test his strength. To this, Lisitsyn calmly replies that the Battle of the Gods is organized according to a points system, and the money brother could well not have earned enough points to participate in the finals. Hansen feels a strong, piercing pain that makes him slowly open his eyes. In front of him there is a girl who bends over him with concern, asks him to come to his senses, and asks if he can hear her. Instantly regaining consciousness, Hansen experiences great surprise. The guy watches the girl who is right next to him. He does not immediately understand what happened, and tries to comprehend what is happening around him. The girl happily tells the young man that she is happy to see him conscious, and adds that, in her opinion, the medicinal herbs she used were still able to help. Looking around, Hansen notices a man sitting quietly by a nearby fire. He asks the man where he is, to which he explains that they are now in the forest near Slava's shelter, and he was pulled out of the river when he was on the verge of life and death. The young people set off on their journey, and the man reports that they are only 7 kilometers from Slava's shelter. He then adds that Hansen owes 300,000 for the medical care he provided, and the escort to the shelter, which puts the guy in an awkward position. Hansen admits that he does not have that kind of money with him, to which the man calmly replies that they can transfer it after returning to the shelter, and thus close the issue. The girl expresses her dissatisfaction and tells the man that it is wrong to act this way, because people need to be helped out of sincerity and spiritual kindness. The man calmly reminds the girl that since last night they have only destroyed one primeval beast, and their genes are developing too slowly, so they really need the money. Hansen looks closely at the equipment of these two, and notices that it is extremely simple, but at the same time he is amazed at their courage and determination in hunting for primitive genes. After a while they stop. The girl suddenly points her hand to the side, asking if they see what she sees. At this moment, everyone notices that a group of black-tailed monkeys is moving nearby, among which there are clearly several mutated ones with poisonous souls. The man suddenly grabs the girl by the hand and they both start running quickly. He warns about the need to hurry, as the number of monkeys is too large. Hansen remains standing, carefully examining the approaching monsters, and ponders whether he will be able to cover his debt by obtaining a few mutated genes for his new acquaintances. The man turns around, stops running, and looks at the young man in amazement, clearly not understanding why he is not trying to escape. Hansen draws his bowstring and declares that the apes of the Glory Vault will now know the full power of the Steel Armor Vault Warrior. The man and woman stand in shock as Hansen uses the mutated beast's arrow against a dangerous opponent. Hansen calmly takes another arrow from his quiver, and then fires it towards the black-tailed monkeys. Despite the arrows flying towards her, one of the monkeys, instead of retreating, takes a fighting stance and begins to scream loudly, demonstrating its strength. The man screams in horror at Hansen, warning him that this mutated monkey is much stronger than the usual ones, and suggests that they flee immediately. Hansen asks the man not to worry and assures him that the power of his arrows is enough to deal with this monster. The monkey does not react at all to the arrows fired at it, and continues to scream loudly, after which it begins to move rapidly towards the young people. Hansen's arrows make 2 circles around the massive black-tailed monkey and land squarely in its head. There is a powerful explosion, and a second later the huge, powerful monster falls senseless to the ground. The frightened monkeys, deprived of their leader, begin to scream loudly and run in different directions, avoiding further battle. Hansen, calmly holding the mutated beast's arrow in his hands, reflects on how easily he managed to defeat this powerful monster. A man and a girl run up to the young man, admiringly assess his battle, and ask in surprise who he is. After several hours, the 3 travelers safely reach Slava's refuge. Hansen looks around the solid buildings with interest and shares his impressions that this is the first time he has seen such a beautiful and lively place. Looking back, Hansen notes how many people dreamed of coming here, which makes the meeting even more meaningful for him. The man, looking closely at the young man, sternly informs him that he no longer considers him a debtor, recognizing the importance of the genes he received. Hansen suggests that thanks to the black-tailed mutant monkey, its genes will help the man and woman significantly enhance their abilities in the future. The girl turns to Hansen with sincere gratitude and notes that these valuable genes are much more important than a debt of 300,000. The man looks at the young man with envy and thinks to himself that he should become stronger than him in the near future. After which the man tells Hansen that they have arrived at the teleportation station from where the young man can go to the common space. But there is one nuance. Hansen learns that this station is connected only to an external teleportal, so he will have to go further on foot. That is, he will not be able to get directly to the shelter of steel armor. Hansen considers this to be very bad news, as it looks like he won't make it to the finals of the Battle of the Gods in time. But the guy is not too upset, as he hopes that he will still get into the top 10, and he will be given a random sacred beast soul. Hansen says goodbye to his new acquaintances and heads towards the spatial teleport. The girl, in turn, thanks the young man for his help and wishes him a safe journey. Hansen doesn't know that at this time in the stadium arena, the host announces that Lisitsin is the main champion of the Battle of the Gods this year, based on the number of points. Lisitsin slowly descends from the arena, and sadly thinks that in this championship he never fought with the warrior named Money Brother. Spectators are actively discussing the information about why the Money Brother did not show up for the competition and missed the final fight. A huge number of reporters immediately surround Lisitsin. They are interested in only one question. Why, in his opinion, the Money Brother did not come to the fight? They make the assumption that his opponent was simply scared. Lisitsin tells reporters that he thinks this is not the case. The young man believes that the Money Brother is as fearless as he is. The reporter asks another question. He is interested in who would emerge victorious from their battle. Lisitsin replies that this is unknown, and in order to find out, he must personally fight with the Money Brother. Lisitsin's friend is very upset that he was not in the spotlight, even though he took second place this year, but everyone completely forgot about him. Lisitsin wonders why the Money Brother didn't come to the fight, and he doesn't have a single answer. However, the young man knows one thing for sure. Now he is even more eager to fight with his Money Brother. Hansen, meanwhile, is leisurely strolling through the teleportation station. The young man considers himself damn lucky that the white mutated eagle did not eat him. A little later, Hansen contacts the hunters and informs them that he will definitely give the elder hunter the soul of the beast when they meet. The interlocutor says that this should not be done. Most of the animal's carcass was eaten by an eagle, and the senior hunter was able to collect enough goods, and his divine gene is at its maximum, so he will soon begin preparing for the second shelter. After which the interlocutor thanks Hansen for his courage and heroism. The guy is upset that he did not have the sacred bow and arrows with him, then he would have definitely killed this eagle. The young man quietly repeats the words, sacred bow and arrows, after which he begins to think that there is some kind of coincidence here. Hansen learns that the elder hunter is about to sell his sacred bow, as he no longer has any use for it. The young man asks to be honest whether Hansen received the soul of the armadillo beast. The guy answers that this is indeed the case, and from it came a very strong prickly soul shield. The young man considers this to be excellent news, as such a shield is just what the senior hunter needs, and he asks Hansen to keep the shield and keep it with him at all times, after which he promises to assist in exchanging it for the sacred bow. Hansen thanks his friend for his assistance and says that it was a pleasure to do business with him. Out of the corner of his eye, Hansen suddenly notices the garrison commander standing next to him. He says goodbye to his interlocutor and says that he can no longer speak. The girl immediately attacks the young man aggressively, not hiding her displeasure, and in a sharp tone asks where he has been all this time, as if his absence has become a real problem for her. After which she informs him that the exam for admission to the Black Eagle Military Academy will begin in just 3 days. She says that he should be ready for it, then hands him a tight package, and then states that she has already managed to talk to people from the academy. Inside this is his ticket. The girl gives him the order to hurry and go to the spaceship, which in 3 days will arrive for the exam at the Black Eagle Military Academy. She then abruptly grabs Hansen by his clothes and threatens that if he, like his Money Brother, runs away at the last moment, she will stop at nothing and will pull him out from under the ground to tear him to pieces. Hansen, despite her rage, feels genuine joy in realizing how much he can irritate the girl. Hansen is at his family's home, where he tells his mother that he is going to the Black Eagle Military Academy, and promises her that she and his sister will be under the protection of the military. The sister is very upset that her brother is leaving for a long time and anxiously asks how long it will be before he can return. Hansen tries to calm the girl down by explaining to her that the military academy is very strict, and that after he enters, he will only be able to come home for the holidays, which sounds like a hard consolation to her. Hansen's mother wipes tears from her face as she reflects on how her son has become such a grown man and decides that she will not hold him back, hoping that he will succeed at the military academy. The mother is sure that if his father saw him now, he would be proud of him, because he has become a real man. Hansen, in turn, promises his mother that he will not disappoint his family and will strive for success, despite all the difficulties. A few hours later, Hansen arrives at the planet's interplanetary airport, mentally prepared for his important trip. The young man passes through the security system, his ticket is confirmed, and an automated voice congratulates him on a successful flight, which relaxes him a little, making him feel like the journey has begun. This place was completely new to him. He was very impressed by the huge warships and the advanced equipment of the spaceport, as if he had entered a completely different world. Standing next to the giant military liner, Hansen thinks that being here is every man's dream, because a spaceship of this size is inspiring. At this moment, he feels that his life is just beginning. He then climbs aboard the ship and begins to walk through the cabin, looking around carefully to find his seat according to his ticket, when suddenly he notices a girl sitting next to him. She is immersed in working on the holographic screen, and as he immediately understands, her attention is completely occupied by the game, which makes her unusually focused. Hansen, watching his fellow traveler closely, immediately notices that she is wearing the Black Eagle Academy uniform, which makes her presence even more interesting to him. The girl is completely absorbed in her studies and does not pay any attention to Hansen sitting next to her. The young man immediately recognizes the game called Heavenly Hand that the girl is playing. He had played the game before, but only in the single-player version, and he had never played against real people before. The girl suddenly throws her hands up and shouts joyfully, announcing that she has won, having won 10 times in a row, and now she has a huge achievement that she has been looking forward to. Having torn herself away from the game and realizing her victory, the girl immediately notices that Hansen has most likely been closely watching her game for a long time. She makes a remark to the young man, saying that it is impolite to stare at other people like that. Her words sound like a stern reproach. Hansen apologizes to the girl, explaining that he was simply watching her play without any ulterior motives, which he thought would calm her down. The girl feels irritated, believing that the young man is deceiving her. It is obvious to her that he was staring at her, and he is using the game as an excuse for his behavior. Hansen, noticing her reaction, asks his fellow traveler if she is by any chance a student at the Black Eagle Academy, after which he says that he is just flying to take the entrance exams and did not expect to meet a neighbor at the academy. The stranger is very surprised that the guy could be her classmate in the group. She looks at him carefully. Hansen, responding to her surprise, says that they might indeed study in the same group, but he still has to pass the entrance exams for this to become a reality. Hansen reveals that he heard that the entrance exams to Black Eagle Academy are quite easy, which irritates the girl and makes her nervous, after which she tells the young man that he needs to learn some manners, as his words were thoughtless and inappropriate. Hansen doesn't understand at all what could have made the girl so angry, because he just said what he thought. Suddenly, the girl offers to play Hansen in the game Heavenly Hand, and sets the condition that if the guy wins, she will become his girlfriend, which is a rather unexpected and strange offer. The spaceship takes off and heads towards another planet, while Hansen wonders if the girl is really telling the truth. The girl says that her name is Jian, and she always keeps her word, to which the young man replies that he has never played against other players before, but only in single-player mode. Jian happily suggests that the boys start with 5 training matches, explaining that in order to enter the Black Eagle Academy, a newcomer must learn to handle any weapon after only 3 training sessions with it. Hansen is very surprised by the girl's reaction. He thinks that she is extremely confident in her victory, that she even tries to teach him, and pretends that she is not angry with him at all. Hansen suggests skipping the training regimen as he is about to enter the Black Eagle Academy and must master this game. Therefore, he only asks to give him a couple of minutes to get used to the new interface and understand how everything works, after which Hansen activates the holographic screen and begins to quickly study it, trying to get used to the controls. Jian asks in surprise if the young man is truly confident in his actions, warning him that she will not listen to any excuses once the game begins. The guy registers in the game and indicates his nickname as Get a Girl, which causes indignation in Jian. But Hansen reminds her that after his victory, everything will really be exactly like that. Jian begins to warm up her hands. The girl is confident in her victory, since she is the leader of the Heavenly Hand Game Club, and suggests turning on the difficult mode. The game system announces the start of the game. Hansen is very excited, because this is his first game duel with a real person. Hansen begins to perform game manipulations, and in a few minutes earns 30 points, which gives him a sense of progress and adds confidence. The girl is very surprised by such a result, since even the most experienced and strong players cannot always do something like this, which makes her even more wary. The game continues. The girl decides that the young man's hand was simply closer, and it was just an accident, unrelated to his skill. However, Hansen cleverly executes the next game combination, and another 90 points appear on his account. This makes Jian feel genuinely amazed, because she doesn't understand how this is possible. Hansen believes that this is his chance, and if he performs the following combination, he will easily reach the second level, which gives him additional motivation. After this, he performs a combination and wins another 60 points, which completely infuriates the girl. Jian finds the young man's tactics strange, because she doesn't understand why he takes her points when they are much closer on his half of the game. The girl loses her temper and loudly shouts at the guy, accusing him of simply making fun of her. Hansen is maximally focused on the process. He asks the girl not to distract him, and with the help of a complex combination, he earns another 150 points, which only increases her discontent. Jian is outraged by the young man's tactical moves, because even among the best players of the Heavenly Hand Club, no one can so brazenly take points from her. The girl performs a simple combination and thinks that this guy is definitely cheating. Because something like this is simply impossible, she loses confidence in herself. She tries to protect her playing field, but Hansen makes a complex combination that she cannot predict, and takes another 60 points from the girl, causing her confusion and bewilderment. Jian is surprised to realize that her opponent is too fast and she can't keep up with him. His actions are lightning fast. The next second, the game system reports that the girl has lost another 30 points. She desperately tries to think of a way to counterattack. Hansen wins the round with a score of 100-0, and the game stops. The young man is very surprised that the tournament ended immediately after the first 100 points, as he did not expect such an outcome. Jian, beside herself with rage, she shouts at the young man. No one has ever been able to beat her so quickly and brazenly, in a game in which she is the champion. Hansen sees the girl's reaction and asks her to calm down, saying that it's just a game, and that she shouldn't take it so seriously. Jian loudly shouts at the young man, accusing him of cheating and demanding that the guy immediately confess to cheating. Hansen says he never even thought about it, then goes on to say that it was the first time he had ever activated this mode and had no idea how it worked. Jian says in an angry voice that no one could defeat her so humiliatingly. She is sure that the young man was definitely cheating, since her experience tells her that such a thing is simply impossible in a fair game. Hansen is very surprised by the girl's reaction. He swears on his divine genes that he is not lying, and does not understand how such a misunderstanding could have arisen between them. Jian offers the guy to prove his innocence and repeat their duel on professional equipment at the academy. Hansen agrees to the girl's conditions and says that this can, of course, be done at any time once he enters the academy. In an irritated state, Jian leaves the young man, finally telling the guy that the Black Eagle Academy does not accept liars as cadets. When the girl leaves, Hansen grabs his head. The young man believes that he clearly went too far, and that the girl needed to be given a head start. With thoughts of what the girl should have done in this game, Hansen approaches the huge gates of the Black Hawk Military Academy. There are a lot of people inside. People are carefully studying the information on the information boards. The atmosphere here is too tense and serious. Hansen is very surprised by the number of people trying to get into Black Hawk Academy, and he understands that the competition will be fierce. The examiner checks the young man's personal file and finds out that he was recommended by the commander of the Steel Armor Shelter Garrison. The examiner says that Schwan is their best guarantor, so they will not be too strict with Hansen, which gives him a chance of successful admission. The examiner informs that a written test will be enough, but in order to be admitted to the archery department, the boy must pass the tests. Hansen, without hesitation, replies that he is absolutely ready to pass the tests at any time. Hansen understands that in this military academy, everything is really strict. The atmosphere inside is serious. The young man is noticeably nervous, but tries to control himself, not letting his emotions get the better of him. He stops outside the archery examination room and thinks about which foot he should enter the room with, the left or the right. Hansen finds himself inside the training cabin. He is delighted with the holographic archery range and thinks the place is very cool and technological. The guy happily takes the mechanical bow into his hands and thinks that he has never used such an armored bow and arrows before. He is glad that now he will have a lot of fun. The examination system announces that the test has begun, and numerous targets appear near the young man. Hansen pulls back his bowstring and thinks about the fact that the target can move in all directions, and now he must test the result of his training, called superparticle flow acceleration. Having passed the test with flying colors, Hansen feels a great sense of relief. Feeling the tension leave him, the examiner informed him that the official enrollment will take place in 3 months, so the young man still has plenty of time. Hansen thinks that perhaps he will be able to visit his family in the near future, who remained in a shelter called Steel Armor. At this moment, two happy girls run next to him. They are happy and laugh loudly. One of them tells her friend not to run so fast and to wait for her. Hansen enjoys it very much and thinks that student life is really wonderful and looks exciting. Meanwhile, the examiner is looking at the results of the Hansen test. The man is very surprised and keeps repeating that this is simply impossible. The tests took only 6 minutes. Shooting from a stationary position, shooting on the move, and shooting in levitation scored a total of more than 300 points, which is simply an excellent result. Xuani's pleased with the exam results. She is very pleased that the academy management thanked her for such a student. The girl believes that sending Hansen to the Black Hawk Military Academy was the right decision. Yanman plans to contact Hansen's family soon. The girl wants his mother to receive a military certificate. She then asks the garrison commander if it is worth including Hansen in the squad's main roster now. Several days pass, and the events move to the surrounding mountains near Slava's refuge. Hansen is all alone and activates the souls of mutated monsters. The young man wants to get to his steel armor shelter, but the fastest way back lies through the dark swamps, which are not very familiar to him. Hansen intends to use a mutant riding beast that his friend lent him. The guy thinks that it would be a great idea. A few days later, Hansen reaches his room in the steel armor shelter. The young man is very tired and does not want to wake up at all. Suddenly, he is awakened by a loud knock on the door. Hansen is very unhappy with the early guest. He slowly gets out of bed and grumbles loudly, wondering who could have come so early. The sound continues to increase in volume, carrying with it a powerful vibration. For a moment, Hansen thinks it is an earthquake. The young man is visibly agitated and runs towards the front door. With a sharp movement of his hand, he opens the doors and freezes in place. What he sees greatly surprises him. At the threshold stands the beast he bought last time. This monster has transformed over time into a creature of divine blood. Hansen begins to remember the chronology of events. He left the Refuge of Glory 10 days ago. The guy had almost no rest, and yesterday, returning home, he immediately fell asleep. Luckily, this monster hasn't escaped into the wild, and the guy intends to make up for lost time in one big meal. With a precise, sharp movement, he delivers a powerful blow with an arrow to the mutated monster. Hansen prepares the monster meat. The system informs him that the hunt for the beast of divine blood was successful, but the guy did not receive the soul of the beast. Having had his fill, Hansen receives several more messages from the system, which notifies him that he has gained several points towards his supergod genes. Hansen has increased his supergod gene count to 34 points in the last 6 months, and after eating a black-tailed poison monkey, his mutated gene count has reached 52 points. Thus, the young man becomes much stronger. Others do not even know about it. Hansen believes that soon he will amaze everyone with his capabilities. Suddenly, Hansen remembers that he did not receive the super god beast spirit that was supposed to be his reward in the God of War competition. The young man is instantly sent to a martial arts field where a huge crystal sparkles on a huge monument at the top. The martial arts field was closed after the competition, but Hansen plans to sneak in under cover of night. Hansen slowly walks through the main hall. He thinks about how he could forget his reward of the God of War. Although he was not in first place, but it is still the soul of a beast of divine blood. Touching the crystal, Hansen realizes that if he receives this reward, he will no longer be able to enter the battlefield of the gods this year, and will have to wait until the next tournament. The soul of a divine blood beast is given out at random, and the young man wonders what he will get. A bright energy flame flares up in his hand. Hansen still doesn't know what kind of soul it is, and wonders if it will be a weapon or a mount. Suddenly, a spirit in human form appears before him. The girl respectfully calls the young man, Sir. A protuberance separates from its bright energy field and rushes at great speed straight towards the young man's forehead. Suddenly, a huge amount of energy begins to flow through his body. The guy receives a system notification that the spirit of a divine blood beast called the Empress has been received. The spirit of the beast merges with the young man. Instantly, Hansen's body is transformed. The guy is dressed in new steel armor and his appearance has changed slightly. Hansen turns to the Empress and feels that this fusion has given his body considerable strength, and he also feels a harmonious sense of balance. Hansen thinks that maybe the Empress is not as good as the achievements of the Black Beetle of divine blood, but he feels a completely different feeling, and he has confidence that this armor has great potential. Hansen's eyes have changed. The guy peers into the distance without any problems, and notices that he can see everything from afar, even small details. He looks at a small bird located at a distance of hundreds of meters, and can discern even the smallest details on it. In addition to his keen eyesight, His perception of movements has also changed. The young man carefully watches the flight of an insect, and its movements seem very slow. Hansen is pleased with the powers the Empress has given him and wonders why he doesn't have wings. Hansen believes that there is no need to find fault with such a gift. The most important thing is that the Empress's armor has colossal potential, and in the future, he will study its detailed functionality. There are 3 young men in a room in a men's dormitory, arguing loudly about which of them will be first. At this moment, Hansen enters the room. The young man states his name and says that from today on, he will live in this room, as the commandant has ordered. The last cadet immediately casts a displeased glance at Hansen. The young man does not understand why the guy is so angry towards him. Hansen notices angry looks from other cadets and wonders what happened. Suddenly the big guy says that he is finally here, after which he grabs Hansen by the hand and forcibly drags him into the room. The big guy explains the situation. It is very important for them to choose a room leader who would embody the image and spirit of the worldview of room number 304. The second cadet adjusts his glasses and tells the big guy that strength is not important. People with high IQs are better suited for leadership positions, after which he reports that his IQ level is 167. The third cadet approaches Hansen and asks the young man what he thinks about martial arts leadership in this matter. Hansen laughs good-naturedly and tells the young men that he doesn't care. He doesn't claim to be the head of the room, so he suggests that the guys decide everything themselves. One of the cadets holds up the room leader's badge and announces that they are all from the archery department, after which they propose to hold a competition. The big guy and the cadet with the high IQ exchange attentive glances, after which they turn to their neighbor and announce that they are ready to take part in this competition. Hansen praises the young people for their intelligence and says he thinks the approach is very fair. The guy suggests not to waste time and immediately go to the training ground, where they are going to compete for the choice of the leader of their room. The big guy tries to stop the cadet and asks him in a rude tone who allowed him to go first. He doesn't think the guy is special. Hansen watches what is happening carefully, then scratches his head and realizes that life with these 3 in the same room will not be peaceful. The competition for the position of senior in room 304 has come to an end. The big guy is in tears, very upset that he got the worst result, and does not understand how something like this could happen. The neighbor tries to calm the big guy down. He tells him that there is still room to grow. If the cadet continues in the same spirit and devotes more time to training, his skills will increase significantly. The cadet with the high IQ is named Jan. He is genuinely surprised that he tried so hard and for some reason only took second place. The guy assumes that he simply lacked concentration. Hansen, in turn, calms the big guy down. He asks him not to worry and says that it's just a game. The guy says that for him the big guy will still be the elder, so he will call him older brother. These words greatly please the big guy, whose name is Jan. He thanks Hansen for his respectful attitude and invites the young man to contact him when he needs help. The third guy is called Tingyan. His shooting level is really higher than others, and he is full of enthusiasm. Hansen thinks that let him be the leader of the room and do this troublesome thing. Tingyan hears a loud noise coming from nearby and wonders what it could be. Huge numbers of people quickly line up to sign up for a club called the Hand of God. Hansen looks closely at the huge poster located next to the club and thinks that he has seen the girl depicted on this poster somewhere before. The big guy is thrilled that the Hand of God club is recruiting people, and that the Academy star is on the poster. At this moment, Hansen clearly remembers where he saw the girl depicted on the huge poster. He asks his new friends how popular this girl is at Black Hawk Academy. The big guy is very surprised that his neighbor is not at all interested in the life of the Academy. He tells that Jian is the president of the God's Hand Club and the most beautiful girl in the Academy, a goddess-level person. The big guy is crazy about the girl. He says that she is from an ancient rich family. She is wise and beautiful. There are rumors that she rejects everyone who offers to date her. Jan suggests that the big guy stop drooling. He says that this girl doesn't like men like that, and it would be better if he spent time training. Tingyan believes that such a chance should not be missed, and invites his new friends to join the club. Jan tries to dissuade his new friends, but his roommates ignore him, then push the guy away and run to the recording point. Hansen was very interested in the information that Jian is a very popular person in the academy. The guy thinks that it is better not to tell anyone that he beat her in the game. The lesson begins. The young people are in the classroom, where the teacher talks about how genetic evolution has reached a new level thanks to the development of human civilization. Hansen is a little surprised by the curriculum, since he took it at his previous school. But he thinks it would be a good idea to review what he had previously learned. After the theoretical lessons, it is time for training with firearms. The instructor asks the guy to raise his hands a little higher and spread his elbows to the sides in order to release his shoulders. The next lesson brings wild delight to Hansen, because they study the structure and control of a huge robotic manipulator, which seems incredible to him, as if he had fallen into a dream. Hansen is in the control chair, absorbed in the process, and hears the instructor's voice asking him not to be distracted, and to make sure that the indicator lights always remain green. The classes take a very long time. The young people, very tired, enter their room and instantly fall on their beds. Unlike his comrades, Hansen continues to study and does his homework, because this week has been extremely difficult, and he barely has time to master the program, which forces him to work even at the latest hours. Hansen picks up his phone and is surprised to find that he has a huge number of missed calls and unread messages, which makes him curious. One of the messages was from the hunters from the previous mission. The guy, without wasting time, decides to meet one of them in the forest, not far from the steel armor shelter. The hunter asks why the young man did not respond to his messages, to which the guy replies that he was busy, as he recently entered the Black Hawk Academy. Afterwards, the hunter thanks him for saving them on the previous mission, and gives him a gift from the group's leader, expressing his appreciation for his courage and loyalty. In turn, Hansen gives the hunter the spiked shield he received after killing the scaly armadillo, hoping that this weapon will be of use to the group in the future. Hansen is sincerely pleased with the gift from the senior hunter, because with this bow he is one step closer to his goal. He intends to become the strongest warrior. After the meeting, Hansen heads to his room in the Academy's male dormitory number 9. As he approaches the door, the young man hears a strange argument, the neighbors discussing who is the strongest, and also talking about some kind of revenge, which attracts his attention. Hansen hesitates to enter the room immediately, wondering why he can hear a female voice in the dorm, which seems strange to him. He walks into the room and asks the big guy who he's talking to which the big guy, in an irritated state, says that his game has just been ruined. Jan asks the boy if he would like to play into God's hand, and then asks the young man to punish his opponents for their behavior. Hansen is not particularly eager to play, but agrees, deciding to help his new neighbor, who is clearly in the mood for the game. Hansen notices the big guy sending nasty messages to his opponents, and politely tells him that it's just a game, and he shouldn't be so rude to other players, reminding him that sport should remain fair. Jan tells the guy that he will now add him as a friend, and then they will start playing, after which he begins the connection process. The big guy happily announces that he has added the young man as a friend, and asks him to first connect to the school network and then log into his account. Jan is very surprised by the name of the young man's account, because it sounds like My Girl Jian, which causes him shock and bewilderment. He doesn't hesitate to ask if Hansen is afraid that people from the academy will find him and beat him up badly for such a bold name. Hansen tells the big guy that he only has half an hour and suggests that they stop chatting and get to the game as soon as possible. The game system signals the start of the game. Hansen decisively moves his hand towards the holographic screen to perform the first game combination. He makes a few successful moves and immediately earns 40 points, not giving his opponent a chance to respond. Jan is genuinely surprised by the speed with which the young man performs combinations, and admits that he cannot track the movements of his hands. On the first floor of the dormitory, the students were discussing the game heatedly, excited by the news that some newbie had beaten an experienced player who was considered one of the best players in the God's Hand Club. The cadet considers the new player to be very impudent. He is outraged by the way he called himself, and promises to find and punish the impudent man for his behavior. The cadets are confident that the newcomer poses a serious threat, as he has moved up the rankings and is now in 7th place. Jian slowly moves around the academy grounds. Suddenly she hears someone loudly shouting her name. Her friend catches up with her and says that she has something important to tell her. Jian says that she is in a hurry and has no time to chat. The girl tries to catch her breath and then asks Jian a question. She is interested in whether her friend has a boyfriend. Jian is very surprised by such a question. She asks the girl where she got this idea from. The friend shows the phone, on which one of the players has a nickname called My Girl Jian. Jian is very angry and says that he has no idea what kind of bastard plays under this nickname. A friend asks Jian to stop pretending. She wants to meet the girl's boyfriend soon. Jian turns around abruptly and starts to leave, telling the girl to stop believing all the rumors and once again telling her that she doesn't have a boyfriend. Hansen's roommates are constantly praising him for his excellent performance, and they are amazed that the boy managed to hide such potential. And this time, he attracted the attention of the entire academy. The big guy happily reports that Hansen almost crashed the academy's internal network with his game, and invites his friends to look at the huge number of views. Jan thinks that Hansen is being very smart in hiding his real name, power, and achievements to avoid trouble. The young people continue to heatedly discuss the game and do not notice at all how Jian approaches them. Jian passes by Hansen and does not recognize the young man at all. Her thoughts are occupied with only one thing: to find the impudent stranger and teach him a lesson. A few days later, Hansen comes to the transfer station to move to the steel armor shelter. The garrison commander tells Hansen that he is about to receive his first assignment, and mistakes are unacceptable. The girl has arranged a day off from the academy so that the guy can go on the assignment. Hansen is not against new adventures, however. He has not yet heard a single word about the details of this mission. Xuan pauses for a moment. Then a barely noticeable smile appears on her face. The girl informs the young man that he will be a nanny. Hansen is very surprised by such a proposal. He asks the girl again if he heard everything correctly. The garrison commander explains that they are responsible for protecting some children with special status. Hansen carefully studies the documents and understands that he can receive a unique reward for protecting the object. And this sounds very tempting to the young man. From the personal file, he learns that the protected object is a young girl named Beimo, who lives in a desert location. The next day, Hansen arrives in the desert, still hearing in his head the words of the garrison commander, who told the boy that if he failed this mission, he would be expelled from the Black Hawk Academy and severely punished. Beimo is very happy that the academy sent her a guard in the person of Hansen. The young man modestly tells the girl that he is just a simple archer. Hansen finds it very strange that Bimbo and Xiao Qiao were sent on the mission with him, but the guy hopes that the mission will be successful and he will receive his reward. Beimo admires the young man's armor and weapons. She believes that not everyone has such weapons, and the young man is probably some kind of celebrity. Hansen understands that the difference between people is really huge. Because he is not interested in weapons at all, in order to become an elite, the young man is going to improve the genes of a super god. Bimbo notices some movement on the horizon. He points at it and says that it is a mutated beast. And indeed, in the distance on a rock they notice a one-horned sand fox, which is quite a stroke of luck to come across valuable prey so quickly. Beimo takes out his daggers and rushes towards the one-horned sand fox. The girl asks the young people not to interfere. She wants to deal with the monster herself. Hansen immediately rushes after the girl and tells his partners to cover their flank. Beimo moves into throwing range, and then throws several daggers at the sandfox. However, the sandfox reads the girl's actions, and dodges the daggers flying at him without any problems. Beimo is greatly surprised by the one-horned sandfox's quick reaction, and continues to throw his daggers at him. She realizes that she needs a boost to defeat her opponent, and instantly summons the spirit of her monster. A huge polar bear instantly appears next to her, and the two of them rush to attack. The girl orders her beast spirit not to let the sandfox escape. Bimbo is very worried about the girl, judging by the color. This beast is a god-blooded monster. He asks to be extremely careful with him, because he understands the danger of the situation. However, the girl does not hear the man's cries, and despite warnings climbs onto her polar bear, trying to catch up with the one-horned sandfox, ignoring possible threats. Hansen orders his partners to immediately summon the souls of the beasts and saddle them in order to be prepared for any unexpected situations, and not allow the girl to get too far away from them. Hansen summons his mount and jumps on it. The guy tries to catch up with the girl, who has already gone far ahead. Xiao Qiao is trying her best to catch up with Beimo, but her polar bear is very fast and the distance between them is getting bigger every moment. Beimo yells loudly at the sandfox and tells him that he will not leave. She offers to accept his fate and give her the divine gene. The one-horned sandfox is full of anger and hatred. It growls loudly and snaps its teeth viciously, preparing for a fierce fight. Suddenly, a huge number of simple sandfoxes appear next to him, which significantly complicates the situation. The girl suddenly realizes that this is a trap, and the one-horned sandfox lured her here on purpose, which makes the situation even more dangerous. Beimo realizes that she will not be able to cope with the huge pack of sandfoxes, and despite her desperate desire to fight them, the girl orders her riding spirit to turn around and run away as quickly as possible. A huge pack of foxes immediately rushes in pursuit of the girl. She understands that her situation is becoming more and more dangerous. Despite the fact that the polar bear's spirit moves quickly, the foxes begin to catch up with him and bite into his paws with their sharp teeth, which slows down his movements and causes severe pain. The huge polar bear slows down and begins to roar loudly in pain. It is unlikely that he will be able to resist such numerous and aggressive opponents for long. Meanwhile, the sandfoxes surround the polar bear and begin to attack him from different sides, which further complicates the situation. Beimo experiences great fear. The girl realizes that she is completely defenseless in the face of a large flock. Suddenly, the whistle of an arrow is heard. It flies a few centimeters from the girl and hits the fox, which has almost reached Beimo. Hansen orders his teammates to help the girl escape from the encirclement, while he provides cover fire from his bow. Beimo looks at the young man with admiration. She immediately feels better, because she believes that the guy will not let her die here, and now she has a chance for salvation. One after another, Xiao Qiao shoots arrows at the sand foxes and grumbles that he warned them that this would be very dangerous. Meanwhile, Bimbo crashes into the thick of the pack and breaks through the corridor. Wielding his combat daggers, he orders the girl to leave immediately. Beimo tries to calm his beast and asks him to go towards the corridor that the man cut, realizing that their only chance to escape is to run. Beimo, riding on her mount, runs past the young man and asks him for forgiveness, believing that she should not have fought alone and that her pride almost cost her her life. Xiao Qiao draws his bow, but immediately turns back, watching in horror as fountains of rocks and sand begin to gush out from the ground. Suddenly, a huge sand-serrated worm bursts out from under the ground, rises to a height of several tens of meters and lets out a terrible cry, causing everyone to freeze. Hansen immediately notices the appearance of the sandworm. The young man's face reflects anxiety, as he believes that they are about to have big problems. This is not just a danger, but a mortal threat. The huge sandworm lets out a loud roar and rushes after the fleeing young men and the pack of sand foxes. Xiao Qiao continues to grumble. The guy does not understand how such a huge thing like a sandworm can move so fast. He is very surprised by the speed of the monster. Hansen informs his teammates that they may be in big trouble, as sandworms rarely attack alone, as they live and hunt in groups, making the situation even more dangerous. Suddenly, the young people stop abruptly, their way blocked by huge fountains of stones and sand bursting out from under the ground. Xiao Qiao is unable to contain his emotions from intense fear. The young man begins to scream loudly. Hansen extends his hand to the girl. He asks her to move to his beast and leave hers. In this case, they will be able to move faster. The girl once again asks for forgiveness for her thoughtless act. Hansen in turn asks her to calm down and concentrate on the battle, realizing that now is not the time for self-flagellation. After which he turns to the man and gives him the command to begin acting. A satisfied smile appears on the man's face, and he announces that he will take on the pack of sand foxes. Bimbo draws his deadly Tibetan knives and announces that he will cut a path for the team. Hansen advances behind the man as he fights his way forward, while firing his bow at the sand foxes attacking from the flanks. Beimo experiences great fear. The girl cries and says that it is her fault that she did not listen and put everyone in danger. Hansen, shooting a bow, thinks that he needs to complete this mission, and it will be his fault if the girl is even wounded. Beimo looks at the young man with fascination. She thinks the guy is cute, because he doesn't scold her at all. But on the contrary, he consoles and calms her down. She feels that she can rely on the guy. Bimbo has a mastery of the sky technique up his sleeve, but there are a lot of sand foxes and their number is constantly increasing, which makes the task much more difficult. A moment later, the sand foxes stop their attack. The leader of the pack freezes in place, then raises his head to the sky and lets out a loud howl. Hansen receives a system notification that a super god rank fox leader whose stats are unknown is entering the battle, adding to the tension. Bimbo stops and watches carefully as the sand foxes triple in size and begin to concentrate their forces, clearly preparing for the final attack. Beimo cries loudly. She asks the young men to leave her and run away. The girl blames herself for the fact that because of her, everyone got into such a mess. Hansen does not let the girl finish speaking and forcefully pulls her off her mount. He tells the girl that it is too early to give up and asks her to get her daggers. Then he asks if she has ever fought while sitting on her back. The next moment, Hansen begins to transform. His appearance changes, and the guy appears in the armor of the Empress. He asks the girl to close her eyes if she is very scared. The young man rushes forward, trying to clear a path, and orders his partners to cover his flanks. Hansen slowly but surely advances through the dense pack of sand foxes, dealing powerful and deadly blows, each of which reduces the number of enemies. The movement speed of enemies is slowed, allowing Hansen to strike more accurately, although the guy knows that this slowing effect will last no more than 10 minutes. Beimo hugs the young man tightly. She thinks that her savior is a very handsome man. Her heart is filled with gratitude and admiration. Meanwhile, the leader of the sand foxes lets out another loud howl, calling for more of his relatives to help. Bimbo has already destroyed several dozen monsters, but their place is instantly taken by new ones. He thinks that the leader of the pack is damn cunning. He does not interfere in the battle and saves his strength, while they waste their strength on ordinary monsters. Xiao Qiao struggles to get away from the sandworms. He shouts loudly that he is out of arrows and doesn't know what to do next. Hansen believes that the main fox is just waiting for them to run out of steam. The guy decides that he needs to be dealt with first. He draws his bow and takes aim. The risk is worth it, because if he kills the lead fox, it will turn the battle in their favor. Xiao Qiao is very worried because Hansen uses the last powerful arrow with the beast's soul, which is the only chance to win. At great speed, the beast's arrow approaches the leader of the pack of sand foxes, but he sits in place and does not react to it, perhaps not realizing the threat or trusting his strength. A second later, the arrow reaches the leader of the sand foxes and pierces his body at great speed. The people around are very surprised by Hansen's accurate shot. The young man was able to hit a relatively small animal from a distance of 400 meters, which for them seems like an almost impossible achievement. The sand foxes briefly pause in their attack, disoriented by the loss of their leader and the disruption of their attack rhythm. Xiao Qiao turns towards where the sandworms were and is surprised to see that the huge monsters have also suddenly stopped their attack. Taking advantage of the situation, Hansen continues to tunnel to allow his friends to retreat to a safe distance. Hansen asks the girl to immediately activate her beast spirit, to which Beimo responds without hesitation, causing a bright energy flame to flare up in her hand. The young men instantly find themselves riding on a giant polar bear, which greatly increases the speed of their retreat, carrying them away from danger. A loud roar is heard. A fountain of stones and sand begins to burst out from under the ground, and the young people's path is blocked by a giant sandworm that has crawled to the surface. They instantly stop, noticing that what stands before them is not an ordinary sandworm, but a rare gold-level mutant that inspires fear with its appearance. On the head of a huge sandworm, which rises several tens of meters, there is a one-horned sand fox, which controls this giant. Xiao Qiao is very excited, realizing that in front of them is not just a mutant, but a dangerous opponent capable of commanding huge worms. Beimo confirms the young man's fears and reports that this mutant probably has a level of power not lower than God level, which makes him even more worried. The young people decide to immediately split into several groups to confuse the huge sandworm and try to mislead it. Hansen turns around sharply and notices with irritation that luck has clearly turned against him. The giant sandworm, controlled by the one-horned fox, has chosen him as its target. The young man realizes that this monster has decided to take revenge on him. He pulls the bowstring and asks the girl to bend down, preparing to shoot. However, ordinary foxes rush to defend their leader, blocking the arrow's path with their bodies and taking the blow themselves. Despite this, the shot is successful. The young man receives a message from the system that the hunt for the mutant fox has been completed successfully, and the soul of the divine beast appears in his arsenal. This greatly improves Hansen's mood, who begins to think that if they are lucky in this battle, he will be able to collect a significant amount of valuable trophies. The leader roars loudly, his eyes flashing with a hellish evil fire, which inspires fear and increases tension. Hansen notes that the giant polar bear's endurance level is reaching critical levels, and their opponents may soon catch up with them. The young man understands that more radical measures must be taken. The guy points the girl to the nearest rock and asks her to direct the polar bear in that direction. Beimo immediately notices that there is a huge cliff ahead, and asks the young man if they really need to go in that direction. The girl assumes that Hansen is going to jump over a huge abyss, and considers this plan completely unrealistic. Hansen, in turn, assures her that nothing is impossible, and orders the girl to hold on to him tighter. Beimo accelerates his huge bear. The spirit beast pushes off the rock and makes a powerful jump across the abyss, demonstrating incredible speed and strength. Hansen prepares to fire his bow and in a loud voice orders the girl to call off her beast immediately. The young man releases the taut bowstring, and his arrow approaches the fox sitting on the head of the sandworm at great speed. The fox manages to jump to the side in time, but a powerful arrow hits the sandworm's head, causing serious damage. The huge monster lets out a wild roar, and finding itself in a state of agony, begins to rush between the rocks, destroying small stones with its massive body, turning them into small rubble. Suddenly, there is a bright flash of energy, and a huge polar bear disappears from space. The girl screams in panic that her beast spirit did not jump. She is sure that they will crash now. After a few seconds, Beimo opens her eyes, which she had closed out of fear, and is surprised to realize that she is experiencing a strange sensation. They are not falling, but flying. The girl remembers that she had previously heard about people who possess the souls of monsters, which can give them the ability to fly. The young men fly over the cliff and land on the other side of the rock. The guy instantly transforms into his normal human form. Meanwhile, the girl opens her eyes and asks where the wings are because she just saw them. Hansen is not going to tell the girl the truth. He says that she imagined it all, and it was most likely a shadow from the clouds. Beimo is not going to believe what she heard. She tells the young man that it could not have been clouds, since she definitely saw the shadow of large wings. A moment later, a loud roar is heard, The sandworm is still alive and it continues to pursue the young people, descending from the steep cliff. The giant sandworm is on its last legs and losing its last strength, but its anger has blinded it so much that even in this state it continues its furious attack. Hansen watches the weakened worm's slow movements closely and suggests that the girl return to the others, as he believes it is too dangerous here. A minute later, the system informs the young man that the hunt for the super god-level golden sandworm has been completed successfully, and he has received the soul of the god-blooded beast. The experienced fighter continues his grueling training and practices punches, and his powerful blows shatter wooden dummies into tiny pieces. The girls watch the young man's training closely and enthusiastically discuss the guy. They consider him handsome, young, and influential. Each of them wants to charm him. Suddenly, a young man appears behind the girls. He calls them rude freaks and orders them to immediately disperse and make way for him. One of the girls starts talking about how impudent the guy is, but her friend shuts her up and apologizes to the young man, after which she says that they will now leave. The young man's name is Fenglu. He is the main hunter for Jian's heart. Rumor has it that he is a powerful fighter, but he has not participated in the games, so he has no rating. The girls start to whisper about him. They have mixed feelings. On the one hand, they are angry at the guy for calling them ugly. On the other hand, they really like the young man. Fengliu approaches the young man, who immediately stops training upon noticing him, and then asks if the account called My Girlfriend Jian is his. The warrior tells the young man to keep his stupid jealousy to himself. Fengliu realizes that this account does not belong to this fighter, after which he says that then he has nothing to do here. Hansen's roommates tell him that Fengliu is going to find him and take cruel revenge. The young man does not understand why the guy would do this. Tingyan talks about how everyone in the academy knows that this guy is in love with Jian, and he was really angry about how Hansen named his account. He hands Hansen the phone and asks the young man to see what fantastic emotions are bubbling up on the forum about this. Hansen thinks he will accept the challenge and punish the impudent young man, but first he is going to take a shower and thinks that he can use the S-level card for his own purposes. He recalls that the garrison commander, despite the praise of the teachers, still did not give him the card, and now he has to use the cards that he earned while in the guise of a money brother. Hansen activates the 2 beast souls he received in the desert and decides to test them immediately. One of the souls he receives turns out to be a riding animal, which does not cause much delight in the young man. Since he already has such a beast, he decides to sell this soul, expecting to get decent money for it. The guy hopes for a second soul of the beast, but he is in for a big disappointment. The system informs him that the soul of the golden sandworm is just the soul of a pet. Hansen feels despair mixed with irritation. He is very angry that the god-blooded beast turned out to be a pet, and he will soon have to accept the challenge of a jealous rival. He decides that today is clearly not his day, and thinks about how he can get out of this difficult situation. The cadets are carefully studying the information on their gadgets. The battle begins in 10 minutes. It will be a duel between Fengliu and a stranger with the nickname My Girlfriend Jian. Jian, along with her friend, also looks closely at the clock, and with excitement, realizes that there are only 5 minutes left before the game. The girl happily asks her friend if she believes her boyfriend will win, to which Jian rudely replies that he is not her boyfriend. She believes that she must find this impudent fellow in the near future and teach him a good lesson for such an act. Fengliu sits behind the holographic screen and eagerly awaits the appearance of his opponent, while his friends standing behind him speculate that his opponent might not even show up because he was scared. A satisfied smile appeared on Fengliu's face, thinking that if this person publicly apologized to him, perhaps he would forgive her. Suddenly, he receives a game system notification that a player with the nickname My Girlfriend Jian has entered the room. The host of the competition immediately notices this information, and happily informs the numerous spectators that the competition will begin very soon. The man respectfully addresses the audience, calling them ladies and gentlemen, and tells them that a grand competition awaits them, after which he invites everyone to watch this long-awaited battle. He announces that a battle will soon begin between the strongest player and a strange guy whose identity remains a mystery to everyone. The first round begins, and the host's voice is heard, announcing that the true strength of the mysterious stranger has yet to be revealed. Fengliu starts the game actively and executes a complex combination. His hand movements are incredibly fast and almost impossible to follow. At this time, Hansen calmly sips juice and carefully watches his opponent earn 5 points. But the guy remains calm and is clearly in no hurry to start playing. Fengliu can clearly see that his opponent has not yet touched the playing field. He thinks that he is scared, and thinks that most likely, he is just a self-confident newbie. The host loudly announces to the audience that Fengliu has performed a combination called Double 8 for the second time and has earned more than 40 points while his opponent is still not on the playing field. After this, the host starts to warm up the crowd, stating that he hasn't seen such a boring match in a long time, and suggests that Fengliu's unknown opponent should be expelled from the academy due to his shameful, cowardly behavior. The girls watch the match closely, and a friend tells Jian that her boyfriend turned out to be somehow helpless. The roommates leaned over Hansen's back and looked at the game screen in bewilderment. They couldn't understand why the young man hadn't started playing yet. The guy reports that his opponent is playing too slowly, then tells his roommates that it's time to show off some real hand speed. The host announces that the gap is getting bigger and bigger, and it looks like it's time for them to say goodbye to the player nicknamed My Girl Jian, as the score is now 80-0. The host immediately falls silent, as he is very surprised by the message sent by the player under the nickname My Girlfriend Jian. He said that he went to the toilet and is now going to start the game. The audience is very indignant. Many of them think that the guy was simply scared and came up with such a ridiculous excuse. Meanwhile, Hansen starts playing, and within seconds performs his most complex game manipulation. The presenter cannot contain his surprise. He does not understand how the young man scored 9 points using incredible speed. Fengliu is also in a state of great amazement. The guy believes that the newbie is simply not capable of performing such a complex combination. The host continues to comment on the game and reports that the player with the nickname My Girl Jian scored 9 points. He suggests that the guy probably wrote this stupid message on purpose to distract his opponent. After this, the man confidently declares that such dirty tricks do not suit the young man at all. However, a moment later, he realizes that this message was not displayed on Fengliu's game screen. The points were obtained solely through sleight of hand, which did not allow the opponent to react to the manipulation. Jian is in a state of great surprise. The girl does not understand what is happening, because the stranger begins to quickly earn points and catch up with Fengliu. The roommates scream loudly with joy. They tell Hansen that they consider him simply a monster, whose speed simply terrifies them. Hansen continues to play confidently, and thinks that the gene injection has made him faster, and now his opponent seems to be in slow motion. Hansen, in a split second, performs a complex combination, after which he overtakes his opponent and scores 100 points. The game system reports that he is the winner, and the game is over. In the hall, where there were a large number of cadets watching the game on a huge monitor, there was dead silence. The girl can't believe that the Academy's strongest player was defeated so quickly, even though he was leading the entire game. Fengliu is unable to contain his emotions. The guy is furious and screams loudly. He thinks that this is impossible and cannot believe that he lost. The young people are happily celebrating the victory of their new neighbor. The big guy declares that today he will get very drunk, especially since Hansen is paying for dinner. He tells the young man that he has become a real star today, and now the entire academy is talking about his amazing game fight. Ian tells the guy that there are a lot of people looking for the owner of the strange account right now, and tells Hansen that if he treats them like he did today, it will be considered payment for silence. Hansen smiles falsely at his new friends, thinking that he will hardly be able to feed such a gluttonous squad. Suddenly, a girl appears behind Hansen and asks the young man if it is really him. The girl greets the young man warmly and says that she did not expect to see him here, which suggests that their meeting was unexpected for her. Hansen greets the girl in a friendly manner, but his mood does not encourage further communication, because he does not plan to share his personal experiences with anyone. Meanwhile, the big guy, noticeably tipsy, grabs the guy by the neck and asks him what he was doing behind their backs and when he managed to pick up such beauties. The roommates encourage the young man and tell him that he is clearly not a loser, because the girl is clearly interested in him. Hansen tries to calm the young people down and tells them that everything is not as they think, and that there is simply a misunderstanding behind it. The girl smiles cheerfully at the young men, after which she tells them that she has just one request. The big guy tries to impress the girl, after which he tells her that he will do everything for her that she wants. He wants her to pay attention to his manly actions. The girl laughs loudly, realizing that the guy fell for the trick, and says that her club is short of manpower and she would not refuse help. A moment later, the young men's jaws drop when they find out that the girl is a member of a club called Heavy Armor, making them feel shocked and amazed. The Heavy Armor Club practices the skills of operating combat robots and multi-ton exoskeletons. The young men immediately head to the club, where they meet the attendant, who reacts without much enthusiasm to the fact that the boys are archers. He tells the guys that the archers recruit people with less stamina than standard fighters. They don't really have a choice, but they don't accept into their club those whose strength is below level 11. Much to the surprise of those around her, The girl takes Hansen by the arm and tells the duty officer not to worry, as this young man, in her opinion, will not disappoint them. The young people follow the girl and end up in a hangar, which amazes them with its size. They are very surprised by what they see, and hope that this is not a dream. In the hangar, there are 3 huge exo-manipulators, the best representatives of the club, called Rhino, Porter, and Builder. Each of them has its own unique specifics and purpose. The manipulator called the Builder is especially powerful and protected. It has extensive functionality and powerful armor, which makes it unsuitable for beginners, as inexperienced users may have difficulty controlling such a device. Young people quickly learn that there is a virtual gym in the next room where they can train at any time. The girl notices the joyful gleam that has appeared in the eyes of the young men, and with a smile, says that she will only be for daily training, since the club plans to organize competitions in the near future. Hansen, having assessed all the possibilities, believes that this is a great chance to study robots, since at the academy they have to stand in long lines to train on such machines, and here they are given the opportunity to practice without limits. The instructor questions the director as to why the cadets were allowed to use Warehouse 7 as a training ground, given that it was not intended for such purposes. The director says that he doesn't see anything wrong with this. He believes that young people can handle complex machines, because they study well and are disciplined. However, the instructor does not share the director's point of view. He thinks that these spoiled cadets are most likely the children of rich parents, and that is why the director treats them with such favor. After talking with the director, the instructor immediately heads to hangar number 7, intending to personally check how the training is going, because he is worried that the expensive machines may be damaged. A man enters the hangar and is surprised to see someone diligently training on a complex exoskeleton called the Builder. His first thought is that inside the machine is the new trainer of the Heavy Armor Club, who is apparently training the cadets to operate such heavy machinery. The man appreciates the combat robot operator and decides to watch him closely to determine how strong and experienced his skills are. In fact, Hansen is inside the Builder combat exoskeleton, and it only took him a few days to master this complex mechanism. Suddenly, a message comes to the robot's control panel that another robot has been activated nearby and is quickly moving towards it. Hansen immediately concentrates, imbued with the thought that perhaps he is about to be attacked. The fears are confirmed. The robot quickly approaches the Builder, inside which Hansen is located, and begins to deliver a powerful series of blows. The instructor, watching this, experiences real joy, because in front of him, finally, appears a worthy opponent, capable of performing a wide range of offensive and defensive manipulations. Hansen realizes that the porter that attacked him is not designed for combat, and quickly comes to the conclusion that it is being piloted by a very skilled pilot. Meanwhile, the porter activates additional manipulators, and one of his arms transforms into a massive rotating saw. Hansen feels a slight sense of unease as he realizes that his opponent is becoming increasingly aggressive. The enemy rushes at the Hansen robot and attacks it with his huge saw, which is capable of cutting through even the strongest steel structures. Hansen realizes that the enemy robot has significant power and understands that he needs to quickly dodge to avoid damage to the body of his mechanism. The young man manages to get out of the line of attack, and the robot carrier's blows intended for him go into the void. The instructor, who controls the robot carrier, experiences genuine joy. He literally screams with delight, thinking about the fact that he has not participated in such an exciting fight for a long time. Then he activates additional manipulators in addition to the saw. The robot gains massive hooks and other devices for causing serious damage. Hansen comes to the conclusion that he needs to retreat temporarily, as he believes that the pilot is using too harsh a technique, against which he cannot yet give a worthy response. The young man concentrates and uses all his skills to dodge the devastating attacks with quick and precise hand movements. Combined with the strength of the robot, he manages to avoid all of the robot carrier's attacks, after which he decides to counterattack himself, relying on his own strategy. Huge and heavy mechanisms engage in a furious battle. Loud blows of metal on metal and piercing screeching sounds are heard everywhere. The instructor, observing Hansen's actions, is greatly impressed by his tactics and is confident that the young man used an extremely risky but masterfully executed move. The instructor concludes that the pilot who controls the construction robot has no place in this club, because having such talent and staying here is a real waste of time. Hansen, inside the construction robot, delivers a powerful blow that the instructor barely manages to dodge. The man is confident that his opponent will make a mistake sooner or later, and then he will have the perfect opportunity to counterattack. However, Hansen suddenly ends the fight, stops his combat robot, and exits the cockpit. Feeling that his hands are very numb and thinking about how much strength and endurance it takes to operate such a machine. The instructor comes to the conclusion that his opponent was not that strong, but at the same time acted with exceptional courage and a high level of skill. The man reflects on the fact that such a talented pilot clearly has no place in this second-rate club, and is very surprised when he sees who comes out of the cockpit of the rival robot. At first, the instructor is speechless from shock, after which he points his hand at Hansen, and still in amazement, asks if it is true that this is just a first-year student. Hansen is also confused, as he did not expect his opponent to be an ordinary instructor, because the guy was sure that either the president or a high-ranking officer would be at the controls of the combat robot. The young man decides to introduce himself to the man. The guy confirms that he is indeed a student, and then tells him that he recently joined the club, after which he begins to sincerely praise the instructor for his skill. The man continues to look at the boy with genuine surprise, and wonders if he has driven similar cars before, or perhaps had professional training. Much to his surprise, Hansen replies that he had no experience and had only trained on cars at the academy. After this, the instructor asks which unit the young man is from, to which Hansen replies that he is an archer. The instructor repeats the question of whether the guy is really an archer, while he himself thinks that in front of him is a real genius among the freshmen. Hansen, citing being very busy, says goodbye to the instructor and suggests meeting next time. He leaves the man completely bewildered, as he does not understand how an ordinary archer can have such outstanding skills. For a moment, the thought comes to the instructor's head that this guy could be a spy. The next day, the head of the robot club announces that the championship will start in a few days, and invites the participants to see what free categories are available for their participation. The girls unanimously express the opinion that they have no chance of winning in the combat categories, and suggest choosing something less difficult, such as loading or transportation. Hansen asks what the prizes will be for winning this competition, to which one of the girls replies that the top 3 participants will receive new armor from the Star Beast and Emperor series, the cost of which on the market is estimated at many tens of millions. Hansen is delighted with such impressive prizes, and decides that he must not miss this rare opportunity under any circumstances. Ian has no doubts about the young man's talents, but still believes that participation in competitions of this scale is clearly too much, reminding that these competitions are quite serious and require significant effort. Tingyan, on the contrary, is convinced that one cannot give in and retreat in the face of difficulties, and confidently states that a real man will sign up for everything that is possible. The girl is clearly impressed by his fighting spirit and enthusiastically agrees with him, adding that participating in all categories will be an incredibly fun and exciting experience. The head of the robot club does not share their optimism, reminding them that such competitions are not a joke, and in case of failure they can become a laughingstock for the entire academy. He is convinced that participation in fewer competitions will help preserve the club's reputation and avoid unnecessary shame. Hansen tries to calm the manager, assuring him that his actions will only increase the club's chances of winning. The manager admits that this makes some sense, but expresses doubts, mentioning that some competitions may be taking place at the same time, which would make their participation impossible. The conversation is suddenly interrupted by a knock on the door, and the instructor who recently conducted a training bout with Hansen enters the office. The girls instantly recognize the man, and starting to quietly whisper among themselves, say that he is considered one of the strongest warriors, capable of controlling the most powerful machines of the academy. Hansen overhears their conversation, and is amazed to realize that his opponent in a recent fight was one of the best trainers in the academy. The instructor greets Hansen, and then says that he highly appreciates his skill level, and would like to invite him to his club. Hansen's friends are amazed by such an offer. They are perplexed, and do not understand why the instructor could like him, because the requirements in his club are incredibly high. The girl, without wasting time, informs the instructor that Hansen has already been enrolled in their club, and therefore a transfer to another club is not being considered. The man smiles good-naturedly, and then, turning to the girl, says that Hansen is a very promising and talented young man, and in their club, he will not have the opportunity to develop and achieve high results. The head of the Heavy Armor Club is confident that Hansen will agree to such a lucrative offer, because many cadets dream of getting into the instructor's club. However, to everyone's surprise, the young man declines the invitation, sincerely thanks the instructor for his trust, and says that he is already a member of the Heavy Armor Club. The surrounding cadets react violently to Hansen's answer. Some are genuinely surprised by his refusal, while others are happy, considering him true to his principles. The man is genuinely surprised by this decision, and asks the guy why he is making such a choice. Because with his help, he could achieve victory in the championship in a short time. Hansen calmly replies that he likes this particular club, not the instructor's club. The man begins to raise his voice, emphasizing that winning the championship would improve the guy's graduation rating and help strengthen his status and rank. Realizing that it is impossible to convince Hansen, the instructor still asks him not to refuse so quickly, adding that no one knows how the future will turn out. Leaving, he stops at the door and quietly tells the guy that he knows where to find him if he changes his mind. Hansen's classmates ask him to reconsider the offer, warning him that he might regret refusing. But Hansen, remaining completely calm, asks his friends not to worry, assuring them that everything is under control, and says that he needs to train. After this, the discussion stops, and everyone heads to the dining room together, as it is lunch break. The last bottle of soda water remains near the distribution point, and two hands reach for it at the same time. Hansen manages to snatch it first. He notices that his rival turned out to be Jian, and smiling, tells the girl with surprise that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Jian tells the young man that she recognized him, adding that he is the same guy who tricked her on the ship, and asks why he is still studying at the academy. At this point, Fengliu approaches them, asking Jian what is going on, and assuming that the brazen stranger is harassing her. The girl reacts rudely to this and tells Fengliu that it is none of his business, after which he asks him to leave her alone. The young people look at each other silently, exchanging cold and hostile glances. Hansen is delighted that his recent opponent doesn't even know who beat him in the fight, and then suggests they play a game. The young men sit down at the gaming table, while those around them discuss how some daring newcomer dared to challenge the famous cadet Fengliu. Hansen picks up the ball, and with a smile tells his opponent that he had better watch it closely so as not to disappoint his fans. With quick movements, Hansen begins to spin the cups, hiding the ball in one of them, which arouses the interest of the audience. Fengliu looks at the young man with disdain, believing that such a simple challenge is not something he should even take seriously, and assures himself that he will easily defeat and disgrace the opponent, who no one wants to deal with. Jian asks Fengliu in surprise why he is so aggressive towards the guy, since he did nothing bad to him. After this, Jian turns to Hansen, who is clearly in a happy and playful mood, and asks why he is acting like this. In response, the girl hears from the guy that she will date him if he wins, which really irritates her. She asks what kind of nonsense he is talking about. Hansen stops spinning the cups, telling his opponent that he must now guess which cup contains the ball. Fengliu looks confident and calm as he states that the ball is definitely not in two of the three cups offered. After this, Fengliu confidently throws the two glasses aside and touches the last one, expecting that the ball is located right under it. With a slow movement, he begins to lift the glass, under which, in his opinion, there should be a ball. But instead of triumph, he experiences great surprise and shock. The people around begin to talk excitedly among themselves, as the glass turns out to be empty, although everyone saw that the ball was originally in the central glass. At this point, Hansen, smiling, shows everyone the ball that had been in his hand all this time, and ironically tells his opponent that he should have been more careful. The next morning comes. The bright sun illuminates the mountainous terrain near the shelter of the steel armor, filling everything around with golden light. The young man, full of enthusiasm, happily tells Hansen that he has discovered a huge nest of mutated creatures that no one knows about, and offers to take all the genes for himself and sell the surplus. Hansen listens attentively to his friend, but all his thoughts are focused on the previous evening, when he asked Jian to arrange a date, and she responded extremely aggressively, which hurt him greatly. Together they approach the edge of a huge crevice. Hansen's friend tells them that the nest of these mutants is located right here. Both of them peer down carefully and almost immediately notice a huge cluster of giant mutated ants that fill the entire crevice. The guys begin to slowly descend, trying not to make unnecessary sounds. Hansen immediately notices that these ants cannot be defeated with bare hands, since their strong shell can only be pierced by arrows. He believes that one must act with extreme caution so as not to attract the attention of all the insects at once, otherwise it will be almost impossible to deal with them. Hansen takes an arrow out of his quiver and takes aim to make the first shot, but at that moment he sees someone else's arrow already flying towards one of the ants. The young man quickly begins to turn around, trying to understand who could have dealt this unexpected blow. But the answer comes by itself. Strangers appear nearby and continue to shoot at the huge squad of ants with bows. A large group of hunters emerges from the ambush. Their leader immediately gives the order to switch to star alloy arrows in order to destroy as many mutants as possible. He insists that his men continue the intensive attack and expects to take all the prey. The hunters take up a convenient position on the ledge, shooting at the ants with their powerful wrist crossbows. The young man watches the proceedings with alarm. He wonders how these people could have known about this place, and worries that all the rare genes will go to strangers. However, Hansen remains calm and asks his comrade not to worry, assuring him that the hunters have not noticed them yet. Then he takes an explosive arrow from his quiver, takes aim, and quietly but confidently says that this group of hunters will clearly have no luck today. A group of hunters, enthusiastically shooting ants, are completely unaware of an explosive arrow landing behind them. A loud bang is heard, interrupting their attack, and the hunters begin to look around in panic, trying to understand what happened. The ledge they are standing on begins to shake violently, cracks, and then separates from the rock. The guy, hiding in the bushes, watches this with a satisfied smile, believing that the hunters will now pay dearly for their attempt to steal his prey. A huge piece of rock on which the hunters were standing breaks away from the mountain, and people with loud screams fall down, straight into the river located at the foot. The insects instantly notice the fallen hunters and furiously pounce on them, intending to take revenge for the recent shelling. The hunters, taken by surprise, try their best to run away from the angry ants, but the ants catch up with them and sting them cruelly with their powerful pincers. The ants form a tight column and continue to pursue the surviving hunters, who are desperately fighting for their lives. Hansen, in cover, watches the action closely, wondering why the insects continue to attack, and realizing that his moment has come for the decisive blow. The young man fires an arrow which reaches the huge ant in a matter of seconds, piercing its tough shell. Hansen quickly pulls the affected insect towards himself, and examining the prey, concludes that in order to instantly destroy the ant, you need to aim for the neck. His friend is overjoyed at the success of the hunt, and does not hide his admiration, since Hansen managed to get the soul of an ant with the first shot. Hansen himself is also in high spirits. The guy did not expect that his first shot would be so effective, and bring him such a rare catch. Hansen continues to shoot the ants with renewed vigor, using arrows with taut lines to pull the prey towards him. Young people greedily eat the destroyed insects to increase the number of their genes, fully understanding the value of such prey. One after another, Hansen receives messages from the system, informing him that he has received mutated genes. He does not hide his joy, because there are already 64 of them, and their number continues to grow rapidly. Suddenly, loud sounds are heard, causing the young people to become alert, and soon they notice a huge leader ant in the colony. Hansen immediately realizes that this is a divine blood-level insect in front of him, and now it becomes obvious why the ants were distracting the hunters. They were deliberately leading the people away from their powerful leader. The guy hides in the shadow of the nearest ledge, realizing how lucky he was that such a rare and powerful mutant came into his hands. The huge insect slowly climbs onto a nearby rock, completely unaware of the arrow flying towards it at great speed. The next second, the arrow hits its powerful shell, and it becomes obvious that it did not cause any damage to the ant, but only angered it. The boy experiences great fear, realizing that the leader of the ants has now noticed them, and is afraid that this insect not only has impenetrable protection, but also high intelligence. Hansen orders his friend to take shelter in a safe place, assuring him that he can handle the insect on his own, after which the young man pushes off from the rock and soars into the air. His comrade does not dare to argue. He quickly goes into hiding. But as he says goodbye, he insistently asks Hansen to be extremely careful. Hansen begins to approach the leader of the ants at great speed. On the way, he transforms and dons the Empress's armor, instantly feeling that with the help of this armor and the lessons of accelerating the flow of super particles, he has become much faster. Having broken through the rank-and-file ants, Hansen jumps high into the air and fires another arrow at the leader of the insects. The armor greatly helps the young man in hunting. He watches as the ants move very slowly, as if in slow motion. This time, a powerful arrow hits the head of the ant leader and tears it apart, and a message from the system immediately arrives, congratulating him on a successful hunt and reporting that the ant's soul has been received. The young man is very jealous of Hansen. He says that the guy is clearly loved by the goddess of fortune and asks to sell the soul of the ant to him. Hansen in turn says that he himself still lacks souls of divine blood and the genes of a super god. The young man's face becomes serious. He offers to exchange the insect's soul for super biological armor, which costs a lot of money. Hansen is clearly interested in such a deal. The guy has never heard of such a thing, and asks again what kind of super biological armor it is. The guy starts telling that this is the latest military development, which only exists in a few copies. His father's company supplies rare metals to the military, and he has a test sample. Hansen decides to check how functional the given instance is, and whether it is ready for use if it is a test one. The young man shows off a metal case and says that the basic features work, but it is not equipped with weapons, and its only drawback is that it cannot be used in a shelter. The guy continues to tell and says that this armor is made using the technology of bio-recombination of particles. Its body looks like a small suitcase, but even in this version, it is on the same level as the weapons of the destructive series. Hansen says that he needs the soul of the ant himself, but offers the soul of a riding animal and the soul of a one-horned fox for the armor. The young man agrees to the deal, clearly pleased that he has received 2 animal souls. The boys look at the huge number of destroyed ants lying next to them and realize that their genes no longer grow, no matter how much they eat, and there is still a lot of prey left. Hansen thinks about what to do with this loot, after which he throws the sandworm soul towards the ants. His friend is very surprised by such actions. He asks the guy why he feeds the prey to the soul of the beast. Hansen states that he does not understand how he can use the divine blood beast soul, or what he needs it for, but he hopes that it will improve its characteristics and will be useful in future battles. Hansen regrets not having his new roommates around and decides to please them by bringing them some mutated ant jerky. His friend is quietly crying on the sidelines. The young man is upset that he still doesn't have a divine blood soul, and he has to eat mutants. The next day, Hansen comes to the forest to examine the new armor he traded with a friend. The system informs the young man that the scan is complete, and the armor called the Silver Death Machine is activated. Suddenly, the armor particles that were in a liquid state in the suitcase begin to move towards the young man's body. In a matter of seconds, these particles envelop the guy's body, forming a thin, high-tech film around him. A few seconds later, Hansen's body is encased in powerful armor, and the young man feels a huge force filling his body. Hansen is eager to try out this new armor and rushes forward. After a few seconds, he stops and is surprised to notice that he has covered a large distance in a short period of time. He did not expect the acceleration to be so noticeable. The guy is very happy that this armor increases the warrior's strength many times over. And this is only a test sample. He thinks that he made a very profitable exchange with his friend. A famous reporter is preparing for an academic competition, and in the meantime he talks to his cameraman and asks him what the standings are among the leaders. The operator says that one of the strongest teams is the Black Hawk team, which has been in first place in recent years. The reporter asks if there is anyone else, to which the cameraman replies that the others are not so outstanding. But the God's Hand group has been making significant progress lately. The reporter asks if he knows the unknown player who defeated Feng Liu in the game, snatching victory from him in the final minutes. The operator reports that the name of this person is unknown, but he believes that the guy should not be paid attention to, since this player was from the rifle squad, and they do not pose any competition to other units. The man suggests taking a break and getting something to eat. He's going to head to the Black Hawk mess hall, which is open 24 hours, and gather some information about the cadets there. The men come to the canteen quite late. They notice Hansen there and ask the young man why he is eating so late. The guy in turn asks who the men are. He thinks that the teachers are late. The reporter is clearly upset by such a remark, because millions of people watched his broadcasts, and even more people read his articles. He wonders how it is possible not to recognize such a famous person. The man sits down next to the young man and asks him what competition he is preparing for. Hansen reports that he has completed general physical training. Hansen thinks this is a good answer, since he clearly isn't going to tell anyone that he just tested new armor. The reporter praises the young man for training so hard and asks what competition he is preparing for. In response, the guy says that he is an archer and is a member of a club called Heavy Armor. The man is very surprised that the young man signed up for all the competitions that are somehow connected with robots or exoskeletons. Hansen doesn't see anything special in this. He says that he will try to compete in all competitions and hope to take first place in all of them. The operator is skeptical about such statements. He thinks that the guy is taking on too much, and it would be better to take on simpler competitions. For example, archery. Hansen gets up from the table and says goodbye to the men, saying that archery is too boring an activity, and that he is always lucky in new things, and has already beaten the best player by 20 points. The reporter doesn't show it, but he immediately understands that this student is the stranger who was able to win Feng Liu. He carefully examines the young man leaving, and thinks that this guy is not as simple as he seems at first glance. The cameraman asks the man what he is looking at so intently, and the reporter says that he thinks he has material for a sensational report. The next day, Hansen meets Jian. He greets the girl in a friendly manner and tells her that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Jian ignores the young man and walks past silently, thinking to herself that she is being followed by bad luck, and that she has once again run into a man she doesn't want to see. Hansen grabs the girl by the hand and does not let her leave. He tells her that she is very rude, since last time she slapped him and did not even apologize for it. The girl tells the young man that she is very angry with him, because he didn't even ask whether she wanted to go on a date or not. Hansen asks the girl why she is offended. Is it because he called her his girlfriend? Jian resolutely demands to stop talking about it, otherwise she promises to hit the guy. Hansen asks the girl if she will agree to date him if he wins the championship. Jian thinks that winning the championship is not an easy task. She suggests that the guy first take first place in 5 competitions, and then she will think about his proposal. Her face takes on a mysterious look. The girl thinks about seeing what the young man's words are really worth. Hansen reminds Jian that she already deceived him once and does not want it to happen again, to which the girl extends her phone towards him. She offers to conclude a contract and secure it with her accounts. The young man gladly accepts these agreements and hopes that this time the girl will definitely keep her word. The first day of the inter-academic competition begins. The cameraman asks the host why he is so interested in the guy they met in the cafeteria. The cameraman doesn't understand why the presenter gave him the order to film this young man, and he's not sure if it's a good idea. The presenter tells the cameraman that his gut feeling tells him he's on the right track, and their report will get huge ratings. After this, the live broadcast begins. The reporter greets his viewers, announcing that he is starting a live broadcast of the competition as part of the Academy Championship. His report is shown on a huge number of screens, some of which are located right on the Academy grounds, which adds extra spectacle to the event. The reporter continues by telling the viewers that this year, Blackhawk Military Academy has a player who is dominating in every stat, and this guy is participating in every armor category competition except for one, which he won't be able to attend due to some inconsistencies. The cadets are actively discussing who this young man is and where he came from. Many of them know the Heavy Armor Club, but are surprised because there is no such strong member who could outshine everyone else. Feng Liu doesn't like the man's report at all, and he directly states that this presenter is talking absolute nonsense. The girl, not paying attention to his words, asks him not to be distracted and reminds him that the competition will start very soon. Numerous screens show combat vehicles lining up at the starting line, and the host's voice is heard announcing that the armor category competition will begin very soon, and calling on viewers to support all participants. The reporter announces in his broadcast that among the participants there is a combat robot called Destroyer, which certainly attracts the attention of everyone present. Feng Liu, despite the fact that the mechanisms are already quite old, believes that the team that provided such a machine was careless, since this robot cost hundreds of millions at the time, and despite its age, it is still an impressive piece of technology. Feng Liu looks at the girl carefully and thinks that the reporter probably meant the Destroyer pilot, implying that he could be the key element in this competition. A sound signal sounds, signaling the start, and the multi-ton machines begin their movement. However, just a minute after the start, the huge robot loses its balance and falls onto the arena with a deafening roar. After which the host's voice reports an accident. He suggests that the pilot was clearly overexcited, which led to the Destroyer's fall. The presenter does not stop there, continuing to comment on the competition and reporting that the competition continues, and other cars, taking advantage of the opportunity, rushed ahead, leaving the Destroyer far behind. The cadets laugh loudly, and they even feel a little sorry for the Destroyer pilot. A malicious smile appears on Feng Liu's face. He is very amused by the fact that the reporter called this pilot the best, which, in his opinion, looks very ridiculous. Jian, in turn, supports the cadets and calls what is happening a disgrace that is unfolding before the eyes of a huge number of spectators. Hansen realizes that controlling the Destroyer robot is too difficult for an untrained pilot, and decides to act independently. Transforming into his nano armor, he leaves the robot's cockpit and rushes forward at great speed, trying to keep up with his rivals. Hansen's helmet is equipped with virtual monitors that allow him to stay in touch with his team members. They immediately begin to calm him down, promising that they will cover for him in the future. Meanwhile, Hansen instantly breaks ahead. The multi-ton machines continue their run without slowing down. The voice of the reporter is heard, who announces that this is the last lap, and that at the moment the Silver Death Machine, number 69, is leading the competition. This causes real surprise among the cadets, and they begin to discuss this statement, trying to understand how such a machine could have ended up in the competition, since it was produced by a military company, and many of them had not seen it for sale. Hansen reaches the finish line and breaks the tape, at which point the host's voice is heard congratulating the participant on first place, which turns out to be the Silver Death Machine number 69. Hansen, raising his hands up, shouts loudly in victory, thanks the spectators for their support, and announces that he will participate in several more competitions. The cadets learn that the pilot of the Silver Death Machine is Hansen. The girl, having heard about this, begins to worry a lot, because she made a promise, and now, All her hope is that the guy will not be able to win in other competitions. The reporter, keeping the audience interested, heats up the atmosphere by stating that this participant does not throw words to the wind and turned out to be much stronger than anyone could have expected. He predicts that this guy will most likely become the new champion. Friends and members of the Heavy Armor Club congratulate Hansen on his victory. They are sincerely happy about his success and understand that they have witnessed an important moment. Hansen, in turn, confidently states that he will become a champion, as he was absolutely confident in his abilities at these competitions, and racing is his strongest side, and he intends to demonstrate this to the maximum of his abilities. Meanwhile, the cadets are actively discussing the past competitions, believing that the Silver Death Machine really has good results, but some of them are betting on other participants. The loud conversation is interrupted by the instructor, who orders the cadets to concentrate and better prepare for the next competition. In his heart, the instructor doesn't expect Hansen to actually become a champion, but despite this, he believes that this guy will be able to excite the other participants, making them fight at full speed. The reporter continues to broadcast the events on numerous screens, announcing that the second competition, the obstacle race, will begin very soon. He emphasizes that the tension in the arena has increased, and the Heavy Armor Club is already ready to race. Jian is very tense about the idea that Hansen has no worthy competitors. She sincerely hopes that someone will still be able to defeat this young man. The second competition begins. The Death Machine immediately takes the lead, showing the best time over the distance. Spectators watching the action notice that the Death Machine does not try to slow down to overcome obstacles, and this only increases their admiration for its power. A malicious smile appears on Feng Liu's face. He confidently believes that his opponent will definitely get into trouble, because inertia has not been cancelled, no matter how good the car is. However, Hansen has no intention of slowing down, and with great acceleration he crashes into the obstacle, powerfully smashing the concrete wall into small fragments. The cadets watching this cry out in surprise, not understanding how the participant was able to break a meter-thick concrete wall, and are sincerely surprised at how strong and powerful his armor is, which can handle such enormous loads. Feng Liu begins to feel very irritated, calling the young man an idiot who clearly has problems in his head, as his actions seem absolutely ridiculous and dangerous to him. The friend, noticing that Jian had turned very pale, worriedly asks if everything is okay with her. Hansen continues his rapid run to the finish line. Without slowing down or stopping, the guy destroys numerous concrete obstacles on his way, which are not able to slow down his movements. The young man, with determination, destroys the last obstacle and crosses the finish line, at which point the voice of the presenter is heard congratulating him on his victory, stating that they have a new winner who has demonstrated exceptional speed and strength, becoming an example for other participants. Feng Liu cannot understand how his opponent passed this test so quickly, because such results seem completely impossible to him, and he feels perplexed by the strength and technique of the participant. Jian thinks that it is an outright disgrace that experienced players are losing to some freshmen. Her indignation grows as she is sure that such participants should immediately refuse to participate in her club, so as not to jeopardize its reputation. In a fit of anger, Jian loudly shouts at the nearby members of his club and orders them to immediately enter the arena, saying that they must win at all costs or else they will be kicked out of the club. Meanwhile, the Heavy Armor Club members congratulate Hansen on his latest victory, admiring his armor, which they call simply magical, and report that the audience cannot hide their delight at his impressive performance. Hansen, however, is not going to stop there, and states that this is only his second victory, and he needs much more to confirm his superiority and prove his strength to everyone. The instructor is in an irritated state. He does not like at all that the rules of the competition are changing, because battles in combat armor have always taken place on projections. But now the situation has changed, and this makes him worried. The man reacts calmly to the instructor's irritated state, and says that the rules were changed precisely to protect the players, after which he asks whether he considers the participation of the Silver Death Machine fair. The instructor counters the competition organizer by saying that this is a sport, not a war, and asks who will be held responsible if the lives of the participants are put at risk due to such changes. The competition organizer slowly rises from his desk, and with cold confidence tells the man that it is not his problem, adding that his company is the sponsor of the instructors club. The host announces to the audience that the rules of the upcoming competition will be changed. Now, instead of virtual armor, the participants will use physical armor, which causes a storm of delight among the audience, clearly thirsty for more spectacular events. The reporter thinks that this battle will turn into a real massacre, since the participants will strive to destroy the Silver Death machine with all their might, because the new rules suggest a survival system, where there will be only one winner. Enthusiastic friends report to Hansen that he has become the center of attention, and his performances have attracted the attention of a military campaign that appears to be interested in his successes and his unique machine. The young man is flattered by the attention of such an influential company, and confidently states that it will be incredibly difficult to deal with his Silver Death, since its capabilities exceed the expectations of most. Ian shares with his friends the idea that they need to develop a protection plan for Hansen as soon as possible to ensure his success in the new competition format and minimize the risks. He says he has an idea. They should break into the opponent's line to force the participants to interfere with each other, which could make Hansen's job much easier. Ian notes that Hansen's biggest challenge will be breaking through the opposition's defense, a plan that the rest of their club are willing to sacrifice themselves to achieve. The girls step forward and declare that they are happy to accept the proposed plan, and will also take on the task of suppressing the enemy's firepower to clear the way for Hansen. Hansen expresses his sincere gratitude to his friends for their support, and confidently states that they must put up a real fight and snatch victory at any cost. Team members begin to arrive in the armored battle arena, their massive machines filling the battlefield. Ian, adjusting the manipulators of his war machine, notes with irritation that his fears have been confirmed. All participants have united against them, which creates a serious threat. With a loud sound signal that announces the beginning of the duel, huge multi-ton robots rush forward. The girls of the Heavy Armor Club, inside their combat vehicles, open fire with powerful weapons to create a solid barrier and prevent opponents from approaching Hansen. Their main task is to protect the Silver Death machine and not give the enemy the opportunity to seize the initiative. Hansen, in his machine's armor, confidently maneuvers between massive robots, moving forward with a precision and speed that is awe-inspiring. Meanwhile, the girls spread out, continuing to fire continuously to clear the way for their leader. Ian, moving in the second echelon, transmits an alarming message to the team that there are too many enemies and they are starting to attack from the right flank. Despite this, he gives a clear order to all participants to strictly follow the plan, and instructs Hansen to move exclusively in the center, taking the right flank upon himself. Hansen activates the additional capabilities of the Empress's armor. It seems to him that his opponents move incredibly slowly, like slow-motion snails, which only increases his confidence in victory. Tingyan and his partner resolutely step forward, taking on a barrage of fire from a huge number of opponents, demonstrating true bravery. Hansen meanwhile activates his energy weapons, which appear in the hands of the Silver Death war machine. With cold determination, he opens fire, accurately hitting the opponents who try to block his movement. At this moment, the voice of the host is heard. He emotionally informs the viewers that the Heavy Armor Club has shown incredible courage by taking the initiative into their own hands and going on the offensive. The reporter comments on Hansen's actions with a satisfied smile, calling his strategy brilliant, and emphasizing that he does not at all look like the inexperienced player he was previously considered to be. The organizer of the competition slams his fist on the table in rage, wondering how such a powerful group is unable to defeat a small club and the Silver Death machine. His face is burning with anger. Loud curses are heard in the hall. The man is clearly irritated that everything is not going according to his plan. Meanwhile, Hansen continues his confident march forward, hearing snatches of enemy voices preparing to open heavy fire to stop him. Ignoring the threats, he charges into enemy lines with incredible determination, where chaotic fire turns into disaster as enemies begin to hit their own allies. Amidst the chaos, cries are heard demanding that the shooting stop, but it is too late. The rapid events culminate in a blinding explosion that deafens the spectators. Hansen continues moving calmly, leaving behind the ruins and hearing the angry cries of the opponents, who scold each other for the erroneous tactical positions that led to defeat from their own fire. The reporter, not hiding his emotions, enthusiastically tells the audience that this was a truly grand spectacle in which the Heavy Armor Club confidently counterattacked and took full initiative on the battlefield. Hansen continues to exploit the potential of the Empress's armor, demonstrating admirable skill, cleverly exploiting blind spots, turning the enemy's weapons against them, and acting with astonishing calm as if he were playing according to a pre-calculated plan. He notes that such techniques are definitely not something you'll see in lectures. The opponents come to the conclusion that the best tactic would be to deal with the Heavy Armor Club first, believing that without the support of his partners, Hansen will not be able to continue the fight. However, their plans are ruined in an instant, as Hansen slams into the center of the group of combat robots, delivering devastating blows with his sword. His attack resembles a furious squall, swift, powerful, and inevitable. The host's voice sounds louder and louder. He emotionally comments that the Silver Death Machine remains invincible, and its opponents are not even able to organize worthy resistance. The man adds admiringly that Hansen's equipment is at the level of a senior officer. The tournament organizer is beside himself with rage. He throws his coffee mug with all his might, smashing it on the floor, his voice full of anger. He declares that none of the participants will be receiving his sponsorship anymore. Clenching his fists, he gives the order to his subordinates to immediately obtain complete information about the manufacturer of the combat vehicle. In the arena, to the deafening applause of the spectators, the host with undisguised delight congratulates Hansen on another brilliant victory. He recommends that everyone remember not only the Silver Death Machine, but also its talented pilot, who, according to him, has already become a true legend of the competition. The cadets, barely holding back their emotions, surround Hansen, sincerely rejoicing at his success. They proudly declare that he has become the real pride of the 304th room and the entire heavy armor club. However, amidst the joyful excitement, one of the girls notices Jian's depressed state, which clearly stands out from the general mood. Her friend, concerned by her appearance, quietly asks what is happening to her and why she seems so confused and depressed. A group of cadets comes out to meet them, animatedly discussing how the Silver Death Machine is incredibly powerful, and expressing a desire to purchase the same one, after which they enthusiastically begin to praise the pilot operating it. Jian, hearing their words, slams her fist against the wall in rage. Her friend asks a direct question about who dared to offend her. Jian suddenly changes her behavior. With an unhealthy smile on her face, her mood suddenly changes to unbridled joy. She assures her frightened friend that everything is fine, and immediately suggests going out to eat together. The friend can't stand the tension and starts shouting loudly at Jian, claiming that her behavior is frightening her to death. The next day, on the territory of a military plant, a group of people analyze the video recording of yesterday's competition with great attention. One of the men notes that the test model proved to be incredibly effective, even though it was piloted by a completely inexperienced first-year student, who still managed to take first place in 5 competitions of this cup. A man standing nearby, impressed by what he heard, expresses surprise that even beginners without much experience can operate this armor. The man from the development department agrees with this remark, confirming that even they were shocked by such a result, and then explains that Hansen is a member of Xuan's special security team, which is why he was allowed to use the machine to both test and promote it. As evening falls, Jian, trying to remain unnoticed, puts on a long coat and pulls on a large cap that almost completely covers her face. The girl remembers a message from Hansen she received a few hours ago, where he wrote that he was looking forward to meeting her, and believes that the girl should fulfill the promise she made to him if he won 5 competitions. Hansen suggests meeting at the entrance to the dining hall, which visibly irritates Jian, as she is sure that there will be too many people there for dinner. The girl believes that the young man specifically chose this place to attract as much attention as possible to their meeting. Hansen, noticing Jian, is surprised that she arrived earlier than the appointed time, and with slight irony asks if she was really so impatiently waiting for this meeting. Then the guy, looking at her unusual outfit, starts asking questions about why she needed to dress so strangely. Assuming that she was afraid of being recognized by her classmates, Jian covers his mouth with her hand and sharply asks him to shut up. She then asks the boy if he has an account on the school forum, to which Hansen smiles and replies that of course he does, adding that his account is called My Girl Jian. Jian thoughtfully ponders why she didn't figure out such an obvious thing on her own before, and feels a little confused. Hansen, with a slight mockery, reminds the girl that now it is time to fulfill the promise. Jian understands that she will have to kiss him. With internal resistance, she slowly reaches out to the guy, mentally planning that when she returns home, she will definitely wash her mouth with soap and buy a pack of chewing gum. The girl approaches Hansen, still convincing herself that the scent of this man should not remain on her. At this moment, the guy unexpectedly hugs her tightly and decisively kisses the girl on the lips. A group of girls suddenly appear nearby, notice them and ask them in surprise why they chose such a place for their tricks, not forgetting to judge them. Hansen grins and turns to Jian, pointing to one of the girls, saying that she is her friend, and asking if she would like to say hello. The group of girls, chatting among themselves, leave and continue to discuss that it will soon be necessary to convene a student council meeting to discuss this kind of behavior. Jian is very ashamed of what happened. The girl quickly turns away from the guy and, in a quiet voice, curses him with the last words. Hansen heads to his room, and on the way, he reflects on the fact that the girl is clearly shy. He decides that he should spend more time with her to better understand her and improve the relationship. Suddenly, on the threshold of his room, he is met by a pet, a three-eyed cat. The system reports that this animal has mutated and developed its body to the level of a divine one. This greatly surprises the young man, as he could not expect that this useless creature, from his point of view, would transform into such a rare and unusual creation. The young man begins to gently pet the cat, which has grown considerably in size, and comes to the conclusion that it probably evolved due to eating a lot of the ants it had collected. Hansen activates the system's holographic screen, and is surprised to learn that the three-eyed cat has developed his fighting body very well. The guy thinks that this is very cool, since the development of animals is better than searching for new ones. He remembers that he also has a sandworm, and hopes that it will change too. Clad in the armor of a money brother, Hansen rides atop a huge three-eyed cat across the desert plain. The guy decides to check how useful his pet has become in hunting. He notices a huge mutated centipede off to the side and orders his pet to kill it. The three-eyed cat quickly catches up with the centipede and bites into it with its huge jaws. The system congratulates the guy on a successful hunt and reports that the soul of a primitive sand snake has been received. Hansen happily hugs his pet. He praises him and calls him his irreplaceable assistant. The guy hopes that in the future his power will only increase. Hansen looks around the deserted area and wonders why it is empty now, when last time it was full of worms and desert foxes. He walks forward a little and notices dead sandworms. The guy wonders who could have cruelly dealt with them there. He calls off his three-eyed cat because he thinks he could be easily spotted and is going to deal with it himself. Hansen begins to follow the blood trail, and soon begins to think that he begins to hear sand foxes. After some time, he notices a large group of hunters under the command of the Divine Sun. They loudly rejoice at the successful hunt, and believe that luck is on their side today. Hansen immediately notices the strange, huge stranger. He has not seen him before in the detachment of the Divine Sun. He is impressed by the warrior's characteristics, as well as his club is clearly of divine level. The Divine Sun praises the huge warrior and tells him that he is once again convinced of how good he is. A squad of warriors of the Divine Sun has cornered a small group of sand foxes and their leader in a dead end, believing that the animals will not be able to escape and are doomed. A vicious, bloodthirsty smile appears on Chinsuan's face, and he orders his subordinates not to interfere, as he wants to personally enjoy this hunt. Hansen believes that the leader of the sand foxes is a very cunning mutant. The guy thinks about whether he will lose so easily. And indeed, the fox demonstrates good intelligence. He finds a small crack in the rock and instantly rushes into it. The Divine Sun is greatly irritated when he realizes that the beasts had an escape plan, and orders that the fox leader not be touched, telling his men that he will catch him himself. Hansen begins to feel a strong sense of joy when he realizes that Sand Fox will not give up so easily. The huge warrior begins to feel a strange vibration. He does not understand where it comes from and what to do next. The Son of God orders his men to retreat immediately and take cover in a nearby shelter. The hunters watch as strange golden sand begins to approach from different directions. Hansen is well aware that this is no ordinary sand. These are golden ants that eat everything in their path, and the hunters will soon become their dinner. The Son of God tries to leave the danger zone as quickly as possible. He turns around and sees how golden ants instantly devour one of his hunters. The huge warrior boldly swings his club and moves forward. He tells the other hunters that these ants are very fragile and suggests that they not be afraid and follow him. A satisfied smile appeared on Chinsuan's face. The Son of God once again thinking that it was not in vain that he took this huge warrior into his squad. Hansen is impressed by the fighting characteristics of the huge warrior. The guy believes that this hunter is as strong as a steel machine. Chinsuan thanks his new hunter for saving him, and tells him that without his help, they would all have surely died. The huge warrior begins to say that there is nothing special about this. At this time, the other hunters rush at him at the signal of the Divine Sun and begin to stab him in the back with knives. They twist the giant's wounded body and say that he was just lucky because he got a divine-level club. Hansen believes that the Son of God and his hunters are worthless, and is worried that such a strong man trusted these scoundrels. Chinsuan demands that the huge warrior hand over his club, in which case he will consider letting him go. The giant starts shouting and says that he will not do this even under threat of death. The hunters hold the man tightly, while the Son of God hits him in the face with his palm, and tells the giant that he asked for it. After which, the subordinates of the Son of God drop the huge warrior to the ground and joyfully announce that his end has come. Hansen believes that it is necessary to help the stranger as soon as possible before these scoundrels torture him to death. The Son of God hears a strange sound and begins to wonder what it could be. The next moment he notices that there is a beast of divine blood next to them. He orders 2 of his men to stay with the wounded captive giant, and together with the rest of the squad rushes in pursuit of the monster. The hunters follow the order without question, and inform Chinsuan that they will keep an eye on the giant warrior. The hunters begin to mock the giant and ask him if he had not recently boasted of his strength, after which they once again offer to give him the club of divine power. At this moment, Hansen appears next to them. The guy asks the hunters what kind of men they are, if they commit such vile acts. After which, at great speed, the young man approaches one of the hunters and strikes him with a sword. The slain hunter falls dead to the ground, and his partner, in horror, tries to save himself by crawling towards the nearby rocks. The young man tries with great difficulty to get the giant back on his feet and asks him to hold on. The Son of God noticed the money brother in the sky and returned back with his detachment. He cursed the young man and called him a scoundrel who again poked his nose into other people's affairs. Hansen helps the wounded giant to walk. Behind them, the voices of the hunters from the Money Brothers team are heard. They say that the fugitives will not be able to go far, since the huge warrior is wounded and cannot walk quickly. Hansen considers his pursuers to be rather stupid people, after which he summons his 3-eyed cat. He places the wounded warrior on the back of his trained monster and orders him to carry the giant to safety. The hunter is very surprised. He thinks that the Money Brother has tamed the beast of divine blood. He is abruptly interrupted by Chinsuan. He orders the hunter to shut up and says that this is not a beast, but an ordinary pet. The Money Brother bids the hunters farewell in a sarcastic tone. Chinsuan sends angry curses and tells the young man that sooner or later he will get him. Hansen and the wounded warrior retreat to a safe distance. The giant asks the young man why he saved him. He believes that the guy is also going to take the god-level club from him. But Hansen replies that he has no such intentions and just likes to do good deeds. However, the guy says that he will still have to thank him for saving him. He offers the wounded warrior to pay what he can, and after that, he will send him home. The giant, in turn, says that the enemy of his enemy is a friend, after which he says that he cannot give up the divine club, but he has 2 mutated souls of animals. He offers to take these souls, one for salvation, and the second for escorting. Hansen says that this is enough and says that the deal suits him perfectly. 2 days pass. Yanman enters the garrison commander's office and asks why the girl was looking for her. The garrison commander asks her subordinate to contact Hansen and asks the young man to come to her tomorrow morning. The weapons company wants him to represent their new biological armor. Yanman is very surprised by this information. The girl asks again if the weapons company is really looking for a young man. She cannot understand why such a serious organization wants to make a first-year student its representative. Hansen declines the offer. The young man believes that acting in a commercial is not for him at all, and he also refers to the fact that he is very busy. The captain tells the guy that there is nothing complicated about it, and that the Hansen Arms Company already considers him a star. She reminds him that no one from the Black Hawk Academy has ever received such an offer. The garrison commander intervenes in the conversation, and in a rude, commanding tone asks to stop the useless chatter. The girl tells the young man that he has misunderstood everything. This is not an offer. It is a task that he is obliged to complete. The garrison commander says that the special group cannot refuse such an honor, and with a sharp movement hands the guy a piece of paper. She asks to read the contract and says that it contains simply excellent conditions. The young man realizes that this is an order, and understands that he has no right to refuse. The guy studies the terms of the contract and finds out that the salary is quite large, and decides to add another clause. The garrison commander asks the guy in surprise what point he is talking about. Hansen asks for a combat death machine as a reward, but not in the basic version, but with a weapon system, to which Xuan awkwardly says that he will talk to the management about it. The cadets are excitedly discussing the upcoming lecture. They have heard that the professor will invite 2 specialists today who promise to conduct a training demonstration. Hansen believes that today will be an excellent lecture, because it will not be a dry presentation of the material, but an interesting lesson with rare specialists. The cadets continue to discuss what is happening animatedly. They are delighted that big people will be present at a regular lesson. Meanwhile, one of Hansen's classmates praises his performance at the competition and says that he didn't expect this from an ordinary first-year archer. A group of men slowly enter the classroom. The cadets immediately fall silent and look at them attentively. The professor greets the students and then tells them that they have been given the great honor of hosting 2 famous people who have agreed to give a small demonstration. The man begins the lecture and explains that the essence of ancient martial arts is to use one's own strength perfectly. But in a real fight, in addition to physical strength, psychological factors are very important. He believes that punching is not only a matter of brute force, but also a manifestation of intelligence, and invites his guests to demonstrate this technique. A young man invites two cadets to leave the classroom and take part in an experiment. The cadets of the academy think that this is a wonderful proposal. Each of them wants to be chosen, and they all raise their hands in unison. Hansen is not at all keen to take part in such a demonstration, and believes that the teacher should choose someone at random. He watches with amazement his fellow students who have a strong desire to be chosen by the professor. The young man looks around the audience and immediately notices Hansen. He thinks this is an interesting coincidence. The man tells the second specialist about Hansen, and says that he knows the guy's strength, so he suggests not choosing him. The specialist takes this as a challenge. He tells the audience that one student did not raise his hand, and asks Hansen if he is not interested in the secret technique. Hansen is surprised to realize that the specialist chose him. The guy considers this a rather strange stroke of luck. To the applause of the audience, Hansen goes down to the podium. The professor asks the young man to come up and help the experts demonstrate the blow. The specialist takes a close look at Hansen, concluding that this young man is apparently quite popular among students. The professor, meanwhile, explains to the audience that the secret strike is a kind of combination of a virtual strike and a physical punch, from which the opponent must defend himself. He adds that there are two main methods of applying this technique, each of which requires a special approach. The specialist quickly explains that the defender must instantly understand the trajectory of the blow and adapt to the opponent's actions, after which he suggests that Hansen begin the fight. Hansen makes a sharp move, approaches the specialist, and delivers a powerful sharp blow that surprises everyone present. The specialist is unable to repel the attack and misses a blow, the force of which throws him to the side. The professor praises the young man for choosing the right moment to attack, taking advantage of his opponent's inattention, but he notes that the blow should have been aimed at the head to cause significant damage to the opponent. The specialist, in turn, comes to the conclusion that Hansen has enormous potential, and notes that the guy acts extremely decisively and unexpectedly, which commands respect. The professor, thinking to himself, realizes that Hansen has created serious problems for himself by choosing such a risky tactic, while Hansen takes a fighting stance, demonstrating his readiness to repel the attack of the specialist, who is carefully watching his movements. The specialist believes that Hansen's stance is nothing more than a show-off that is not capable of scaring an experienced fighter, and is confident that the guy is using a standard technique that he can easily counter. However, to his surprise, the specialist is faced with the fact that Hansen is delivering a series of blows that he is unable to parry. Hansen continues his furious attacks, recalling the professor's words that this technique is connected with the ability to deceive the opponent, and, apparently, the invited specialist did not succeed in this too much. The man retreats from the line of attack, trying to concentrate his forces, confident that this time he will be able to repel Hansen's attacks. However, his expectations turn out to be wrong, as the young man masterfully hides his blows and easily breaks through the specialist's defense, which causes him genuine surprise. The specialist realizes that he has underestimated the student and begins to think that Hansen really has a great future if he is already demonstrating such skills. He decides that it is time to go full throttle, not only to win the fight, but to show off all the strength he has accumulated over the years of training. The man begins his attack, but to his surprise, he notices that Hansen effortlessly deflects and blocks all of his blows, as if anticipating every move. The professor, watching this, is unable to hide his surprise, realizing that the student is head and shoulders above all the other cadets, and thinks that this is simply incredible. The cadets gathered around loudly chant and support Hansen, completely delighted that the young man managed to destroy the invited specialist's defense in just 3 attacks. Jian is having lunch with her friend in the cafeteria. The girl talks about what she heard about Hansen, who was rumored to have defeated a powerful fighter in a lecture. She expresses regret that she didn't see it with her own eyes. Jian, in turn, tries to show with her whole appearance that this news does not interest her at all, and states that there is nothing special about it, and the young man, in her opinion, is only pretending to be strong. Meanwhile, Hansen's classmates congratulate him on his impressive performance, asking him about the secrets of his strength, as they want to be like him, and even offer to treat him to a meal at the cafeteria as a sign of respect. A roommate tells Hansen that Jian is sitting at the next table with his girlfriend, and the guy thinks it's weird to meet in such situations. Jian is annoyed by Hansen's presence, thinking that the guy hasn't contacted her for a whole week since their last kiss, while her friend invites young people to join their table. As if nothing had happened, Jian's friend starts a formal conversation, asking the young men how they are doing, trying to maintain a light atmosphere. Jian pretends not to communicate with Hansen, but those around him begin to suspect that there is some kind of relationship between the young people. The girl tells Hansen that he has become very famous lately, and now the whole academy knows him, casually telling the guy that she is an employee of the Special Forces unit of the command. Hansen is glad to meet the new guy, and, in turn, tells the girl his name, saying that he is from the Archers Squad. The girl suggests out loud that Hansen is Ji-yeon's boyfriend, which causes her friend to react nervously to this statement. The people around them, although they try not to show it, listen attentively to the conversation, experiencing genuine surprise that Ji-yeon, it turns out, has a boyfriend, something no one had suspected before. Fengliu suddenly intervenes in the conversation, challenging Hansen to defeat him first, which only causes the guy to smile slightly, as if he takes it as a joke. Fengliu, clearly irritated by this reaction, angrily grabs Hansen by the shirt and states that this behavior is making him angry. Hansen, keeping his cool, reminds the young man that in their last fight he lost by 20 points, and asks if Fengliu would like to repeat that result. The girl sitting at the table immediately understands everything and is very surprised, realizing that Hansen turns out to be the same player under the nickname My Girl Ji-yeon. Ji-yeon abruptly gets up from the table and takes Hansen's hand, suggesting that they leave the dining room immediately, as she absolutely does not want everyone to know the truth about their relationship. However, her friend abruptly stands in the way, stating that the conversation is not over yet and insists on dotting the I's by discussing Hansen's identity in detail. Ji-yeon, trying to calm her friend down, tells her that she most likely misunderstood everything and was very tired due to intense studying. However, the girl tells her friend that a clear picture is gradually emerging in her head, after which she suddenly remembers Ji-yeon's date with the young man. She demands to immediately tell when exactly Ji-yeon started dating the guy, and is outraged that she has categorically denied having a relationship all this time. Hansen believes that there is no point in hiding anything now that the truth has become obvious to everyone, and tells Ji-yeon that she is his girlfriend. The surrounding cadets closely follow their conversation and come to the unanimous conclusion that they really are an ideal couple. Ting-yeon declares that Hansen is a handsome man, and such heroes are worthy of the most outstanding beauties, after which he expresses sincere joy for them. The cadets are in the room, animatedly discussing the latest news. Ian reports that the sponsor company has gone too far, as they have disqualified Hansen. Ting-yeon furiously calls the employees of this company freaks, and is extremely outraged that they accuse the guy of using illegal armor without providing any convincing evidence. Hansen is not at all bothered by this news. The guy is already satisfied with the fact that many people know that he won several competitions at the tournament. Ian talks about how the cup final is next month, and many viewers simply won't watch the shows unless Hansen is there. Hansen tells his friends that he doesn't care about the cup at all, because now he has more important things to do. At the TV center, a girl asks the CEO a question. She thinks that her qualities are enough to become the star of this advertisement, and asks why they need some student. Zunquan believes that the TV company's management is leading her by the nose. The girl read the script and prepared for filming, but she didn't even get to drive the new armor. The CEO tells the girl that she is the best student at the academy and a member of a special military armor unit, so he asks her to control her emotions and do as she is asked. Zunquan is not satisfied with this statement. She tries to contradict the man, but the CEO informs the girl that he will not tolerate any objections and reminds her once again that she must carry out the order. Zunquan agrees with the man and leaves his office in a very irritated state. She is going to look at the student who took the lead role from her. Half an hour later, Hansen appears at the television company, and the young man meets the general director, and cameraman of the new video. The CEO tells him that he will be promoting a new model of armor, then points to a suitcase on the table and says that they have made some changes recently that the guy might want to try out. Hansen looks over the briefcase containing the armor with delight, noting that it looks much larger than usual. The guy opens the lid, the nanoparticles instantly start moving. The young man remembers the words of the CEO that the characteristics of this sample are a little understated. A moment later, the nanotech liquid envelops the young man's body, and he feels that this armor is much lighter and more comfortable than the previous one. He believes that the engineers have done a really good job, as the interior cabin has become more ergonomic, and the operating control system is much more user-friendly. Hansen begins to control his armor using the operating system and is extremely excited about the expanded features. He suddenly rushes forward and loses his balance for a second. The young man understands that he needs to be more careful, because he is used to the death machine and it is difficult for him to quickly adapt to the new model. The guy makes a few more movements, after which he loses his balance and falls to the floor, and the thought comes to him about whether he is worthy of controlling such perfect armor. Suddenly, a stranger dressed in the same armor appears in front of Hansen. He tells the guy that he must immediately show all his strength or get out. This greatly surprises Hansen. The young man asks the stranger who he is and why he is behaving so aggressively towards him. Through the CCTV system, the CEO finds out that Zunquan has donned the silver mystery armor and entered the gym while a young man was training there. The subordinate tells the man that he will intervene immediately. The CEO watches the screen for a while, then says that it is too late. He believes that the girl is very stubborn, and there is no stopping her now. The developer knows about the girl's abilities and that she has enough experience. So he begins to worry about Hansen. The CEO, in turn, asks not to interfere. He wants to see if the guy is able to drive this car. Zunquan shouts angrily. The girl says that now she will show who really deserves the main role. After this, she activates her mechanical armor, takes out her lightsaber and rushes to attack the young man. Hansen, in turn, is very irritated by the girl's behavior. He realizes he has no choice, so he also activates his lightsaber and begins to repel Zunquan's furious attacks. The young man deftly dodges another blow from the girl and counterattacks, striking her lightsaber. Zunquan is unable to dodge the young man's blows and loses his balance. Hansen finishes his attack with a powerful blow that sends the girl flying far away. The guy continues to masterfully control the biomechanical armor and delivers a winning series of blows. Zunquan misses all the blows and flies far to the side, falling to the floor. The girl feels very irritated. She does not fully understand how the young man can use biomechanical armor so effectively. Hansen approaches her, points a light blade at her and tells her that she is lost, advising her to leave in peace. Zunquan slowly gets to his feet and sends a curse towards the young man in a low voice. The engineer is very surprised that the guy was able to defeat the girl so easily. He believes that this level of technology is very worthy. Zunquan deactivates the armor, opens the hatch, and with a deft movement climbs out. Hansen is surprised to realize that his opponent in this sparring match was a girl. He remembers that among the stars of the weapons company, there is only one famous girl. Zunquan does not believe that a mere cadet can have such skills, and asks the young man if he is really a freshman. Hansen did not expect to see a star in front of him, and apologizes for using a crude technique to win. Zunquan asks how the young man usually trains with armor. The boy arrogantly states that success is 99% genius, and only 1% hard work. Zunquan gives the young man a nasty look and asks if he was mistaken. Maybe it was the other way around. Hansen smiles and replies that this may sound a little self-confident, but in his case, it is exactly as he said. Zunquan continues to feel very angry, intending to remember the young man's words about 99% of genius, after which she says that she hopes that they will get along on set. Hansen feels very awkward when he finds out that they will be filming together and thinks about why no one warned him. The guy understands why the girl is so angry, because he took the main role from her. A large film crew is getting ready for work. The director's voice is heard, ordering everyone to hurry up, and the makeup artists and prop master to finish their work quickly. The CEO tells the guy that they have equipped the silver secret according to his wishes. The size is also adjusted to the body of the young man. The man believes that Hansen will be pleased. Hansen dons a new armor called the Silver Secret, which he didn't expect to be shrunk down and fit so well, and promises to take good care of it. The man says that the photographer liked the guy's photogenicity. He thinks that he will look good with Zunquan, after which he adds that in gratitude for the photo shoot, he is going to give him this armor. 2 special armor models are used for filming. The red armor belongs to the girl, and the Hansen armor is blue. Their bodies have the emblems of the Arms Corporation, and they also have a lifetime service warranty. Hansen thanks the CEO for such a generous gift, but secretly thinks that the atmosphere on the set will be tense, since the girl clearly hated him. Zunquan joins the conversation. The girl says that the new armor looks amazing and she likes everything. She tells the man that it looks like their research has made great progress. The CEO replies that technology does not stand still, but for now, mass production will only be of the model called the Death Machine. Zunquan looks at the guy angrily and says that they simply have to fight in this new armor. The young man understands that the girl is still very angry with him. Their conversation is interrupted by the assistant director, who informs them that everything is ready for filming, and they need to go to the set. The young people turn around and head to the set. The man looks after them and thinks that they look very good. He is looking forward to the next conference, which will take place at the beginning of the month. The CEO, in turn, believes that the results of his work will be simply amazing. A new conference begins. A new biological armor called the Silver Secret is demonstrated on a huge screen. The host announces that all those present will witness a historical event and enjoy an epical masterpiece. The official commercial for the weapons company starts playing. A girl sits in a quiet park and enjoys reading a book under the crowns of a huge tree. Suddenly, she is distracted by a very strange sound. She looks up and tries to understand where it comes from. Suddenly, she jumps up from the bench she was sitting on and realizes in horror that a silhouette has appeared in the air, very similar to the armor of the alien invader's Asura. The alien invader lands on the ground, confidently walks towards the girl and begins to strike with his huge swords. The students experience intense fear, turning into panic. They try to escape, many of them screaming that they do not want to die and do not understand why Asura attacked their academy. Suddenly, the girl trips over a stone and loses her balance, after which she falls sharply to the ground. Asura immediately takes advantage of this situation. He approaches the girl, calls the humans damn rats, and raises his huge sword to strike. The girl screams loudly. Fear has completely paralyzed her. The alien invader's laughter can be heard off-screen. He tells the girl to say goodbye to life. The monster's huge hand is stopped by a neat metal suitcase, which crashes into it at great speed. Asura doesn't understand what's going on and looks closely at the metal case. A voiceover is heard asking the alien why he's bullying a defenseless girl. In the next scene of the commercial, Hansen appears. The guy opens a metal briefcase, from which nanomatter instantly shoots out, which begins to surround his body. A huge number of viewers watch this commercial on large outdoor screens. They do not understand why an unknown young man plays the main role, and where is their favorite actress named Sun Quan. Many students remember the young man who is in this commercial and say that the guy's name is Hansen. He was recently the winner of all the Academy Cup competitions. Meanwhile, the commercial continues to play, showing Hansen using the new armor and effectively attacking the alien invader. The guy delivers numerous blows, from which the alien invader is unable to defend himself. His voice is heard. He loudly screams that this is impossible. Sun Quan slowly approaches Hansen, who is in armor. The girl thanks the young man for saving her and asks who he is. The guy turns around and starts to slowly walk away. The girl asks him to stay and not leave her alone. Hansen tells the girl that now is not the time for talking. He slowly rises into the air and activates two huge weapons that appear on the shoulders of his armor. The next second, a powerful fiery volley occurs, which turns the alien invader into a fiery plasma ball. Other members of the alien Asura clan appear, intending to avenge their fallen comrade, and wondering what kind of armor their enemy is wearing and why it is so powerful. As aliens prepare to destroy the lone defender, Hansen answers the monsters and asks them why they think he is alone. The next moment, a large number of warriors dressed in new armor descend from the sky. They slowly land next to Hansen and line up in battle formation. Warriors dressed in armor rush to attack alien invaders. Loud, pompous music is heard. The announcer says that we need to attack together in order to protect human civilization. The commercial ends with a voiceover stating that the armor called the Silver Mystery will protect humanity for thousands of years, and that it is the responsibility of the Weapons Corporation. The armored warriors destroy the remaining alien invaders. A voice is heard saying that this armor will shake up the market, and then announces that limited edition sales will begin soon. The presentation of the commercial ends. The huge audience is shaken by numerous loud applause. Then they fall silent. The presenter reports that this is truly amazing armor that meets all high-level military standards. The presenter says that the Silver Secret armor is a limited product, and if someone wants to buy it, they need to get in a live queue. Minghao's mom just watched the video of the new armor. She reports that one of the actors looks a lot like Hansen, and wonders if the guy is worthy of being around such famous people. Minghao tells his mother that the actor does indeed look a lot like Hansen, and suggests checking it out later since the credits will be available at the end of the video. After a while, they realize that it is indeed Hansen. They feel very jealous and wonder what this guy did to get accepted into the military academy and become a superstar. The cadets at the academy are actively discussing the new commercial for a weapons company, which has received more than 500 million views, and discussing the main actors. Jian's friend tells the girl that there have been a lot of rumors about Hansen lately, which clearly irritates the girl a lot. Jian breaks down in hysterics. She calls the young man a freak because he has not contacted her for 2 weeks, and tells her friend that this man is dead to her. Jian and Hansen are talking to each other in raised tones. The girl suggests that the young man return to the movie star and wishes them luck. She says that she hopes that everything will work out for them. Hansen is very surprised by the girl's jealousy. He explains that in fact it was just a mission, and he could not tell about it earlier because he signed a non-disclosure agreement. Jian doesn't believe a single word the young man says. She accuses him of continuing to make up these ridiculous excuses and thinking that there is a relationship between the young people. The guy says that this is not true at all and that he did not intend to do anything bad to the girl. The guy starts to say that her beauty cannot compare to Zun Quan's. but the girl suddenly grabs the young man by the throat and starts to strangle him. Hansen tells the girl that she shouldn't behave like that. He suddenly kisses her, which calms the girl down. Jian calms down, then calls the young man names and reminds him that he unexpectedly kissed her again. The garrison commander asks the young man a question. She wants to know why the guy refuses further cooperation with the arms company. Hansen understands that developing the product can really bring him a lot of money, but he doesn't want to become popular. And besides, it takes a lot of time, which he wants to use to improve his skills. The girl likes the young man's determination. She says that she will pass on his opinion to the company's management, and reports that the sales volume of Silver Secret has exceeded all expectations. Hansen believes that he needs to concentrate on other things, namely developing mutated genes and helping his loved ones. Hansen is in the desert location. Beimo is glad that the cadet accompanies her on the hunt again. With the young man, she feels safe. The girl says that during this time, other people looked after her. They hunted a lot of primitive animals, and there were very few mutants. She hopes that in the near future, she will come across an animal with divine blood. Their conversation is interrupted by a loud scream. The young people raise their heads sharply and notice a huge flock of creatures soaring in the sky. Beimo tells the young man that there have been a lot of black-feathered animals in the area lately. Hansen asks a reasonable question. He thinks about why these black-feathered animals are watching them and not attacking, as if they are guarding something. The girl notices strange sounds, after which she tells the young man that there is a fight going on somewhere nearby. A few kilometers away, a group of hunters is fighting fiercely with black-feathered creatures. Beimo watches the group of hunters closely, and then calls one of the girls by name. The guy is very surprised that Beimo knows them. Beimo explains that she knows a girl who is in the hunting party. Her family has a strong business relationship with this girl, and this is her sister who is 2 years older than her. Hansen advises not to interfere in this fight, since the animals did not attack them. If they start helping the hunters, the black-feathered creatures will definitely attack them, and he cannot endanger Beimo. The guy looks closely at the hunter, who has energy wings. He understands that these feathered black animals are not a threat to the hunters, and these people can perceive them as help for trying to take away the prey. The hunter, using his energy wings, suddenly flies into the air and continues to attack the flying creatures in the sky. Hansen watches the battle with great pleasure and thinks that the flying hunter has good fighting skills. After which he turns his gaze to the girl. He notices that she has a standard position for archery, but at the same time notes her enormous physical strength. The girl shoots an arrow that cuts the flying feathered beast into 2 parts. The guy is pleased with the girl's accuracy and how confidently she deals deadly blows to the monsters. Beimo thinks of her friend as a brave and powerful girl. She thinks that she has always had many useful beast souls, and the black feathered beasts will soon become part of her collection. The girl stops shooting for a while and listens carefully to the sounds. A flying hunter suddenly flies up to her, and the girl asks the man why the black-feathered animals stopped their attacks and retreated. The man thinks that the monsters realized that they couldn't defeat them and therefore retreated. The girl thinks that the reason is different and thinks that someone scared the animals, someone is nearby and hiding. Hansen and Beimo come out of hiding. The girl greets her friend and asks to understand her correctly. They did not interfere in the fight because they believed that they could not help in any way. The huntress's name is Liganliu. She greets the girl and tells her that there is no problem with this, as their squad dealt with these black-feathered beasts without any problems. After which, Liganliu carefully examines the young man and asks if he represented the Silver Mystery Armor, and if he is the same newcomer from the military academy. Liganliu says that there are various rumors about the guy. Many consider him a powerful warrior with a divine level. She thinks to herself that perhaps these people are not lying. Hansen modestly states that he is just a first-year student who was sent here on a mission to protect Beimo. Hansen thinks that the new acquaintance looks kind and polite, but her words are sharp, and therefore it is very difficult to guess her true identity. Liganliu in turn reports that they have already finished the hunt and are going to go to the shelter of steel armor. Hansen activates a holographic screen, after which he shows the hunters the closest path to the steel armor shelter. He says that he and Beimo will not return for now, since the girl still needs to train. Liganliu gives the young man a piercing look. The girl thinks that the young man wants to drive her away. Liganliu tells the young man that they are not really in a hurry and want to stay here and train with them. After which the girl says that they haven't talked to Beimo for a long time, and they need to catch up as quickly as possible. Hansen carefully watches the woman and thinks about what she has in mind. Liganliu heard that the guy is excellent at archery and combat armor. She asks if the new armor really improves the level of martial arts. Hansen answers with general phrases and thinks that this woman is clearly not interested in him with good intentions. A hunter riding alongside intervenes in the conversation, telling the woman that no one can be good at everything, and she is clearly exaggerating the young man's capabilities. Suddenly, Hansen stops his movement and tells the hunters that it is better not to go any further. A dark cloud appears on the horizon. The hunters immediately understand that these are black-feathered animals, but they believe that they have nothing to fear, because they have already won the previous fight. Hansen, unlike the hunters, does not feel such optimism. He orders Beimo to immediately jump onto his beast. Beimo suggests that the hunters retreat and follow them. The woman agrees, unlike the hunter, who is going to fight the black-feathered beasts and kill them all to the last one. Beimo notices that the flock of flying beasts is huge. It has filled the sun and darkness has come in the middle of the day. Li Ganliu thinks that the young man has been far-sighted, and it is really necessary to retreat. Meanwhile, the number of feathered black animals increases and they fill the entire sky. The hunter does not understand where these creatures got so much courage from. He is confident in his abilities and believes that he can kill as many animals as he wants. Hansen asks the man not to talk nonsense. There are several hundred of these creatures, and even a very experienced warrior is not able to resist them. Besides, the young man fears that this pack clearly has a leader. And indeed, a moment later, a huge monster appears in the flock. It is a black-feathered king of beasts of the god level. The hunter transforms and his body is covered in powerful armor. Using his energy wings, he flies into the air and hopes for a successful hunt that can bring him the divine gene. Li Ganliu is very worried about the man. She shouts loudly at him and asks him to come to his senses and come back, after which she tells the hunter that he is not an opponent to this powerful beast. Hansen, retreating, watches as the hunter rushes towards the pack. The young man believes that only a fool would show his courage in such a situation. The young people continue their retreat. Hansen orders the girl to head towards the South Rock and not to stop under any circumstances. He fires several arrows from his bow, which cut the flying beasts approaching them in half. Li Ganliu appreciates the young man's fighting skills, as he killed 2 animals with 1 shot, and wonders how the boy could shoot with such accuracy in such a difficult situation. Li Ganliu believes that the freshman student is not as simple as he seems at first glance, after which the girls increase their speed and continue heading towards the southern mountains. Part of the flock of black-feathered beasts rushes in pursuit of them. Li Ganliu shoots back with his bow, cutting the flying monsters in half with powerful shots. The woman shouts loudly to the hunter and asks him to return immediately if he does not want to die. She believes that otherwise they will have no chance to save the man. However, the hunter does not listen to her. He crashes into the very thick of the pack and begins to inflict numerous blows on the monsters. The man wants to get as many trophies as possible in order to eat them and get the divine gene. During the battle, the man does not notice how a powerful enemy has crept up on him from behind a huge flying beast, deals the hunter a powerful blow with its clawed paw in the back. The man begins to fall quickly to the ground. He thinks that he fiercely attacked the enemy, but was never able to reach the king of the black-feathered beasts. Instantly, he is surrounded by a huge number of flying monsters. They grab the man tightly and bite into his armor with their huge, sharp fangs. The young men realize that the black flying beasts are fast and that they will not be able to escape them. So they decide to dismount and take up defensive positions, fighting in battle formation shoulder to shoulder. Hansen decides that it is necessary to use the weapon of the soul of the mutated beast. This sword can be useful right now. There are too many enemies, and such a weapon is very convenient for such a confrontation. The young man strikes multiple blows at the aggressive monsters, one after another. He receives notifications of a successful hunt, but the soul of the beast is still not received. Li Ganliu fights off another attack and thinks that she still has doubts about the guy, but she thinks he is very strong. The young people continue to destroy the monsters that attack them, but so far they have not received a single soul of the beast. Suddenly they are distracted by a loud sound, accompanied by a bright flash. The young people turn around and see a bright beam of light hitting the ground from the sky. A moment later they realize that it was a dead hunter who fell to the ground, his head torn off by the animals. Beimo experiences terrible fear. The girl covers her mouth with her hand so as not to scream, and quietly repeats that what she saw was simply terrible. Li Ganliu is also in a state of severe shock. The girl cannot believe that her old partner was destroyed by these flying creatures. At this moment, the king of the feathered black flying monsters appears in the sky in front of them. He holds the severed head of a hunter in his paws, and clearly provokes the young people with this. Li Ganliu is very upset that there are so many corpses of black-feathered beasts around her. But none of them have a beast soul that could help in this fight. Hansen is nearby and desperately fights the monsters. The guy thinks that they are really hard to defeat, and he did not expect that it would be so hard. Hansen calls upon the soul of his beast. The girl asks what it is. The young man replies that it is the soul of his favorite beast. He is going to give it enough to eat so that it can help them clear the battlefield. The next moment, the small energy flame that was in the young man's hand transformed into a giant sandworm. The huge sandworm instantly pounces on the black-feathered animals and begins to devour them greedily. The young man tells Beimo his plan. The guy intends to lead the flock of black-feathered animals away and orders the girl to run away immediately. He asks her not to worry about anything and to return home. After which, a bright energy flame flares up in the hands of the young man. He directs it towards the girl. Instantly, Beimo puts on the armor of the divine ant. The guy says that this armor will protect her. Liu is very surprised by the young man's decision. Not everyone can give away the divine blood armor. She thinks about how the guy will fight if he gave away his armor. Hansen understands that they need to act more decisively. This black-feathered king of beasts wants to finish them off, and if they drag out the fight, the situation could get much worse. He starts the transformation process, and within seconds his body is covered in the Empress's armor. The guy rushes into the thick of the pack and begins to deliver powerful blows with his sword. He believes that this weapon of the mutated beast is ideal for close combat. Hansen thinks that he needs to get through to the king of beasts, as he is wasting time and energy fighting ordinary monsters. Liu watches the young man closely and understands why the guy shared the armor with her friend without hesitation. Deep down, she envies him because he has several monster souls. The girl believes that attacking the Black King of feathered beasts in this way is complete recklessness, but Hansen thinks otherwise and engages in close combat with the powerful monster. Hansen is confident that the huge monster will not be able to defeat him in a fight, and continues his furious attacks. The young man flies behind the King of Beasts, and thinks that he would never have thought that one day he would have to use such a technique against such a freak. But now, these are forced measures. The girls are below and watch the young man's battle closely. They consider such tactics too dangerous, and ask him not to fight the monster in close combat. Hansen climbs behind the huge monster and begins to strangle him. The beast tries to throw the guy off, but it is not so easy to do. The king of flying beasts lets out a wild cry and rises high into the sky with great speed together with the guy, and the entire flock of black-feathered beasts instantly rushes after them. Beimo thinks that now is the perfect time to retreat, and asks his friend to run away immediately. The girl is sure that there is no need to worry about Hansen, since he is acting according to his plan, and therefore persuades Liu not to worry. Liu is worried about the young man. She is upset that they abandoned the battlefield and left the guy alone in a fight with a powerful monster. Meanwhile, Hansen continues his fierce fight with the pack leader, wondering if the rank-and-file animals will have the courage to attack him now. He uses the full power of the Empress's armor and delivers a series of powerful blows to the massive creature. The king of the flying beasts tries to throw off the young man. He rushes across the sky and screams loudly, trying to get rid of the obsessive opponent. Hansen does not stop and delivers another series of attacks, after which the king of beasts loses consciousness, and along with him the young man begins to rapidly fall to the ground. Suddenly, Hansen realizes that the monster is not unconscious at all. It is deliberately heading into the sand dunes, and it seems that this is part of its plan. In a matter of seconds, they reach the surface of the earth and crash into the dense sandy soil with great force, after which a powerful explosion occurs, scattering a huge amount of sand and stones around. Hansen looks around in surprise and realizes that they are inside a cave hidden under the sand dunes. He comes to the conclusion that the black-feathered king of beasts knew about this shelter in advance and tried to escape here. The young man slowly approaches the defeated monster and calmly declares that he will regret meeting him, because now he is going to kill him and then eat him. The huge flying creature makes eerie screams and desperately tries to crawl away from the approaching enemy. Hansen notices bright blue flashes and soon discerns strange blue butterflies in their light. He strikes at the approaching insects, thinking that there must be many unusual creatures living in such deep caves hidden under the sand dunes. He realizes with surprise that the king of feathered beasts did not come here by chance, but rather he brought him to this place on purpose, hoping to use these butterflies as a weapon. Without wasting any time, Hansen attacks the insects. The system instantly informs him that he has destroyed a primitive flame butterfly, after which the creature turns into fire. The temperature in the cave rises sharply. The air is filled with heat. In this unbearable stuffiness, the king of beasts hurries to the underground river, hoping to be saved in its stormy waters. Hansen confidently tells the monster that he won't be able to escape this time, then releases an arrow to which he had previously attached a rope. The huge beast pushes off from the shore with a powerful thrust and dives with a roar into the raging underground stream, trying to hide under the water. However, his pursuer is not going to stop. Hansen holds on tightly to the rope and rushes after him, surprised that this black-feathered monster has mastery over several elements. The young man dives deeper and deeper into the icy waters of the mountain river, but soon realizes that he clearly does not have enough air to continue the chase. He admits that the monster is lucky this time, lets go of the rope, and, using all his strength with his arms and legs, begins to rise to the surface. Moments later, Hansen emerges from the water, gasping for air, feeling how long he had been holding his breath during the underwater pursuit. Hansen leans against the cave wall, deciding to rest and recuperate after a long fight and pursuit. At this moment, the system informs him that he has received the soul of a primitive plasma butterfly, but it turns out that it is a disposable hidden weapon. The young man examines the find with interest and learns that such a beast's soul cannot be eaten, but is intended exclusively for one-time use in battle. Intrigued, Hansen decides to immediately test how powerful the weapon is and throws it aside. The next second, the butterfly's soul crashes into the cave wall, after which there is a deafening roar, accompanied by a blinding flash that illuminates the entire space. The young man is delighted by such destructive power and believes that even the primitive souls of animals have incredible potential. Looking around, Hansen notices that the explosion has disturbed the inhabitants of the cave dozens, and then hundreds of bright blue lights are flashing in the air. A huge number of butterflies have awakened from their sleep and are now circling around the cave. However, the young man does not feel anxious. On the contrary. He believes that he now has a chance to use the power of these insects to his advantage. The young man begins to strike the butterflies one after another with powerful blows from his sword. And soon system messages appear stating that he has destroyed a primitive butterfly and received inedible flesh and blood. After some time, reports began to arrive that the original soul of the flame butterfly beast had been obtained. The young man thought that he was really lucky, because the black-feathered king of beasts had led him to such a good place for hunting. In a short period of time, Hansen manages to obtain several dozen primitive butterfly souls. He decides to keep some for himself and sell the rest to make a profit. When the primitive flame butterfly is destroyed, a huge amount of heat is released, causing the temperature level of the young man's armor to reach a critical limit. The guy understands that he needs to urgently start restoring, otherwise it threatens him with death. But, being in the excitement of the hunt, he decides to carry out another attack, despite the obvious risk. Another message arrives about receiving the soul of the beast. The young man realizes that he is no longer able to withstand the unbearable heat piercing his body like hot needles. The unbearable heat penetrates even through the metal armor, causing Hansen to experience terrible pain. Hansen begins to laugh at his own greed, ironically noting to himself that if he were to obtain the soul of a primitive flame butterfly with divine blood, he might even burn himself a little for the sake of such a goal. He decides to stop hunting immediately, quickly turns around and, picking up speed, dives into the icy waters of the underground river, where the heat gradually gives way to piercing cold. Several days pass, and regular classes continue at Black Hawk Academy. Hansen, present at one of them, examines the soul of a butterfly in his hand, thinking about the need to contact the blacksmith, who had previously sold him rare arrows. The guy plans to order 10 darts from the master, intending to first test them in training, and then in a real fight to demonstrate the true power of the soul of a primitive butterfly. His thoughts are interrupted by a neighbor on the desk. The young man apologizes for disturbing her and says that he needs to discuss something. He admits that he is a member of an ancient martial arts club, where he studies a deadly technique that he now wants to talk about. A fellow student tells Hansen that there is one free spot left on their team and invites him to join, to which the guy asks in surprise why they want to take him, since he is from the archery squad, not the striking technique. A classmate explains that the entire academy saw Hansen's last fight, and his striking skills impressed everyone so much that they want him on their team, especially since they have to fight against the Win Military Academy in the first round. The young man emphasizes that they must not lose under any circumstances, and that is why they are so insistent on inviting Hansen to their team, considering him the key to victory. Hansen, in turn, becomes wary upon hearing about the Wind Military Academy, as he knows of its reputation and the strength of its fighters. The classmate goes on to say that Black Hawk Academy and Wind Academy have been bitter rivals for the 3rd year in a row, and that the latter has always won, after which he calls Hansen great and begs him to stand up for their team. Hansen asks when the tournament starts. The guy answers that it will be on the 6th, next Sunday, adding that other games do not matter, because the main thing is to compete against the Wind Academy and finally win against them. Hansen agrees to the offer, confirming that he has no business that Sunday, and then receives a registration form. He looks at the form carefully and again faces the problem of choosing a name for his account. This is already starting to irritate him, since every time he has to come up with something new. After much deliberation over his options, he eventually settles on the name Deathstrike, believing it perfectly conveys his fighting style and determination. After completing his registration, Hansen heads to the physical testing center, where he has not been for a long time. He remembers that since the last visit, his body has undergone significant changes, as well as his fighting abilities, so he wants to test how much stronger he has become. Entering the training booth, he sets up a program to test strength, speed, and agility, hoping to get an objective assessment of his progress. The horn sounds and Hansen lunges at the dummy with fury, delivering a series of powerful, swift blows. After completing the first stage, he switches to the treadmill, where he tests his speed, trying to give it his all. Next comes a test of reaction speed. The young man finds himself in the center of the area, where dozens of throwing objects begin to fly rapidly in his direction, which he has to dodge with lightning speed. Hansen carefully studies the statistics of the tests he has conducted and is pleased with the results, as he believes that he has reached an impressive level, as his average score is approaching the 16-point mark. He happily waves the towel over his head, thinking that his hard work was clearly not in vain. Because even among people who possess the genes of mutated animals, only a few barely overcome the threshold of 15 points. Hansen believes that if his progress continues in the same direction, he will be able to fill all the genes in the future, after which he will easily overcome the 20-point mark. Suddenly, a stranger appears in the room, walks towards him, and demonstrating arrogance, pretends to be surprised by his presence here. Hansen extends his hand to the young man, and instantly remembers that the boy is a representative of the ancient martial arts club. However, his greeting goes unanswered, and is instead asked if he really agreed to participate in the match against the Wind Academy. Hansen offers cooperation, assuming that the interlocutor also intends to take part in the upcoming competition. But he states that this is not the case, and he does not intend to take part in the upcoming competition at all. Hansen looks at his interlocutor in surprise and asks a reasonable question about why he came to such a conclusion. The cadet replies that their club does not have enough strength to win, so he considers it extremely ridiculous to waste his time on a pointless fight. The cadet then tells Hansen that he has observed his recent battles, and has come to the conclusion that he has quite decent skills, after which he asks if he would like to join the ancient martial arts club. Hansen offers to resolve the dispute in a simple way. If the interlocutor manages to win, then he will immediately join their club. The cadet's name is Xiao-san, and he is known as one of the top celebrities of the ancient martial arts club, as he was the best striking expert among all the students in the academy in the past, and even managed to break into the top 20 fighters. Hansen proposes a 10-fight series and challenges his opponent to win 5 times before flipping a coin to determine who will attack first. The coin falls, and after a short wait it turns out that Xiao-san has won the coin toss as it lands tails up. Xiao-san doesn't intend to give his opponent time to prepare, so he immediately goes into a furious attack, trying to catch Hansen off guard. Hansen instantly reacts to his opponent's aggression and dodges his fast and powerful strikes, while simultaneously reflecting on the fact that his opponent has a very rare style based exclusively on powerful strikes. Xiao-san wins the first round of sparring and immediately refuses to use more complex techniques, as he sees no point in using them in such a simple fight. Hansen turns to his opponent and asks if he knows what nickname he has decided to compete under in the upcoming competition. The young man gives Hansen a haughty look and indifferently says that he is not at all interested in such information. Hansen responds by taking a fighting stance and calmly saying that his name is Deathblow, which means he intends to live up to its meaning now. Xiao-san relies on his intuition and is confident that his opponent's words have no real value, because bluff has always been the best disguise to hide true intentions. However, a moment later, his confidence is shattered when he unexpectedly takes a powerful blow that he doesn't even have time to notice. Xiao-san is in a state of deep surprise and cannot understand how all this happened, because he did not even catch the moment of the attack. Hansen calmly hands him a handkerchief and calmly reminds him that he warned him in advance, after which he asks why he decided not to listen to him. Xiao-san is convinced that there was a mistake and suggests holding another fight to correct the situation. Hansen advises his opponent not to be overconfident, then reminds him that he already has 2 points and immediately rushes into the attack. When a person uses the deadly strike technique, his incredible strength can be seen even from the subtle movement of his muscles. But his arms and fists do not give away the true power of the attack at all, making this style even more dangerous. Xiao-san is convinced that his opponent will now deliver the death blow, and he believes that he is right, because this time he cannot afford to make the same mistake as last time. He blocks Hansen's attack because he has excellent physical fitness and his skills are at least level 13. With an angry voice, Xiaosun orders the young man not to stop and to continue attacking immediately. Hansen stops and asks him calmly if he is really sure of his decision, then suggests taking a short break. Xiaosun categorically rejects this proposal and insists on continuing the fight, believing that even the most experienced fighter will inevitably make a mistake if he is forced into a corner. After 10 minutes of grueling sparring, Hansen stops the attack and calmly announces that he has already scored 5 points, which means that, according to their agreement, the guy will take part in the competition. Xiaosun, however, demands to continue the fight, as he believes that the enemy's behavior contradicts his words, and intends to see it through to the end. Hansen states that the young man has completely confused him with his statements, and suggests looking at the situation more simply, without complicating the obvious. After these words, he announces that he will fulfill Xiaosun's wish, and immediately rushes into a swift attack, leaving him no time to think. Xiaosun suspects that his opponent is still hiding his true strength, and is only deliberately confusing him, not showing his full potential. He watches Hansen's movements carefully, hoping to pick the perfect moment to dodge, but suddenly realizes that his opponent's hand is already near his face. Hansen calmly explains that the death strike technique consists of 3 levels. First, you should look at the person, then watch his mind, and lastly pay attention to his body. He explains that Xiaosun has rich combat experience, but his main mistake is that he focuses only on the body movements. Hansen, without stopping, turns around and leaves the room, and finally calmly announces that he has won, and asks the young man not to forget to fulfill his promise and sign up. The ancient martial arts training ground is, as usual, crowded with students spending hours training hard, honing their skills and perfecting their techniques. The coach, watching their training, reflects on the fact that despite Hansen joining their team, the overall strength of the club is still insufficient, so they need to find a way to convince other powerful fighters to take part in the competition. At this moment, Xiaosun enters the training hall. The cadets, noticing his appearance, are genuinely surprised, because earlier he categorically refused to participate in the competition, considering it a waste of time. Xiaosun confidently approaches the surprised coach, asks for the registration form, and without further explanation, announces that he will go out to fight against the Wind Academy, putting a final point in his decision. Hansen is walking slowly through the academy grounds, enjoying the moment, when suddenly an unfamiliar voice stops him, asking how he is doing. The young man immediately notices the girl sitting on the bench and, slightly surprised, asks her what she is doing at this academy. The girl, with a slight smile, says that she arrived at the Black Hawk Academy on an exchange program and intends to study here for 2 years, after which she invites the guy to address her as an elder. She gets up from the bench, comes closer, and notices that the young man clearly does not see her as an elder, and therefore is not eager to address her like that. Hansen, overcoming himself, still says the right words, calling her older sister, and then restrainedly says that he is glad to meet her again in this place. The girl, in turn, notices with mild interest that he is a very unusual person in the academy, and says that he has attracted her attention. Then she mentions that in 2 days she will go to the shelter of steel armor to auction off the soul of the beast. She hints that the young man will most likely be interested in this information. And indeed, Hansen shows a keen interest in what he has heard, and immediately asks a question about what kind of auction this is, and what kind of animal souls will be put up for sale. The girl, without wasting any time, hands the young man a list of the lots on offer, after which she notes that he clearly has outstanding skills, since he managed to escape from the clutches of the Black-Feathered King, a beast of divine blood level. Hansen carefully studies the auction composition, and is amazed, because among the offered lots there are many souls of mutated beasts, as well as several souls of beasts of the divine blood level. One of the main lots is the Divine Phoenix, a divine blood level beast that, in terms of strength and uniqueness, far surpasses even the purple dragon wings. In addition, Hansen takes note of the Silver Pitchfork, a divine blood tier trident, and concludes that this artifact may be of even greater value than the phoenix wings. Without hiding his interest, the young man immediately asks the girl how much these items cost, hoping to get at least some idea of their value. The girl, smiling, notes that Hansen clearly has good taste, but immediately adds that she cannot sell such artifacts for less than 230 million. Hansen is stunned to realize how outrageous the amounts being claimed are, and realizes with a heavy heart that he has no chance of ever getting that amount of money. The girl, noticing his reaction, says that in the current situation there is an alternative, You can get these items if you find and defeat the beast that has them. After which she unexpectedly invites the young man to join her martial arts club. Hansen thanks the girl for such a tempting offer, but immediately says that he does not intend to become a member of her club and is not considering this option. The girl, without losing confidence, asks him not to rush with a final answer and hints that if he agrees, she can offer him additional privileges. However, before Hansen can answer, a loud and disgruntled voice is heard, indignantly declaring that the guy has already refused and demanding that the girl understand the meaning of simple words. Suddenly, Jian intervenes in the conversation, delivering a powerful blow without warning, causing both of them to instantly pull away from each other. Hansen is genuinely shocked by Jian's unexpected appearance, but he is even more worried by her obviously irritated state, which does not fit in with the girl's usual behavior. Jian, without further ado, states that the young man is clearly provoking her with his actions, and categorically demands that he immediately move away from this girl. The stranger, without losing her composure, carefully watches their conversation, after which, with a slight smile, she notes that Jian is truly incredibly beautiful, and fully deserves the title of the star of the Black Hawk Academy. However, the very next second her expression changes, and she states with obvious disappointment that she did not expect Jian to be so rude, and then directly expresses her dissatisfaction. The situation immediately escalates. The girls begin to argue loudly and make mutual claims, moving from reserved phrases to outright accusations. Jian harshly declares that her opponent is incredibly impudent, since she allows herself to so openly seduce other people's guys in broad daylight. Meanwhile, the surrounding students watch the unfolding conflict with undisguised interest, animatedly discussing what is happening, and come to the unanimous opinion that Hansen is truly incredibly lucky, since he found himself in the center of attention of the two most beautiful girls in the academy. Hansen himself is experiencing strong internal tension, since everything that is happening causes him an extremely unpleasant premonition, from which he cannot get rid of. However, the girls do not pay attention to this, and continue to sort things out. Jian indignantly declares that Hansen does not need any help at all, since he has excellent abilities and will cope perfectly well on his own. The stranger, realizing that there is no point in continuing the conversation, decides not to aggravate the situation, and leaving them, tells Hansen that they can talk calmly next time, when the situation is more favorable. Jian, on the contrary, is completely furious, and, without hiding her irritation, tells the young man everything that has accumulated in her. She recalls that last time, he already had a strange relationship with an advertising star, and now, she personally witnessed his communication with Liganliu. The girl, in a rage, rushes at the young man with her fists. Hansen, not expecting such a turn of events, tries to run away in panic, shouting that this is not at all what she thinks. In a few days, preparations for the inter-academic competitions begin. A reporter for a well-known TV channel, clearly upset about the upcoming work, realizes that she has to interview low-rated teams from the Black Hawk Academy, which, in her opinion, is completely uninteresting. She is confident that very few people will be watching Black Hawk's game, and having connected her holographic device to the network, she realizes that she will still need to be present at this event. Suddenly, she notices the newcomers of the ancient martial arts club entering the room, and despite the fact that they look quite ordinary, her attention is drawn to their confidence. The reporter, without wasting any time, quickly approaches the group, introduces himself and, with a polite smile, asks the coach for permission to ask a few questions, clarifying how she assesses their chances in the upcoming game. The Black Hawk Academy coach confidently reports that she has full faith in the preparation of her team, which is determined to win, and despite the skepticism of those around her, she believes that their fighters are ready for any challenge. The reporter, listening to her, is very surprised by the woman's determination, because she is sure that the Black Hawk Academy team will not be able to defeat the Wind Academy team, which is much stronger. She then turns to the strongest player on Team Black Hawk, asking him what he thinks of the opposing team's leader, the #1 player. The young man replies that he does not have any special information about the opponent, but he is absolutely sure that his team will win. This makes the reporter doubtful. She considers his answer too self-confident and boring, not containing any interesting thoughts or facts, and she wonders how to present this information in the report. At this point, her gaze falls on Hansen, and she decides to ask him how he assesses the likelihood of Black Hawk Academy winning this game. Hansen says he is only a temporary player for the team, but he believes his coach and teammates are right in their statements, and the guy confidently supports their opinion. His answers are shown live on a big screen, with the Wind Academy team closely watching his every word. assessing his confidence and attitude. The Wind Academy team player starts laughing loudly at what he heard and says that the Blackhawk is clearly not up to this competition, assuring that their victory will be easy. His partner agrees with his statements, adding that defeating these weaklings will not be much harder than eating a gummy candy. He is confident that Blackhawk's team will take second place at most, and that will already be good. The coach tells his team that their opponents from Blackhawk are at a lower level of training, and that there is no need to worry about this competition at all, because in such a duel, they will not have to strain themselves seriously. The players agree with the coach, promising that they will not let him down in this competition. The coach himself specifies that the format of these competitions will be a battle of attrition, so he wants to give the starting position to the team's newcomer. The cadets are very surprised that the Wind Academy team has put forward an unknown player named Wind Talker for the first round. The coach has information about the player Wind Talker, who joined the Wind Academy team 2 months ago and is a rookie with good prospects, although his level is quite average among the other team members. The cadets believe that their opponents are too self-confident and are hoping for an easy victory since they fielded an average-level player. The coach believes that their opponent made a strategic mistake, and the woman intends to use this to help her team win. The reporter notices that the player named Windtalker is facing off against the player named Deathblow God, and learns that it is Hansen, who is only a first-year member of the archery squad. One of the experienced players of the Wind Academy, seeing the situation, decides that the game will be rather boring, and that he will not even have to enter the game. So he decides that he would rather go to the store and buy himself some more marmalade. The opponents enter the ring. The audience hears the voice of the host, who announces that the Deathblow competition will take place in virtual space, and the victory will go to the one who scores 3 points first. Hansen learns that a special scanning device will determine whether the blow was fatal. The outcome of the fight will depend solely on the strength and skill of the player. The signal to start the fight sounds. Hansen immediately rushes into the attack, demonstrating incredible speed and determination, which causes surprise in his opponent, the fighter of the Wind Academy, watching the rapid actions of Hansen, wonders whether the guy will really be able to qualitatively apply a fatal blow, given his aggressive style. Hansen closes in on his opponent, taking an advantageous position, but the opponent moves away from the line of attack and delivers a series of blows, trying to seize the initiative. The Wind Academy fighter is surprised to realize that he just took a fatal blow, and cannot understand how Hansen was able to do it so stealthily and accurately. The cadets watching the fight admire Hansen's technique, but at the same time doubt that the young man has enough strength to make his blows truly masterful and effective. Meanwhile, Hansen proves otherwise by launching another attack and delivering a powerful blow that throws his opponent off balance, leaving the audience holding their breath. The Wind Academy team jumps up from their seats. They are very surprised by the outcome of their partner's fight and realize that he has already lost 2 points in a row. The coach starts shouting loudly at his subordinate. He demands that the young man not get angry and keep his emotions under control. The man orders him to calm down and not fall for the enemy's tricks. The Wind Academy fighter slowly gets to his feet and tells the coach that he understands everything. But the guy thinks to himself that the fighter with the nickname God of the Deadly Strike definitely knows what he's doing. Hansen tells his opponent that he heard that he has the lowest level on his team, and then threatens to say that the guy is unlucky. Hansen concentrates the energy field in his hands and asks the opponent to guess what kind of blow will come next, a fatal one or a training one. The guy is unable to determine what kind of blow Hansen will deliver, since there is no deadly aggressive aura in his movements. He is wrong in his conclusions. Hansen delivers a fatal blow that throws the enemy far to the side. The Wind Academy team jumps up from their seats in amazement, greatly upset that their fighter missed his 3rd hit in a row and did not earn a single point. The reporter reports that Blackhawk Military Academy is ahead by 3-0, noting that Wind Academy clearly did not field their strongest player. The girls are clearly irritated by the female reporter. They think that she is partial to the Wind Academy team. The girl suggests reading the comments, but Jian refuses, saying that the viewers were initially skeptical about their team, but now everyone supports Hansen. The Wind Academy coach instructs the next player, telling him to be careful, adding that he must not underestimate his opponent, and demands that he carefully observe all of Hansen's movements. The player enters the ring with determination, intending to defeat Hansen 3-0 and show the young man that it is better not to mess with the Wind Academy team. The guy, turning to Hansen, notes that for a reserve player on the Blackhawk team, he did an excellent job, after which he sarcastically adds that now he should go straight to the hospital to cure his ambitions. Hansen challenges his opponent to demonstrate his abilities in practice rather than waste time on empty words, and then immediately launches an attack, demonstrating a determination bordering on recklessness. The Wind Team player senses an aggressive aura emanating from the young man, and realizes that Hansen intends to deliver a fatal blow that could decide the outcome of the fight. He decides that his only chance is to dodge this attack and earn a point. The guy keeps his cool, but his movements reveal internal panic. With incredible difficulty, the Wind Academy fighter dodges Hansen's rapid onslaught, barely managing to jump to the side. He is shocked not only by the strength of his opponent, but also by his instant adaptation. He cannot understand how Hansen managed to change the trajectory of the blow, as if he had predicted his every step. Hansen, with a cold smile, tells his opponent that his level is no different from his previous opponents, and it is unlikely that he will be able to surprise him with anything new, except for the already memorized techniques. The young man believes that Hansen is too self-confident and asks him not to rejoice too soon, since the outcome of the fight is not yet determined and everything can change at any moment. The Wind Academy coach, watching the events, orders his player to ignore the opponent's words, as he is sure that Hansen is deliberately trying to unbalance the young man using psychological pressure. Hansen, ignoring his opponent's words, calmly announces that the second blow will now be delivered, and advises his opponent to carefully watch his movements so as not to miss the decisive blow. The Wind Academy fighter, realizing the seriousness of the situation, takes a defensive stance, thinking that he does not want to lose with a score of 3-0, as he considers it a huge shame for himself and his team. Xiao-san, watching the fight closely, notes to himself that the most terrible thing about Hansen is his incredible control of power and ability to influence his opponent. The young man's tactics literally put the opponent into a state of trance. Meanwhile, Hansen, taking advantage of his opponent's mistake, overcomes his defense and delivers a powerful fatal blow. The Wind Academy fighter flies far to the side and falls to the ground with a crash, after which the host's voice is heard, which announces that the fight ended with a score of 3-0. The reporter comments on what is happening, and notes that the actions of the Black Hawk Academy team were unexpected, since their opponent had already lost 2 rounds in a row. The coach of the Wind Academy is beside himself with rage, loudly scolding his subordinates and demanding to know what the hell they are doing, since they were humiliated by a mere substitute player of the opposing team. The students of Black Hawk Academy are unable to contain their joy as they are certain that today has become a day of shame for the Wind Academy. Hansen continues the fight and defeats his third opponent with a crushing score of 3-0. He is matched against one of the team's strongest players, but Hansen wins within minutes, once again finishing the fight with a score of 3-0. During the break, the students animatedly discuss the competition, coming to the conclusion that Hansen is indeed an outstanding fighter, who single-handedly led the Black Hawk team to the pinnacle of triumph. The girls are in a great mood because they think that Hansen is performing amazingly, and now not only the reporters but also all the netizens are convinced of the strength of the Black Hawk Academy team. The coach of the Vetra Academy asks his students not to be upset, because in the evening they will analyze the game in detail and thoroughly work on their mistakes. He then turns to his strongest player, informing him that his time has come and this is the final round on which their team's honor depends, because if the young man loses, then the defeat of the Wind Academy will be truly humiliating. The guy, carelessly throwing the half-eaten gummy candy into the trash can, calmly tells the coach that he understands everything. He steps gracefully into the training arena as the announcer's voice is heard announcing that the final round of the competition is about to begin. The reporter is amazed that the management sent her to what seemed at first to be a boring event, but in the end, a real miracle happened. And now this event has become a sensation. The opponents stand waiting for the sound signal that will start the fight. At this moment, the virtual reality changes, transferring them to the mountainous area. In a spacious office, a man watches the final fight with concentration, feeling the hope that he is about to witness a fight he has never seen before. For a long time now, his attention has been riveted on Hansen, and he is convinced that this young man, reminiscent of a Buddhist student, is devoid of any desires, joys, and worries, and therefore is ideal for revealing the great power of Yang. The process of birth of each technique of hypernuclear gene requires long and painstaking practice, because it is based on the combination of 2 completely different energies, one of which is soft and virtual, and the other hard and real. At one time, the man chose 2 volunteers to perfect this power, but the first of them died, and the second was seriously wounded, never being able to comprehend its true essence. Meanwhile, in the arena, the opponents shake hands, after which Hansen, with a smile, suggests that his opponent simply call him God if he has difficulty fully pronouncing his game nickname. However, the warrior from the Wind Academy indifferently notes that it does not matter to him what his opponent's name is, since he does not intend to remember unnecessary names and waste his time on it. Hansen quickly begins his attack, but immediately notices that his opponent's eyes remain clear, and his mind is extremely clear, allowing him to anticipate all of his movements. The Wind Academy coach watches the fight with tension, placing great hopes on his strongest fighter. Because since childhood, the young man has practiced the hyper-nuclear technique of the unchanging mantra. The mind of this fighter is like a mirror, which reflects all facets of the surrounding world, and even the feelings hidden in the hearts of people do not remain a secret to him. Hansen is genuinely surprised, since this opponent is completely different from the previous ones. The young man is puzzled as to why this time he cannot grasp either the thoughts or desires of his opponent. However, he decides not to dwell on this and focuses solely on his opponent's movements, believing that this is the only sure path to victory. Meanwhile, the Wind Academy cadet, observing his stance, realizes that Hansen is about to deliver a fatal blow, and, recognizing his opponent's strength, prepares to block it. However, he makes a fatal mistake, which brings not only his coach but the entire team into deep shock. At this time, the cadets of the Black Hawk Academy cannot hold back their joyful cries, delighted that Hansen was able to defeat such a formidable opponent. The girls note with admiration that this year's competition was truly unexpected, and their academy taught their opponent an important lesson that they will remember for a long time. The best player of the Wind Academy admits defeat, and notes that Hansen's strength does not surprise him, because the young man managed to single-handedly defeat his entire team. Hansen thanks his opponent for the compliment and suggests that they continue the fight immediately, not intending to waste time on unnecessary talk. The guy notices that a subtle smile appears on Hansen's face, and when he throws punches, the corners of his lips curl slightly, which perhaps goes unnoticed by most people, but does not escape his gaze. The Wind Academy cadet calms down, deciding that the next blow will not be fatal. But he makes a grave mistake because at the last moment Hansen abruptly changes the force of the blow, throwing him off balance. Loud cheers can be heard from the stands of the Black Hawk Academy. The students do not hold back their emotions and applaud Hansen, confident that victory is already in their hands. The professor watches the battle with obvious surprise, amazed at how pure and flawless the mind of the young fighter is, who not only perfectly understands battle tactics, but also possesses strength comparable to demonic. The opponents come together for the final attack, but most spectators no longer doubt what the outcome of this tense fight will be. The reporter, barely containing his delight, informs the audience that the fight is over, and that they now have a new champion, after which he suggests congratulating the Black Hawk Military Academy and its legendary member, known as the God of Deathstrike. Hansen still can't quite believe that the Wind Academy ended the tournament with a score of 0, and if he hadn't witnessed these events himself, he would hardly have believed in such a crushing result. The professor, continuing to reflect, comes to the conclusion with genuine admiration that Hansen is an impeccable candidate for learning the great power of Yan, and is capable of achieving what his predecessors could not achieve. Evening comes, the young people meet in a deserted garden. The girl suddenly asks Hansen to close his eyes, after which she slowly approaches him and without saying a word, tenderly kisses him on the lips. Suddenly the phone rings. Hansen, without thinking twice, takes out his phone and activates the video call, after which Ligan Liu appears on the screen, sitting in a bathtub filled with water. The girl immediately apologizes for the disturbance, claiming that she did not mean to interrupt their evening on purpose, but then gets to the point and informs Hansen that the auction will take place in 3 days. Hansen considers Ligan Liu to be an extremely cunning woman and thinks that she did not have to convey this information in a video call, especially in such a frank setting. Jian is immediately overcome with jealousy. She, without hiding her emotions, loudly shouts at the young man, demanding an explanation, and asks what excuses he will find this time. It was no coincidence that Li Ganlu ended up at the Black Hawk Military Academy, because she was sure that this young man would not be able to escape from her so easily, no matter how hard he tried. 3 days later, Hansen arrives at the auction, where he looks at the lots on sale with undisguised curiosity, but quickly comes to the conclusion that items with a starting price of hundreds of millions are clearly far beyond his financial means. The auction host announces the next lot, which turns out to be the soul of the Divine Phoenix, and after a short but fierce bidding, this rare artifact goes to an unknown participant for an impressive sum. The host then introduces the next lot, a silver trident pitchfork, which, as a result of the bidding, goes to the Divine Sun for 230 million, which once again confirms that this auction is intended exclusively for the incredibly rich. Hansen realizes that in his current position he cannot compete with such wealthy participants. So seeing no point in staying here any longer, he decides to leave. firmly telling himself that he will never return to such an event again. Despite the huge number of people in the hall, the auction host notices Hansen. But the young man does not notice this and calmly goes outside. He notices that the sky has become darker than usual at this time of year and concludes that heavy rain will most likely begin soon. After some time, his attention is drawn to one of the passers-by, who suddenly stops, points to the sky, and loudly calls on everyone around to immediately look up. Following this, numerous passers-by raise their heads and immediately freeze in amazement as the huge island of Asgard appears above the city, rising above the clouds. Hansen is incredibly excited, as flying islands of this kind are extremely rare, and the young man never even hoped that he would ever have the chance to see one of them. People around are excitedly discussing this event, because it is believed that each such island is guarded by beasts of divine blood, defeating which you can get their souls with a 100% probability, and this is truly priceless prey. Without a second thought, Hansen rushes towards the flying island, thinking along the way about how he will manage to get to it, because it is located at an altitude of over 10,000 meters. In order to reach it, you need the soul of a flying beast, without which it is simply impossible to climb to such a height, and in the steel armor shelter there are only 2 such souls. One belongs to Hansen himself, and the other has just been purchased at auction by an unknown person, which forces the young man to speed up so as not to miss his opportunity. Without wasting any time, Hansen immediately begins the transformation process, intending to test how effectively his flying beast soul will perform under such extreme conditions. Having completed the transformation, he leaps into the air with a powerful jerk, and rushing towards the island, loudly announces his intention to get there. After some time, Hansen notices another person heading in the same direction, and comes to the conclusion that this is the same mysterious buyer who only recently acquired the soul of the phoenix at auction, and now, without wasting time, seeks to use it to conquer the flying island. The young man considers that joining forces might be a wise decision, as the divine blood beasts guarding the island would likely prove to be incredibly dangerous opponents. However, upon approaching, Hansen is genuinely surprised when he notices that the owner of the phoenix's soul turned out to be the Son of God, although at the auction, this lot was bought by a completely different person. At this moment, the Son of God also notices the approaching Hansen and, filled with hatred, begins to curse him with his last words, saying that today he will certainly kill him. However, the very next second his thoughts switch to the harsh conditions that prevail at such a height. Because the air here is thin, the wind becomes violent, and the temperature drops sharply by several tens of degrees. Hansen, in the Money Brother armor, once again wonders how the Phoenix armor ended up in the hands of the Son of God, as the auction lot was purchased by a completely different person, which only increases his suspicions. The guy is convinced that his armor is in no way inferior to the Phoenix's armor, so without hesitation he rushes towards the Son of God, intending to enter into battle. However, Hansen suddenly notices another warrior who has the soul of a flying beast, and this discovery causes him great surprise, because now he has to fight not 1, but 2 opponents at once. Meanwhile, the Son of God approaches the stranger with a tempting offer. He invites him to join forces to destroy the Money Brother, promising as a reward the armor that he desires. The stranger agrees, but puts forward a condition. He demands a 50% discount for his help. The Son of God, confident of a quick victory, immediately accepts these conditions, and the allies prepare to attack. Hansen remains calm, confident that he has enough capabilities to face the 2 opponents and prevent them from reaching the flying island. Without hesitation, he summons his massive alien sword and charges forward, aiming at both opponents at once. The Son of God manages to block the blow, but at that moment he experiences serious anxiety, realizing how powerful this attack was. He realizes that since their last meeting, Money Brother has become much stronger, and is now very close to fully comprehending the genome. Hansen watches the movements of the Son of God closely, seemingly not noticing that a second enemy is approaching him from behind. However, this tactic turns out to be just a trick at the last moment. The young man reacts sharply, making a lightning-fast counterattack, his sword repelling the attacker's attack with a resounding ringing. The hunter who accepted the offer of the Son of God is struck and becomes confused, as his shield can barely withstand such a powerful blow. Hansen demonstratively raises his huge sword, and looking straight at his opponents, declares that they have no advantage despite their numerical superiority. Realizing that Money Brother cannot be defeated with simple attacks, the Son of God suggests that the hunter change tactics and attack simultaneously, hoping to force the young man to make a mistake. However, their plan fails. Hansen, with his amazing reflexes, easily repels the simultaneous attacks of both enemies, proving that even against two he is capable of maintaining the upper hand. A huge number of people gathered on the ground, watching the grand battle in the air. None of them could even imagine that the fight at such a height would be so spectacular and exciting. Mr. Yuan confidently states that Hansen will definitely cope with his opponents, because he has long proven his strength, and therefore calls the young man the king of the steel armor shelter. Suddenly, Li Ganliu appears in the sky. Her unexpected intervention attracts the attention of everyone present. The girl turns to the Son of God and asks if he needs help in this battle. Hansen is very surprised not only by Li Ganliu's appearance, but also because she is going to fight on the side of God's son, which seems extremely strange to him. The Son of God, on the contrary, begins to feel confident in his victory. He believes that the three of them can easily deal with the money brother, leaving him no chance. Meanwhile, Hansen, casting aside all extraneous thoughts, continues to repel numerous attacks from his opponents, but gradually he begins to realize that confronting three opponents at once is becoming much more difficult than he expected. On the ground, numerous observers are actively discussing the ongoing duel. The girls note that the money brother has become much stronger than he was before, but despite this, they doubt that he will be able to withstand the battle against such a formidable trio. At the same time, many residents are outraged, considering it unfair for three people to attack one fighter, since this gives a clear advantage to Hansen's opponents. Hansen's opponents do not let up their pressure and continue to furiously attack the young man, forcing him to retreat under continuous blows. At some point, the Son of God summons his divine-class weapon and strikes at Hansen with incredible power, hoping to crush him. At the last moment, the young man manages to deflect this blow with his sword, but soon notices that his weapon is slowly beginning to crack, unable to withstand the collision with the divine blade. Hansen regretfully realizes that his sword was significantly weaker than his opponent's weapon, and now he finds himself in an even more difficult situation. Meanwhile, the garrison commander is very worried about Money Brother, as she believes that without his sword, he will not be able to win no matter how strong he is. However, Mr. Yuan remains calm and asks the girl not to worry. He is firmly convinced that Hansen definitely has some kind of backup plan. The Son of God mockingly asks what the Money Brother will do now without a weapon, after which he declares that he will soon die. Anger instantly takes hold of Hansen. The young man screams loudly, and his eyes flash with a blinding radiance, reflecting all his accumulated anger and determination. The next moment he rushes into the attack, approaching the Son of God with incredible speed, and deals him a powerful blow to the head, which makes the enemy recoil. Li Ganliu, seeing that this attack could cause critical damage to the Son of God, rushes to his aid. Hansen realizes that he cannot continue to attack the Son of God, as he now has to fight off Li Ganliu, who poses no less of a threat. The young man decides to move to a safe distance, and instantly rises upward, thinking that the auction was just a cover, and all the valuable items were taken by the Son of God. Hansen realizes that he does not have a weapon of divine blood, and he cannot deal with his opponents in the current situation. So he begins to look for another way to turn the tide of the battle in his favor. Hansen, rising higher, freezes, looking at the flying island, which spreads out before him, and comes to the conclusion that this spectacle is beautiful in its unreality, as if the fairy tale itself had been embodied in tangible form. As he flies over the forest, he notices a humanoid being of divine rank, holding a weapon in his hands that emits a flickering light. All humanoid creatures on the flying island are known to possess superhuman strength, and their confidence in victory is so absolute that even the thought of defeat seems alien to them. Hansen, hiding in the bushes, watches the creature. Realizing that alone and without proper weapons he has no chance, the guy decides to wait to understand how events will unfold further. From his hiding place, the young man notices three of his opponents moving towards him. The Son of God, noticing a divine humanoid creature below, stops his companions and asks them not to hurry, his gaze focused on this unusual creature. He is not confident in the strength of his squad and doubts that even the three of them will be able to cope with this powerful creature, which clearly poses a serious threat. Despite the confidence of his companions, who insist on continuing the attack, the Son of God decides that he should retreat and wait. The Son of God knows that the Money Brother is most likely somewhere nearby. He loudly addresses Hansen, offering to come out of hiding and discuss something important. His allies express doubts, believing that time is wasted, because the flying island can disappear at any moment, and they will be left without prey. Hansen's voice is heard asking the Son of God what he wants, to which the Son of God offers to join forces to kill the humanoid creature, and promises the guy 50 million, but he intends to take the monster's soul for himself. Hansen agrees, but only on the condition that the soul of the divine being will be given to him. To which the girl standing next to him remarks that the guy wants too much and offers him only 100 million, refusing to give up the soul. The son of God, enraged, calls Hansen a scoundrel, declaring that he knows where he is hiding, and fires an arrow in his direction, which flies at incredible speed. Hansen manages to fly into the air in time. The place where he was just hiding is instantly hit by a huge number of powerful arrows. Hansen, hovering in the air, offers the son of God a promise that he will give him his soul. Otherwise, as he believes, his opponent will regret his decision. In response, the voice of the son of God is heard, who says that he regrets only one thing, that he did not kill the money brother earlier, to which Hansen replies with a smile that in that case his regret will last for eternity. Meanwhile, the divine being opens his eyes and begins to move, a bright energetic halo flashing around his head. Hansen makes a sharp turn in the air and, gaining incredible speed, begins to rapidly approach the humanoid creature, like a falcon diving on prey. The creature's eyes flash with a blinding light, its body tenses, it raises its sword, the blade of which begins to hum, filling with energy. The next second, the humanoid creature pushes off the ground, rising into the air with such force that a whirlwind of dust forms beneath it. As it rises higher and higher, the voices of the hunters can be heard. Deciding that now is the best moment for a joint attack to crush the enemy, Hansen deals a powerful blow to the creature, causing it to freeze for a moment, then enters a second circle, ordering his former opponents to attack and hamper his movements, creating a trap. The son of God curses the boy, realizing that he wanted to attack the creature while it remained passive, but Hansen's attack provoked it into violent resistance. He realizes that the speed of the divine blood creatures exceeds their own capabilities, and he thinks bitterly that it will now be almost impossible to escape. The divine being, as if confirming his fears, demonstrates colossal speed, moving swiftly through the air, leaving behind only a shimmering trail. Hansen furiously parries the incessant attacks of the divine being, who persistently rushes at him again and again. The monster has incredible power, and in another attack he easily cuts Hansen's axe in half, leaving the guy without a weapon. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hansen demands that his former opponents immediately begin their attack, warning that delay will be fatal for them all. However, his words are cut off by another crushing blow from the monster. Hansen feels the force of the blow throw him far back. One thought flashes through his head: his former opponents can no longer stand aside. They are forced to enter into battle with the divine being, since they simply have no other choice. His guess is confirmed. The hunter decides to attack the monster, but immediately receives a crushing blow in return. At the last second, he puts up a shield, taking on a colossal energy impulse, holding back the onslaught. The hunter realizes that the creature has incredible strength, far surpassing anything he has encountered before. The monster deals a crushing blow. The hunter, unable to withstand the onslaught, flies far to the side, barely maintaining his balance. The son of God does not hesitate. He calls upon the soul of the monster and in a loud voice addresses Hansen, offering to leave behind past differences and grievances. He states that they have no choice now but to unite, otherwise none of them will leave the flying island alive. Hansen, quickly assessing the situation, heads down, realizing that in the air they are no match for the divine being. The transformed hunter continues to hold off the enemy's onslaught, but feels that his defense will not last long. The shield under the monster's blows begins to become covered with a network of small cracks, and with each passing moment the situation becomes more and more critical. The son of God thinks that once the battle is over, he will definitely get rid of the money brother. But for now, his main goal is to destroy the creature of divine blood. Once everyone is on the ground, Hansen suggests using transformation, stating that they need a level of divine blood since their opponent has incredibly advanced offensive and defensive abilities. The son of God agrees to this, and instantly undergoes a transformation. A huge monster appears next to him, emitting a powerful aura. Li Ganliu reports that in her case this is impossible. She prefers long-range combat where her archery skills are most effective, and the transformation will only weaken her. So she takes on the task of covering the fighters from afar while they engage in close combat. At this moment, the divine being deals another destructive blow. A loud crack is heard. The hunter's shield begins to become covered with even larger cracks. It is about to collapse completely. The transformed hunter is the first to charge and calls on everyone to join him immediately, while there is still a chance to turn the tide of battle. This has an effect as the divine being momentarily stops attacking and goes into a defensive stance, giving his opponents a brief breathing space, though it is clear that such a chance may not last long. Hansen immediately takes advantage of this and, going behind the divine being, assesses the situation, believing that now is the most favorable moment for a decisive blow. The guy strikes with a dagger, aiming at the creature's back, but his weapon, unable to withstand the collision with the strongest armor, bounces to the side. He realizes that against a creature possessing the power of a god, his current equipment is useless. The young men, despite their fatigue, continue their furious attack. But even their transformation does not give them any significant advantage over the powerful enemy, whose defense seems impenetrable. The Son of God uses his beast spirit in an attempt to deal the most powerful blow, but the divine being repels the attack with astonishing ease, counter-attacking with such force that the beast spirit flies back several dozen meters. Despite the current situation, the Son of God does not change his intentions and remains convinced that as soon as a convenient moment presents itself, he will destroy Hansen, since he does not intend to leave such a dangerous opponent alive. He summons another beast soul, the giant gorilla roaring and charging at the divine being, using all of its strength to strike, which should at least weaken the enemy. Hansen calls on his new allies to immediately provide him with a divine blood-level weapon, explaining that the transformation will not last forever, and every second lost reduces their chances of victory. The girl is very surprised by such a demand, because she believes that giving such a valuable weapon to a young man without any guarantee is not the smartest idea. It could turn against them. The hunter expresses his willingness to help, but clarifies that he has nothing suitable except his shield, so he simply has nothing to offer the guy. The Son of God discontentedly states that they cannot be considered naive fools, so if Hansen really wants to obtain a weapon of divine blood level, then he must leave something valuable as collateral. Hansen realizes that it will not be possible to reach an agreement with these people, and understands that it is useless to count on their support at this moment. He suddenly flies into the air and loudly announces to the hunters that it seems that none of them really want the soul of a divine being, since they are acting so hesitantly and afraid to take risks. The Son of God angrily demands that the young man stop immediately, and at the same time tries to understand where exactly he is headed, clearly suspecting that this act hides something more. The girl begins to seriously worry, since now their squad is weakened and they have lost one combat unit, which significantly reduces their chances in this fight. The hunter angrily calls Hansen a freak and says that he shouldn't have been trusted, much less wasted time on him, since the young man didn't inspire any confidence from the start. At this time, the Son of God notices that the creature does not show hostility until attacked, and concludes that it is best for them to leave the battlefield now to think of a plan before the flying island disappears. Having made this decision, he and his team leave the flying island, and several hours pass. They have no idea that Hansen deliberately deceived them and remained on the island, and now mockingly calls them idiots for believing in his retreat and thinking that he would not risk fighting a divine being alone. While hiding, the boy carefully examines the motionless creature waiting, and thinks that he has a divine blood-tier flame butterfly dart, which could be the decisive weapon in this fight. He summons the Empress's armor, and realizes that he will only have one try, as the weapon is meant to be used once, and a miss could cost him his life. Hansen knows very well his main advantage, long-range archery, so he decides to start the fight with this in order to maximally restrain the enemy's attack power and wait for the right moment. The divine being notices the young man and immediately springs into action, raising his massive battle sword above his head with incredible speed, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. The guy is very disappointed, as he expected to remain unnoticed, because if he makes a mistake, he will forever lose his black mutated arrow, without which his chances of success will be significantly reduced. Hansen hopes that in this fight the Empress's armor with its enhanced vision and super particle acceleration flow will help him stand up to such a powerful opponent. Skillfully dodging the powerful blows of the divine being, he gradually closes the distance, trying not to miss the moment when he will be in the most advantageous position for an attack. Finding himself at a dangerously close distance, the boy realizes that the time has come, and without hesitation takes out a throwing weapon created from the soul of a divine blood-level flame butterfly. Skillfully maneuvering around the giant enemy, the young man carefully watches his movements and at the right moment makes a throw, hoping to hit the target. However, the flight of the flame butterfly's shuriken turns out to be very unstable and unpredictable, since its trajectory is highly dependent on the surrounding conditions and can change at any second. Initially, Hansen believes that the weapon will miss the target and will not cause the expected damage, but the shuriken describes a full circle around the creature and, unexpectedly, pierces it right in the back. At this moment, the body of the divine being instantly flares up with a blinding energy flame, illuminating everything around with a bright, sparkling light, capable of eclipsing even the daytime sun. After a few seconds, the divine being begins to rapidly lose its physical form, turning into a bright, blazing field of energy. Hansen freezes in place, unable to tear his eyes away from what is happening. He is enchanted by this unusual sight and does not immediately realize that the monster is approaching him. His surprise turns to complete confusion when a system message pops up before his eyes. Congratulating him on a successful hunt, the system reports that the flesh and blood of the defeated creature turned out to be inedible. The bright energy field finally dissipates, and the young man notices a figure in front of him that no longer resembles the former monstrous enemy, but looks like a girl. He is truly overwhelmed by such a trophy, as the flying island presented him with a holy angel of war. But his joy is immediately overshadowed by the realization that this prize cannot be used to obtain genes. Bitter tears appear on Hansen's face as he slowly lifts the heavy sword, trying to comprehend what happened and come to terms with the fact that the battle did not bring him the expected benefit. But a moment later, he realizes with relief that the destructive power of this weapon is incredibly great, and although it is impossible to use it in the shelter, it will definitely be useful to him in future battles. Hansen moves slowly through the academy grounds, his body feeling the weight of fatigue, because the previous night had exhausted him to the limit, and he eagerly dreams of returning to his room for a good night's sleep. However, his plans suddenly change when the phone rings, and when he picks up the receiver, he finds out that Ligan Liu is on the line. The girl is back in the bathroom, and, as if nothing had happened, asks the young man if she had disturbed him with her call, to which the guy reacts quite sharply, irritably thinking about why she can't make a video call in a normal way, but chooses such strange moments to do so. Meanwhile, the girl reports that she has urgent news regarding the flying island that suddenly appeared in the steel armor's hideout. Hansen asks the girl what relation he could have to this. The guy hides his true identity and states that he does not have a winged creature of divine blood, which means he is simply physically unable to get to the island. Ligan Liu offers the young man armor that allows him to fly, and then asks him what soul he would like to receive as a reward for participating in the expedition. Hansen replies that he is just an ordinary freshman student, and having no experience, cannot possibly become part of God's Son's team. But at the same time, he thinks that he was the one who defeated the Holy Angel of War, something that neither God's Son nor the girl have the slightest idea about. Hansen believes that he must continue to pretend to be a naive newbie, hiding his true powers, and intends to take advantage of the opportunity to obtain the soul of the winged beast to strengthen himself. The guy persistently asks the girl for a silver trident fork. However, she is thinking about it, since the minimum cost of this weapon is no less than 150 million. Hansen says he has 60 million, as well as a silver death machine that he is willing to sell, after which he assures the girl that he will eventually find the necessary amount. Hansen arrives at the outskirts of the steel armor hideout. God's Son, upon seeing him, calls the young man a freak and states that he would never have taken him into his team if Li Ganliu had not insisted on it. Hansen tries to ignore the rudeness, assuring the Son of God that he will not be a burden to the team and intends to strictly follow all orders. The hunter calls on everyone to hurry, reminding them that too much time has passed since they left the flying island, to which the guy calmly replies that the money brother cannot cope with the powerful creature alone. And then, bragging, he says that he borrowed the soul of a beast of the divine blood level, which will definitely help them in the upcoming battle. After this, the Son of God gives the order to his subordinates to move forward before the flying island disappears, realizing that there is little time left and every moment can be decisive. Hansen, watching what is happening, thinks that this time the Son of God prepared much more carefully. The guy really wants to see the disappointment on his face when their plan fails. As he approaches the island, the Son of God begins to instruct his subordinates. Distributing roles, Hansen is tasked with covering him, and the hunter must be responsible for personal protection. The hunter, in turn, believes that one must first carefully observe the movements of the divine being, develop a strategy, and only then, having chosen the right moment, attack, so as not to take unnecessary risks. The Son of God notices that the hunter has frozen in place, and asks him with irritation what happened and why he is not following the order. In response, he hears that the creature, which had been near the tree all this time, suddenly disappeared, which enrages the Son of God. He snatches the telescope from the hunter's hands, demanding that he stop talking nonsense. He himself begins to carefully examine the clearing where the divine being was, and, not believing his eyes, loudly shouts that this simply cannot be, because the being could not have disappeared without a trace. He abruptly heads towards the flying island, thinking that the creature has simply hidden, and orders his subordinates to search for it more thoroughly. They land in a clearing and find no trace of the divine being. The hunter states that these creatures cannot leave their area when they are attacked. Hansen states that he is very upset, as he wanted to see the hunters kill the divine being, and then asks if there was a money brother on this island. The hunter instantly makes the assumption that the money brother killed the divine blood-level beast when they retreated. The divine son becomes very angry. He does not want to believe that the money brother dealt with the creature, but in the entire shelter of steel armor there is not a single person with such strength. The Son of God begins to scream loudly in his impotent anger and intends to take cruel revenge on his money brother. The next day, Hansen acquires silver tridents and thinks that he can fight dozens of creatures with these weapons. Ligan Liu was furious when she found out that the Son of God did not receive the soul of the divine beast, but fortunately, she still kept her word and sold the boy the promised weapon. Hansen believes that he can now go hunting in distant locations and try to meet the leader of the divine blood-level foxes. His thoughts are interrupted by a phone call. The guy sees that the garrison commander is calling him and thinks that there is some new task for him. Hansen learns that a professor from the church wants the boy to become his protege. He asks if he can refuse. The girl reports that, despite the fact that this organization is a church, the professor is related to the military, is engaged in the study of hypernuclear genetics, and is an influential elder. The guy says that the problem is that he has no connection with the church and does not know this man. He wonders why the professor decided to make him his protege. The garrison commander reports that the professor watched the boy fight in competitions, and this convinced him to make a decision. Despite the explanation, Hansen feels uneasy and asks the girl if he should accept the offer. The girl says that the professor will be able to teach the young man much better than the academy, and if the guy becomes the professor's ward, he will quickly develop in the field of hypernuclear genetics. Hansen suggests that the garrison commander wants to get rid of him, to which the girl replies that, on the contrary, she wants him to stay. She says that in a few months she will be promoted to the second level, so she is going to recommend the guy for her position. Hansen believes that he cannot miss such a great opportunity, and decides to wait for the position of garrison commander, not wanting to go to church. Zhen thinks that the young man is too young and stupid to refuse such a lucrative offer. The professor learns that the guy refused, and he finds it surprising. The man realizes that his plan has not worked, and thinks that he must find a way to get Hansen, because such talent cannot be allowed to go to waste. Jian is very irritated because the girl has lost for the third time in a row. Hansen knocks on the window and sees the girl still playing a game called Hand of God, after which he invites her to go to dinner. The girl says that she has already eaten, and says that the guy better come to her and help her defeat a very difficult opponent. With a deft movement, Hansen jumps through the window into the room and asks the girl who dared to offend such a beauty. The girl shows the game statistics and reports that she came across a very strong opponent who defeated her 3 times in a row. Hansen offers the girl to play from her account. He asks her not to worry, and says that he will definitely win. After which he hugs the girl tightly, and once again says that he will defeat all opponents. The guy asks the girl to invite this player to a fight using her account. Hansen learns that the enemy is a cadet from the Black Hawk Military Academy and wonders why he knows his girlfriend. Jian reports that the guy is a serious opponent, as he is one of the top 10 players in the league. Hansen believes that this guy decided to hit on his girlfriend and is going to punish the young man for such impudence. The young man has noticed Jian for a long time and wants to impress her. A friend comes up to him unnoticed and asks the guy what he is doing alone in this room. The guy turns to his friend and asks if he wants to know who he met at Black Hawk Academy. A friend finds out that his friend has been watching this girl for a long time. He asks him not to show his strength, playing with such a beauty, and advises him to be a gentleman, giving in at the right moment. The game system announces the start of the game. The young man is burning with a great desire to win the girl for the 4th time in a row. The guy doesn't waste a second, and with deft movements begins to move the pieces on the game board. He doesn't know that Hansen is playing from the girl's account, so he is very surprised at how quickly his opponent makes moves. His friend is very surprised by what is happening. He does not understand what is happening. The girl really makes moves too quickly compared to previous games. The guy tells his friend that he can't let the girl win under any circumstances, no matter how fast she is. The young man loses. His friend does not understand how this could happen, because his friend is the strongest player in the academy. The guy is trying his best to contain his anger. He considers this loss a disgrace. The young people head to the hypernuclear genetics shop. According to the rules, they can buy 2 B-level hypernuclear techniques and 4 C-level hypernuclear techniques. The guy believes that hypernuclear genetics is much more effective if it is compatible with the received genes. A professor comes out to the young people and advises them to try products called kinetic acceleration and gust of wind. The girl is surprised by such proposals. and asks the professor how he knows that these techniques are right for her. The professor tells the girl that the technique she is currently practicing is called the power of a true samurai, which greatly shocks the girl, who asks the man in surprise how he knows everything. The professor explains to the girl that her acceleration scores are close to 13 points, and her muscle strength is close to 12.5, and that by practicing kinetic acceleration, she will be able to achieve better results with less effort. The girl feels great joy, and, thanking the professor, she cannot contain her delight, saying that it is simply amazing. After that, she goes to the display case and confidently announces that she will buy kinetic acceleration and gust of wind. She carefully examines the goods displayed in front of her. While the girls continue to look at the goods, the professor approaches Hansen and tells the young man that he has a new sea-level martial arts technique that will suit him. With its help, the guy will be able to outplay any opponent. Hansen thanks the man, but says that sea-level martial arts don't help him much, as he's looking for something more powerful. The professor responds to the young man, telling him that he is wrong, as he should not underestimate the new sea-level martial arts, which can play an important role in solving his problems. The girl tells Hansen that this professor is simply amazing, and she is going to recommend him in the future, after which she asks the guy not to contradict the man and just trust him. Hansen says that he still doesn't have enough funds on his card, which makes him slightly disappointed because he can't afford all the necessary purchases. Jian shows his card and asks the guy not to worry, assuring that money is not a problem if it can develop the potential of the young man. Hansen begins to feel awkward because the girl gave him her card so easily, as if he was dependent on her. The guy thanks for the gift and gets acquainted with the contents of the new sea-level martial arts technique, which at first glance looks like a super particle flow acceleration technique. But, as he suspects, there may be something more behind it. The guy holds a small capsule in his hands and, looking at it carefully, thinks that this gene fluid looks completely ordinary. However, its effect may be unpredictable. He plans to study this technique in the near future, but now he wants to go to the shelter and hunt mutated animals. The professor has a good relationship with the headmaster of the Black Hawk Academy and is free to visit, knowing that he can now allow Hansen to practice his secret Yang technique. The professor believes that the young man should hurry, because the church will most likely add this new martial art to the list of prohibited ones, and the time for its practice is limited. The professor notices that Hansen has not changed in appearance and rushes after the guy, as if trying to warn him of some important threat or mistake that he might make. The young man, almost reaching the building, stops, hearing the professor's loud cries, and turns around in surprise, not understanding what is happening. The professor says that he is very worried and asks Hansen if he uses an electromagnetic gun in practice, which causes the guy to be completely perplexed. He asks the professor to excuse him, saying that he did not have time for such practice and that he needs to concentrate on other matters. The man tells the boy that he has only 2 days to start training, after which the church may ban this technique. In addition, the professor reminds that this technique should never be practiced together with the electromagnetic gun technique, since their combination can have dangerous consequences. The professor hopes that the boy will use his gene fluid because it will give him proof that his research has reached new heights, and he will be able to be proud of his discoveries. The man once again tells the young man that he is simply ideal for practicing his techniques. Hansen, realizing that the man clearly has some kind of hidden agenda, notes that he can move freely around the academy grounds, and wonders why he was the one who could be trusted with such dangerous practices. The guy, without hiding his doubts, asks the professor why he is the best fit to study such techniques, because there are more successful and talented cadets in the academy who could handle such a task much better. The professor, without hesitation, explains that people under 20 years of age are needed to practice this martial art, since older people do not have as many opportunities for rapid improvement, and this factor is decisive in choosing a suitable student. He reports that he initially wanted to make his opponent in the competition his student, but when he saw a demonstration of Hansen's fatal blow, he changed his mind and realized that this young man would be the best candidate. Hansen, thanking the professor for the offer, asks him what he will get in return if he decides to improve his technique. This question clearly surprises the man, as he did not expect such a turn of events. Hansen explains what he meant by the reward. The guy believes that there is a certain risk for those who decide to practice unstudied techniques, and this should be compensated. The man says that the young man can ask for as much money as he wants if he agrees to study his techniques. Hansen says that he doesn't want money. He wants a reward of 100 S-rank cards, which is a completely unexpected demand for the professor. The man's expression suddenly changes and, without hiding his surprise, he asks the young man what kind of joke this is, because the guy doesn't understand how huge these resources are. The professor reports that 100 cards are simply colossal resources, and even his powerful organization does not have such an opportunity. Hansen, with regret in his voice, tells the professor that he cannot help him in this case, as the situation requires more than he is willing to offer. The man, not wanting to give in, tries to dissuade the boy, telling him that the church gives him 2 high-level cards every year, which he has not yet used, and offers him some gene fluid in addition to them. Hansen, weighing the offer, says that he will think about it in the near future, but at the same time believes that if they agree, they will have to sign a contract in order to trust each other 100%. After this, Hansen returns home to his shelter, where he carefully watches his monster. The guy happily notices that the beast began to mutate, having eaten all the black crystals. The boy ponders that the monster's skills may come in handy, as the soul of this small beast allows the owner to become invisible at any time, which could be a key advantage in future fights. He decides that he can use the soul of this beast during the competition to gain an advantage over his opponents, and wastes no time in destroying the monster. The system congratulates him on his successful hunt and informs him that he has obtained the soul of a divine blood beast called Little Chameleon, which gives the boy a feeling of satisfaction. Fellow students meeting Hansen inform him that today is the mid-year exam, and express concern about the fact that the guy has not shown up for training recently. They doubt whether he will be able to pass this exam. Hansen, remaining calm, replies that there is no problem with this, to which his fellow students ask him to take the exam more seriously, since the instructor who will be taking the exam has an ambiguous opinion of him and has already expressed her dissatisfaction with his behavior several times. Hansen thinks that the training sessions of this female instructor are too simple, and he does not need to attend them. He has long forgotten what she looks like, since these classes do not interest him. Young men head to the room where the squad's semi-annual archery exam will take place today. The instructor, carefully studying the list of students, informs them of the imminent start of the exam, emphasizing the importance of this event for all cadets. The cadets are excitedly discussing Hansen, believing that the young man will pass the exam without any problems and receive the highest grade, since his abilities have long been known to everyone. The man turns to the examiner and tells him that the guy seems to be really popular among the cadets, and that Hansen is already part of their squad, which makes his participation in the exam even more important. The girl, in turn, reminds us that Hansen has very low attendance and that he only went to training occasionally, while she is very negative about the fact that the guy is not going to do anything other than participate in competitions and star in commercials for combat armor. The examiner begins the roll call. The cadets take turns calling out their names, confirming their readiness for the exam. The first task is to shoot at a stationary target, which is a fairly simple task for trained cadets. Hansen, confidently shooting from the bow, hits the target. To the delight of the cadets, the arrow hits the very center of the target, causing a storm of applause and loud cries of support. The observer tells the examiner that the boy clearly has talents, and he does not want the young man to lose them, believing that he needs to develop intensively in order to fully reveal his abilities. The next task involves shooting at moving targets with displacement. Hansen, showing excellent skills, hits all targets with maximum accuracy, which causes respect and joy among those around him. The man, observing his progress, believes that Hansen is the most talented student he has ever seen, and asks the examiner to be objective in her assessments. The girl, observing the results, agrees with this opinion, thinking about why the guy should not join their archery club, which could be useful for him. The examiner then makes a phone call to her father, informing him that she has great news. The young people are happy to celebrate the successful completion of Hansen's exams, praising him and expressing surprise at how amazingly everything went. Jan, not hiding his surprise, asks the guy how he managed to pass all his tests with flying colors, since he never attended training. To which Hansen, smiling, jokingly replies that he was just lucky. Suddenly, a message arrives on his phone that due to his excellent academic performance, the Academic Affairs Department has allowed him to conduct a special joint training session with an instructor. The cadets are in great shock when they learn that a young man has been given such an honor, because they understand that this is an incredible rarity, and many could not even dream of such an opportunity. Tingyan reports that few students get the chance to train with the honorary headmaster of the Blackhawk Academy, as it is prestigious. However, Ian does not support his friend's joyful mood, believing that this is not such a privilege as it seems at first glance. He strongly advises Hansen not to agree to this, because the training is very exhausting for people. Ian, with noticeable concern, reports that there are rumors that after this training all the participants feel broken, and many get seriously injured. At one point, someone even wrote a complaint about the cruel conditions, but all these complaints turned out to be useless. Ian, still worried about his friend, rushes to Hansen and hugs him tightly, hoping that the guy will be able to return alive and well. The next day, Hansen comes to the building that houses the special training center. He notices with surprise that there is no one here, because the guy expected to see crowds of people preparing for classes. The girl says that this is not surprising, because this training is conducted exclusively for the young man and is an individual program, available only to those students who have achieved the highest results. The man tells the guy that he will undergo special training with a female instructor. He hopes that the guy will take this seriously and train hard. Hansen greets the man and informs him that he is a freshman on the archery team. The girl leaves, saying that a special training session will start right now, and she needs to step away, since she has a lot of work. The man tells the boy that he is a rising star in the archery squad, and the academy has high hopes for him. After which, he shows the guy a ball made of a special alloy that only people who have achieved great progress can obtain. Hansen is in great surprise, which turns into shock, because this man used the technique of hypernuclear genetics to change the structure of his own body particles and turn his flesh and blood into this alloy. The guy takes the metal ball in his hands and thanks the man for such a valuable gift, thinking that this will give him a huge boost in his training and further development. The man orders Hansen to assume the rider's stance and remain in it for 3 hours, after which the training will begin. The man's name is Saize, and he's already heard that the young man is a master at using the fatal blow. Seize thinks there is no point in waiting 3 hours and suggests starting training immediately, after which he suddenly launches into a furious attack, like a predator that has marked its prey. Seize, barely holding back a grin, evaluates the guy's combat characteristics with interest, noting to himself that today's fight promises to be entertaining, even if it doesn't last long. Hansen, who had studied information about his opponent online in advance, already knows that the man loves to provoke his opponents into emotions, turning fights into a theatrical show. The boy, barely dodging the blow, tells Seize that it is now his turn to attack, and with feigned seriousness asks if the instructor can guess whether the next blow will be fatal. Seize, coolly analyzing Hansen's stance, replies that the punch lacks the necessary force, and the guy's expression is too calm, so nothing indicates a threat. However, he is very wrong, because during the strike, Hansen changes his characteristics and deals a fatal blow to the instructor. This comes as a complete surprise to the man. At this moment, a female instructor enters the room. She loudly calls Seize daddy and asks in an excited voice what happened here. She helps him up from the floor, wondering what the instructor is doing on the floor as it is far from what she expected to see. Seize informs her daughter that everything is fine and they are just practicing punches, which at first glance may seem like an unlikely explanation. Seize compliments the young man and says that his skills are truly impressive, and then asks the guy how he achieved this. Hansen reports that in this art, many pay attention to the force of the blow, since different muscles cause different contractions. But if you do not allow your opponent to see the contraction of the muscles, he will not understand the structure of the blow. Seize invites the young man to walk and talk, to which Hansen asks in surprise if they shouldn't be doing special training right now. Seize tells the boy that there is no need for this, since he passed the exam so well that there is no need to repeat the basic exercises. The girl is very unhappy with her father's behavior, and thinks that such behavior is contrary to the rules of the academy, which makes her extremely disappointed. The girl is very angry that Hansen has gained her father's favor in such a short time for her. This seems unfair and too hasty. She informs Hansen that he has undergone special training, and then, with a hint of irritation, recommends that he join their archery team. Hansen is eager to join their squad and compete, but is concerned that the garrison commander may give him a mission that will prevent him from competing. The Seize instructor tells the boy that the competition will be held at the end of the semester, and they still have a few months to prepare. Hansen agrees with the girl, after which he notices that he has several missed calls from Ligan Liu, which makes him slightly worried. The next day, he and the girl go to the desert location in order to find a creature of the divine blood level. The boy asks the girl why she invited him to hunt, to which Ligan Liu replies that it is about a non-edible creature of the divine level. The girl says that they found a creature with a very hard body, as if it were made of black gold. She reports the need to finish off this creature today, and demands that everyone be extremely careful, since this beast is very large and fast, and it will be extremely difficult to deal with it. After some time, they reach the place where the divine level being is located. The girl says that in the battle with this monster, 2 of her allies received serious damage from it. One of them is dead, and the second is seriously wounded. Hansen carefully examines the area and realizes that the monster's territory is a pit of quicksand, and anyone who falls into it risks dying, which causes him a feeling of alarm. Ligan Liu tells the young man that she can't help him because she has no wings, and then hands him the beast soul arrow. Hansen tells the girl that he won't need her. The guy confidently says that he will find another way to deal with the monster, after which he begins the transformation, and wings appear on his back. Liu tells the guy that he must give her the soul of this monster and his sledgehammer, and in return the guy can ask for another reward. Hansen pushes off from the rock and flies into the air. He asks the girl to think about how she will pay him back. Hansen really doesn't like the purple dragon's wings. The guy thinks that they are nothing but a headache, since they are too slow. There is still quite a distance to the divine being, but the guy understands that the monster has noticed his approach. The divine being instantly reacts to the young man's approach, jumping high into the air and raising his huge hammer to strike. Hansen deftly flies to the side, and a blow of colossal force falls on the place where he had just been standing. The guy believes that even the armor of the crystal ants will not be able to withstand the force of this blow, which makes him even more wary of the monster's actions and plan his movements. The divine being does not stop his attack and continues to strike the young man with powerful blows from his huge hammer. Hansen does not have time to dodge in time and misses one of the blows, which forces him to focus on reaction speed. Liu believes that this creature is too strong, and she is worried that only people with the super god gene can fight back against the monster. The girl is worried that if the monster destroys Hansen, she will not forgive herself for this. She is going to cover the young man with archery. Hansen continues to deftly dodge the divine being and asks the girl not to worry. He once again repeats to her that he knows how to deal with this monster. Hansen summons the soul of a huge sandworm, which rises high into the air. Standing on his head, the boy decides to use his advantage to defeat the divine being. He realizes that particle flow acceleration is exactly the technique that can help him win this fight. At great speed, standing on the head of a sandworm, Hansen approaches the divine being, concentrating all his strength for the decisive blow. He decides to check who will be stronger in this fight. Pushing off from the giant sandworm, the boy jumps towards the divine being with incredible speed. The hunters watching the duel are stunned by the young man's actions, as they did not expect such decisive steps from him. A moment later, the sand that had risen during the fight settles, and Hansen approaches the hunters, holding in his hands the enormous hammer of a divine being. He tells the girl that her task is complete, and adds that the sledgehammer is incredibly heavy, and his arms are about to fall off. The guy takes off using his wings, but each swing is a huge effort, because the hammer in his hands is incredibly heavy. He spins the hammer and, overcoming his efforts, throws it at the girl's feet. Liu thanks the young man for his help, admiring his actions as none of her team could handle such a creature. Then she asks if he received the monster's soul. Hansen replies that he did not receive the soul, and the monster drowned in quicksand, so today's catch is small. Liu assures him that she believes in his words and promises to pay for the dangerous work. 2 days later, Hansen arrives at the Steel Armor Hideout's main office, greatly surprised by the large number of people at the entrance. Xuan informs those present that in 2 months she will complete her transformation and be promoted to level 2, during which time she needs to solve several problems. The garrison commander informs her deputy that she has made a decision on the replacement. She reports that Hansen will take over the position of commander of the Special Forces unit. Yanman is very surprised by this decision of the garrison commander. She considers it ill-considered. Those present are delighted with the appointment, considering Hansen to be very lucky. Hansen hears that many disagree with the decision, and believe that the garrison commander made the wrong choice. Hansen tells the girl that her decision is too unexpected and asks if she is joking. Yanman replies that she is more suited to be a commander than some freshman. Xuan replies that the decision has already been made, and there is no point in discussing it. Those around him are happy with this decision, believing that Yanman's character does not match the person in this position. Hansen thinks he's damn lucky because, as a Special Forces commander, he'll be able to afford nice things. Yanman continues to dissuade her commander and asks the boy to show himself, after which she asks permission to fight the young man. She says that if she loses, she will not say another word. Xuan clutches his head, thinking that the captain really has a terrible character. Yanman tells the guy that they are about to have a fight, and she doesn't want the young man to try to fool her. The girl hopes for a fair fight. Hansen and the girls arrive at a room equipped with holographic devices. The commander gives the order to all participants to log into their accounts and fight in the virtual world using holographic equipment. The voice of the garrison commander is heard, expressing hope that this competition will not only be interesting, but also fair. At this time, Xiao Qiao comes out of one of the virtual booths, looking extremely unhappy, as he is very tired from being in the virtual world for a long time, and his back hurts. Suddenly, the young man notices Hansen and the officers, wondering what they are doing here. The competition will take place in a location called Deep Night. Forest of White Birds, which is a classic training program known for its difficulty and realism. Upon entering the simulation, opponents will see a dense forest 2 kilometers long in front of them, where black and white birds sit on the trees. According to the rules, you can only shoot at the black ones, and the winner will be determined by the number of birds shot and the time spent. Xiao Qiao, realizing that the competition between Hansen and the captain is about to begin, decides to hide behind one of the virtual booths to observe what is happening without attracting attention to himself. Xiao Qiao plans to use an electronic device to watch the competitions and save them on a memory card. Hansen believes that he is empowered by the fact that his opponent is an experienced warrior and confidently moves through the virtual location, shooting black birds. The guy thinks that he must definitely take advantage of this opportunity and show that he cannot be underestimated. After some time, the young man notices that the arrows from his bow fly along exactly the same trajectory as the shurikens of the flame butterfly. Hansen remembers that the number of birds shot is only one of the conditions, the second is speed, and so the guy decides to act much faster. Xiao Qiao watches Hansen's actions closely and considers the young man to be nothing short of a god of archery. The garrison commander is also surprised by the young man's actions. She believes that the guy has exceeded all her expectations. She did not think that it would be so easy for him to act in this mode. She admires how the young man accurately guesses where the bird will fly from. The garrison commander thinks that Yanman's opponent is not an ordinary person, and now everything depends only on the captain. 10 minutes pass. Yanman confidently steps out of the virtual cabin, heading towards the garrison commander. Yanman reports that today was the best result she has ever had, and believes that victory is clearly hers. Xuan carefully studies the statistics. The girl shot 96 birds, and this is really much better than all her previous attempts. After which the commander says that she is very sorry. She points her hand at Hansen, and, to the girl's surprise, says that the young man won this competition. Hansen winks at the captain. The guy knows that he did a much better job than his rival. Xuan reports that the guy killed 100 black birds, didn't miss a single one, and it took him 3 minutes less to do it. This information greatly surprises the captain. She wonders how this is even possible. The commander suggests ending this, and tells the young men that they will soon be given new tasks, which she hopes they will cope with. Hansen tries to act confidently, but the young man thinks to himself that he had better leave this company as soon as possible, since the captain is very angry and can beat him up well. Yanman admits her defeat, but believes that if she were to face the young man in a duel again, she would definitely win no matter what. Xiao Qiao recorded a video of the competition. He thinks it needs some tweaking so it can get a huge number of views. The guy thinks that the video should have a pompous title, for example, something like Incredible Abilities Throughout the Game. Yanman leaves the training center and immediately notices that passersby are animatedly discussing the incredible play and amazing accuracy of the young man. Hansen arrives at the training ground of the Black Hawk Military Academy, where his fellow students inform him that he is part of their team, which causes the guy slight surprise. The instructor shows a holographic image and tells the cadets that in front of them is an image of a student who will be their main rival this year. The female instructor explains that this guy is the captain of the archery team from the Central Military Academy. She asks those present to pay attention to his excellent physical training, which is at the highest level, and adds that it will not be easy for her cadets to compete with an opponent of such rank. Sees reports that their opponent has participated in various competitions as a team captain over the past 3 years, and in all the competitions he has competed in, the Central Military Academy has won by a large margin. The instructor turns to Hansen and asks the boy what he thinks about this, to which the young man calmly replies that they won't know whether it will be a loss or a victory until they face their opponent in the ring. The senior cadets, hearing this, immediately notice Hansen's insolent behavior. They think that this newbie seems to be taking on too much. Hansen, in turn, believes that there is no point in throwing words around. He wants to see the result when the time comes. The instructor invites the young people to watch another training video. On the huge screen, a demonstration of the duel between Hansen and Yanman begins, and the voices of the cadets are heard, who report that the guy has excellent technique. Hansen is very upset that his latest fight has somehow ended up in the public domain again. The instructor interrupts his thoughts and asks the guy if he thinks this person is better than him. Hansen replies that he is on the same level as this fighter. This delights the girl. She happily tells the cadets that their goal this year is to defeat the Central Military Academy, and suggests that they train hard and support the participants. On the street, the young people meet Li Ganliu. The girl intends to talk to Hansen alone, and says that she still has not repaid him for helping him track down the divine being. The girl asks the cadets if they mind if she takes Hansen, to which the young men happily agree. Hansen hears behind him how the cadets are discussing that he is no slouch, and has picked up another beauty. Hansen asks the girl where she took him. The girl replies that it was the Empress's restaurant, and she thought the guy wanted to have dinner. Young people sit at a table and watch a fight between two participants. These fighters practice hard to evolve. These fights are the business of the God of War martial arts school, and students come here every day to hone their skills. Ligan Liu hands the young man a glass of wine and asks him what he will do after graduating from the academy. Hansen, watching the fight closely, tells the girl that after graduating from the academy, he will have to serve in the army. Ligan Liu suddenly invites the young man to join her martial arts school, which oversees these fights. She believes that this will open up new prospects for the guy. Meanwhile, the host comes into the arena and asks the audience if they know why this place is called the Empress's Restaurant. A girl in a mask comes onto the stage, and the host's voice is heard, informing the audience that the answer is simple, because the real Empress is here. Hansen watches the girl who entered the ring closely. The guy thinks that her aura is so terrifying, as if she came out of a sea of corpses and blood. The young man considers such people incredibly dangerous, and feels their evolutionary progress. The girl in the mask raises her hand up, and those around her begin to loudly chant her name, calling the stranger the Empress. The presenter announces that the Empress will confront a powerful warrior who has reached one of the highest evolutionary levels. Hansen carefully examines the Empress's opponent. The guy understands that the man has mastered the technique of metallization of hands, and this is the best version of the new martial art. The young man admires the man's technique. He carefully watches his actions, but even with his eyesight, he does not notice his blow. Hansen asks in surprise why the Empress doesn't dodge the attacks, to which Ligan Liu calmly replies that there is no need to worry about her, as she never loses. And indeed, the girl remains motionless, waiting for the right moment, after which she delivers a sharp and crushing blow to the enemy. The man realizes that even his evolved fists are unable to harm the Empress, so he summons his enormous sword. He rushes to attack, and Ligan Liu's voice is heard, reminding him that the Empress has fought 1,000 battles, and no one has been able to defeat her. The fight comes to an end. The host announces that the Empress from the famous martial arts school God of War has won again. Hansen had seen many evolutionary battles, but he had never met such an invincible warrior as the Empress. The guy believes that she is the embodiment of the power that a true evolutionist should have. Ligan Liu tells the young man that he can gain the same power as the Empress. Because he has talent, the girl is sure that it will not be difficult for him. After which, Ligan Liu suddenly proposes to the young man to marry her and become part of the God of War martial arts school family, which causes the guy to choke on his drink. The next day, Hansen meets his old acquaintance in the forest near the steel armor hideout. The young man reports that he has spotted a god-level creature in the dark swamps, but he is unable to deal with it alone, so he called Hansen for help. The guy says that this humanoid creature is covered in black armor, and he also saw it sitting on a black one-horned antelope. Hansen carefully analyzes the story and comes to the conclusion that he has never encountered such creatures before. Intending to fight the humanoid monster, the guy heads towards the dark swamps and asks his old friend to show him the way. He immediately rushes after Hansen and reminds him of the old rule: whoever first notices a creature of divine blood gets its soul. The next day, the young people come to the dark swamp, where Hansen immediately enters into battle with a huge monster. Having approached the giant centipede to the required distance, he delivers a powerful blow with his sword, cutting the terrible creature in half. His friend tries to calm down because he was too close and almost died of fear. He then immediately turns his attention to the divine-level sword from the flying island. The guy notices a three-eyed cat nearby, Hansen's pet, and tries to pet it. The young man is touched by how the small, furry animal tries to gnaw on the huge bone of the defeated monster. However, as soon as he touches the small, three-eyed cat, it instantly transforms into a huge, aggressive creature. The young man jumps back in fear and realizes that he is facing a super-evolved creature. Hansen looks out over the valley before them and announces that it is time to get down to business. Through endless thickets of reeds, the young people make their way to the place where Hansen's friend discovered a humanoid creature. After some time, they reach the desired point and see a black rider covered in seamless armor. Hansen looks closely at the enemy and comes to the conclusion that in front of him is not just an unusual creature, but a terrifying humanoid creature of divine blood, which will be extremely difficult to deal with. Despite this, the guy believes that one cannot give up and needs to carefully think through the strategy. His friend confidently reports that he completely trusts Hansen and is ready to follow all his orders. Meanwhile, the Black Rider notices the presence of the young people and slowly turns his head in their direction. The next moment, the creature directs its unicorn straight at the guys, closing the distance between them. Having discovered Hansen's location, the Black Rider unleashes a powerful energy blast. With great effort, Hansen, using the sword from the flying island, deflects the enemy's attack, preventing the blow from reaching its target. His friend, flying above the place of the fight, shouts that even several people cannot cope with this creature. He thinks that staying here is a bad idea, and suggests retreating immediately, while there is still an opportunity. Hansen continues to struggle to fend off his opponent's numerous energy attacks, gradually realizing that his opponent is incredibly strong. He understands that the Black Rider's reaction and strength are at the highest level, and it is pointless to even talk about the speed of his attacks. The next second, Hansen summons his three-eyed cat and orders it to attack. However, the Black Rider reacts to the attack with lightning speed, and easily repels the attack of the three-eyed cat, throwing the animal far to the side from the powerful blow. Hansen's friend continues to circle his bird over the scene of the duel, and persistently advises the young man to leave the place immediately, since the Black Rider cannot fly. Hansen agrees that his comrade is right and realizes that a head-on collision with the Black Rider is useless. Already in the air, the young men discuss how fierce the enemy's attack was and how terrifying this creature is. A friend expresses doubt that Hansen will be able to cope with this humanoid monster. Hansen carefully examines the valley, corrects his companion, and with cold confidence reports that their enemy is not one, but two. The boy is surprised to realize that the one-horned antelope is actually a separate being of divine level, and not just a riding creature. Hansen realizes that while he fights using the power of his pets, he cannot transform or use the particle flow acceleration technique. And without the souls of the beasts, his own strength is not enough to deal with a creature of this level. The friend asks worriedly where Hansen is heading, to which the young man calmly replies that he needs to check something and fight the creature again. Through the dense reeds, the young men cautiously approach the place where the Black Knight is located. The guy is puzzled as to why the divine being is constantly in the pond, since it can't be obsessed with cleanliness. Hansen doesn't waste time thinking and decides to take advantage of the moment. Together with his three-eyed cat, he rushes into the attack. However, the Black Knight instantly notices Hansen's approach and effortlessly parries his blows, as if he already knew where the attack would come from. Hansen is amazed at how the Black Knight was able to notice his lightning-fast attack and parry his blows with such ease. Fighting at the limit of his abilities, the young man tries to hold back the furious onslaught of the divine being, and realizes with horror that his opponent guesses his movements every time. Hansen can't withstand the onslaught, and takes a powerful blow that sends him flying to the side, causing him to fall to the ground. His friend, watching the fight from a safe distance, comes to the conclusion that neither Hansen's strength nor his skills are enough to defeat such a powerful enemy. Using the wings of his armor, Hansen quickly moves to a safe distance, but is not going to retreat. He is determined to continue the battle. The guy is convinced that if he could not win this time, then he will succeed on the 10th. His friend tries to dissuade him from continuing the fight, reminding him that several days have already passed, and the divine being has not even received serious injuries. However, Hansen tells him not to worry as he wants to try again, and is confident that he has finally understood the essence of his opponent's technique. Hansen had long noticed that the Black Knight delivered blows using a rotating motion, and always performed them strictly counterclockwise. He comes to the conclusion that the forward rotation is aimed at attacking the enemy, while the counterclockwise movement has the effect of reducing the enemy's strength. Lying exhausted on the grass after another fight with the Black Knight, Hansen still can't understand how he predicts his blows, but he is firmly convinced of one thing: the divine being uses counterclockwise energy rotation, which is what makes him such a dangerous opponent. Hansen comes to the conclusion that there is no point in attacking the Dark Knight if he already knows his intentions, so the young man devotes several days to studying a technique called the Great Yang Magnetic Cannon. After some time, he returns to the Dark Swamp, hoping to apply the knowledge he gained, but soon realizes with disappointment that he will not be able to use the new technique since he does not have a suitable weapon. Just like last time, the Black Knight instantly notices Hansen's approach and immediately rushes towards him in a furious attack. Hansen concentrates all his energy. A bright energy field flares up around him. The young man hopes that this time he will be able to break the enemy's tactics and find a vulnerability in his defense. He decides to use strikes with different polarities, counting on the fact that even if the opponent can predict his movements, the nature of the attack itself will remain unpredictable for him. At some point, the tactic actually works, and the Black Knight misses one of the blows. The force of the blow is so powerful that the divine being is thrown far to the side. Hansen, however, is disappointed that his blow landed on the Black Knight's chest instead of his head as he had planned. However, he notices that his attack had a penetrating effect and caused significant damage to the humanoid creature. But the Black Knight is not going to retreat. In a short time, he recovers, concentrates energy around his spear, and rushes into the attack again. At high speed, a counterclockwise swirling stream of energy is directed straight towards Hansen, forcing him to struggle to contain the pressure with his sword. Hansen wonders why, despite the serious damage he received, the enemy has become even stronger and is now attacking with double the fury. He realizes that it is better to break off the fight at this stage, and flies high into the air to get to a safe distance. However, he does not manage to quickly gain the required height, and the Black Knight's next energy strike hits him in the back. Hansen remains confident that he was closer to victory than ever this time, and believes that his final attack did serious damage to his opponent. The next day, Hansen returns to the humanoid creature and continues to wonder why it is always in the pond. He watches the Black Knight closely, and does not understand why he looks as good as before, because in the last battle he suffered serious damage, but the creature recovered in just one night. Hansen hovers over the pond and comes to the conclusion that there must be something healing in this swamp that allows the enemy to recover so quickly. In constant battles with the Black Knight and observing him, a whole week flies by unnoticed. Hansen realizes that he can no longer delay, as the mutated creatures he is feeding at home are almost ready to reach the level of godhood. The young man never discovered anything unusual in this body of water, and does not understand why the Black Knight never comes out of the water, because at first glance, there is nothing special about it. However, a brilliant idea comes to Hansen's mind. He silently dives into the water and swims unnoticed to his opponent, after which he suddenly jumps out of the water and delivers a powerful blow to the belly of his unicorn. He intends to continue the attack, believing that he is halfway to victory, as he has inflicted serious damage on the antelope. The young man realizes that he now has a huge advantage, because on the shore the Black Knight can use the antelope. Now the divine being has dismounted and Hansen rushes to attack. However, the enemy easily parries his blows and then delivers a powerful counterblow, throwing the young man far to the side. The Black Knight doesn't give him time to recover, instantly rushes after him and unleashes another powerful energy blow on him. Hansen struggles to parry the enemy's furious attacks, and notices that the enemy is able to change the direction of his own blows, redirecting the force of the attack in the desired direction. Realizing this, the young man begins to use the Yang strike, changing the direction of the rotational force, making his strikes faster and stronger. This tactic had an effect. The Black Knight missed a series of blows and fell into the water. Hansen believes that now is the moment for the final blow, as his opponent is in an extremely vulnerable position. The young man instantly approaches the humanoid creature and strikes it with a god-level trident. A second later, the system reports a successful hunt for the Black Knight, followed by another notification confirming that the one-horned antelope has also been defeated. Hansen is having a hard time coming to his senses after the most difficult confrontation, realizing that he now has at his disposal the soul of divine blood, as well as the flesh and blood of the defeated creature. He looks closely at the motionless body of his opponent, and thinks that he has never invested so much time and effort into his victory. The young man feeds the girl next to him until she is full, and is greatly surprised by the fact that she does not even realize that this is the flesh of mutated divine-level beasts. The girl says that if Hansen is unable to eat all the prey, she will gladly help him. While preparing the meat of his fallen enemies, he learns that his common gene readings have approached the 100 mark. Meanwhile, Instructor Saisei can't hide her excitement, as she hasn't seen Hansen for over a month and the archery competition is about to start. The girl believes that the young man is behaving extremely irresponsibly. After some time, the instructor meets Hansen on the street and reminds him about the imminent start of the competition. The guy realizes that he got into an awkward situation because he completely forgot about them. Hansen tries to justify himself by saying that he doesn't need to train alone at all, as a few days of working with the team will be enough for him. In response, the girl hands him the bow and offers to check what shape he is in now. She pulls back the bowstring and declares that if the young man can defeat her, she will stop worrying about the outcome of the competition. Hansen accepts the challenge with determination, thinking that it will soon become clear which of them is the better shooter. The instructor warns him that moving targets will appear soon, and asks if he is ready. Hansen understands that they have the same weapon, and the girl is an evolutionist, but he believes that this will not help her in this competition, because it is not strength that is important, but the correct use of the bow. A sound signal is heard, and 2 released arrows begin to move towards the target at great speed. The girl has great reflexes and wins this round. The instructor tells the guy that it turns out he is not as good as she thought. Hansen replies that he has not lost yet, as they still have a few shots left. Cease considers this statement to be empty bravado and invites him to demonstrate his abilities in practice. Another sound signal is heard, and a target in the form of a running fox appears. The competitors simultaneously release arrows at the target, but Hansen's arrow hits the instructor's arrow, changing its flight path. The girl is very surprised to notice that the guy shot down her arrow with his own. The score is 1-1. The instructor thinks it was a pure coincidence. But history repeats itself. Hansen shoots down the instructor's arrow again, and the score becomes 3-1. The young man apologizes to the girl and says that he simply has no other way to defeat the evolutionist. Size asks how he does it. The guy replies that the hardest part about hitting an arrow is determining its trajectory. Hansen wins the competition. The girl looks at him closely, realizing that she really underestimated the guy. Xuan tells the guy that she has a request. She wants him to start fulfilling his new duties as soon as possible. Hansen gains access to the official community of the Special Security Squad, which many people don't even know exists. The girl asks the guy to take his new appointment more seriously, since this position, in addition to the benefits, also has a number of responsibilities. Hansen learns that every time a squad member completes a task, the commander can gain extra points that can be useful. The girl told the guy that now he must take a responsible approach to managing his squad, and reminds him that Yanman has many good qualities, and if the guy uses them correctly, he will get a good assistant. Hansen thanks the girl for her trust, and promises to try his best. Half an hour later, the young man comes to Yanman's office and asks the girl to process 2 stacks of documents and then select those who can complete the task. Yanman demands that the boy address her by her full name or position, after which she informs him that the squad's strength will not be enough even if all of its members take on this task. Hansen reminds the girl that he is now the commander of the garrison, and she must strictly follow his orders and not express her personal opinion. Yanman, in turn, says that he uses common sense, and it would be irresponsible for the young man to entrust such a task to someone. Hansen leaves the office and, as he says goodbye, reminds the girl to respect the chain of command, since he is now the commander of the garrison. Yanman restrains his anger, barely able to call the young man by his full name and rank, and then says that he will carry out his order. The hunting team heads out into the forest. Yanman reminds the boy that the old garrison commander would never have taken strangers hunting with her. The hunters realize that Yanman no longer has power. One of them openly mocks and grimaces. Mr. Yuan informs Hansen that the creature ahead has very fast reactions, and asks them to be extremely careful. Yanman reports that there are a lot of trees around them, so archery will be extremely ineffective. Hansen orders Yanman to go first and lure the creature out. The girl is very annoyed that the young man wants to use her as bait, and says that the old boss would never risk the members of her squad. Hansen again reminds the girl that he is now the commander and orders her to go forward. Yanman believes that this is personal revenge, to which the guy in turn reminds her that she is obliged to follow his orders. Yanman goes ahead, telling her that if she survives, she will immediately apply for a transfer to another squad. The girl is in a very irritated state. She thinks that Xuan made a mistake by appointing the guy as commander. Her consciousness is clouded with anger and irritation, and she does not notice at all how a huge monster jumps from a tree behind her. The girl did not expect a sudden attack and receives a powerful blow to the back, from which she is thrown aside, but despite the pain, she instantly comes to her senses, concentrating on the enemy. Yanman, gathering all his will, takes out a knife and begins to desperately defend himself from the huge monster, whose blows become stronger and more furious each time. However, the animal turns out to be so strong that it continues to strike multiple times, forcing the girl to retreat and lose strength. But at that moment, Hansen comes to her aid. The young man blocks another blow from the monster, saving Yanman from inevitable defeat, and with a slight mockery, asks the girl if this is really all she is capable of. Yanman, sitting on the ground and trying to come to her senses, wonders why the young man decided to help her, because she knows for sure that the guy has long planned to take revenge on her for past grievances. Hansen, in turn, reminds the girl that he had previously promised to cover her, and says that she is a soldier, which means that she must trust her comrades, even if they do not always find a common language. However, the guy notices that Yanman, judging by her look, still despises him, which causes him a slight bitterness, but he does not show it, remaining calm. Yanman thinks about the young man's words. She agrees that she acted like a newbie today, giving in to emotions, and given Hansen's strength and abilities, she shouldn't be so rude and unprofessional. Hansen is in his office in the steel armor hideout, watching a report on the big screen about how the Black Hawk Academy archery team was initially considered a dark horse, after which the announcer announces that they are set to face the Central Military Academy in the second round. There is a knock at the office door, and Yanman appears on the threshold, holding a tray of tea in her hands and asking permission to enter. Hansen immediately asks the girl about the reason for her visit. He thinks that she came to write a statement about the transfer, but the girl says that in fact she came to apologize. Yanman gives a military salute to the young man. She believes that the old commander was right, the guy really is ideal for the role of captain, and the girl admits her mistakes and promises that this will not happen again. The man explains to those present that the Black Hawk Academy's main rival is constantly improving its characteristics, and it will be quite difficult to deal with him. Instructor Saizi believes that their academy is constantly unlucky, since they were the ones who were drawn to fight the Central Military Academy. Meanwhile, the young men are chatting in the dining room. Jian asks the guy if he is ready to meet the strongest player of the Steel Hand team in the second round, to which Hansen without hesitation replies that there is no problem, and then, noticing the girl's worried look, asks what happened. Jian regretfully tells that last year she knocked the academy out to the round of 16, which was their best result, but Central Academy didn't give them a chance to advance, and this time she is going to get revenge. A second later, her tone changes dramatically, and in a loud voice, she tells the guy that the winner will be given a 4-day stay for 2 in the presidential suite, after which she demands that Hansen win the competition. Having heard about the trip and the presidential suite, the guy shows genuine interest and decides that he must get this prize. Hansen realizes that his opponent is really strong, and after watching all of his games, he comes to the conclusion that he can't find any weaknesses in him yet. The young man answers the video call, and Lisitsin appears on the screen, asking doubtfully if Hansen is really sure that he wants to participate in the competition against the Central Military Academy. His friend warns him that it will be a tough fight, and asks if he realizes what his future opponent is capable of. Lisitsin is irritated by the fact that Hansen is not worried at all, and does not show even a hint of excitement by his appearance. After which he reports that the young man's opponent has improved his skills so much that he even refused to train together, focusing entirely on individual training. Lisitsin advises the guy not to be overconfident and to seriously assess the threat, because the elite of the Central Military Academy consists of exceptionally talented and hard-working people. Hansen wonders if his future opponent is really so good that even such experienced fighters speak of him with respect. At this time, a cadet from the Central Military Academy carefully watches Hansen's training fight on the big screen, analyzing his technique and fighting style. His friend enters the office and asks curiously what he is so interested in. The captain of the Central Military Academy team calmly replies that he is carefully studying the fighting style of his future opponent in order to identify his weak points. The friend asks how strong their future opponent is, to which the captain says that he does indeed have impressive skills. However, he believes that their chances of winning are quite high since the rest of Blackhawk's team is at a weaker level. There is not much time left before the start of the competition. Teams of participants are starting to arrive at the sports complex where they will take place. One of the girls notices the Black Hawk team approaching the complex, and her reaction makes it clear that this news gives her particular pleasure. She approaches Hansen, and smiling, tells the guy that she really liked the commercial with his participation. After which, with slight embarrassment, she asks the young man for an autograph. A big guy standing nearby recognizes the girl, who turns out to be a cadet at a nearby military academy, and quietly tells Hansen that she is very popular among the students. The girl, having thanked the young men for their communication, expresses hope that they will definitely meet again soon, after which she leaves. After the girl leaves, the big guy, not hiding his admiration, tells Hansen that she led her military academy to the semi-finals, and besides, she is incredibly beautiful. The Black Hawk Academy team enters the stadium, and immediately notices that there are already a large number of cadets who have actively begun training, creating an atmosphere of intense preparation. Jan immediately notices the main opponent, and pointing at him, tells his friends to pay attention to him, as he is the captain of the Central Military Academy team. At one of the stands, a captain is training hard, who not only has impressive physical strength, but also demonstrates excellent archery skills. He releases many arrows, each one hitting its target with perfect accuracy. Hansen suddenly hears a strange whistle, instantly concentrates and realizes that something is wrong. The guy senses danger. He turns around sharply and catches the arrow that was flying at his back, after which he thinks that such an action is extremely vile and unworthy of a real fighter. A young man approaches him and asks in an impudent tone if he is really Hansen, and without waiting for an answer, introduces himself as a cadet at a nearby military academy. The cheeky guy states that many compare him to their captain, and adds with obvious regret that fighting is not allowed on the stadium grounds, otherwise he would quickly put Hansen in his place. This statement infuriates the big guy, and he lunges at the cadet, but his friends manage to hold him back, preventing the situation from escalating into an open conflict. Hansen is outraged by the actions of a cadet from a neighboring military academy, and considers it unacceptable to shoot his opponents in the back so vilely. The cadet confidently declares that their team has every chance of winning, and that they will meet the Central Military Academy in the final. Hansen advises him to take a sober look at the situation and understand that their team will never be able to even reach the semifinals. These words make the young man furious. He openly states that such an attitude simply drives him crazy. At this moment, a captain from the Central Military Academy named Shenzi passes by, noticing the tense situation and watching what is happening with interest. Shenzi is confident in the popularity of his academy and has no doubt in its superiority. Approaching Hansen, he extends his hand and introduces himself, demonstrating complete calm. Hansen responds by stating his name and saying that he is looking forward to their upcoming battle, as he is counting on a worthy opponent. He originally wanted to meet his opponent on the battlefield, but he is glad that they had the opportunity to get to know each other beforehand. Meanwhile, the reporter carefully studies the records of Hansen's fights and comes to the conclusion that his achievements in the technique of the fatal blow are truly impressive. The girl is sure that if he had decided to participate in this type of competition, he would have definitely achieved outstanding results. But she is very interested in why the guy refused such a promising option and instead chose to participate in archery competitions. Suddenly, the girl reporter's face changes, as she believes that she has finally found the answer to her question. She continues to search for information and discovers messages online about the long-awaited meeting between the two strongest fighters, which attracted the attention of many viewers. Instructor Seisi is in the break room with her team, where she tells the cadets that the most important thing on the battlefield is determination and the will to win, without which it is impossible to achieve success. Hansen notices that his friend looks worried, so he stops the big guy and asks what's wrong. Jan does not answer the young man's question directly, but instead asks the boy to defeat his opponents in this competition at all costs. Meanwhile, a female reporter interviews a specialist, expressing her opinion that the Black Hawk Military Academy performed frankly poorly last time, and asks what he thinks about it. The man confidently states that the Black Hawk Academy's chances of winning remain small, after which he states the probability of their success, which, in his opinion, is approximately 30%. Two young men are in the stands. They clearly do not want others to know their identities. Meanwhile, the Black Hawk team heads to the competition hall, the commentator expressing great surprise that Hansen has chosen the Model 11 bow for the competition. Their opponents appear behind them, after which the commentator announces that the captain of the Fire Academy team has chosen the bow model number 12. A female reporter, holding a microphone in her hand, asks a male expert whether it is possible to understand the skills and physical fitness of opponents based on the chosen bow, to which the specialist replies that he relies more on the statistics of previous games than on external signs. The girl reminds that the Academy of Fire team consists of the best fighters, whose reputation speaks for itself, and this makes them favorites in any competition. The specialist confirms her words, adding that the captain of the Fire team is a natural-born marksman who has proven his superiority more than once, and he is a clear favorite among the representatives of all military academies. He also expresses doubt that Hansen and his team can be a worthy opponent for the Fire Academy, considering their chances of winning minimal. The man's speech is broadcast on all the stadium screens, and he confidently declares that the outcome of the competition will confirm his words. The girls watching the broadcast are furious at the opinion of this expert, wondering how it was possible to invite a person who, apparently, has no understanding of the subject at all as a commentator. The captain of Team Blackhawk, ignoring the comments, suggests that his comrades take up positions and ambush the enemy to use the element of surprise. Hansen reminds the team to stop discussing, as the battle will begin in 5 minutes and every second counts. The next moment, Blackhawk's team rushes forward to take better positions, demonstrating precise coordination and determination. The reporter, observing the events, notices that 5 players from the Fire Academy team have already chosen places to take cover, which speaks of their excellent preparation and strategic thinking. Meanwhile, the expert, seeing the actions of the Blackhawk team, abruptly changes his mind and begins to say that they have a good chance of winning if they can use their strengths. The young men in the stands wonder why the Blackhawk players are so confident despite the obvious difficulties. Jian hopes for a quick and unconditional victory for his team, mentally asking Hansen to deal with the opponents as soon as possible. The captain of the Fire Academy, surveying the battlefield, orders his subordinates to remain in cover and wait for his command. The guy believes that the current position gives them a significant advantage. One of his subordinates reports that the enemy has entered the kill zone and asks if it is possible to start shooting. but the captain asks him to take his time and save the bow model number 14 for now. He orders everyone to keep a close eye on the enemy's movements and open fire as soon as Blackhawk's team reaches the nearest tree. Meanwhile, Blackhawk's men are slowly moving forward, trying to cross a deep crevice. The young men move forward cautiously, carefully studying the surrounding area and trying to catch the slightest suspicious noise that could give away the enemy's location. The fans watching the match are very worried about their teams. Many are surprised by the tactics of Blackhawk, believing that such actions can turn the players into easy targets. Cease watches with excitement as her team cautiously enters the enemy zone, hoping that they have enough experience and stamina to cope with the challenges ahead. Hansen, confidently moving forward, had already noticed the ambush and managed to record the location of all enemy players. Blackhawk's team travels another 200 meters, when suddenly the voice of the Fire Academy captain is heard giving the order to open fire immediately. Suddenly, a large number of arrows rushed towards Hansen, but having foreseen such an attack, he was completely prepared for it. Calmly assessing the situation, the guy tells his comrades that he will cope with the ambush alone, and will not allow the enemies to take advantage of their advantage. The captain of the Wind Academy is in complete shock, not understanding what is happening, because in a matter of seconds, 2 of his players were hit and forced to leave the game, leaving the team in a clear minority. The reporter, clearly surprised by this turn of events, turns her attention to the expert, who, contrary to expectations, reminds that he had previously predicted the dominance of the Blackhawk team. 2 young men, disappointed with the course of the competition, get up from the stands and leave the hall. One of them throws out a remark that the outcome is clear and there is nothing more to see here. He clearly demonstrates disdain for further developments. The guy considers Hansen a worthy opponent and thinks about how he would act in the place of the captain of the Fire Academy, faced with such an unexpected tactic. Meanwhile, the fight continues. Hansen suddenly rushes forward, firing arrows at his opponents one after another. The captain of the Fire Academy is perplexed. He does not understand how the young man managed to find all of his shooters, hiding in seemingly reliable shelters. At this moment he receives a system message about the defeat, and leaves the game. Young people watching the fight noted that the Hansen team was so strong that their opponents did not even have time to fire. The announcers announce the victory of the Blackhawk team, and the spectators in the stands explode with loud shouts, chanting the name Hansen. Cease, with a smile on his face, praises his team, noting that the cadets did an excellent job, and now they need to prepare for the duel with the Central Military Academy, which promises to be even more difficult. Hansen, catching the instructor's eye, asks why she doubts their victory, to which the girl coldly replies that their opponent is the strongest team among all the academies, and this is a fact. In response, Hansen states that if everyone is initially set up to lose, then they certainly won't be able to win. Hansen reminds the coach that when she accepted him into the team, she spoke of the hope that the academy would win this competition. The young man firmly states that, no matter what, he wants to win and is ready to do everything possible to achieve this, even if the chances seem illusory. Cease, listening to him, says that there is only one key to victory, and this key is himself, since it is his actions that can be decisive in this fight. The girl admits that the opponent's skills are much stronger, but still hopes that the team's confidence and cohesion will help them gain the upper hand. Despite her outward calm, she is very worried, as most people, including experts and spectators, doubt the victory of the Blackhawk team, considering them underdogs. The host announces the start of the competition, and the opposing teams begin to move around the playing field. Lissitsin's friend asks if Blackhawk Academy has a chance of winning, to which the young man replies that, if we evaluate the strength of the entire team, there is practically no chance. However, he adds that it is worth betting on Hansen in this fight, since, in his opinion, the young man can show excellent results and bring victory to his team. His friend, hearing this, suddenly jumps up from his seat, noticing that Blackhawk's team is trying to outflank the enemy. He considers this tactic extremely dangerous, but potentially effective. Before the game started, Saizi spent a lot of time studying the enemy's battle tactics, and she knows exactly what height the Central Military Academy intends to take, since in most games they have always gone to this stone mountain, making their actions predictable. Ian agrees with the instructor, but thinks to himself that the chances of winning are still incredibly small, and they will need a real miracle to prevail. The girl reports that she has watched all of the opponent's games over the past few years, and they have only encountered serious resistance 3 times, but those teams did not understand the essence of their tactics, and therefore lost. Hansen, in turn, believes that if the opponent met someone of equal strength, he would immediately switch to an aggressive style of play. The instructor agrees with him, adding that to win, they need to use even more ferocious tactics than their opponent in order to break him mentally and physically. Many of the cadets consider this decision suicidal, but Hansen firmly replies that this is their only chance to win, and they must take the risk to prove to everyone that the Blackhawk team is worthy of victory. The instructor says that the whole point of the game is the confrontation between Hansen and the opposing captain, and asks the young man not to let him down. Deep down, the girl is not sure that her team will win and believes that if she plays as usual, she will definitely lose. Despite the negative comments coming from the stands about the Blackhawk team, the instructor wants to believe that a miracle will happen. Meanwhile, the Central Military Academy team occupies the commanding heights and carefully surveys the surrounding area. Sais, watching her cadets, thinks that she has done everything she could, and now everything depends only on the young people. Hansen is in ambush and remembers the instructor's words that victory is in his hands. The guy orders the cadets to take good aim and open fire on his command. The instructor informs his team that their first target is not the opposing captain, but his best shooter. Ian is surprised by such a statement, because the young man believed that it was necessary to first remove the commander from the game, and only then destroy the rest of the team. However, the instructor reports that their target is a very experienced shooter. He is the second in the ranking of all the academies, and is the first priority opponent in terms of importance. In addition to archery, this young man has good tactical skills, as he attends the faculty of robots and combat manipulators. Attempting to attack the captain of the Central Military Academy may end in failure, so the only correct solution is to take out his best shooter, which will strategically weaken the enemy team. Suddenly, the cadet notices Shenzi turn towards him and in a loud voice warn him to be extremely careful. The cadet instantly realizes that the enemy has used a hidden attack, so he doesn't waste a second, responds with bow shots, and immediately goes on the defensive. With one precise movement, he releases 3 arrows at once, all of which simultaneously shoot down the arrows fired at him. At first, the young man is sure that the tactics of the Blackhawk team are not working, but what he notices a moment later makes him tense up. In reality, the first arrows were just a distraction, and at the moment when the enemy relaxed, Hansen releases another arrow, which instantly takes the Central Military Academy player out of the game. The instructor watches the action closely, and admits with admiration that this competition is being held at an exceptionally high level, and that Hansen shoots with such precision that he can be compared to a deity. The player, leaving the playing field, manages to warn his captain to be extremely careful, since Hansen is much more dangerous than they could have imagined. He is especially irritated by the realization that he did not recognize the trick from the very beginning, since the first 3 arrows were a simple trick, while the last shot turned out to be decisive. Shenzi quickly decides to change tactics and orders his subordinates to immediately descend from the mountain, as the area is devoid of cover and it is too dangerous to remain here. The cadets carry out their captain's orders without delay. They run down the slope and along the way actively exchange fire with the enemy, trying to hold their positions. Hansen is in cover behind a massive tree, considering his options to further develop his tactical advantage. However, at the most unexpected moment, one of the enemy's 3 arrows finds its target, hitting the big guy and seriously wounding him. Hansen is very surprised by the accuracy and power of the enemy's shot. He understands that his opponent's bow is not lower than the 16th, and the arrows have incredible speed. The captain of the Central Academy team continues to fire at the Blackhawk team. Hansen believes that this guy is really experienced and strong. At this time, the reporter comments on what is happening, reporting that the Central Academy team is on the top of the mountain, where there is no shelter, and is now going to go down to take cover. Hansen informs his comrades that they now have a very advantageous position, and orders them not to let the enemy descend from the mountain. The reporter continues to comment on the competition, informing the viewers that in less than 20 minutes of play, 3 members of the Central Academy team were eliminated, while the Blackhawk team only lost 1 player. The expert tries to calm the player who has left the game and states that Blackhawk's tactics are indeed interesting, and the Central Military Academy has not found itself in such a difficult situation for a long time. Hansen shoots a huge number of arrows, and his entire team chose the Model 11 bow to ensure a fast rate of fire. Shenzi continues to descend the mountain. The young man turns around to see another member of his team being struck down by the enemy. He immediately opens up return fire to cover his team's movement. With his precise shot, he hits one of the Blackhawk team players. The reporter continues to comment on the events and reports that the Blackhawk team is just a few steps away from victory, but they are still up against the best marksman of the Central Military Academy. Ian, watching the enemy closely, appreciates his skills, noting that the enemy team captain is able to fire 2 arrows at once, despite using a heavy bow model number 16, which requires incredible precision and strength. Hansen, in turn, notices the unusual tactics of his opponent's movement and agrees that the captain of the opposing team is indeed a skilled and strong warrior whose actions are difficult to predict. Lisitsen, analyzing the situation, notes that the coach of the Black Hawk team brilliantly developed a tactic that caught the enemy off guard. However, he believes that the Model 11 bow is too weak to hit Shenzi, and the team needs to get very close. Hansen realizes that his opponent has changed position, becoming virtually invulnerable and even more ferocious, and he is also constantly in his comfort zone, which makes him even more dangerous. Ian, noticing this, tells the captain that they need to change positions immediately to avoid being trapped, to which Hansen makes a gesture indicating that the cadet should remain in place and not make any unnecessary sounds. Suddenly, Hansen notices an arrow flying towards his comrade. He loudly warns the guy about the danger and orders him to hide. The next second, Hansen jumps out of cover with a sharp movement, and, without wasting a moment, releases an arrow in response, demonstrating incredible reaction and accuracy. One of the spectators thought that the choice of the bow model number 11 was a great tactical success, but it was almost impossible to counter Shenzi with it due to the distance. Hansen notices out of the corner of his eye how an enemy arrow hits his comrade, and the announcer's voice is heard, announcing that another player on the Black Hawk team is out of the game. Most viewers believe that Team Black Hawk has no chance, and that they will never defeat the Central Military Academy. The reporter reports that Shenzi is one of the best shooters and appears to be in complete control of the situation. Each time, the guy manages to leave the dangerous position before the enemy can shoot at him. The presenter believes that Hansen made a tactical mistake by choosing a weak bow in favor of rapid fire. If he had chosen a bow model 14, he would have had a chance. But with this model, the guy has practically no chance of winning. Shenzi took up a fighting stance and carefully examined the surrounding area in the hopes of spotting his opponent and shooting him immediately. Hansen suddenly jumps out of cover and fires an arrow at his opponent in midair. The girl is mesmerized by this fight. She thinks that this confrontation between two powerful warriors is simply amazing. Half an hour passes. The host announces that this is the best confrontation in the last 10 years, and there will be no losers in this battle. The opponents are constantly moving. They see each other's attacks and move away from them in advance. This competition becomes purely psychological. Hansen takes cover and waits for his opponent to enter the firing range to fire the final shot. However, he is in no hurry to do so. The reporter reports that the captain of the Central Academy did a good job and chose the right bow correctly. The eliminated Black Hawk team players are watching the fight closely. They are very nervous and do not want Hansen to lose this fight. Ian is not confident of winning and tells the coach that they will try to do better next year. Sais is very upset. The girl thought that this adventurous plan would be successful, because they really went far in the confrontation with the Central Military Academy. But she thinks that Hansen will not be able to win with his model bow. One of the cadets cannot hold back his tears. He says that, unlike his comrades, he is finishing the academy, and there will be no next competition for him. Meanwhile, the competition continues, with Hansen confidently moving to take a more advantageous position. Hansen finds himself in an open space and realizes that there is no point in running away. Shenzi considers Hansen to be quite a worthy opponent, and regrets that he will no longer have the opportunity to fight him since it will all end today. Hansen believes that his opponent is very much mistaken and suggests that they sort things out right now. Shenzi draws his bowstring and slowly takes aim, a bright energy field flaring around him. Hansen, in turn, also stops running and looking for cover. He takes out an arrow and aims at his opponent. Lisitsen believes that Hansen doesn't have the slightest chance in a direct confrontation, since the guy's bow is too weak. The Central Academy captain begins to move, at which point Hansen fires his arrow at the enemy. After the shot, Hansen instantly changes his position. The commentator's voice is heard saying that the Black Hawk team player has not yet given up, and he has not seen such strong-willed guys for a long time. Shenzi instantly reacts to the enemy's movement, the young man jumping high into the air and sending another arrow towards him. The commentator says that one should never draw conclusions ahead of time, since it is not known which of these two strong guys will be the winner. The cadets watch the fight closely. They think that Hansen was clearly lucky, since 2 consecutive arrows fired by the enemy did not reach their target. Suddenly, a cadet from the Central Academy reports that Hansen knows every trajectory of their captain's shot. He believes that the captain's shots cannot reach their target, since the enemy not only changes the trajectory of his movements, but also sees where the arrow is flying. In addition, Hansen uses a special movement skill to stymie the enemy and prevent them from hitting their target. Hansen, using clever maneuvers while moving, continues to reduce the distance between himself and the enemy, leaving only 200 meters between them. The cadet understands that Hansen's bow model is significantly weaker, but he is very worried that the distance between the competitors is quickly closing. Sees, watching what is happening, is very worried about his player, but at the same time believes that the guy chose the right tactics, since 50 meters is a dead zone for the captain of the Central Academy. And at such a distance, Hansen will be able to release enough arrows, one of which will definitely hit the target. Hansen continues to close in on the enemy captain, realizing that he needs to close the distance as quickly as possible before his bow can pose a serious threat to the experienced shooter. He closes the distance to 150 meters and simultaneously releases 3 arrows from his bow, trying to force the enemy to be distracted by dodging. While the captain dodges the fired arrows, Hansen continues his run, closing the distance even further, demonstrating incredible endurance and determination. Hansen knows his tactics may be risky, but he continues to fire arrows to distract the enemy and keeps running, knowing that every second counts. The spectators, watching this, are unable to hide their surprise and excitement. They are intrigued, and no one knows how this fight will end, which has already become one of the most intense in recent years. The reporter, commenting on the events, notes that Hansen is advancing too riskily, and reports that soon the distance between the opponents will be only 100 meters, which could become a turning point in the fight. Lisitsen, analyzing Hansen's actions, believes that there is a grain of truth in his tactics, and this is perhaps the last chance that the young man sees to turn the tide of the fight in his favor. His friend thinks that Hansen is taking a big risk, since he only has 20 arrows left and there are no reloading points nearby. Shenzi recognizes the threat and continues to shoot at the young man, but is greatly disturbed that his arrows are not reaching their target. Hansen is only 75 meters away from the enemy, but it is becoming more and more difficult to dodge his arrows. Hansen continues to fire on the move, feeling that it is becoming increasingly difficult. Shenzi believes that the young man has proven himself a worthy opponent, and that his shot will finish him off. Sighs, not holding back his emotions, loudly shouts to Hansen that he has no right to lose in this battle. Lisitsen's friend reports that the young man has no chance, and this is his end. Meanwhile, the reporter continues to comment on the events. The girl believes that Hansen used all possible means, but was still unable to defeat his opponent. At this point, Hansen takes out a special arrow, and unlike most people, he believes that this is not the end. The guy does a somersault in the air to dodge the enemy's arrows, and quietly repeats that this is not the end. The young man's arrows collide in midair, and Shenzi is greatly surprised that his opponent is so determined and persistent. Suddenly he freezes as he sees an arrow coming towards him. The guy can't believe it, as he clearly saw his arrow knock down his opponent's arrow. Sees no longer hides his emotions. The voice of a cadet can be heard, quietly saying that the captain was wrong. A cadet from the Central Academy screams loudly. He cannot believe that their captain could have made a mistake. Shenzi realizes that his opponent has come too close, and at this distance he cannot shoot his bow effectively. The young man realizes that he has no choice, and instead of shooting a bow, he throws an arrow at his enemy, like a throwing object. Hansen states that the fight will now end, and calls the captain of the Central Academy a worthy opponent with whom he had to tinker. Hansen spent 3 months mastering the skill of spinning the energy counter clockwise, and now he uses it to direct the arrow towards his opponent. Shenzi is unable to dodge this blow and is left in severe shock. The next moment, the host announces that the Central Military Academy has been defeated and their team captain is out of the game. The audience and teachers are very surprised. They don't understand how this even happened. For a moment, the reporter is speechless. She can't believe that the great Central Military Academy lost this competition. The cadets immediately rush to Hansen. They are unable to believe that all this is reality, and they are not sleeping. The cadet asks the instructor if they really won, to which Seize confidently replies that this is indeed the case. A friend tells Lisitsen that this event is simply incredible, and he could not have predicted anything like this. Shenzi could not lose, but the arrow fired at him flew along a mysterious and incredible trajectory. The reporter comes to his senses and joyfully announces that a miracle has happened. The Black Hawk Academy has defeated the Central Academy, and its captain was unable to block this incredible arrow. A huge image of Hansen is shown on all screens, and the announcer announces that a new age is coming, the age of the Black Hawk Academy. From numerous screens, Hansen shows the cup, and the host's voice is heard, announcing that they now have a new champion. The Central Academy cadets are on the roof of a building, silently drinking beer, and one of them asks Shenzi how it feels to be defeated. Shenzi remains silent for a while, then reveals that he is indeed very surprised. The cadet asks the captain what happened to him during the last shot. Shenzi replies that the arrow mysteriously flew in an incredibly twisted trajectory. The cadets are very surprised by this, since the competition uses special arrows, and it is not allowed to use the rotation technique, and it is also not allowed to use the collision with the airflow to change direction. Shenzi considers his opponent a very interesting young man. He is sincerely sorry that this was his last game, and he cannot meet Hansen again in the championship. The team captain leaves the young people. He says goodbye to them, and hopes that they will see each other again soon. One of the students asks the team captain what his plans are for the future. The young man says that he initially wanted to wait until the end of the competition to go out to the stadium to receive his award, but now his plans have changed, and he is going to go home. The cadet begins to greedily drink the drink from the can, trying to calm his nerves, and thinks that he must win against Hansen soon to avenge the defeat of the team captain, which still leaves him with a feeling of bitterness. His friend, sitting next to him, is deep in thought, as he understands that this will be extremely difficult to do, given Hansen's skills and determination, which have proven their effectiveness more than once. Jian, located on the seashore, enjoys excellent weather and bright, warm sun, which is reflected in the waves, creating an atmosphere of complete relaxation. Hansen, lying next to him, smiles and says that life is wonderful, especially if you spend it at a resort and in the presidential suite, where every detail speaks of luxury. The girl, taking off Hansen's glasses, asks with a slight reproach why he is always lying down, and suggests that he take a swim to enjoy the sea. The guy jokingly asks why she doesn't invite someone else, since he is not alone on the beach, to which the girl answers with a smile that this is a private beach, and there is no one else here except them. Hansen, upon hearing this, learns that this beach belongs to the family of Jian's cousin. This information surprises him so much that he almost chokes on the drink he was holding. Immediately rushing to the girl, he enthusiastically informs her that this is very cool, and from now on, he will do whatever he wants. However, suddenly the young people's conversation is interrupted by an unfamiliar voice. The man asks Jian if she remembers her brother. A guy appears next to the young people, surrounded by a large group of bodyguards dressed in strict black suits, and with a slight grin asks Jian why she didn't bother to introduce him to her new friend. Jian introduces her cousin and says that Hansen is her new boyfriend from the military academy. Hansen smiles at the young man, waves his hand in a friendly manner and says his name, trying not to show the internal tension from the sudden meeting. The cousin reports that he has already heard about Hansen's fight with the captain of the Central Academy team, and states that he considers the guy a true hero whose reputation deserves respect. Hansen, in his room inside the steel armor hideout, reflects on how quickly his little monster is growing, with only a month left until it becomes a divine blood beast, causing him to feel a mixture of joy and impatience. However, the guy understands that even such progress is too slow, and if he wants to overtake others, he will have to look for new, possibly risky ways to speed up evolution. Hansen, after studying the data on the network, discovers information about a distant mountainous region where high-level beings live, including those with divine blood, making this place both dangerous and attractive. A young man watches a video of a team of 30 people encountering such creatures and, despite losses, managing to obtain valuable resources, which strengthens his resolve. Obsessed with the idea of accelerating the growth of his monster, Hansen immediately sets out to head to these mountains, where, according to rumors, even the air is saturated with ancient energy that can transform any creature. There are legends that among the local inhabitants there is a god slayer, a creature capable of destroying an entire squad with one blow. Having reached the mountains in record time, Hansen wanders through the gorges for several hours, wondering why he does not encounter a single monster, although the descriptions are replete with mentions of countless flocks of monsters. The guy continues his exploration, checking every cave and crevice, confident that sooner or later he will find at least some traces, but the silence and emptiness only increase his suspicions. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet begins to shake so violently that rocks roll down the slopes, and Hansen momentarily thinks he has witnessed an earthquake, rare in these parts. The rumble grows louder, turning into a roar, and the guy turns around sharply, freezing in surprise. A mountain-sized creature is rushing towards him, whose footsteps he mistook for tectonic tremors. The monster is so huge that Hansen seems like a tiny ant in front of it. The guy instantly realizes that he needs to get out of the way of this giant as soon as possible, otherwise he will be crushed without even noticing. Hansen thinks that it is no wonder why there are no other creatures in these mountains. A huge creature like this scares everyone away. As long as it is nearby, no living creature will dare to approach the guy. However, instead of running, Hansen decides that he needs to stay close to this monster and, against his instinct for self-preservation, rushes towards it, hoping to use it as a shield. But a moment later, he hears loud sounds reminiscent of a roar and sees a terrible picture. A giant lion, the size of a small hill, attacks the huge creature that Hansen just encountered. The guy feels a strong vibration. The ground shakes again from the vibration. Turning around sharply, he sees a whole flock of huge creatures moving straight towards him. Hansen finds himself in a very difficult situation. He is trapped in a narrow gorge. There is a giant lion in front of him, and a pack of angry monsters behind him, and it seems that there is no way out. Fortunately, the young man has a divine blood-level beast spirit, which may be his only chance of salvation. Hansen understands that he must leave this dangerous place as quickly as possible. Otherwise, he will simply be trampled like a blade of grass. Climbing a huge rock, he activates his invisibility mode, hoping that this will save him, but immediately notices a new threat. A large flock of flying creatures appears in the sky, whose eyes seem to see him despite the camouflage. The young man has no choice but to go down again and try to escape from the approaching pack of monsters that have already begun to surround him. In desperation, Hansen decides that he needs to get as close to the giant lion as possible, hoping that it will provide him with protection from a pack of animals that are unlikely to risk attacking. Hansen runs up and jumps high into the air, approaching the huge lion. At this moment, he begins to compare himself to a small flea. So incommensurate are their sizes. He manages to jump onto the back of the giant beast. He clings to its thick fur with all his might. Realizing that he has gotten into an extremely dangerous situation, the guy thinks about how deadly this place can be. Meanwhile, the huge lion, ignoring his unwitting passenger, rushes to the attack and begins to fight with a huge flock of flying monsters, whose cries fill the air. Hansen, in the relative safety of the lion's back, tries to calm himself down, thinking that he shouldn't be nervous, but should concentrate on not falling down to his inevitable death. The lion is constantly on the move, and the young man has to put in incredible effort to hold on, because one wrong move, and he will end up on the ground, where he will be instantly trampled. The huge lion, having fought off a flock of flying monsters, is still not safe, as a large flock of land mammals, whose eyes are burning with rage, approaches him. Hansen, watching the battle closely, cannot help but admire the strength of the lion, who destroys his opponents as if they were small ants, unable to resist him. In a short period of time, the predator deals with the mammals and begins to greedily devour their bodies. A flock of griffins arrives at the battle site and instantly pounces on the prey, creating a new round of chaos. Hansen continues to think that he has entered a truly dangerous place, where every moment can be his last. The young man is already beginning to regret coming here, and remembers how he came across information about these mountains. Now it seems to him a fatal mistake. Traveling on the back of a giant lion, Hansen spends several days, during which time he becomes increasingly convinced that he needs to find a way to get out of here before luck turns its back on him completely. Meanwhile, a huge flock of giant birds circled around the lion. The young man tried to remain calm, thinking that despite the presence of divine blood-level monsters among them, the lion had enough strength to repel this attack. Hansen notices that the lion suddenly changes its trajectory and heads to the side. After some time, he realizes that the animal came to the water to quench its thirst. The huge predator greedily swallows the water and is completely unaware of how a giant shadow, clearly belonging to some monstrous creature, is rapidly approaching it. A moment later, a colossal snake emerges from the depths of the reservoir and with furious rage, rushes at the lion, trying to grab him with its powerful jaws. Hansen is in great shock. He already knows that the creatures here are huge, but their true size and power amazes even his prepared mind. The lion, demonstrating incredible speed, dodges the snake's first strike, and then swiftly counterattacks, delivering a powerful blow with his giant clawed paw. In just a few moments, he tears the giant reptile apart, and, having achieved a confident victory, without delay begins to devour the body of the defeated enemy. Hansen feels genuine satisfaction because he was unexpectedly lucky. After the fight, he got a sizable piece of the destroyed snake, and now he can have a solid meal. Having finished his meal, the young man settles comfortably on the lion's thick, soft fur and thinks that everything is not as bad as it might have seemed at first. A few minutes later, the system notifies him that the snake belonged to a divine blood-level being, meaning that he had received one super god gene. The boy admires the incredible speed with which the huge lion was able to defeat the divine blood-level creature, and again thinks about the colossal strength of this beast. Day after day, weeks pass. Hansen begins to feel tired from the endless journey on the body of a giant predator. All his thoughts are focused on only one thing: how to return home. Suddenly the boy feels that something has changed, and raising his head, notices that the flock of birds that had been accompanying the lion all this time suddenly flies away. The young man immediately wonders what this could mean and why the birds changed their behavior so abruptly. Meanwhile, the huge predator, not paying attention to this, silently dives into the water and begins to swim quickly, leaving behind huge waves. Hansen understands that he has completely lost his bearings and now has absolutely no idea where they are heading. The guy comes to the conclusion that jumping into the water is pointless and too dangerous, because in this depths, there are probably many powerful creatures hiding that can destroy him in a matter of moments. The journey continues for many hours, until Hansen finally looks up and notices a bright light in front of him, shimmering in the distance. A few moments later, he realizes that the huge lion has swum to a large island, over which a fiery bright sun is setting in the sunset sky, filling everything around with golden light. The lion comes ashore, shakes himself from the water, and lets out a powerful roar that echoes throughout the area. Hansen comes to the conclusion that this island may be his lair. Holding tightly to the thick mane, the boy notices that the lion moves confidently and quickly, and wonders if there are other creatures on this island, or if all the animals hid in fear at the sight of this giant predator. Several days pass, but during all this time the lion has not risen, remaining motionless. Hansen has a question as to why the animal has been lying there for so long, and whether it is alive at all. The guy begins to think that if the lion is really dead, then its flesh could significantly enhance his super genes, because this is a creature of the divine blood level, and such an opportunity arises extremely rarely. He decides that he needs to take advantage of this chance, since raising the level of genes is now his main goal. However, suddenly the lion jerks sharply, instantly jumps to his paws, opens his giant mouth wide, and lets out such a powerful roar that the sound spreads throughout the area, shaking the earth. The noise is so unbearable that Hansen is forced to grab his head with his hands, trying to drown out this deafening roar that seems to tear apart the very space around him. Hansen watches the calmed predator closely and immediately notices that next to him there is a small lion cub who looks weak and can barely stand on his paws. A moment later, the huge lion begins to vomit a large amount of blood. The guy quickly notices that there is something unusual in the scarlet mass, a strange object shimmering with a mysterious light. Coming closer, the young man looks at it closely, trying to understand what this huge glowing ball is, which looks as if it contains some incredible power. At this point, the lion cub, showing curiosity, approaches the ball and carefully begins to lick it. Hansen involuntarily wonders whether this mysterious object is edible or whether it contains something else. The boy listens but does not hear the breathing of the giant predator and comes to the conclusion that the huge creature is probably dead, after which he slowly begins to approach the cub, carefully monitoring its reaction. He understands that despite its small size, even a young predator can pose a serious danger. Using his spear, Hansen carefully tries to pull the ball towards himself, which turned out to be crushed by the lion cub. But it turns out to be more difficult than he expected, because the object is quite heavy, and the cub, despite its age, has an impressive mass. For some time, the guy tries unsuccessfully to move the ball, applying significant effort, until, finally, he manages to solve this problem by rolling the mysterious object away from the lion cub. Hansen is pleased that the little lion does not pose a threat to him now. The cub is so weak that he can't even stand on his feet, which means the boy can start studying the mysterious ball. Running his palm over its surface, he notices that the object is very cold to the touch. Its texture is reminiscent of jade, and this makes the young man think about its nature, whether it is edible or has some other property. By carefully observing the cub, Hansen comes to the conclusion that an adult lion would never harm its offspring, which means that if the lion cub is able to eat this ball, then most likely it is safe for humans as well. Having made this decision, he carefully licks the surface of the ball and immediately notices that it is slowly melting, leaving an unusually sweet taste on his tongue, reminiscent of something between honey and the juice of rare exotic fruits. Feeling the first changes in his body, Hansen realizes that his cells are filled with a colossal amount of energy, creating a feeling of incredible strength, tens of times greater than the effect of the most powerful energy stimulants. Consumed by greed, he continues to devour this amazing object, enjoying the surge of power. The boy is so carried away by the process that he doesn't notice at all how the lion cub begins to move. However, after a few moments, he finally notices it and comes to the conclusion that, despite its age, this creature is a potential threat, which means it must be destroyed before it gains strength. Coming closer, Hansen makes a final decision. He has no choice. He must get rid of this little monster before it becomes a problem for him. Going into a fighting stance, he gathers all his energy and delivers a powerful blow straight to the lion cub's head, expecting to finish him off instantly. But suddenly he encounters an insurmountable obstacle. His attack does not cause the slightest harm to the cub. The young man is amazed to realize that even a newborn lion has such strong fur that his weapon is unable to penetrate it, which seems completely impossible. At the same moment, the little monster, enraged by the attack, opens its eyes wide, which instantly fill with a blood-red light, and then begins to roar loudly. After which he suddenly jumps to his paws and lets out a loud cry, which, despite his young age, sounds so powerful that the air around him literally trembles. Hansen, intending to finish what he started, continues to attack. He knows perfectly well that the most vulnerable part of any monster is the eyes, and thanks to his exceptional accuracy, he is able to accurately hit this area and get the enemy straight to the brain. Concentrating, he delivers a well-aimed blow, after which the little monster falls on its side, growls loudly and angrily rubs its wounded eye, but this only increases the young man's bewilderment. He finds it strange that there is no blood flowing from the wound. His attack was precise and powerful, but at the same time it left no visible damage. However, he has no time to think, because the young lion rises to his paws again, now much more confidently, and begins to approach, emitting an angry growl, making it clear that he is ready to attack. In response to this, Hansen uses his most powerful weapon. He fires an arrow twisted counterclockwise, hoping that this technique will penetrate the creature's defense, but the blow has no effect. Realizing this, the guy moves on to the next step, pulling out a divine-level sword and unleashing a series of powerful attacks on the monster, and then moves on to the silver trident. But this weapon is also powerless against the incredible strength of the cub. After half an hour, Hansen stops attacking, realizing that he has been messing around with this little monster for too long, who, despite his age, turned out to be completely invulnerable even to divine weapons. At the same time, he notices with horror that the young lion is rapidly increasing in size. His movements are becoming more and more dexterous, and his steps are gaining confidence. Having tried all possible options and realizing that he cannot cause the slightest harm to the creature, Hansen comes to the conclusion that continuing the battle is pointless. Instead, he needs to pick up a huge glowing ball that may have incredible properties. Acting with lightning speed, he rushes towards the object, grabs it, and instantly flies into the air, leaving no time for the monster to react. The little lion watches him closely from below and makes a disgruntled growling sound. While in the air, Hansen continues to eat the ball, feeling his body overflowing with unprecedented energy. But at the same time, the guy realizes that this thing is too big, and he definitely won't be able to fly far with it. After some time, Hansen receives a system message that he ate a piece of the golden ball and received the super god gene, which causes him mixed feelings. Listening to his feelings, he realizes that nothing has changed in his body, and wonders why the new super gene does not work as he expected. After some time, the guy learns that super god genes act completely differently than divine blood level genes, and their activation requires time or special conditions. The next morning, Hansen heads out to the island's coastal waters to catch more fish, hoping that this will help him boost his genes. While eating the fish, he is surprised to learn that even the small monsters on this island are divine beings, and eating them can greatly enhance his abilities. Remembering the black beetle that once gave him his first pearl, Hansen begins to assume that this beetle is native to this island, and its appearance was not accidental. The guy thinks that perhaps there are high-ranking creatures on the island, and if he gets one of them, then there will be no need to eat a huge number of monsters to strengthen his genes. His thoughts are interrupted by a loud cry. Hansen realizes that it is the little lion who has woken up, who, despite his size, already inspires fear. The young man thinks that he does not know where to go. It is extremely difficult to leave this island, and staying on it and waiting for the young lion to grow up is certain death. The next day, Hansen decides to explore the island better, rises high into the air, and begins to carefully examine the territory, hoping to find at least some signs of civilization. After some time, he notices a huge ship off the coast, and this discovery gives him hope. If there is a ship here, then there must be people who can help him get off this dangerous island. Hansen begins to quickly descend, hoping that the people on the ship will shelter him and help him return home. But as he approaches, he realizes that the ship is empty and does not look like a shelter, and there are no traces of the recent presence of people. Despite his disappointment, the boy continues to walk along the shore, and soon his ears pick up human voices coming from the forest, which gives him new hope. The young man notices a girl emerging from the forest thicket, who loudly greets him and announces that she is here, clearly happy to see him. The girl is clearly happy to meet the young man and expresses gratitude to the gods that help has finally arrived. But her mood changes dramatically when she realizes that Hansen is not a rescuer at all, but is looking for a way to get off the island. At this moment, other people begin to emerge from the forest. Hansen explains to them that he is from the steel armor shelter and also ended up here by chance. His words cause disappointment. Some of the men, not wanting to continue the conversation, turn around and leave, quietly discussing among themselves that help may never come, and they are destined to die on this island. The girl, looking at Hansen with sadness, tells him that if he ended up here, then he is most likely sentenced to lifelong residence on this island, and mysteriously adds that he will soon find out everything himself. After these words, she turns around and silently walks into the forest, leaving Hansen at a loss. The guy tries to stop her and ask what this place is and what she meant. After following the girl, Hansen steps on something hard after a while and, bending down, sees a can. The girl warns the young man. She asks him to be more careful and explains that the jar he dropped is intended for storing fresh water. Hansen realizes that he is looking at a group of people who have been shipwrecked and have been living on the island for quite some time. But as he looks around their camp, he does not notice any buildings, shelters, or survival equipment. One of the men looks at him closely and without further ado declares that the guy is new here, which means that if he wants to live with them, he must strictly follow the established rules. The man explains that everything is simple here. If the guy wants to eat, he must follow the instructions, and emphasizes that they do not have food for those who are not useful. Hansen looks closely at the speaker, noting his confidence, but thinks to himself that this man seems to not understand one thing. The island is full of creatures of the divine blood level, which means that the issue of obtaining food does not present any difficulty, because it is enough to simply kill one monster, and there will be enough food for a long time. Meanwhile, the man continues to speak, now warning him about the mortal danger of this place and advising him not to go far from the camp, because it is easy to die here, and if he still decides to take a risk, then let him not blame anyone but himself, since he has already been warned. The conversation is interrupted by another young man who decides to clarify something important. He reminds that incredibly strong creatures of the divine blood level live on the island, and asks with curiosity whether Hansen is able to cope with such opponents. At this point, the first man, apparently deciding that the newcomer should know who he is dealing with, says that they are all members of a special security squad, after which he looks closely at Hansen and asks if he has ever heard of such a unit. Hansen responds that he is a member of a special security unit, but does not know which unit his new acquaintances belong to. The men are extremely surprised by the fact that the guy is also a member of this unit, because judging by his appearance, he is hardly more than 20 years old. They cannot understand how such a young man could join such a unit. Hansen gives his name and specifies that he is the head of the special security squad at the steel armor hideout, after which one of the men advises him to look at the man standing next to him, and explains that this is exactly what real captains of the special security squad look like. The captain and the girl know the former commander of the garrison and inform Hansen that the unit is currently led by a woman. Hansen responds by saying that these people had been on the island for too long, and that during that time, the situation in the steel armor shelter had changed significantly. However, one of the men doubts his words and demands to see some evidence, for example, documents confirming his rank. Hansen replies that he does not have any documents with him, to which the girl says that in that case he must know the name Xuan very well. The girl asks what is behind Xuan's left ear. Hansen, straining his memory, recalls the numerous sparring sessions he had with the garrison commander, trying to recreate her appearance in his mind. The guy thinks for a while, then states that if he remembers correctly, there is nothing behind Xuan's left ear. But behind the right one there is a red birthmark, about the size of a bean. This answer satisfies the girl, although she cannot say for sure whether the young man is a commander, but she is now absolutely sure that he is well acquainted with Xuan. Hansen, in turn, decides to ask a counter-question, and asks the girl if she is a member of a special squad, like himself, to which she receives the answer that she has no direct relation to this division, but occupies a very high position in the weapons corporation. Hansen immediately realizes that this weapons corporation is directly connected to the Son of God. He sees this as a lucky coincidence, because now he has another chance to settle scores with his sworn enemy. As evening falls, people gather around the fire, and the girl tells them that about 6 months ago, during their journey, they were attacked by a giant sea creature of divine blood level, which is why they ended up here on this island. Hansen begins to ask about how far the island is and whether it is possible to leave it. One of the men reports that this is extremely difficult, since even if the guy has the ability to fly, powerful creatures will not let him get out and will kill him right in the air. A young man learns that a giant sea monster lives near the coast, which is so dangerous that people do not dare to go out to sea and hunt other creatures. The captain explains that this is precisely why they have been forced to eat only wild vegetables and mushrooms for a long time. Hansen is very surprised by this information. He understands why people cannot go to sea, but immediately wonders why they do not hunt on the island, which, in his opinion, is teeming with various creatures. The girl, with obvious fear, tells that they were trapped on this part of the island by terrible creatures known as ghost bears. This island is inhabited by only one species of strange creatures, the ghost bear, which, despite its outward resemblance to ordinary predators, is much larger. The captain adds that the creature is a dangerous opponent, and tells of the last time their team went out on a mission to hunt ghost bears. But having fallen into an ambush, their detachment, consisting of 30 people, was practically destroyed. Among the bears, there were divine blood-level creatures that were the leaders, and according to the captain, they were not only significantly stronger and more terrifying than ordinary monsters, but also possessed extraordinary intelligence. With sadness in his voice, the captain reports that they only have enough strength to repel attacks from primitive-level ghost bears. Hansen approaches the girl and offers her to make a mutually beneficial deal. She is very surprised by the young man's proposal and wonders how he knows that she is the vice president. The guy asks the girl if they want to eat normal food while they are on this island. The vice president's eyes begin to sparkle with joy when she asks the young man if he has any food with him. The guy replies that he doesn't have any food with him, but there is enough on the island. After the guy's answer, her mood changes. She realizes that he wants to attack these ghostly creatures and thinks that this is a bad idea, after which she declares that she does not want to lose any more people. Hansen asks the man if he is interested in the offer, but he replies that it would be better to stay here in safety than to participate in a deadly hunt. However, the captain became interested in the young man's proposal and asked him to continue speaking. Hansen reveals that they are all members of a special security squad and suggests that they go hunting for ghost bears together. One of the men, not holding back his emotions, tells the guy that he is too self-confident and says that he has not even seen the shadow of these creatures, but is already dividing the spoils. The captain considers the young man's proposal for a while, then says with sadness in his voice that he is not going to risk the members of his team. Hansen realizes that he will have to hunt alone and leaves the camp, saying goodbye to the vice president to think about how she will pay him back. The girl watches the young man, hoping that the guy won't die in this dangerous place. But her thoughts are interrupted when she notices a pack of ghostly bears nimbly jumping from one cliff to another. Hansen, watching this, understands that it is not surprising that the team could not do anything, because this area is really extremely dangerous, and even experienced fighters can fall here. After some time, the young man notices that one of the ghostly bears has noticed him. The creature immediately rushes to attack. Hansen, demonstrating incredible agility, jumps to a nearby rock, avoiding the blow. The ghostly bear, having miscalculated its trajectory, was unable to hold onto the steep cliff and fell into the abyss. Hansen, without wasting time, instantly rushes towards him to finish off the monster. A terrible cry of a huge creature is heard throughout the gorge. People who were collecting vegetables and mushrooms immediately stop what they are doing, paying attention to what is happening. The girl, in a depressed state, says in a quiet voice that on this island death will soon take them all. Her words sound like a sentence. The people, noticing the approach of the bear and its eerie energy, line up next to the vice president and take up defensive positions. A moment later, a huge ghostly bear actually appears next to them, and the voices of people who intend to flee are heard, realizing that it is impossible to resist such a monster. Suddenly, Hansen appears from under the carcass of a huge monster, calmly asking those around him to calm down and saying that there is no reason to panic. The vice president, unable to hide his amazement, the girl does not believe that the guy went hunting alone and defeated such a monster. Hansen throws the carcass to the ground, and voices of people can be heard animatedly discussing how the guy could have single-handedly destroyed the monster, since their team was defeated, losing many people. Hansen, turning to the vice president, reports that it was not easy, and with a slight grin asks the girl if she now wants to do business with him, hinting at her previous mistrust of him. The vice president is clearly impressed by the young man and answers yes. The girl intends to get the soul of this beast before the rescue team from the corporation arrives, and tells the guy that if they get rid of the ghost bears, nothing will stop them from returning home. Those around them are very excited, believing that very soon they will be able to eat their fill of meat. The vice president asks the young man what he wants in return. Hansen agrees to the market value. The young man says that he values this loot at around 100 million, a proposal that outrages those around him. One of the men says that the mutated creature is worth about 2 or 3 million and asks what the market value is. The girl confirms the man's words and says that the blood and flesh of a rare mutated creature on the market costs 2 or 3 million. Even if it is 10 times more, it still will not be worth 100 million. Hansen confidently reports that the product has different prices in different places, and here it costs 100 million. The vice president reminds the young man that they are all in the same squad and asks why he is going to ask for such a huge amount. Hansen reminds the girl of the captain's words, which he said at their first meeting, the meaning of which is that he who does not work does not eat. After which Hansen adds that he initially suggested that they all go hunting together, but everyone refused. Hansen says his position is simple. Anyone who wants to buy the creature will pay the asking price. The girl tells the guy that he is also in trouble, just like them, and everyone should help each other. She reproaches him for not treating them like his people. Gradually, a group of men surrounds the young man. They find his behavior outrageous and think, why don't they deal with the guy? Hansen notices the reaction and changes the price. The young man reports that the ghost bear's body is now worth 200 million. The squad captain turns around abruptly and leaves, telling those around him that he no longer intends to participate in this farce. The subordinates try to stop the captain and ask him about the meat. Hansen understands that they are not going to buy the ghost bear for such a price, and thinks about how much he will have to eat this bear alone. After which, the young man lifts the huge carcass and leaves with it. But the guy doesn't have time to go far. The vice president girl says that she is ready to pay the required amount. She says that she doesn't have that kind of money with her, but she's ready to write an IOU, and when everyone returns to the mainland, she guarantees that it can be cashed. But she thinks to herself that as soon as the rescuers from the corporation arrive, the guy will be left with this IOU to die on this island. Hansen answers the girl. He apologizes and says that he only accepts cash and, as an exception, can use the souls of divine blood beasts when exchanging. The guy calmly states that the market value of the soul of a beast with sacred blood is between 100 and 200 million, and he is ready to exchange it for one beast with ghostly eyes, which causes discontent among those around him. People think that the young man is crazy to make such demands. Hansen, ignoring their indignation, turns to the girl, reminding her that she represents a huge corporation, and such sums are mere trifles for her. The young man, having received the soul of the sacred beast at his disposal, with a slight smile informs the vice president that it is very pleasant to deal with her, and her generosity will not go unnoticed. The girl turns to the captain and asks what he thinks about this. The man, instead of answering, carefully examines the soul of the defeated monster, and asks the vice president to come closer to take a closer look at it. The girl understands that the captain has found something unusual, and, approaching, asks what exactly she needs to pay attention to. The man asks to look at the wound that is on the monster's body. He notices that the huge creature only had one wound, which turned out to be fatal, indicating incredible precision and force of the blow. The captain believes that they have encountered a powerful warrior who can enter the territory of the ghostly creatures and kill a bear with ghostly eyes with one blow. He advises everyone to think carefully about the fact that if they start to be hostile to this person, they will very soon regret it, since his strength and skills can become a serious threat to them. Meanwhile, Hansen tests the newly acquired soul of the sacred being in action, and he notes with satisfaction that the vice president turned out to be very generous. He strikes another ghost bear and thinks that perhaps the girl's goal is to destroy these monsters with his help. Half an hour later, Hansen finds the monster's lair and destroys most of the ghost bears in a short period of time. The guy flies over the rocks and thinks that the vice president has only one animal, and it would be unwise to share it among everyone. Suddenly, the guy stops his flight, as he discovers something below that clearly attracts his attention. He finds a very strange structure made of stones, and instantly realizes that it is the lair of creatures called the Lotus of Life. According to available information, the entrance to the lair is in the shape of petals, and the creatures living in it rarely come out. Hansen lands near the entrance, and considers himself very lucky to have found such a rare item. The guy carefully examines the entrance and notices that the stones are black with a smooth surface, and the entrance to it is narrow. Everything as it was written on the internet. Hansen believes that the people who crashed were unable to enter this cave, and thinks that he will not be welcome here either. Hansen then squeezes through a narrow opening and enters the cave. The fall into the cave was very fast. The young man almost lost consciousness from the overload. Hansen realizes that he is very deep, because the lair of mutated creatures is often at a depth of 1,000 meters or more. From time to time, a small number of mutants emerge from it. It is known that the mutated creatures do not enter the lair through the entrance. The young man wonders how they end up inside the cave if the entrances are inaccessible. He looks around the area carefully, thinking that the information he got from the internet might be unreliable, and this makes him slightly doubtful. The guy believes that he needs to be extremely careful and dons the ant armor, which provides a great armor effect. After some time, he finds a wall made of an anomalous crystal. The guy immediately notices that it is broken, which gives him the opportunity to get inside the lair. Hansen is confident that there are definitely sacred-level creatures inside the lair where the various monsters live, which makes him even more determined. He reads that there is no time to waste and begins to hit the wall to break into the lair. Having made the right hole, the young man stops and wonders why it is so quiet here, which seems strange and alarming. He believes that there is no need to fill your head with these thoughts, since this information is not important. And first, you just need to go inside to understand the situation. After walking about 50 meters, Hansen suddenly stops. The young man is clearly surprised by something, causing him to freeze in place. He sees before him a huge hall, which is filled with a large number of large glowing cocoons, creating an atmosphere of mystery and danger. The young man is impressed by this sight. He believes that this is not a lair, but an entire underground city. Hansen initially intended to fly into the air to get a better look at the huge cave. But the guy realizes that if he rises up, he can easily be noticed. Hansen grips the hilt of his sword tightly and prays to the gods. The boy wants them to send him a creature of the sacred blood. The young man comes closer and thinks that it would be good if his opponents were primitive creatures, and not a huge number of high-level mutants. He carefully examines the area around the cocoon and does not notice any signs of mutated creatures. Hansen wonders why it is so empty here, because this strange lair cannot be so empty. The guy thinks that the entrance here is closed, which means that no one has come here yet, so the cocoons should be intact. He gets closer and closer to the cocoon. Suddenly someone deals him a powerful blow. The young man blocks it at the last second. Ahead is a huge humanoid creature that has been watching the young man for a long time and now rushes to attack. Having repelled the attack, Hansen moves back a little, takes a defensive position and waits for further actions from his opponent. The humanoid creature is in no hurry to attack. It stands motionless and carefully examines the strange stranger. After a moment, it starts to move. The guy realizes that these creatures are very similar to humans, and as a rule, they are of a high level. The young man believes that he may have big problems. Hansen believes he has enough weapons to deal with this opponent, and believes that the creature will be a good catch. A furious fight ensues between the two, with Hansen repeatedly striking the humanoid creature. However, the creature is of a very high level. It is able to parry powerful blows, and in one of the counterattacks it strikes the young man's helmet with its claws. Hansen kicks the humanoid creature away from him and thinks that it was worth it to wear stronger armor. Otherwise, he would already be dead. The creature deftly moves around the young man and deals him a series of blows. Hansen appreciates the enemy's huge claws, which are as powerful as his sword. The guy believes that such blows should be avoided, since even highly durable armor may not withstand a hit. The monster continues to change positions very quickly and delivers powerful blows to the guy. The humanoid creature's attacks are chaotic, and the young man has difficulty repelling them, as he is unable to predict the enemy's next move, making the fight extremely tense. The guy experiences a strange feeling, which can be compared to how a person who is well versed in music listens to a song, but cannot get into the rhythm of it when he tries to perform it. This irritates him. A moment later, with annoyance, the young man realizes that the humanoid creature easily reads all his actions, as if it knows his every step in advance. Hansen, without holding back his emotions, calls the monster all sorts of names and, having repelled another attack, jumps back to a safer distance, trying to catch his breath. However, the humanoid creature does not let up on the pressure and continues to attack the guy, forcing him to use all his strength and skills to hold his ground. In desperation, Hansen decides to use an ally and releases the spirit of his three-eyed cat, hoping that it will help him turn the tide of the fight. This had an effect. The humanoid creature is clearly frightened by the spirit of the three-eyed cat and, having stopped the attack, tries to run away from it, which gives Hansen a chance to escape. The young man decides to take advantage of this situation and tries to escape to a safe distance while the monster is distracted. Meanwhile, the spirit of a huge three-eyed cat pins the humanoid monster against the wall, preventing it from escaping or continuing its attack. Hansen, having reached the entrance to the cave, orders the spirit of the three-eyed cat to return. He is sincerely grateful to his pet for his help. The creature instantly transforms. From a huge creature, it turns into a small plasma stream that rushes towards the young man's hand. At this point, the humanoid creature realizes that the young man is about to escape and begins chasing after him. Hansen is very outraged by the enemy's reaction. He calls the humanoid creature a freak and thinks that he had a real chance to avoid the fight and leave unharmed. However, the monster decides to catch up with the young man at all costs and continues the pursuit. Hansen realizes that a humanoid creature cannot move normally in tight spaces, and is going to test how it will operate in a tight corridor. He fires an arrow towards the humanoid creature, which instantly erupts into a bright field of energy that swirls counterclockwise. The creature has no opportunity to maneuver or jump to the side. The arrow reaches its head and pierces it with force. The humanoid creature uses an unknown force that temporarily slows the arrow down, causing it to freeze in place, hanging in the air, causing Hansen to feel uneasy. The young man believes that he has encountered a very strong opponent, and decides that it is better to return to the surface to come up with a way to fight the humanoid creature there. Besides, if the people from the camp find out that he has been gone for a long time, they may suspect something. A thick column of smoke rises into the air above the Hansen parking lot, and people can be heard talking about how this guy grills meat every day, and is probably trying to tempt them with his treat. The vice president, responding to the captain, says that most likely this is not the case, and the guy just wants to confuse them to distract them from his real plans. The girl is going to talk to Hansen and find out if the young man knows about the existence of the Lotus of Life, and whether he has found the entrance to the precious cave. Hansen, standing near a fire, carelessly consumes a huge piece of meat, not paying attention to those around him, but at the same time remains alert. One of the men watches the young man closely, believing that he remains unnoticed because he is hiding in the bushes, but the guy has already noticed him for a long time, and only pretends that he knows nothing. A group of men emerge from their hiding place and approach Hansen, asking what he is frying, adding that the smell can be smelled from afar and makes them hungry. Hansen shows the men a huge bear paw, and with a slight grin, says that if they want to eat it, they should ask the vice president to buy it, as he is not going to give away the spoils just like that. The girl makes a remark to the young man, saying that they were worried about him all day, after which they went to look for him, and considers his behavior pathetic and ignoble, which irritates her. Hansen, continuing to eat meat, is very surprised that they were worried about him, and with slight irony thanks the vice president for her concern, although his voice sounds more sarcastic. The girl, having calmed down, says that she is glad to see the young man safe and sound, and adds that she wants to talk about buying the body of the killed bear. Hansen says that it's not that simple, and tells that he only met one primitive bear with ghostly eyes while hunting, after which he asks how much the girl can offer for it. The guy emphasizes that the price remains the same, but to it, you need to add the soul of another beast with sacred blood, which causes confusion among those around. The people standing nearby are very surprised by such an inflated price. They think that the guy is taking advantage of the situation, raising prices to astronomical levels, which makes them dissatisfied. The vice president, seeing the tension, turns to one of the men and asks him to come closer. The man, following the girl's orders, approaches Hansen and asks if the boy would like to compete for the beast's soul. He proposes a hand-to-hand combat in which the winner will receive a bear with ghostly eyes. Hansen makes a deft, sharp lunge forward and grabs the man by the wrist, demonstrating his strength and readiness to fight. The guy coldly states that he has no such rules, and informs that in his game, the winner stays alive, and the loser dies. The vice president, realizing that the situation is getting heated, quickly intervenes and informs Hansen that her subordinate was just joking, and should not be taken seriously. Hansen says that he is only willing to play for human life, and invites the opponent to come to him if he has the courage. The vice president doesn't show it outwardly, but inside she feels a lot of anger. The girl hopes that this island will become a cemetery for Hansen, where he will meet his end. The captain, trying to smooth things over, hands Hansen the sacred soul of the monster, which burns with a bright flame in his hand, and offers the guy to exchange it for the carcass of the killed monster. Hansen happily accepts the soul of the sacred animal, but informs the captain that he will have to wait a little, as he will not give up the dead ghost bear until tomorrow morning. In a quiet voice, the captain tells the guy that they can only count on saving the corporation, so he strongly advises the young man not to quarrel with the vice president, so as not to aggravate the situation. The captain tells Hansen that he sees that he has amazing strength, but hints that even the most powerful warriors cannot stand against an entire corporation. Hansen understands that if a conflict arises between him and the vice president, the captain will definitely take the girl's side. The man, leaving the young man, tells him goodbye that if he wants to make peace with the vice president, he can contact him at any time, thus offering a way out of the difficult situation. Hansen is grateful to the captain for his kindness, but he thinks to himself that he does not have the habit of apologizing, and he does not intend to change his principles. 2 weeks pass, and the awakened humanoid is still inside the cave. Suddenly, he is attracted by a strange noise, and the monster sharply turns in his direction. Hansen lunges forward and delivers a series of powerful blows to the humanoid creature. The young man is still surprised by the enemy's fighting technique, so he decides to use random movements. Hansen understands that as long as he uses chaotic maneuvers and maintains a high tempo, it will be very difficult for the enemy to control him. The young man is delighted. He has learned the tempo of the humanoid creature's movements and understands that it is not using anything new, but simply repeating the memorized techniques in a circle. The guy thinks it's time to end this boring fight, and, waiting for the right moment, he deals a crushing blow to the monster. The system congratulates Hansen on his successful hunt for the leader of the humanoids, but informs him that neither his soul nor his flesh are edible. However, after the victory, the young man receives a good trophy, huge, sharp claws of a humanoid creature, which are not inferior in their sharpness to a sword, but at the same time, much lighter. Hansen arms himself with his new weapon and sets out to explore the cave in search of new creatures. Soon his attention is drawn to a brightly glowing egg, and he thinks that by breaking it, he will definitely be able to get the soul of the beast. The guy suggests that the beast soul extracted from this egg is highly likely to be the soul of a sacred animal of the divine blood level. He delivers a powerful blow to the egg. The system reports that the hunt was successful, and the alien egg was destroyed. Hansen understands that the souls of beasts drop randomly. It can be either the soul of a sacred beast or an ordinary soul. The young man begins to pray to the gods, asking that the choice fall on the soul of a sacred beast of divine rank. The next moment, a system notification comes that the beast's soul has been extracted, and the guy receives the soul of the main beast. The young man still hopes that it will be a sacred alien soul, perhaps the first in human history. However, the next message from the system disappoints him. The fallen soul, although it belongs to a being of divine blood, is quite common, although it is very valuable. A bright plasma flame flares up in Hansen's hand. He is about to test what this soul is capable of. Suddenly, the small flame transforms into a huge plasma field. The system reports that this creature is the soul halo of a beast. Hansen believes that the gods really heard his prayers, and that an ordinary beast soul would have been enough for him. And now he has in his hands an extremely rare weapon that can be sold at an exorbitant price. The young man greedily begins to absorb the beast's soul, thinking that in the entire steel armor shelter, there is only one mutant soul with a halo, and now he has a full-fledged beast soul with a divine blood-level halo. At this moment, a squad of survivors is moving along a steep mountain ledge. The captain wonders why they are not waiting for rescuers, as they have been waiting for months and could have waited a few more weeks. But the vice president states that they need to act quickly. She does not want Hansen to take all the spoils and make a laughing stock of her in front of the entire corporation. The captain understands why the vice president agreed to a huge price for the killed ghost bear. Her true goal was to distract Hansen's attention. Suddenly, a terrible loud scream is heard, which spreads throughout the entire gorge. The survivors immediately realize that they have been ambushed by ghostly bears. The girl orders her subordinates not to panic and states that they are just a pack of primitive creatures. The captain points to a mountain ledge below and says that they need to get there as quickly as possible, as it is an excellent place for defense. The survivors immediately follow his instructions and jump down, taking up comfortable positions. The next moment they are attacked by a pack of ghost bears, being creatures of a primitive level. They do not pose a serious threat. The survivors destroy several bears, throwing their bodies down. The captain orders to leave at least a few corpses to use as food. Suddenly, another loud roar is heard, and the survivors freeze for a moment, realizing that this voice belongs to the leader of the pack of ghost bears. The captain immediately gives the order to take up a circular defense to avoid a surprise attack. A huge, massive beast is rapidly approaching them from the cliff. The vice president orders the men to step back and begins his transformation, preparing to fight the pack leader. Meanwhile, the huge bear continues to move forward, its mouth opening in a threatening roar, and the air is filled with vibrations from its terrifying cry. The vice president completes her transformation, her body becoming enveloped in a field of brightly glowing energy. The next moment, this energy takes the form of a giant warrior, who rushes at the leader of the pack and deals him a crushing blow. Hansen watches the fight closely. The guy is amazed by the fighting characteristics of the vice president. He did not expect that the girl has such outstanding strength and such impressive skills. Immediately after the end of the fight, the subordinates rush to the vice president and grab the girl by the hands. Since this fight took away almost all her strength, leaving her without the ability to move independently. Hansen notices that the leader of the pack of ghost bears, despite the wounds he received, is still alive, and decides to finish him off immediately. The guy, without further thought, pulls the bowstring and releases an arrow, which quickly reaches the monster. The next moment, a powerful bright explosion is heard, blinding everyone nearby. The girl immediately notices this explosion. Her face expresses bewilderment, and she wonders what just happened. Hansen receives a system notification stating that the hunt was successful, and he has obtained the soul of a divine blood tier beast. The vice president fought with the leader of the pack, but the other one took all the prize, which makes her incredibly furious. Without hiding her irritation, she orders her subordinates not to waste time and immediately go to the lair to collect the trophies. The survivors are at the entrance to the Lotus Lair. At this moment, loud cries of rage are heard from the vice president, who, without choosing words, calls Hansen the worst words, splashing out all the accumulated anger. Another month passes. Hansen lies on a steep cliff, completely immersed in his own thoughts. But suddenly his attention is drawn to a strange sound. The young man instantly gets up, quickly moves to the shore, and notices a huge ship on the horizon, which is confidently moving in their direction. He understands that this is not a random ship, but a specially sent military rescue expedition, organized to search for people missing on this island. The survivors board rubber boats and head towards the main ship, trying to leave the dangerous territory as quickly as possible. The captain looks closely towards the island. At this moment, someone nearby asks him what exactly he is trying to see. A few minutes later, the boats reach the rescue vessel, and the survivors, one by one, begin to climb on board, feeling the long-awaited relief. The captain is very worried about Hansen. He reports that he thoroughly searched the entire island, but was unable to find the young man. The vice president, on the contrary, hopes with undisguised satisfaction that Hansen will remain on the island forever and never appear in her life again. However, Hansen, using its wings, approaches the rescue ship at incredible speed. The young man is confident that as long as he has even the slightest chance, nothing and no one will be able to stop him from returning home. The guy slowly walks down a busy street and shouts enthusiastically at the top of his voice about how wonderful it is to be among people again, which attracts the surprised glances of passers-by. His fellow students rush to embrace him, expressing sincere joy, and admit that they had long considered him dead and had lost all hope. Hansen is surprised to learn that Ji-Yan will soon be going to serve in the army. The big guy says that the girl was very worried about his disappearance and lost a lot of weight. Ian tells the guy that the educational process does not stand still, and they will soon be transferred to the third year. So if he does not want to stay for the second year, he will have to put in a lot of effort. Hansen spends long hours diligently studying the material he missed when he receives an unexpected phone call that forces him to interrupt his studies for a moment. The young man receives a call from his mother and happily realizes how much he has missed her voice. The woman begins to question her son about why he had not contacted her for so long, why he had not reported himself earlier, and what had happened to him in general. During the conversation, she begins to scold Hansen for his irresponsibility, and tears suddenly appear on the guy's face because he is incredibly pleased to realize that someone is so sincerely worried about him. After this, the guy decides to call Ji-Yan, but his attempts are in vain as the girl does not answer, because in the army units, it is forbidden to use personal phones. The next day, Hansen meets Liganlu at the Empress's restaurant. The girl says that she hasn't seen him for a long time and is sincerely glad about this meeting. She is glad that the young man is okay and his life is out of danger. Liganlu asks the guy if he has been to the Lotus Dungeon and if he could remember the way there. Hansen calmly says that he not only visited this place, but also remembered the route leading to the dungeon well, so returning there will not be much difficulty for him. The girl reports that her cousin is currently in the steel armor hideout, so she advises the young man not to attempt to return for now. Hansen is surprised to learn that the girl's cousin has recently been promoted to level 2. Liganlu does not understand at all what the young man is so surprised about, because her brother's progress was quite natural, since he successfully completed genetic improvement. She explains that in order to return to the shelter of steel armor, one will have to overcome at least 5 serious tests, after which she invites the guy to join her martial arts club. She then asks Hansen to tell her more about the beast's soul, which he obtained from the alien creature's lair. The guy, without further ado, tells her that this soul is of great value and costs an incredible amount of money, and the girl immediately notes that she will have to bear great expenses if she decides to help him. Liganlu warns that the hike could turn into a deadly danger, so the young man should seriously consider his decision. Hansen, in turn, asks the girl not to worry and just give him the card. There is a knock at the door, The visitor asks the professor for permission to enter. The professor greets Hansen with genuine joy and asks him how far his fighting skills have progressed in recent times. The guy says he has some important questions regarding supernuclear gene technologies and wants to find out which ones can be used by people who don't have developed potential. The professor explains that everything depends on the person, because even the most perfect technique can be practiced incorrectly. Hansen recalls the giant lion he saw earlier and states that he wants to kill a creature that is far stronger than the divine blood-level beasts. Hansen and his three-eyed cat take on the monster, determined to test the limits of their skills. The monster suddenly misses a blow, and a powerful stream of energy is thrust into his head with force. The guy realizes that the route the girl gave him really turned out to be safe, and decides not to be greedy, but to thank her by handing over several of the animal souls he had obtained. In a relatively short period of time, using the map, the young man managed to obtain 5 animal souls. Soon, Hansen begins to feel very hungry, because his latest practice has increased his appetite, which now seems almost insatiable. Remembering the professor's words about the supernuclear gene technique being a new martial art that has its own side effects, he tries to figure out what's going on. The boy soon learns that this new technique partially intersects with old knowledge, which describes an ancient evil curse that conceals an unknown threat. The professor thoughtfully reports that many reputable researchers have tried to study the ancient evil curse, hoping to transform it into a new type of supernuclear gene, but all experiments have failed. Hansen speculates that perhaps the ancient evil curse is not as dangerous as it is made out to be, and its effects may be exaggerated. Despite the fact that most of the volunteers had their physical strength greatly increased by the ancient evil curse, the professor urges the young man to be extremely careful. Hansen soon begins to feel the side effects of this technique, realizing that people who practice this knowledge experience a constant and insatiable hunger, no matter how much food they consume. Gradually, the boy realizes that it is becoming extremely difficult for him to contain this wild hunger. And turning around, he meets the gaze of his three-eyed cat. Hansen barely restrains himself from turning away from his pet, then mentally repeats to himself that he doesn't want to eat. Remembering the professor's words about the ancient evil curse requiring a huge amount of energy for the heart and blood vessels, he realizes that a serious test awaits him ahead. The guy ponders that if hunger is caused by all the energy being directed to the heart and blood vessels, then perhaps it can be eliminated by using muscle-hardening techniques and slowing down the rate of energy circulation. The professor's voice sounds in his head again, warning him that the Tibetan curse is the basis of an ancient evil curse, and that if all the curses are carried out, the heart may not be able to withstand such a load. Hansen calms down, feeling his heart getting stronger. To his surprise, his strength has actually increased significantly. The young man feels happy that, despite his inner suffering, he has managed to suppress his hunger, and has managed to refrain from eating his three-eyed cat. 3 months pass, during which time Hansen has changed greatly in appearance. His changes did not go unnoticed, and the surrounding cadets began to ask if everything was okay with him. Hansen meets Yanman, greets her and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. The girl is clearly worried about the young man's condition. Hansen measures his weight and is surprised to find that he has lost 30 kilograms. He does not lose his sense of humor, and notes that this practice is much more effective than any diet pills. He realizes that the new secret technique is indeed painful and takes a lot of energy. But the feeling of hunger gradually disappears, and the strength of his body increases significantly, especially the work of the heart. His heart and vascular strength had now greatly exceeded the first level, which was unattainable for most ordinary people, and he had even surpassed those disciples who had practiced the atomic fission technique. It took half a year to practice the first and second levels of the ancient evil curse. Now, being on the third level, the process of progress is quite slow. Hansen looks closely at the animal in the cage and comes to the conclusion that something is wrong with it, because in all this time it has not grown at all. Hansen looks closely at the animal and is at a loss as to what could be wrong. Suddenly he notices 2 pearls in the cage. The guy realizes that this is an essence with which you can get up to 10 super god-level genes. Hansen feels great joy because he holds in his hands the black and white essences that can only be obtained from super god-level beasts. He understands that with this essence and the ancient curse technique, he can become the first super evolutionary among humans. And if the super god-level gene is noble, he will become the king among evolutionaries. The president of the Hand of God Club hones his skills by playing on 2 screens at the same time. The guy believes that there are only 2 strong players in the entire academy, he and Hansen. Those around him are very envious of the young man, since at his age he has achieved very great results. He is stopped by a friend who asks if he knows the latest news about Hansen being back. The guy asks his friend to take him to Hansen without delay. Meanwhile, Hansen slowly walks through the academy grounds, thinking that he already has 19 super god genes, and if his little beast doesn't let him down, he will reach the maximum level in 9 months. He remembers that the professor promised him a certain amount of cards for learning a secret technique, and he is going to use this resource. Suddenly he stops when he hears someone calling his name. He is caught up by a young man who says that he is a freshman and is part of the archery squad, and then asks when Hansen will have some free time. Those around him are in awe of the freshman's determination as he prepares to challenge Hansen. Hansen calls the young man Junior and says that he is very sorry, as he has no time at all now. But if such an opportunity arises, he promises to teach this young man something. Suddenly, a freshman reveals that he is the younger brother of Shenzi, who was the captain of the Central Military Academy. Hansen is very surprised by this news, not understanding what this young man is doing in their academy, after which he begins to think that the guy is probably going to avenge his brother. A freshman challenges Hansen and asks if he will compete in archery. The guy tells Hansen that his older brother is no weaker. He thinks that he only lost in tactics and was a little unlucky. Hansen suggests forgetting about this boring matter and asks to say hello to his older brother. But the freshman replies that Hansen cannot simply refuse him. He believes that Hansen can't just up and leave. The guy intends to defeat him and prove that he is not so good and not even worth his brother's little finger. Hansen heads to the holographic training room to test the uniqueness of the new S-tier card. Fighting with undeveloped people is quite boring for a young man, but this card will allow him to compete with developed opponents. Hansen enters the gladiatorial arena, determined to thoroughly understand the skills and techniques of his various opponents. Double swords materialize in his hands. He thinks that he hasn't seen anyone use such weapons for a long time, and now is a good time to practice. His opponent is greatly surprised, as the young man does not use his usual weapon, but chooses the same double swords as his. The masked man calls Hansen a stupid boy and launches a furious attack. The guy parries the first blows and thinks that the tactics of using this weapon are rather strange, because one hand is always extended forward and the other is pulled back. Looking closely at his opponent, Hansen comes to the conclusion that he clearly possesses rare skills. His opponent's physical fitness should be slightly higher than his. However, using dual swords, this warrior fights on a completely different level. The masked man realizes that Hansen is not as weak as he seems at first glance, and is glad that he has such a great opponent. He believes that the young man is using the phantom sword technique, and thinks that his technique is clearly superior. Hansen attacks his opponent using a chaotic dual sword technique to disrupt the masked man's rhythm. No matter how sophisticated the technique he uses, it should disrupt his rhythm. Hansen did not expect that people from the gladiator community would be so strong. His opponent, despite his few victories, admires the guy with his skills. Meanwhile, a bright energy field flares up around the masked man. He uses the technique of the 13th reverse flow. The man begins to perform rapid spinning movements around himself, instantly creating a powerful energy funnel. Hansen uses all his strength and capabilities to repel such a furious attack. The young man fights to the limit of his strength, but he can hardly contain the enemy's furious onslaught. The masked man continues to press Hansen. The young man, counting the rhythm, understands that his opponent has not yet reached peak power. Hansen loses 27% of his life after being attacked by an enemy and decides that it is time to counterattack. Hansen tries to fight his way through the dense energy vortex and wall of blows, knowing that if he had been hit that many times in real life, he would have been seriously injured or even killed. The gladiator continues his furious attack and never ceases to be amazed at the young man's resilience. Hansen understands the advantages of the virtual arena, where a fighter using a level 13 reverse flow can instantly deal up to 70% damage. Hansen watches his opponent closely. This time he notices the trajectory of 9 out of 13 punches. The guy rushes at his opponent and continues to parry his lightning-fast blows. The gladiator begins to worry about why the young man manages to dodge the blows, since before he missed every second one. The masked man screams loudly and continues his furious attacks, telling the boy that if he fails this time, he will continue his deadly attacks further. Hansen smiles back. The young man is clearly in a good mood because he got a worthy opponent, just the one he wanted. By closely watching his opponent's manipulations, he realizes that the force of each of his blows can be predicted. The gladiator screams loudly again and charges forward with another attack, using his terrifying 13-strike reverse flow technique. However, Hansen calculates the trajectory of almost all the blows and deftly dodges the deadly attack. The gladiator stops for a moment. The man is very surprised and does not understand how this can be, because he used his powers to the maximum. but his opponent received only 5% damage. Hansen smiles back at the gladiator and informs him that it is now his turn to attack. The young man begins to repeat the previously unknown technique almost exactly. His opponent is very surprised, almost shocked. He does not believe that the young man is exactly repeating his technique. Gladiator had been practicing with swords since childhood and spent 10 years learning the basic techniques. Only at the age of 16 did he meet the requirement to use the reverse flow technique. The man cannot believe that in 30 minutes of combat, some young man was able to learn and repeat his long-standing technique. After the fight, the young man calls the gladiator a little boy. He sees that the man is excited, and with a slight mockery asks, "What is the matter?" The gladiator, in turn, wants to ask the young man if his older sister is here. Hansen is in his room. Suddenly the phone rings, which is lying near the cage with the monster. Yanman reports that a lair of alien creatures has been discovered in the nearby mountains. Hansen quickly begins to pack, believing that he needs to hurry, as he cannot miss the opportunity to obtain the souls of these creatures, which can significantly enhance his abilities. Very quickly, the guy gets to the nearest mountains and begins to look for the entrance to the lair of alien creatures, carefully examining every crevice and cave. After some time, he sees a large number of people in the clearing, who, as it turns out, are representatives of the Armor Squad, the Disciples of God, and the Fist Fighters Squad. Hansen slowly lands in the center of the clearing and, looking around, thinks about the interesting adventures that await everyone ahead. The young man wonders if there is enough loot for everyone, given that there are 3 large groups present, each eager to get their share. Mr. Yuan, one of the leaders of the group, suggests that everyone present make a gentleman's agreement to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Yuan explains to the young man that they will draw lots to determine who will enter the lair first, and in this case, everything will be decided by luck, which seems like a fair decision. The young people start to draw sticks. Mr. Yuan wins, after which he announces that his disciples of God will have to go first. Half an hour passes. Mr. Yuan's men quickly run out of the lair, trying to catch their breath. They are very scared. Scouts report that a large group of mutated creatures have sealed off the entrance, and that behind that entrance is an unknown number of powerful creatures, none of whom could have gotten past such a powerful defense. The representatives of the other squad report that it is now their turn, to which Mr. Yuan's people respond that they will also fail. 20 minutes pass. Hansen asks the hunters what happened and why they left faster than the previous squad. The hunters report that the first group of scouts did not exaggerate at all, and it is indeed very dangerous there. They left the lair because they do not want to die in vain. Hansen says he will go down and check what is going on. Yanman asks the young man to be extremely careful. Hansen asks if there are any willing to go with him. Some of the hunters in his party are not against taking a risk for a valuable reward. A group of hunters led by Hansen slowly moves along a narrow tunnel, believing that this road is indeed very narrow and dangerous. 10 minutes later, they reach the entrance, which is blocked by huge rocks, and behind it, a large number of monsters are clearly visible. Bimbo comes closer and reports that there really is a huge number of monsters behind the barricades. Bimbo suggests waiting for these strange creatures to break down the barricade and jump out, and then they will destroy them. Hansen asks the hunters from his squad to step aside. The young man wants to destroy the barricade and enter the lair. He puts on the armored ant suit and thinks that it is really dangerous here. But there is a chance to get an egg of an alien creature. Suddenly, Bimbo stops the young man and tells him that it is too dangerous there, and so the man wants to go with the guy. Hansen believes that the man should not take risks, as it is very dangerous. He thanks for the help and support, and says that he will go for the eggs alone. The hunters wish the young man good luck and say that they will stay here and guard the way. Hansen suddenly picks up speed, then jumps towards the barricade and delivers a powerful blow. The young man instantly enters the lair and immediately enters the battle, delivering lightning-fast blows to the monsters. On his way, he comes across a huge creepy creature that opens its alien mouth and lets out a terrible scream. Some of the ordinary monsters burst out of the hole that was formed, and Bimbo and the other members of the squad instantly pounce on them, preventing them from escaping. After a few minutes, an oppressive silence falls in the cave. The hunters look closely at Hansen, who is in front, and realize that he has dealt with all the monsters. Suddenly, one of the hunters notices a surviving monster that rushes at Hansen. The young man shouts loudly to his commander to warn him of the danger. Hansen lunges forward and delivers a fatal blow to the monster. One of the young hunters is very surprised by the combat characteristics of Hansen. He asks Bimbo if their commander was always so strong. Bimbo tells the young man that there was a time when his brother taught Hansen how to use a sword, information that clearly surprises the young hunters. Meanwhile, Hansen, killing the monsters attacking him, slowly makes his way forward. After some time, he reaches a brightly glowing cocoon located at the roof of the cave. Hansen deals a powerful blow to the cocoon and asks the higher powers to give him a super god-level soul. A powerful energy strike hits the young man's head. After the cocoon is destroyed, a system notification comes that the extraction is complete, and the guy receives the divine sword and the demon soul. The young man tries to come to his senses, thinking that the divine blood-level sword he received was far superior to his normal weapon, and this gave him confidence. A guy, sitting at a computer monitor, watches the competition in a virtual gladiator arena, and calls his friend to quickly watch a very interesting fight that is about to begin. One of the most powerful warriors appears in the virtual gladiator arena, whose reputation inspires respect and fear among the spectators, and this makes the upcoming fight exciting. The gladiator, noticing his friend, asks what he is doing here, to which the man replies that he has heard about a new unknown opponent and wants to personally verify his strength. One of the participants in the duel takes a fighting stance. His entire appearance suggests that he is ready for a desperate fight. Hansen also gets into a fighting stance. At this moment, the voice of the gladiator is heard, who asks his friend if he knows this guy. The man says that he does not know Hansen personally, but has seen him by chance several times at the academy, which prompted him to add the guy as a friend. Hansen's opponent wonders why the young man does not use two swords, as he believes that if the boy uses his technique, it will lead to his inevitable death. Hansen tries to grab his opponent's arms to restrict his movements, but this fails as his opponent is one of the academy's best warriors, whose skills exceed his expectations. Suddenly, Hansen feels his opponent take over, after which it becomes clear to the young man that part of his body has gone numb. He realizes that his opponent is using the Overlord's armor discharge technique, which, in addition to immobilizing, also reduces the strength level. The fighter performs the following series of moves, causing Hansen to take 70% damage. The young man struggles to control his rage and realizes that this is a truly universal technique that can deprive an opponent of his strength. He experiences severe pain and comes to the conclusion that the evolutionists are indeed ruthless fighters, using any opportunity to win. At the same time, he admits that his opponent is a worthy warrior who is moving in the right direction, but with such physical training it will be extremely difficult for him to gain the upper hand. Hansen, unfortunately, realizes that his opponent's fitness level is about 10 points higher, and understands that he has virtually no chance of winning, so he decides to compensate for the difference with the strength of his heart. The gladiator, meanwhile, tells his friend that Hansen was simply pretending, and that his physical fitness is not nearly as weak as it initially seemed. The furious fight has been going on for over half an hour, with Hansen's opponent going behind him to apply another painful hold. The gladiator feels a strange sense of déjà vu. History is repeating itself, just like in their battle, where Hansen was first losing and then managed to gain the upper hand. The young man increasingly avoids attacks, and soon the gladiator begins to realize that his movements are becoming faster and faster, and it is becoming increasingly difficult for him to catch his opponent. Suddenly, a terrifying thought dawns on him. Hansen isn't just dodging but mimicking his own movements, as if he'd truly mastered the armor discharging technique. The man standing next to him is no less surprised, because he had already heard that, in the battle with the gladiator, Hansen somehow managed to master and repeat the technique of the reverse flow of 13 blows. Meanwhile, Hansen deftly avoids another attack, makes a sharp dash forward and, to the surprise of his opponent, firmly grabs him by the leg. The man is unable to hide his surprise. He does not understand how this man is able to adopt the techniques of his opponents during a fight. Hansen confidently dodges counterpunches, gets behind his opponent and performs a painful hold. The enemy, experiencing severe pain, says in a hoarse voice that he surrenders and admits his defeat. The gladiator and his friend rush to the fallen fighter and ask how he feels. The young man catches his breath and says that he cannot believe Hansen's abilities, because they are simply incredible. During the fight, he was able to completely learn and repeat his technique. The gladiators decide to find out more about Hansen and begin to discuss who among them has at least some information about him. One of the fighters wonders why this mysterious young man studies the techniques of his opponents in the arena. The gladiator tells his friends that he has good connections with the master of a monastery located in the mountains, and he will be able to negotiate a truly worthy opponent to be put up against Hansen. Meanwhile, Hansen is in his room. The young man is very exhausted and is experiencing excruciating pain after using an ancient evil curse. His level has reached its limit, and his body can barely withstand the colossal loads. Recently, he learned that a divine creature resembling a turtle was spotted in the mountains. Hansen suspects that it may be one of those powerful creatures that possess the level of sacred blood. Suddenly, Hansen hears the voice of a young man handing him a bottle of water, and noticing his exhausted appearance, he assumes that his training must have been truly grueling. Hansen, without thinking, grabs the bottle and greedily drinks the water, at which point the young man mockingly asks if he is afraid of poisoning. Hansen coolly notes that his interlocutor would hardly use such dirty methods, especially since the room is equipped with numerous video cameras recording every movement. The guy smiles and assures Hansen that he has no intention of poisoning him, but if he refuses to cooperate, he may have to resort to more drastic methods. Hansen replies with a grin that his interlocutor's older brother apparently didn't do a very good job of teaching him, and so he himself will take on the task of mentoring Shenzi's younger brother. Meanwhile, Instructor Saiz approaches the head of the department and asks what she is doing here, to which the woman replies that she came to watch the latest recordings of Hansen's fights. She asks the instructor a question, wondering how Hansen is progressing in his training and whether he can beat the senior cadets. Meanwhile, Hansen and his younger brother Shenzi enter the training arena. The latter clutches an arrow in his hand and declares that he has an important message that he would like to convey first. The guy, without further ado, pulls the bowstring and invites his opponent to carefully watch his every move. He performs a series of lightning-fast shots, and the instructor, observing his technique, notes that the young man was able to hit the same target 10 times in a row. The young man's appearance remains completely calm, making it clear that this is not over yet, as the battle is just beginning for him. The head of the department notices with obvious amazement that the young man is able to change the direction of the arrows in the air, and cannot understand where he could have learned such a complex technique. The instructor is also very surprised because up until this point, only Hansen had mastered the technique of twisted archery, and no one else had demonstrated such skills. The young man confidently approaches Hansen and, with a hint of arrogance, asks how he likes his twist archery technique. Hansen replies that the guy really prepared well, because at his age not everyone can master such a complex shooting style. In response, Shenzi's brother smirks and declares that Hansen's bow skills are much higher and offers to demonstrate them in battle. He glances at his opponent's weapon and asks curiously if Hansen is really going to use the Model 11. The instructor, hearing this, cannot understand the young man's tactical intent, because bow number 11 is significantly inferior in power to the weapon that his opponent uses. Shenzi's brother recalls that it was from this very distance that Hansen once shot an arrow at his older brother. He slowly pulls the bowstring, confident that this shot will be decisive, because he has been honing his spiral shooting technique every day and has been waiting for this moment for a long time to avenge his brother. The young man releases a swarm of arrows, and the spectators watching the competition realize that it is simply impossible to dodge such an attack. Hansen remains outwardly completely calm, because he understands perfectly well that the true strength of a twisted arrow lies not in its speed or power, but in its energy component, which determines the entire trajectory of movement. Calmly pulling the bowstring, he releases just one arrow towards his opponent, without making any visible effort. After a while, this single arrow begins to rapidly gain speed, easily knocking off course all the other arrows fired by the young man, and ruining his carefully planned attack. However, the arrow does not stop there. Its speed continues to rapidly increase, and the next second it rushes with inexorable accuracy straight towards Shenzi's brother, who does not have time to react. All of the techniques Hansen uses are based on the principles of spiral energy, as well as the professor's augmented theory, making his shooting deadly. He watches his opponent closely and comes to the conclusion that he is moving in the right direction, but that he will need many more years of hard training to achieve perfection. Hansen wins the fight hands down, and then looking at his opponent sitting on the floor, calmly tells him that if he really wants to master the real technique of twist shooting, he can come to him for instructions. The instructor, watching this battle, turns to the head of the department and says with admiration that Hansen has simply colossal potential and will be able to bring the academy many victories in the future. The young man at this time is confusedly thinking about how he could have lost this fight, because his opponent used only a weak bow and an ordinary arrow, which seemed impossible, and comes to the conclusion that he needs to train harder to become much stronger. The next day, a flying island appears over the dark swamps. Hansen knows that the dark swamps are located away from the main roads, and it is unlikely that anyone will interfere with him on this excursion. However, once he finds himself on the flying island, he realizes that someone has already managed to find him. It seems to the guy that these strangers are unlikely to be from the shelter of steel armor. After some time, he notices that in the distance 2 clearly difficult warriors are fighting, and they are representatives of the neighboring Slava shelter. The monster they are fighting is incredibly strong, and it deals a powerful blow to the hunters, sending them flying far away. The hunter immediately notices Hansen's presence and informs him that he is a representative of Slava's refuge, offering to fight the monster together. Hansen asks the man who will get the soul and flesh of the defeated monster if they cooperate, to which the hunter replies that it is a matter of luck. Whoever wins will get everything, which makes the guy smile slightly. Meanwhile, the monster stands up on its hind legs, opens its creepy mouth, and lets out a loud scream that echoes throughout the area, causing everyone present to become wary. Hansen agrees to the hunter's proposal and, without wasting any time, takes out a silver trident, after which he furiously rushes into the attack, demonstrating incredible speed and accuracy. The Slava's shelter representative immediately notices that the young man is using the 13-strike technique, which is considered one of the most complex and deadly. Hansen deals several fatal blows to the monster, and soon he receives a system message that the divine blood wind wolf has been killed, and the young man has received his soul, which makes him feel joyful. The guy feels satisfied, since this beast's soul is of the riding type, and he receives the first riding spirit of divine blood, which significantly enhances his capabilities. The Hunters of Glory's hideout, having completed the transformation and returned to their normal appearance, ask the guy if he wants to sell them the soul of the beast. Hansen states that he is not interested in money, but is willing to make an exchange if the hunters have the monster souls he needs, which causes them some confusion. The girl standing next to him thinks that the guy is asking too much, since he is offering the soul of the first shelter in exchange for the soul of the second shelter, which seems unfair to her. Hansen, not wanting to waste time on negotiations, tells the hunters that otherwise he will take the prey for himself, after which he throws the monster's body over his shoulder and begins to walk away. The girl asks her partner if he is really just going to stand there and watch what is happening. The hunters from the Glory Sanctuary consider Hansen a very serious student and offer to continue the journey together. They tell that in the depths of this valley, their people met a turtle of divine blood. After some time, they encounter a squad of hostile hunters. One of the hunters tells Hansen that it is better to avoid them, since they cannot afford to fight these people. The people from the rival squad are also unwilling to engage in combat with the hunters from Slava's hideout. Their commander notices Hansen and asks where he could have seen him before. The man suspects that the guy ended up here because of the divine blood turtle. The hunter tries to calm the situation and states that Hansen is just a curious young man who wants to see the monster. Hansen thanks the hunter, but he is not satisfied with this approach, so he once again expresses gratitude for the accompaniment and suggests that they disperse. Hansen, riding his mount, approaches a high mountain. Raising his head, he immediately notices a massive turtle on its summit. Hansen studies the bush closely, wondering if these fruits were the reason such an ancient creature emerged from the depths of the sea. Suddenly, hearing movement behind him, he turns around sharply and notices how one of the hunters, riding on his animal, quickly rushes at him. Without ceremony, the hunter rudely declares that if the young man does not want a quick death, then he should immediately leave this dangerous mountain range. Hansen only laughs loudly in response, letting the impudent hunter know that his threats seem ridiculously funny to him. One of the men in the squad comes to the conclusion that the man in front of them is clearly out of his mind, since he absolutely does not perceive the seriousness of the situation and does not feel the slightest fear. At this time, a huge turtle, having finished eating the bush, slowly moves forward. Hansen slowly lowers his hand to his weapon, keeping an attentive gaze on the hunter commander. The man feels obvious anger and disdain for the young man, and is convinced that this naive guy is deliberately walking towards his own death. Suddenly, Hansen, abruptly breaking away from his place, snatches up his spear, and with incredible force delivers a swift blow to the hunter. The man, who just a minute ago was acting so brazenly and self-confidently, suddenly loses all his determination and runs away in fear. Hansen wastes no time. He quickly throws his combat dagger, catching the fleeing hunter commander with a precise blow to the back. Hansen spends the entire next day on a long journey, intently searching for traces of the huge tortoise that disappeared in the mountains. He is completely unaware that the reptile is moving in the same direction as he is, but it is in a nearby gorge and hidden from his sight. Despite its apparent slowness, the turtle is a formidable opponent that should not be treated lightly, and its strength should not be underestimated. Hansen finally finds the turtle, and without hesitation, he activates his battle form, donning his armor and summoning the demon sword, deciding that this weapon would be ideal for fighting this monster. After the beast's soul was added to the blade, its strength and sharpness increased significantly, becoming more than a third more powerful. Using the technique of an ancient evil curse, the young man rushes forward with determination to attack the giant enemy, hoping to finish the fight with a swift strike. However, the huge turtle reacts instantly, deftly dodges the attack, and the next moment, with incredible precision, grabs the blade of the sword with its powerful jaws. Hansen is genuinely surprised, as he was sure that he had used his most powerful weapon against the monster, capable of destroying even the strongest armor. He comes to the conclusion that he has encountered a true divine being, as it was able to easily bite through his blade as if it were made of thin glass. The monster is clearly irritated by this attack, and opening its huge mouth lets out a deafening cry that literally shakes the air. Hansen instantly understands that in this situation, it is better to avoid an open confrontation. So without further ado, he turns around and quickly runs away, trying to create distance between himself and the monster. However, the turtle, despite its impressive size, moves surprisingly quickly, forcing the guy to use his wings and soar into the air. While in the air, Hansen tries to pull himself together, realizing that just a moment ago he was on the verge of death. He understands that he had absolutely no chance of winning this fight, because he does not have divine armor, nor a unique technique, nor enough speed to dodge an attack of such incredible power. Suddenly he receives a message from the Empress, who challenges him to the gladiator ring. The guy decides that this is a great chance not only to develop a new technique, but also to significantly increase his physical strength in a short time. The Empress stands in the gladiator arena, and the countdown to the start of the duel begins. Without hesitation, he rushes forward, believing that the only chance of victory is to strike the decisive blow first, not giving the opponent the opportunity to counterattack. However, to his surprise, he notices that at the very last moment the Empress easily dodges his most powerful blow. Hansen continues to attack with the same fury, but cannot understand why the girl does not respond to his blows, but only deftly dodges each of them. Trying to take advantage of this opportunity, he does not reduce the pressure. The guy is convinced that the gladiator arena is the ideal place to hone his fighting skills and test his capabilities. Time after time he strikes, alternating them in a chaotic rhythm, but they still do not reach the target. The Empress, demonstrating incredible speed, easily dodges even the most unpredictable movements. He is amazed at how easily the girl anticipates his actions, changing the pace of the fight. He realizes that a rhythmic attack against her is completely useless. Gradually, he comes to the understanding that all this time the Empress deliberately drove him into a dead end, forcing him to move according to her rules. And now, finding himself pressed against the wall, he understands that the situation is getting out of control. The next moment, the Empress suddenly rises into the air, preparing to deliver a swift blow from above, her speed leaving no room for thought. Hansen manages to repel the attack, but in doing so he experiences serious overloads, since it is impossible to release the force. At the same moment, the host's voice is heard, announcing the end of the fight and officially confirming that the victory went to the Empress, after which the young man instantly disappears from the virtual gladiator arena. Left alone, he begins to carefully analyze the course of the fight, and comes to the conclusion that the girl deliberately used non-standard stances and a special dodging technique in order to gradually drive him into a corner and deprive him of the opportunity to maneuver. Hansen decides to add her to his friends list, believing that she is more dangerous than any super divine being, and if he can have a few more training sparring sessions with her, he will be able to significantly improve his fighting skills. At this moment, a holographic screen appears in front of the Empress with a notification that an unknown user has sent a friend request. The girl accepts the young man's request without hesitation, after which she heads to the main temple, where the abbot is already waiting for her. She confidently approaches the man, her steps full of determination, stopping in front of him. She reports that the test was successfully passed. Meanwhile, Hansen is in his room, continuing to go over the details of the recent battle, and comes to the conclusion that the overload not only increases the physical strain on the body, but also helps expand his combat boundaries, and when combined with the strength of his heart and increased practice of the ancient evil curse technique, this can lead to doubling his combat capabilities. At that moment, a holographic screen suddenly appears in front of him with a message that someone has added him as a friend. He instantly understands that it was the Empress who responded to his request. Hansen now devotes all his free time to gladiatorial fights, persistently improving his skills, and now, being in the arena, he carefully studies his new opponent, amazed by his colossal physical strength and incredibly honed technique. He quickly comes to the conclusion that this fight will be extremely difficult for him, and in order to win, he will have to give it his all. Hansen slowly retreats, continuing to repel the enemy's attacks, and begins to realize that at this rate he will soon be out of the game if he does not change his tactics. He instantly focuses, deciding to combine the ancient evil curse and overload, which should increase his physical strength to 28 points, but even this does not bring the desired result. Soon, he receives a powerful blow from the enemy, after which the system reports that he is out of the game. The young man realizes that his opponent was moving at such incredible speed that Hansen did not have time to react to his attack. The next day, he faces the same opponent again. The guy is determined and believes that this time he will be able to win. Hansen remembers his fight with the Empress and decides that it is time to use her technique, but realizes that he cannot yet be as skilled in its use as the Empress herself, and he needs to carefully think through every step to avoid falling into a trap. Hansen's opponent watches with some surprise as the young man alternates between different techniques and changes the tempo of his movements. And although he finds his style rather strange, he still decides that this guy is interesting. After a few moves through the Empress Hansen system, he manages to pin the enemy to the wall. The young man thinks that now is the chance for a decisive attack. He carefully calculates his moves, preparing to use the overload technique to deliver the most powerful blow that can bring him the long-awaited victory. The opponent watches in amazement as Hansen replicates the movement of his technique. The guy reacts extremely negatively to this. He is absolutely sure that Hansen is deliberately repeating his technique. Hansen is confident that now is the time for a decisive attack and rushes at his opponent, using his technique. The gladiator is very surprised by Hansen's action, because the guy was able to predict the trajectory of his next move and blocked the attack at an early stage. At the last moment, Hansen's opponent miraculously manages to jump to the side, avoiding a blow of colossal force. Despite the tactical success, Hansen is still dissatisfied. He believes that he is still moving too slowly. The man finds his opponent incredibly strange, as he forces him to use maximum physical force to suppress the movement. Shenzi's younger brother watches Hansen's training closely as he conducts it in Transport Hangar 7. The boy is surprised by Hansen's speed and realizes that even his older brother didn't have such characteristics when he evolved. Hansen moves at the limit of his capabilities, but the young man is sure that this is still not enough, and with such characteristics, he will not be able to dodge the attack of a huge turtle. Suddenly, he notices Shenzi's younger brother, who had been watching him train all this time, and wonders what he is doing here. The boy slowly approaches Hansen and asks the young man if all his promises are still valid, because he can teach him how to shoot a bow. Hansen says he is willing to start training if the young man has a way to pay him, to which the guy asks if he is afraid of this. Hansen states that he has no fears about this. He will be the best warrior as long as he progresses, and no one will ever be able to surpass him, not even the students he will teach. The next day, Hansen learns that he has been sent on a mission as a bodyguard. Hansen carefully studies the information about the object. He learns that they must protect a plant researcher who has been doing his job for more than 50 years. The guy believes that the man probably knows a lot about plants, especially about what the turtle eats. Hansen immediately comes to the botany professor's office and meets the man. He is very surprised by the professor's appearance. The dossier states that he is over 70 years old, but the man looks no older than 50. After which he meets the commander of the bodyguard detachment, who are also responsible for the professor. The guy convinces him that they will work together, and he will not cause them problems. The squad sets off on their journey. The bodyguards admire the man's hard work. He has long since reached the 14th level, but does not advance to the second shelter, but is engaged in scientific work. The professor lovingly picks up the plucked petal and tells Hansen that he has only seen this plant in his father's notes, and that this is the first time he has seen it in reality. After which, the man talks about how they have a tradition in their family, and that his grandfather was a professor of botany. Hansen, taking advantage of the opportunity, asks the professor why mutated creatures can increase their genes, while plants do not have this effect. The professor replies that many plants in the shelter are harmful to humans, but many herbs can have different effects depending on the conditions. Hansen remembers the berries that the giant turtle ate, and decides to ask if these fruits have any effect on the monster. The professor shares information. He says that the mutated creatures do not need to eat plants to stay alive, but after studying them for decades, he has found many herbivores, and he believes that somehow this is related to reproduction. Hansen concludes that the giant turtle clearly has or will soon have offspring. The guy remembers the huge lion and thinks that if the old turtle is going to give birth to a baby, then she will leave the genetic essence to her offspring, and he will not have to kill her in order to get the super god gene. After some time, the professor asks Hansen if he can take him to the place where he saw the huge turtle. Hansen reports that this is no problem, and leads the squad into the Red Copper Mountain Valley. The bodyguards are excitedly discussing the giant turtle, as they have heard about it in all the latest news. Hansen asks the professor not to come close and to be extremely careful, as the divine turtle is very dangerous. The bodyguard reacts sharply to this statement. He says that the professor can come closer because this is an ordinary turtle with divine blood, At this moment, the giant animal notices the aliens and lets out a loud cry that echoes throughout the nearby mountains. Hansen orders an immediate retreat, but one of the bodyguards, confident in his own strength, says that he can easily deal with this animal, and, without waiting for an answer, rushes into the attack. Quite quickly, he approaches the huge animal and deals it a powerful blow with his giant sledgehammer. But the monster turns out to be so strong that it throws the bodyguard far to the side, and the man hits the nearest rock with force. The next second, Hansen runs up to him and strikes to knock the bodyguard aside, as the turtle could have killed him by hitting the place where he was lying. The captain of the bodyguards, seeing the danger, rushes to the aid of his subordinate and blocks the monster's attack with his sword. But the animal grabs the weapon with its teeth and instantly breaks it into small pieces. Hansen realizes that the situation is getting serious. The young man instantly transforms into the Empress's armor. He turns to the surprised bodyguards and asks what they are waiting for, after which he orders them to immediately run to a safe distance and take the professor away. With the help of his spear, the guy tries to stop the enraged animal, but it turns out to be not so easy, as the monster demonstrates incredible strength and endurance. Hansen reiterates his order, demanding that everyone immediately move to a safe distance and protect the professor while he distracts the monster. After this, the guy continues to strike at the huge animal, trying to attract its attention to himself and give the others time to retreat. The professor asks what happened to Hansen, the captain of the bodyguards, trying to calm him down, says that the guy is fine and most likely has a plan, after which he suggests getting out of here immediately. Hansen uses the double explosion and superparticle flow acceleration technique in battle, but he realizes that this is not enough because the enemy is acting too fast. He begins to move quickly in different directions, avoiding the deadly blows of the huge turtle. At the last split second he manages to dodge. The turtle continues to deliver destructive blows with its snout. Hansen starts running to the side to lead the turtle to the place he needs. Hansen reaches the cliff and uses his wings to fly into the air, believing that the ability to fly has once again saved his life. The bodyguard apologizes. He says that it is his fault because he did not listen and got involved with this turtle. After a while, Hansen joins them. The men are very surprised, as many thought that the young man was most likely already dead. The bodyguard apologizes to Hansen. The man says that it is all his fault. The young man asks to forget about it. He says that it is not a problem for him at all. The next day, Hansen activates a holographic screen and challenges the Empress to a duel in a virtual martial arts hall. The Empress accepts the challenge and thinks about who is so persistently trying to fight her. Hansen continues to attack her using the Empress technique and tries to corner her and pin her against the wall. The girl carefully watches the movements of the young man's legs. She immediately understands that he is using her technique, trying to anticipate her intentions. She thinks that the young man is quite talented, but he has little experience, and the next moment she pins Hansen against the wall. The girl tells the surprised guy that from the 7th step, he started moving incorrectly, after which she deals him a crushing blow. Hansen realizes that the girl has discovered his plan and is training him. He believes that if he can dodge attacks like the Empress, he can dodge attacks from the old turtle. The bodyguard commander regrets that they let the divine blood turtle get away last time. They continue to follow the giant turtle's trail, and do not notice at all how a huge insect descends from the cliff towards them. However, Hansen notices a giant spider and warns the people nearby about it. The commander is resolutely preparing for the fight. He thinks that killing a couple of such creatures is very good, since they cannot finish off the turtle. The bodyguard girl reports that this insect is not alone, and that a whole group of huge creatures is moving towards them from the other side. Hansen resolutely rushes forward towards the monsters. The captain of the bodyguards asks the young man to be extremely careful. The guy runs up and jumps high into the air, then pulls the string of his bow. With a well-aimed shot of counterclockwise energy, he strikes the nearest insect. The shot is accurate. The system reports that the soul of the red divine insect has been received. Hansen decides to continue the hunt. He rushes forward and asks his partners to keep up with him. After some time, they find a cave and slowly enter it. The bodyguard reports that it is getting deeper, and there is probably serious danger lurking here. After some time, they reach an underground reservoir, and the voices of hunters are heard, who report that there are many rare souls here, for which you can get good money. The squad leader asks Hansen if he still hopes to catch the huge turtle. Hansen, lost in his thoughts, says in a quiet voice that something tells him that this body of water is not simple, and jade water dragons may live in it. The young man is going to fly across the river, and if there is no danger, then the captain of the bodyguards will need to ferry the professor to the other bank. Hansen begins his flight and does not yet notice the huge shadow of a giant monster that is under the water. The guy flies over the monster, At that moment, a huge monster jumps out of the water and pounces on the young man. Hansen notices the attack in time and deflects the huge mouth with his hand. The guy believes that this attack does not bode well. He calls his mount and asks his bodyguards to leave and find some shelter. The bodyguards find a narrow gorge and tell the young man to join them. Hansen, riding his mount, heads towards a narrow crevice. A huge, ferocious creature pursues the guy, destroying everything in its path. A young man runs into a narrow crevice at high speed, and the face of a huge monster crashes into the crevice behind him. The hunters watch as the giant monster tries to enter the crevice and worry that it might widen the passage and break in. They begin to move into the cave and notice that it splits into two paths. The captain wonders which way they should go. The professor carefully examines the tunnels and says that it is better for them to go along the left one, since plants grow better there, which means that air comes from there. Half an hour later, the squad reaches an underground lake with a huge waterfall. The professor stops immediately and tells the hunters with surprise that he sees a rare, huge turtle. Hansen suggests that the turtle is probably looking for food, and if they follow it, they will come to the surface. The bodyguard watches the turtle closely. It really does emerge from the water and begins to slowly climb up the rock. Hansen orders his subordinates to make no noise and to move as carefully as possible after the turtle. The squad begins to slowly follow the giant turtle. The bodyguards notice that it is getting warmer with each passing minute. They enter another giant underground cave and notice that the air temperature here has risen by 20 degrees. Suddenly, the professor announces that the turtle is most likely breeding here, using the temperature of the molten magma. The girl is surprised by this statement. She thinks that turtle eggs will boil if you put them in lava. The professor says that perhaps the eggs will not be in the lava itself. And besides, this rule does not necessarily work for mutants. Hansen wonders if the turtle laid its eggs in the lava. Would he be able to get them? Because even if he were made of steel, he would not be able to jump into the lava to get the precious eggs. The guards look on in awe as a huge underground river of molten rock appears. The captain turns around abruptly and asks if anyone heard a very strange sound. The next moment, there is another sound, and after that another. This is a huge underground dragon trying to break through the stone wall. The bodyguard watches the monster closely and does not understand why it is moving towards the lava. The monster rises to its full height, opens its terrible mouth and lets out a loud scream. The bodyguards don't understand what's going on and say that the creature has gone crazy and is going to bang its head against the wall and commit suicide. Hansen is amazed at the animal's strength. The huge walls crack, but the dragon does not receive even the slightest damage. Suddenly, the young man thinks he understands why the underground dragon is striking the stone wall. The professor understands what the guy is thinking. The creature wants to break through the wall and fill the lava with water so that the giant turtle freezes in it. The huge dragon continues its powerful blows against the partition that holds back the huge volume of water. A moment later, a loud roar is heard. The wall collapses, and a huge amount of water begins to flow into the lava. Hansen puts on a mask and orders everyone present to put gas masks on their faces, as the fumes are highly toxic and can kill. The dragon starts moving towards the huge turtle. Hansen starts to think that this old turtle is about to meet its end. Under the influence of water, lava begins to harden and turn into stone. But after some time, the solidified lava begins to crack. A strong blow is heard, and a huge turtle bursts out. Hansen is convinced that this creature is clearly a super divine being, and its power surpasses anything he has encountered before, making the fight even more dangerous. The turtle immediately pounces and sinks its powerful jaws into the giant dragon's neck, demonstrating incredible strength and fury that leaves everyone present holding their breath. She unwinds the huge snake in different directions, after which she throws it with incredible force into a nearby rock, from which fragments of stones fly off. The bodyguards watch in amazement as the huge, enraged creatures continue to fight, realizing that they are powerless against such power. Hansen, donning the ant's armor, asks the bodyguards to go outside with the professor. The professor tells the boy that it is too dangerous to stay here alone. He does not want the young man to hunt alone, risking his life. Hansen worries that there is too much smoke in the room to see clearly, and decides to use the Empress's vision to his advantage. Dressed in the Empress's armor, he sees that the turtle was almost unharmed in this fight, unlike the Jade Dragon, whose wounds are very serious. The huge dragon continues to resist fiercely, although he is clearly no match for the mighty turtle, making his efforts almost useless. Hansen believes that one must be extremely careful, because one single blow from a powerful monster can destroy him. He decides to be patient and wait for the right moment to shoot. The boy notices a wound on the Jade Dragon's head and without wasting any time, instantly fires his arrow into it, hoping that this will be the decisive blow. The professor is very worried about Hansen, but the commander reassures him, saying that most likely the guy is fine and knows what he is doing. Meanwhile, the energy-filled arrow reaches the Jade Dragon's wound and pierces it with incredible speed. The arrow pierces through the head of a huge dragon and flies out. The huge monster falls to the ground with a crash, and a system notification about a successful hunt comes in, which informs that the super divine creature, the water dragon, has been defeated, and the soul of the super beast has been obtained. Hansen can't believe his luck because he just received not just a beast soul, but a super beast soul, making him one of the few who could reach such a level. A brightly shining ball falls from the body of the defeated dragon and rolls towards the arrow. Hansen now faces a completely different problem. The young man is thinking about how to go down and get the life gene extract, because there is a huge turtle below. However, luck was on the young man's side. After some time, the turtle plunged into the water of the underground lake and swam away. Hansen instantly drops down, wondering how big an adult jade dragon is, as he thinks he was fighting a very young one. The young man picks up a brightly shining ball and begins to eat it instantly. After a while, the system reports that he has received the soul of a super beast. The hunters, together with the professor, go out onto an open ledge, notice the young man and ask how he is doing. The guy replies that he is completely fine and tells the bodyguards that both mutants have escaped. After some time, the squad notices a light coming from above. They realize that they can get out of here. Hansen is at a banquet and listens attentively to the stories of the men standing nearby, who say that yesterday mutated creatures attacked the shelter and killed several people. Suddenly, Hansen is called out by an old acquaintance and asks the young man what he is doing here. The guy thinks that Hansen came here just like him to celebrate the Empress's birthday. This comes as a surprise to Hansen. The young man asks his friend if he has a gift by any chance. The guy replies that, unfortunately, he only has one gift. After which he points to the side and asks Hansen to look carefully. Hansen notices the Son of God to the side and says that he looks completely different than usual. The voice of his friend is heard, who says that the Son of God has changed very much lately. The Son of God approaches Hansen and greets him. The young man is very surprised that he does not feel any aggression towards him. The Son of God reports that he recently entered the second shelter and now does not consider Hansen his enemy. He tells Hansen that he realized how hot-tempered and naive he was before. But after getting into the second shelter, his worldview changed dramatically. After the Son of God leaves the young people, Ligan Liu tells the young man that her cousin is sincere, and he has really changed a lot lately. The girl suggests that the guy becomes stronger, so that he too can get into the second shelter in the near future. After some time, a young man approaches Hansen and says that his master would like to make a deal with him. Hansen goes to an audience with the stranger, who offers the guy to sit down to discuss a very interesting topic. Hansen wonders why the MP's grandson sought him out, unless it was to treat him to an expensive drink. Hansen learns that the senator's grandson has called him to ask for help in gathering several divine souls for the Steel Armor Sanctuary. The senator's grandson says that they have a private club that trades souls, and if the young man is interested in something, they can exchange one soul for another. Hansen asks if the soul of the beast from the second refuge of the gods can be found in this club. The senator's grandson is very surprised by this question, since the exchange is not equivalent, because the souls of the animals of the second shelter are much more valuable. Hansen, in turn, tells the young man that he has something to interest him. The young master asks his assistant how many free animal souls they have in the shelter of the neighboring city. Hansen reports that there are only 3 souls in this refuge, and he is willing to exchange 3 souls of divine blood for 1 soul of an armored beast. The senator's grandson's assistant intervenes in the conversation and reminds his master that the value of the souls of the beasts of the second refuge is much higher than that of the first. The senator's grandson says he needs to balance the vaults and asks Hansen for permission to look at his souls. Hansen shows the senator's grandson the silver trident, and he realizes that the young man is clearly interested in the weapon. The senator's grandson wonders if Hansen really wants to part with such an expensive item. The guy says that there is no point in using it now, and asks to look at the soul of the beast, which is nearby. The young master looks at the mount that comes with the demon sword in amazement. Hansen reports that it is the fastest mount, which the senator's grandson disagrees with, knowing that the wind horse is known to be the fastest mount in the first refuge. Hansen says he is not going to argue and tells the young man that he will give him this soul. The senator's grandson is pleased with such an expensive gift and expresses his respect to Hansen. Hansen shows the next beast's soul. He states that this spirit is transformed with divine powers and is called a warrior with ghostly eyes, which can greatly increase strength and speed. The guy once again offers his conditions to exchange 3 beast souls of divine blood for 2 from the second shelter. The assistant expresses doubts and says that even in this case the exchange will be uneven, and Hansen changed his price during the negotiations. To which the senator's grandson asks him to shut up and go draw up the contract. A professor is walking down the corridor and asks the young man what he is doing here. Hansen tells the professor that he has permission to move and that he has not broken any rules. The professor says he is not interested in stupid instructions and asks the young man if his numbers have increased, then reveals that he has a project that requires collecting data on the best energy gap numbers among the unevolved. The guy understands that he cannot refuse such an offer, especially since the professor promised a large reward for the work. The next morning, Hansen comes to the laboratory, where the professor's assistant brings the young man up to date. The guy learns that the cell activator stimulates the body's cells and brings them into an active state, maximally developing all the body's functions and achieving maximum physical performance. Hansen believes that if the technique is truly effective, it will revolutionize genetic engineering research. The assistant shows Hansen a small capsule and explains that it contains a solution for testing cellular activity. If the guy drinks it before bed, it will bring his indicators closer to the maximum. Hansen holds a capsule of the solution in his hands and wonders if it will help him practice the overloads he regularly experiences during training. Hansen is in the gladiator arena. His opponent, despite the victory, praises the young man, noting that he lasted 30 seconds longer than last time, which is already a good result. However, Hansen believes that there is a huge difference between him and his opponent, and that he learned nothing from this fight, receiving neither satisfaction nor new knowledge, which makes him disappointed. As the fights continue, Hansen notices that his opponent is dodging punches without much trouble, and at one point he asks the young man what club he is from. Hansen replies that he is not a member of any organization, which greatly surprises the opponent, since the rare techniques that the guy uses usually require long-term training in specialized clubs. The man fighting Hansen expresses surprise that the young man uses such rare techniques as 13 strikes and armor breaker, while not being a member of any club, which he finds incredible. The gladiator, impressed by Hansen's skills, invites him to join his club, but the young man replies that he is still studying at the academy. The gladiator asks which academy Hansen studies at. The guy, repelling another attack, evasively answers that he cannot say this, which causes the man to be slightly confused. The man believes that the young man is clearly eccentric, but praises him for studying diligently and absorbing other people's techniques, which makes him a dangerous opponent even for experienced fighters. The man hits the guy again, which he is unable to parry, and tells him that his style is predictable and his movements have hints of the God of War's Hall, which the guy is not a member of. After some time, the gladiator realizes that the young man has changed tactics, and his movements and pressure resemble the Empress's technique. He tells the guy that his physical level is still low, and then delivers a crushing blow to the head. The impact is so strong that Hansen crashes into the wall, which becomes covered with small cracks. Hansen believes that the experience of this battle will be very useful to him in future battles with the Empress. He understands that in this fight he forced his opponent to use his skills to the maximum level, and that is why this fight was good. After the fight, the guy answers a video call. Xiao Qiao says that he found a rare phoenix in the White Devil Desert and gathered a group of people to go there. Hansen expresses his desire to join the group and immediately joins it. Xiao Qiao says that the creature resembled a large peacock sitting on a huge tree. Its body was covered in flames, but no flesh or feathers were visible. The guy reports that when the phoenix flew away, he came closer and saw that the entire tree was charred. The party stops to rest. Xiao Qiao immediately starts arguing with the hunters about who is the best archer in the shelter. He points to Hansen standing behind him and says that he has never met a more legendary and talented archer in his life. The hunter replies that his friend is not fit to hold a candle to their leader, and his acquaintance, who has already evolved, is the strongest archer in the shelter. Hansen asks his friend to shut up and stop pointless arguments, advising him to get down to business instead of stupid talk. The hunters mockingly call Xiao Qiao Four Eyes, saying that he is most likely lying, since there is only sand around, and they have not yet encountered a single tree. Xiao Qiao justifies himself by saying that he is not lying, and then asks the hunters to look ahead. There really is a burnt tree ahead. Hansen picks up a piece of wood and examines it carefully. The hunters continue to look at the charred tree in amazement and wonder what kind of creature this mysterious phoenix is. They ask Xiao Qiao where the creature went, to which he replies that he only knows that it flew towards the White Devil Desert, but does not know exactly where. The hunters insistently demand that the guy take them to the phoenix, to which Xiao Qiao replies that the contract clearly states that he will only take them to the place of the burnt tree, and if they want to find the phoenix, then they will have to look for it themselves. One of the hunters starts calling Xiao Qiao rude names and orders him to show the way as their commander ordered. Hansen asks the young man not to react to this rudeness and says that if the contract is over, then they are leaving. The hunter stops the young men and angrily tells them that he is a genetically advanced warrior. The guy asks if they understand who they are dealing with. Hansen does not react to the hunter's words and continues to move, which irritates the hunter, and he rushes to attack. Xiao Qiao shouts loudly and warns his comrade that one of the hunters is sneakily attacking him from behind. Hansen turns sharply and gets into a fighting stance, which greatly surprises the attacker. He instantly realizes that the sword in his opponent's hands is a weapon of the soul of divine blood. Hansen, calmly stopping the hunter's blow with 2 fingers, offers to exchange his sword for 1 life, which causes confusion and anger to the opponent. The hunter can't believe his ears and angrily asks the young man what kind of nonsense he's talking about. Hansen summons his combat blade and performs the God Hand technique. The hunter is clearly afraid and says that his father is the owner of a famous corporation, and if Hansen touches him with even a finger, the corporation will destroy his entire family. Hansen, holding a knife to the hunter's throat, warns him that this is his last chance, and if he does not hand over the sword by the count of 3, he will end up in hell. The young hunter gives Hansen his sword, and his subordinates immediately rush to him, inquiring about his well-being. Hansen looks at the new sword with admiration and advises Xiao Qiao to be more careful next time when choosing acquaintances. Meanwhile, the young hunter comes to his senses and orders his subordinates to attack Hansen to take back his battle sword. Hansen asks his friend to keep a safe distance and prepare to repel an attack. At the same moment, a large group of hunters attacks the young man, and the guy casually repels their blows. Having scattered the attackers in different directions, Hansen throws the soul of a fiery butterfly towards the commander of the hunters. At great speed, the dart crashes into the young hunter's armor, and the next moment, there is a powerful explosion that throws him aside. The hunters, realizing that the forces are not equal today, begin to retreat. Xiao Qiao, calling them vile cattle, demands that next time they think with their heads before committing rash acts. He then turns to Hansen and asks if they will pursue the hunters to destroy them. To which Hansen replies that if he kills these hunters, then who will scout the area and act as bait. Evening comes, it gets dark. The young people notice a bright glow. Coming closer, they realize that this is the same Phoenix. After some time, terrible screams are heard. A squad of hunters tries to attack Phoenix, but he burns them. Xiao Qiao quietly said that he was not exaggerating, and this is indeed a powerful phoenix that can incinerate everything around it. The commander of the hunters, letting out a loud cry of horror, rushes to flee, but the next wave of fire caught up with him with such speed that it left no chance for salvation. The hunter's body was instantly engulfed in all-consuming flames. After the battle, the young men examined the burnt bodies of the hunters and realized that they had no chance in this confrontation. Hansen watches the phoenix's flight closely, thinking that this creature is undoubtedly super divine. Deciding to visit his mother, he enters the house and they sit down at the dinner table. His mother asks him not to rush and not to eat so quickly. The young man notices her sad face and asks what happened. The woman says that he has already grown up and it is time to give him some things that his father left her. She hands him the box. Hansen asks in confusion when his father managed to give her these things, since he died in the explosion of the aircraft. Mom says that 2 days before the explosion he contacted her. Dad was worried about something and probably suspected that something was about to happen. The young man takes out his father's badge and learns that he served in a secret unit in the 7th group, with the rank of investigator, which makes him proud. After this, Hansen's mother tells him that his grandfather worked in the same group, and this discovery adds new questions to the existing mysteries. Hansen draws his attention to a very elegant pendant. His mother explains that it belonged to his great-grandfather. She says that the young man's father said that if difficulties arise, he should take this pendant and find a person from the right family. The guy thinks that, in addition to the official version, there could have been another reason for his father's death, deeper and more hidden. The mother hands over a notebook and invites the young man to look through his great-grandfather's notebook, which, she says, may contain important clues. Hansen becomes immersed in his reading, an expression of intense surprise appearing on his face. The records constantly mention the supergod gene, which raises many questions for him. The woman begins to cry and says that before his death, her husband never explained anything to her, leaving only riddles and omissions that their son now has to solve. Hansen, seeing his mother's suffering, tries to calm her down and promises that he will definitely find out everything about his father and great-grandfather in the near future. He goes to the lab, where an assistant explains that they are currently running a test called the Extreme Acceleration Zone, which analyzes a person's reaction to bursts of gene energy. In a special chamber, The subject is subjected to overloads and tries to hit designated spots on the plates, which requires not only physical, but also mental concentration. The assistant adds that there is a high electrical saturation on the surface of these zones, and if the wrong position is chosen, the subject immediately receives a strong electric shock and starts the test over again, which makes the test even more difficult. Hansen enters the test chamber and signals to his assistant that he is ready to begin testing. At that very moment, gravity suddenly changes, and he is pressed with great force against one of the plates. The assistant tries to support the young man and warns him that he should not receive more than 7 electric shocks, otherwise the test will be considered failed. Hansen begins to use his secret techniques, trying to resist the pressure of gravity. After some time, he manages to pass the test, but he realizes how difficult and dangerous it was, and worries that he did not move fast enough. The assistant and the young man study the data obtained, their faces clearly showing amazement. Hansen was the first of all the subjects to pass the test in record time. In the forest near the shelter, a small group of people gathered, who had been waiting for too long and began to doubt that the right person would even show up. One of the men angrily states that they shouldn't have trusted the middlemen. They wasted so much time waiting for the guide. Suddenly, their conversation is interrupted by the appearance of Hansen, dressed in the armor of the Money Brother. He calmly says that if they have money, then he can take them to the right place. Hansen had previously promised his new acquaintance that he would fulfill his request as compensation. Now the young man asked him to accompany his friends to the mountains to search for the Jade Dragon. The hunters claim to be ready for the journey. 2 of them have already undergone full genetic enhancement, and the rest have made significant progress in the evolutionary process. Hansen warns them that the mountains are full of dangerous creatures, and advises them to be extremely careful. The young men spend several hours on the road until one of the hunters notices that, despite rumors of a large number of creatures in these places, they have never encountered anyone. Hansen dismounts and calmly informs the hunters that further travel is impossible, but does not rush to explain the reason. One of the hunters roughly pushes him away, wondering what he's talking about, since there are no obstacles in sight ahead. Another hunter supports his comrade and asks Hansen why they can't continue on their way. Hansen calmly replies that the Lotus Land begins further on. But this does not stop the hunters. They decide to move forward to examine the area as best they can. Encouraging each other, the group carefully begins to climb the steep cliff. Hansen realizes that there is a lair on the Lotus Land, but none of the hunters even guess what kind of creatures might live there. Suddenly, one of the hunters notices a bird approaching them and immediately activates his combat skills to repel the attack. Hansen carefully studies the approaching monster and notes that his new acquaintances are too emotional for people who have gone through evolution. Meanwhile, a huge bird attacks one of the hunters with lightning speed. This causes him to react instantly, delivering a series of powerful and accurate blows. The young man makes a sharp lunge forward, intending to hit the predator, but misses. Hansen notes that the hunter uses genetic energy to move, indicating his high level of training. At the same time, he realizes that the academy did not teach the technique that this warrior uses. Suddenly, the hunter jumps high into the air and strikes again, at which moment a stranger appears nearby. He jumps down from the heights with ease and notices with undisguised interest that the hunter's 7-turn technique is quite impressive. The surprised hunters ask who he is, and the stranger, riding the bird like a mount, introduces himself as Yufin. He says that he is a disciple of the Temple of the God of War and has come here not to fight, but to warn them of danger. The hunters are greatly surprised and demand an explanation from the warrior regarding the threat he warns of. Yufin turns his gaze to Hansen and shows interest in what school the young man attended. Hansen, without unnecessary emotion, replies that he has no relation to any schools, since he is only a guide who led the hunters to their goal, and nothing more. Yufin reports that ahead lies the lair of a truly powerful monster, which turned out to be so strong that it almost killed him when he tried to fight this creature. The hunters treat Yufin's words with obvious mockery, and assure him that no local animal, no matter what it is capable of dealing with 6 evolved fighters at once. Yufin wonders why Hansen does not follow the hunters. The young man suspects that the warrior is deliberately trying to lure them into a trap and is waiting for the right moment. After some time, Hansen continues climbing alone, reaches the top, and notices that hunters are climbing from the other side of the plateau. After which the guy comes to the conclusion that he initially underestimated their physical training and, it seems, they really are much stronger than he thought. The hunters react violently to Yufin's joking remarks, but the warrior hastens to calm them down, explaining that he did not intend to insult anyone, but merely expressed his sincere admiration for their fighting characteristics. Hansen believes that an extremely dangerous enemy awaits them ahead, since he had previously learned that 2 reconnaissance groups sent to the area had mysteriously disappeared. Yufen confirms that none of the scouts ever returned, and therefore they don't even have an exact description of the monster they will face in battle. However, according to rumors, the creature is not invisible at all, but has such incredible speed that it instantly moves between the cells of its lair, making it almost impossible to see. Hunters report that they have very little information about this monster. They only know that it has 4 legs and a black body. Hansen wonders whether the young gentleman will accept the offer to go together and kill this animal. Yufen tells the hunters that the monster is so fast that they have no chance of defeating it. The warrior says that he has an idea. He has the soul of a divine blood creature mixed with swamp water and quicksand, and once he activates this soul, the monster will get stuck in the swamp mud, and they will be able to delay its movement. The squad descends into the cave and finds the entrance to the lair. Yufen suggests that the hunters lure the monster out so that it can use its soul. One of the hunters immediately performs a transformation, and the soul of a huge monster appears behind him. The next moment they notice a shadow in the cave moving at great speed. Even Hansen, who had unique vision, could not see the monster. It seemed to him that it was something similar to a fox. The hunter managed to attract the monster's attention, and he begins to move towards the exit, dragging the monster along with him. At great speed, a giant cave wolf moves towards the hunter. Yufen realizes that the time has come to attack, and announces this in a loud voice to everyone present. The hunters instantly summon their souls and rush to attack the cave wolf. They concentrate all their blows on one point to be sure to hit the monster. Their blows combine into one, after which a bright explosion occurs at this point. However, the wolf has colossal speed. He was able to dodge the blow and catches up with the hunter, who was the bait. Hansen is very worried about the hunter, and thinks that something is clearly wrong with this cave wolf. The hunter summons a shield to protect himself from the cave wolf, but he is unsure if the soul will work on the monster. The cave wolf delivers a series of blows to the shield. The hunter fears that his shield of divine blood will not withstand such a furious attack. At this moment, Yufen comes to his aid. The warrior approaches the cave wolf and strikes him. The cave wolf dodges the blow and heads towards Hansen. The guy continues to be surprised by the power of his opponent, because even the spear of divine blood shattered into pieces upon impact with him. The wolf rushes to attack. Hansen manages to dodge the blow, but the guy realizes that he acted at the limit of his capabilities. The monster appears near the entrance, opens its huge mouth and lets out a terrible howl that echoes throughout the cave. Hansen notices that the cave wolf is standing motionless at the entrance, and thinks that this is a good chance to inflict a wound on the monster. Yufen agrees with the young man, and at the same moment throws his spear at the cave wolf. The spear of the divine blood beast, approaching the monster, breaks into pieces. Only small fragments crash into it, which do not cause any harm. Hansen is genuinely surprised by this. The young man does not understand how this can even happen. This throw only angered the cave wolf, and it instantly rushes to attack Yufen, showing incredible speed and fury. The warrior, with the last of his strength dodging the blows of the wolf's paws, tries to defend himself with his sword. Hansen, running past the warrior, manages to push him aside, otherwise Yufen would have received a fatal blow, which could have been fatal for him. The young man informs the hunters that the effect of the swamp water and quicksand has weakened, and now the beast's movement has returned to its previous speed. The guy believes that the monster will no longer allow itself to be confused. The hunters help Yufen get out of the cave. One of them with relief tells the warrior that he was very lucky, and he is a real lucky man, since in this fight he only twisted his leg. The squad's sentries notice some movement and inform those present that someone is climbing up the cliff towards them. That someone turns out to be Hansen, who looks very tired but remains calm. Evening comes. The hunters light a fire and begin to discuss the past battle, sharing their impressions and analyzing their mistakes. Yufen, sitting by the fire, thanks Hansen for saving him, admitting that if the boy had not pushed him away, he would have certainly received a fatal blow. The hunters turn to the young man and ask him how he rates the success of this hunt. Hansen, after thinking, replies that the probability of success is 50%, which causes them mixed feelings. At this moment, Hansen's body bursts into a bright energy flame. He reports that he owns the glowing soul of a beast, which is able to increase the effectiveness of all souls in the vicinity, which causes admiration among the hunters. The guy offers to combine his soul with Yufen's soul in order to reduce the speed of the cave wolf, which, in his opinion, will give them a chance to win, although it does not guarantee it. Meanwhile, the cave wolf is in his lair licking his wounds, but his keen eyes have already noticed the approach of the hunters, and he is preparing for a new fight. A squad of hunters approaches the lair. At the head of the column is a warrior armed with a powerful shield, who must take the first blow. The cave wolf instantly notices the attackers and rushes to attack. striking the first warrior in the column, who barely holds back the onslaught despite using the protective soul of the beast. The hunter, despite all his efforts, is unable to withstand the enormous pressure. The cave wolf pins him against the cave wall, threatening to crush him with its weight. At this time, Hansen shoots a counterclockwise arrow of the beast's soul at the wolf, which hits the target but does not cause significant damage. The boy continues to build on his success and stabs the monster with a spear, but the wolf only seems to be angered by this, and his rage only increases. The hunter, using all his strength, tries to hold back the pressure of the wolf. He is surprised at how strong his opponent is, and this causes him a feeling of hopelessness. After 2 minutes of fighting, one of the hunters suggests retreating, since many in the squad were wounded and cannot continue the fight. Hansen, analyzing the situation, understands that this time they worked much better than in previous attempts, and decides that they need to regain strength and return here again to finish what they started. Having reached the surface, the hunters bandage their wounds and are in an extremely depressed mood, as their efforts have not brought the desired result. The boy, turning to his friends, reports that this wolf is too strong, and he is upset that even the most powerful weapon he used could not inflict a serious wound on the monster. He suggests that Hansen abandon this idea, to which the young man replies to the hunter that he is free to make his choice and can leave at any time. Hansen asks Yufen what he thinks about this. The warrior replies that if the young man needs him, then he will stay. The hunter wishes the young people good luck, and finally informs them that if they stay in this den for a long time, they can cause great harm to their bodies. Hansen agrees with the hunter. The first-level lair emits very destructive gene energy. Yufen, in response to this, says that he can last a few more days in battles with the wolf. Yufen suggests repeating the tactic. He is going to lure the beast out and release the soul with swamp water and quicksand. Hansen agrees to the proposal and begins to move towards the entrance to the lair. But the guy's movements are very heavy, and his coordination is impaired. The cave wolf immediately notices the young man entering the den, as he is very close to the entrance. Letting out a loud roar, the monster instantly lunges at Hansen, its eyes burning with rage. Hansen runs a little to the side and presses his spear firmly to the cave floor. The cave wolf lunges at the young man, but Hansen manages to catch his movement. Yufen couldn't hide his surprise as he witnessed the boy brilliantly fend off the cave wolf's attack all by himself. He realized that Hansen's strange movements were not because the boy was injured, but because the young man had allowed the energy of heaven and earth to enter his body in order to further utilize the renowned heavenly Go mastery. Yufen had heard of this ancient skill that could control the thoughts and actions of an opponent, but only the Empress could master it. Hansen continues to run away from the enraged wolf, and thinks that today he has already lost count of how many times he had to change his routine while fighting this beast. Suddenly, Hansen finds himself trapped in a dead end. He realizes that his escape route is cut off, which means he will have to fight with all his might for his life, which causes a mixture of fear and determination in him. The young man prepares to repel the attack, hoping that Yufen will not fail and will be able to come to the rescue in time, although the chances seem slim. The weapon of divine blood cannot hurt the cave wolf. The guy understands that he needs to find his weak spot. For this, he watched the monster for a long time during the fights, analyzing his every move. The guy comes to the conclusion that the wolf's most vulnerable spot is the lower jaw, and taking advantage of the moment, he dives under the monster and delivers a precise blow to it. Yufen, watching the fight closely, is very delighted by the young man's actions, and in a fit of emotion calls the guy the god of hunting. Hansen realizes that the animal is wounded and, without slowing down, continues to attack it furiously, trying to use every second to finish off the monster. One of the blows leads to a result. The cave wolf does not have time to dodge and receives a blow to the head, which becomes fatal for him. The divine spear, twisted counterclockwise, penetrates the monster's head, and a moment later a message comes about a successful hunt, which causes Hansen a feeling of joy and relief. The young man receives the soul of a wild super beast, which already contains wolf genes, which makes him even stronger and opens up new possibilities. Yufen runs up to Hansen and congratulates him on his victory, after which he asks with concern if the guy is okay, and if he is injured. Hansen, hiding the gene elixir behind his back, informs his partner that the wolf has been killed, and now they need to quickly find the egg to complete the mission. After some time, they find the cocoon, but they are very surprised that it is broken. The young people begin to suspect the hunters, not understanding when they managed to do this. Hansen is in his room. The guy carefully examines the weapon to which the soul of a wild beast is attached. This knife impresses him, because it can split a shield made of Z steel into pieces. He is interrupted from his thoughts by a video call. The guy picks up the phone and sees an unfamiliar young man. Hansen asks the young man who he is, but the boy says nothing, and immediately begins to beg Hansen to save him. Liu greets Hansen and asks why he visited her. The girl sarcastically says that the guy really needed her help. Hansen tells the girl that she is incredibly smart and beautiful, and that her analytical abilities are beyond praise. Liu interrupts the young man. She asks him to stop flattering her and asks what business he came for. Hansen's face takes on a serious look. The young man says that he wants to consult about the VIP gladiator arena. Liu asks in surprise when the young man went there, after which she states that he has nothing to fear, since she is not going to inform on him. Hansen reports that his classmate went there, after which the girl tells him that this society is organized under the leadership of the Temple of the God of War, and many of its members are in collusion with those who have significant capital. The girl says that these arenas are used for bloody, merciless fights for high-ranking officials, and many young fools are taken in by the fabulous rewards. After a short pause, she reports that the guy's classmate has already been sentenced to death. The girl says that the guy has no chance of surviving. Hansen in turn offers to perform in place of his classmate. Liu thinks the young man is crazy and doesn't understand why he would take such a risk. The girl turns on a video recording of the fights and says that the volunteers are always up against fighters of a higher level. The guy is outraged. He thinks that it is a scam to put up weaker opponents, to which the girl says that in the world of the rich, such morality means nothing. She pauses the footage of a huge brute tearing off his opponent's head and tells the boy that he will have to fight monsters like this. Hansen asks the girl if he really has no chance at all, to which she replies that this is indeed the case. Despite the serious threat, Hansen feels joy and tells the girl that he will enter the duel in place of his classmate. He points to the picture and says that there is a great chance to deal with this big guy. This fighter has a powerful body, but in terms of speed, he is very slow, and this is his weak point. Hansen asks the girl to put this big guy as his opponent. She promises to help and settle everything. The next day, gladiator fights begin in a closed VIP club, and to the applause of the audience, the host announces that a fighter named the Iron Madman is entering the ring. Hansen acts completely calmly. He summons the Empress's armor and instantly dons a strong suit of armor. The Iron Madman screams loudly and promises the young man that he will rip out his spine. Hansen doesn't react to these cheap threats and immediately rushes into the attack, stabbing the huge enemy with his dagger. The Iron Madman laughs loudly and tells the guy that he has steel muscles and iron bones. However, after a moment he falls silent. The small wound on his neck, which was initially not noticeable, begins to quickly grow and bleed. The huge brute begins to stagger, after which he falls with a crash onto the arena, and the surprised exclamations of the spectators are heard around. A man in the VIP box watched the fight closely and asked Liu who the young man was, who was able to stand up to the Iron Madman. After which, in a quiet voice, the man demands that the girl bring this young man to him. Liu goes down to Hansen and tells the young man that they have serious problems. Hansen knocks on the door and politely asks to come in. The young man in the room says his name is Neil and invites him inside. Neil immediately asks the young man if he would like to join an event to track down and destroy a rare beast, after which he says that he can arrange for his younger sister to attend a prestigious school, as the boy always wanted. Hansen arrives at the meeting place at the appointed time. A sullen man asks the young man if he is the one sent by Neil. A young man approaches Hansen and informs him that from now on, he will be his partner. The man tells the boy that their target is in the mountains. They are going to climb up and lure the monster out, after which Hansen should come into action. Hansen immediately draws attention to the fact that his new acquaintances have already undergone complete genetic enhancements. The guy wonders what they are so afraid of. The hunting group has been gone for several hours. Hansen wonders what animal they went after. His partner replies that the guy doesn't need to know, and his only task is to strike. After some time, a group of hunters appears in the line of sight. They are clearly fleeing, firing back as they go. Hansen tries to come to the aid of the hunters, but his partner stops him and says that it would be better to hide and sit in cover. After some time, strange sounds are heard, and Hansen notices that a giant snail is chasing the hunters. He is amazed at the strength of the shell of this huge snail, because even an arrow made of Z-steel broke when it hit it. The guy doesn't understand why they need to hide. Because the animal is very slow, you can easily approach it and strike. The partner says that the only vulnerable part of the snail is the back of the body. Hansen believes that the right moment has come to attack and suddenly runs out of cover. He quickly runs up to the huge snail and jumps on it, then stabs it with the cave wolf's dagger. However, everything turned out to be not so simple. The next moment the snail hides in its super strong shell. The giant snail accelerates and begins to move quickly towards the young people, threatening to crush them. Hansen and his partner try to escape to a safe distance and hide from the snail in the nearby forest. The young men run as fast as they can, but the huge snail gradually reduces the distance and gets closer and closer to them. Hansen senses that the snail is getting very close. The guy turns around and stabs it with his dagger. This slowed the monster down a little. The partner helps the young man and throws a knife at the snail. Hansen continues his winding run across rough terrain, while his partner distracts the giant snail by throwing knives at it. The young people manage to break away from the monster. The partner breathes heavily and reproaches Hansen for not listening to him, because he said that after the blow, they should have immediately run. The group leader reports with relief that, fortunately, nothing terrible happened. He considers the mission accomplished and suggests that they rest and then return. Hansen is genuinely surprised by this decision and asks the group leader if they are not going to destroy the huge snail. The man calmly replies that their strength is not enough to kill this creature and suggests waiting for the arrival of the young master. The guy quickly realizes that this was all just a test. Neil sent him here to find out if he is able to hurt the snail and if it is a super beast. The hunters sit around the fire, have a casual conversation and discuss the culinary skills of Hansen's partner. They unanimously come to the conclusion that he cooks meat perfectly over an open fire. Hansen takes a huge bite and enjoys the taste. He has to admit that his partner really does have excellent culinary skills. Hansen pretends to be pleased, but he immediately felt a burning sensation in his mouth and realized that this meat was poisoned. The guy thinks that he cannot be defeated with such a dirty trick, and the enemy clearly underestimated him. Meanwhile, one by one, the members of the reconnaissance group begin to lose consciousness. A partner approaches Hansen and without any emotion offers the young man a choice. Either he voluntarily gives up the dagger of divine blood, or he dies. He states that he will take the precious dagger no matter what and charges forward, displaying incredible speed and determination. Hansen deftly parries his partner's blow and with cold calm informs him that he is using very mean methods, which causes him to be slightly perplexed. The partner does not understand what is wrong with Hansen, because the young man ate a huge amount of poisoned meat. But the poison, apparently, does not affect him at all, which seems impossible. Hansen continues to skillfully parry his opponent's blows and understands that the fighting technique his partner uses is familiar to him. He has encountered it before. The partner uses the 7-hit technique. Hansen remembers that he already fought in the gladiator ring with a warrior who mastered this technique, which gives him an advantage. The partner, with difficulty dodging Hansen's counterattack, asks the young man how he knows about this fighting technique. He offers Hansen to tell the whole truth, and in this case promises to spare his life. But the guy only grins, realizing that these are empty threats. Hansen says that the poison his partner used is completely useless, and advises him to think about how to save his life, as his chances of winning are melting with every second. The partner, with a devilish grin, tells the guy that this is not a simple sleeping pill. Poison has entered the body and is slowly destroying the body and mind. And even if the young man does not immediately react to it, the effect will manifest itself later. The man adds that he has mastered the art of aromatic poisons that allow him to influence people's genes. This knowledge is strictly forbidden, and many have died trying to study it. Hansen, remaining calm, asks if this means he is doomed to die, to which the man replies that an antidote can be prepared for any poison, and again offers to give the dagger in exchange for his life. Hansen strikes again and offers his opponent to take the dagger in a fair fight if he truly considers himself worthy of it. The partner, seeing that the young man is determined, asks him to stop and offers to stop the fight in order to agree on everything. But his words sound more like despair. Unexpectedly, in response to his proposal, he receives a powerful blow to the head, which knocks him down and makes him think about the seriousness of Hansen's intentions. The guy raises his hand for another blow. His partner, struck by his attack, asks him not to hit, promising to tell him everything he knows. The man begins to explain that the giant snail was not the main target of this operation, a statement that clearly surprises Hansen. The young man, without letting go of his partner, asks what he means, his voice sounding like a mixture of interest and suspicion. The guy starts twisting his partner's arm, demanding that he explain everything. He is especially interested in the question of why so many evolved hunters could not do anything with that snail. The man, screaming loudly in pain, asks to loosen the grip and promises to tell the young man everything that interests him, just to stop the torment. He begins to tell that when the shelter was first discovered, something unusual was noticed there, and people assumed that it was a different kind of monster, not an animal with divine blood, but something even stronger. The partner continues and adds that in order to prove this theory, his family has made a lot of efforts, but has not yet achieved success, despite numerous attempts. He admits that after much research, They came to the conclusion that there was no weapon in the sanctuary that could defeat the powerful monsters. And this made their mission almost hopeless. Hansen asks why the man was sent to spy on the Neil family. The guy learns that the rival family planned to infiltrate the scientific department where research is being conducted and find the key to unraveling the origin of powerful creatures. Hansen understands that we are talking about the very department in which his great-grandfather and father worked. And they obviously noticed something suspicious in the sanctuary, because it was not for nothing that his great-grandfather left notes in his notebook about the super-god gene. The partner shouts loudly, declaring that he told everything he knew, and now demands that the guy let him go. Hansen replies that he initially had no complaints against the man, but after the attack he cannot let him go so easily and is going to hand him over to Neil's family. After this, he orders his partner to immediately give him the arrow. The man looks confused and asks again what arrow he is talking about. Hansen is irritated by this answer and declares that if he continues to pretend, he will cut off his ear. The partner tries to justify himself, saying that he has already told everything and given away his weapon. He again begs the guy to let him go. To this, Hansen replies that the man bought his life, but no one said that he would be released. Then he orders his partner in a decisive voice to immediately remove the poison from the bodies of the poisoned hunters. The man tries to negotiate, assuring that if he brings them to their senses, they will interrogate him for a long time and eventually kill him. Hansen begins to aim his bow at his partner. The man in a panic begs for his life and promises to do everything that is required of him. The hunters gradually come to their senses, feeling severe pain and malaise after the poisoning. The group leader takes out a knife and declares that he is going to finish off the bastard right now. Hansen stops him, explaining that his partner just bargained for his life. The guy asks not to make hasty decisions and wait for the boss to arrive. Hansen and his partner are left alone. The man warns him not to show anyone the dagger used in the fight, since it is with its help that the super beast can be killed. It's early morning and Hansen is awakened by the loud cries of hunters who report that their partner has escaped. The group's leader angrily declares that the man killed the guard before escaping. Hansen wonders why he didn't run away immediately, but first stayed with him and told him in detail about his plans. Neil tells Hansen that all the formalities with his younger sister's admission to school have been settled, and now the guy can transfer her there at any time. At this moment, two strangers appear on the threshold of the office. Mr. Neil asks if their evolution was successful. Hansen quickly realizes that they completed the process right before the operation began, greatly enhancing their bodies. The young man concludes that they carefully prepared to kill that snail. A group of hunters is at a mountain river. The leader of the group turns to Mr. Neil and says that there is no need to rush. Hansen notices Neil's reflection in the water and is surprised to realize that it suspiciously resembles the rider in black armor with whom he fought in the mysterious swamps. Neil approaches the young man and says that from the first minute they met, he knew they needed to be friends. Then he adds that his great-grandfather was a friend of a man with the same last name as Hansen. Hansen asks the boy what the friend's name was and suggests that it might be one of his ancestors, which leaves him with a mixture of hope and curiosity. Neil calls out the name. The young man says with surprise that this is a huge coincidence, because his great-grandfather had the same name, and perhaps they are the same person. But Neil says that this is not so, since the man had no family and he was much older. The young man recalls the words of his partner, who said that a new kind of monster was discovered in the shelter, much stronger than the animal with divine blood. When the hideout was discovered, Hansen's great-grandfather had not yet been born, and the young man wonders how he got the pass with the serial number that seemed to connect him to those events. Neil says that in those distant times when the shelter was discovered, human genetic technology was not sufficiently developed, and the old man the guy was asking about was a famous Qigong master. A person capable of becoming a teacher of a special unit is considered equal in power to a god in our time. The young man wonders if his great-grandfather really was that famous master, why his descendants were able to become so poor. The hunting party slowly climbs the mountains. The leader of the group asks the master not to worry, saying that his people will help to detain the monster, and he only needs to wait for the right moment to attack. Suddenly, the leader of the group stops moving and gestures for everyone to immediately shut up, so as not to scare away the monster that might be somewhere nearby. He tells his master to wait here while his men lure the snail out of its hiding place. The huge snail hid in its super-strong shell and slept peacefully, unaware of the approaching danger. At this time, a group of hunters transform and suddenly attack the sleeping monster, hoping to catch it off guard. However, Hansen is skeptical of such a primitive attack. The young man knows that a divine blood super beast is not so easy to fool, and his fears are confirmed when the snail wakes up. The sudden attack wakes up the huge snail. It crawls out of its shell emitting a loud, eerie cry that makes the hunters freeze for a moment. The team leader, without wasting time, orders his subordinates to immediately transform and begin the attack, realizing that the battle will now become even more difficult. The subordinates immediately carry out the commander's order, put on protective armor, and, closing ranks, rush towards the giant monster. In a matter of seconds, they reach the huge snail and begin to strike it with swords. However, they encounter an unexpected problem. The creature's flesh reacts strangely to attacks, moving apart, causing the blades to simply disappear into thin air. The hunter immediately realizes that this is a bad sign, and demands that the most powerful weapon be used immediately. Meanwhile, many tentacles with sharp jaws burst out from the snail's body. They attack their attackers in a chaotic manner, forcing the warriors to dodge their deadly attacks with difficulty. One of the tentacles pierces the hunter's leg, easily tearing through his super-strong armor. The man writhes in pain as he watches his armor melt and merge with his flesh. Hansen watches the battle, waiting for the right moment to make a decisive attack. Suddenly he is stopped by Mr. Neil, who asks him not to rush and states that the time has not yet come. The young man is surprised by this decision and says that if he does not intervene now, his subordinates will die. Neil replies that in that case their sacrifice will be in vain. Hansen quickly realizes that the gentleman has not only understood his plan, but is also following exactly the same plan. Neil summons his saber, which immediately flares with a bright energy glow, and orders the young man to stay put. The next second he rushes into the attack. This decision seems strange to the guy, because the gentleman has not yet gone through evolution. His body remains weak, which means he is risking his life. Jumping off a high cliff, Neil rushes at great speed towards the monstrous snail. A multitude of writhing tentacles rush towards him. He deftly strikes them with sharp blows, cutting off one after another. Hansen is amazed by the power of his weapon, which easily pierces the monster's flesh without leaving a single scratch on the blade. The group's leader, watching the battle, is delighted by the actions of his master and admiringly recognizes him as a true warrior. The rage of the huge snail only grows. It does not stop attacking with its numerous tentacles. Neil displays incredible agility, skillfully dodging blows and continuing to approach the monster's massive body. Hansen watches the fight closely and comes to the conclusion that the young master has outstanding fighting skills, far surpassing those of his brother, known as God's son. Despite the fact that Neil's physical strength level does not exceed 15 units, he easily parries the attacks of a huge monster, not giving it the opportunity to deliver a crushing blow. The hunters try their best to break through to the giant snail, but their persistence is shattered by the incessant blows of countless tentacles, preventing them from reaching the creature's vulnerable spots. Hansen dons the Empress's armor, deciding that the moment is right for his own attack. He is confident that in this battle he will not need to use the ancient curse, but will only need basic physical strength and the dagger he received in the battle with the cave wolf. The guy resolutely rushes forward, intending to wound the monster, but not kill it immediately. The snail instantly reacts to the young man's attack, drawing back its numerous tentacles and retreating. Hansen carefully observes the monster's behavior and comes to the conclusion that the snail clearly experiences fear of the cave wolf's dagger, which gives him a significant advantage in this fight. The young man begins to move rapidly in a circle around the giant creature, continuously attacking and striking. The hunters, realizing that their transformation has reached its limit and their bodies can no longer withstand the strain, decide to stop fighting and leave the battlefield. However, Hansen does not intend to follow their example, as he is sure that the snail is afraid of his weapon and sees this as a chance to win. Hansen notices Mr. Neil behind him and comes to the conclusion that this man is cunning, since he prefers to wait for the right moment to strike the decisive blow, allowing others to do the main work for him. Under the powerful pressure of attacks, the snail can't withstand the pressure and hides in its massive shell. Hansen decides to get closer and try to break it. To his surprise, he notices that even after several strong blows, only barely noticeable scratches remain on the surface of the sink. One of the senior hunters interrupts Hansen's attack and suggests that he stop, claiming that he has a lucrative offer that could change the course of events. The man explains that the young man has not yet reached the stage of evolution, and therefore his strength is not enough to cope with such an opponent on his own, after which he offers to give him the dagger, and then, after victory, divide the spoils in half. Neil looks closely at the young man and advises him to face the truth. He claims that this creature is completely different from all the monsters that Hansen encountered before. Suddenly, their conversation is interrupted by a powerful blow from a tentacle that the snail has thrown out of its shell. The nearby hunters react instantly and rush to help their comrade, cutting off the tentacles that had grabbed him. Neil asks the guy how he likes their offer, to which the young man replies that he is not going to sell his dagger. Mr. Neal offers 5 souls of divine animals for this dagger, and without waiting for an answer, strikes with his sword. Hansen, having repelled the attack, informs his opponent that he does not really understand who is in control of the situation. This statement makes the group leader horrified and assume that Hansen has already evolved. Neal tells the young man a secret, telling him that there are duplicate souls in the sanctuary, and the one he is talking to is not Neal himself, but a soul that allows him to create a copy of a person. To which Hansen calmly replies that he readily believes this, after which he launches another attack. After this, Hansen heads towards the giant snail, realizing that this creature cannot be invulnerable. At great speed, the young man crashes into the sink, plunging the cave wolf's dagger into it. This causes the giant creature to emerge from its shell and spread out its many tentacles. Hansen immediately lunges at the snail and continues to strike it. After a while, the monster freezes. Hansen realizes that he has acquired the soul of a divine superbeast, an excellent genetic material, which gives him confidence that he will be the first in human history to evolve into a super god. Neal suggests that the young man take his time and return to the sanctuary of steel armor. He says that there will be a suitable place there, and they will discuss everything well. Hansen says he will consider the offer if the amounts offered suit him. The big guy meets Hansen in the toilet located in the academy and asks why the young man came back without saying hello to his friends. However, the guy does not hear his classmate's voice at all. He remembers the Black Rider and the moment when he plunged into the water and came out of it, completely restored. The guy comes to the conclusion that perhaps it was not the real Rider, but only his reflection, after which he reaches out to the mirror. Suddenly, Hansen sees a Black Rider in the mirror and realizes that he has the ability to control him from a distance. The next day, Hansen goes to the White Devil Desert. Riding on the head of a huge sandworm, he confidently moves forward. Along the way, Hansen begins to notice a huge number of chopped up and torn bodies of giant insects. He believes that there is someone ahead, and indeed, a kilometer later the young man meets a team of hunters under the command of the young master Yuan, who is fighting monsters. Yuan greets the young man and asks him how he is doing with a smile on his face. Hansen tells the boy that he has come to hunt for creatures with divine blood in order to increase the overall number of genes. The voices of the hunters are heard, who say that they will not dare to take the prey from Hansen, to which the guy bravado says that taking away from him a creature with divine blood is not such an easy task. One of the hunters clearly does not like this behavior of the young man. He considers Hansen to be too self-confident a person. Hansen spends half a day hunting with a group of young hunters. One of them says that all members of the upper house of parliament are related to martial arts, and, when the sanctuary was first discovered, their ancestors occupied very high positions. Suddenly Hansen stops the movement of the detachment and reports that he noticed a flock of black birds ahead, led by a sacred leader. And although none of the hunters see these birds on the horizon, Hansen takes out his bow and pulls the string. Hansen fires an arrow into the sky, which begins to move at great speed, emitting a bright glowing light around itself. System messages come in confirming that a beast with sacred blood known as the King of Black Birds has been killed. One of the hunters, not seeing the birds and not understanding what happened, rushes forward to check everything for himself. A few kilometers from the hunting party, a bird, shot down by a shot, falls in a narrow gorge. The hunters watch the strange aura that flickers in front of them. But despite this, they continue to doubt that it is possible to hit the King of Birds from such a distance of 2,000 meters. Soon the group is joined by Hansen, who confidently claims that there is nothing surprising in his actions, and the shelter is full of masters like him, and his abilities are not exceptional. Hansen commands his sandworm to devour the body of the killed bird. The hunters express bewilderment, considering this a useless waste. They think that the guy could have sold them the sacred bird. Hansen believes that his sandworm can transform into a divine pet and switch to combat mode, which will greatly enhance its capabilities in battle. Hansen climbs onto the head of his sandworm and bids farewell to the hunting party, informing the young men that he has urgent business to attend to and must leave them. Left alone, Hansen calls upon his pet, a three-eyed cat, to help him in his further search. After that, he sends the three-eyed cat out to hunt. After some time, the guy receives a system notification that the fiery butterfly of divine blood has been killed. After some time, the guy finds a narrow cave, and, thinking about its depth, notices that usually the inhabitants of such places can be quite dangerous. He decides to send his pet there first. The three-eyed cat silently jumps down into the cave. Hansen doesn't hear any sounds, which makes him wonder how deep this cave is. Inside the huge hall, on a small mountain ledge, there is a strange object surrounded by a bright blue glow, which attracts the attention of a young man. Hansen decides to summon the cave wolf dagger, as this is the first time he encounters such strange energy, and feels that it could be dangerous. After some time, the guy approaches the source of radiation and realizes that it is an old, withered corpse that has been in this cave, possibly for hundreds of years. Hansen notices that the mummy is holding an ancient manuscript, and believing that it will no longer be of any use to the dead man, he slowly pulls it out. Hansen opens the manuscript and carefully studies its contents. The guy believes that this object is already very old, since ancient hieroglyphs are inscribed on it in an old style. After some time, the clothes covering the mummy burst into bright blue flames, and the creature begins to disintegrate. The young man constructs a primitive grave, after which he says that the mummy will not need this scroll, but that it might be useful to him. Hansen watches as his sandworm transforms, its changes are complete, and it can now switch to combat mode. Suddenly, the young man is distracted by loud screams coming from the gates of the shelter. A large number of people are running towards Hansen, loudly asking for help. The guy stops a man running next to him and asks what happened. The man says that a creepy creature has entered the shelter. The shelter contains a huge lion, which destroys entire buildings with blows of its powerful paws, leaving fires and chaos in its wake. Hansen is on the roof of the house and carefully watches the huge monster. The guy immediately understands that this is the same lion that he met on the island. Hansen dons the Empress's armor and summons his pets, who can now operate in combat mode. The young man believes that he now has enough strength to deal with a powerful enemy. Desperate hunters and warriors try to confront the huge lion and not let him into the sanctuary. A moment later, the monster stops, raises its head and sees Hansen on the roof of the house, surrounded by his fighting pets. The monster lets out a terrible roar that can be heard for many kilometers, after which it launches a furious attack. Hansen rushes towards the huge predator, his combat sandworm instantly biting into the lion's back. The lion instantly turns his attention to the huge sandworm and begins to fight it. Hansen realizes that this is a good moment to attack the monster. A young man approaches a huge lion and stabs him in the eye with a cave wolf dagger. Hansen then makes a huge leap and lands on the sandworm's head. The huge lion becomes indescribably furious, screaming loudly in anger and pain, and rushes to attack the guy. However, his attack is stopped by the sandworm, which sinks its pincers into his paw and strikes him in the side with its tail. Meanwhile, Hansen flies up to the lion and stabs him in the other eye. The lion roars loudly in pain, after which he runs away, hoping to hide in a nearby destroyed building. Hansen, riding on the sandworm, continues to pursue the fleeing predator, believing that this time he will not be able to escape. The giant lion continues to run away and reaches a dark swamp. Hansen continues to pursue the predator. The distance is constantly closing, and the young man is preparing to jump to deliver the final blow. The air is filled with the eerie cries of a wounded lion and a giant sandworm attacking him. Hansen leaps and lands on the giant lion's head, then delivers a powerful dagger strike to end the fight. The lion lets out a terrible roar, after which a system message about a successful hunt comes, informing that the divine superbeast has been killed and its soul has been obtained. Hansen looks at the giant body of his defeated opponent and wonders how he can eat such a huge monster in order to improve his genes. Using a dagger, the young man cuts the monster's thick skin, and a brightly glowing ball appears from its insides. Hansen summons the soul of a defeated lion, and riding it rushes through a dark swamp. The guy feels as if he is on board an elite aircraft. He moves at maximum speed and does not feel any shaking. A young man eats the flesh of a divine lion on the go to increase the amount of super genes, and is very dissatisfied with the taste of the meat. The guy thinks that it is similar to 300-year-old cowhide. Hansen summons one of his monster souls and commands it to consume the body of a huge lion. The soul instantly transforms into a battle angel in the form of a winged girl and begins to eat the lion's body. After which, the battle angel turns to the young man, loudly smacks his lips and wipes his dirty face. Suddenly, the battle angel rushes towards Hansen, grabs him tightly by the head and kisses him hard on the lips.